Bewitching Prince Spoils His Wife, Genius Doctor Unscrupulous Consort Chapter 2229 to Chapter 2411. Xianxia was at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Palace Hall and everyone knew that he was just a cannon fodder. Of course, being able to become cannon fodder in the competition of the four palaces was something that many people could not hope to achieve. However, they did not expect that Xianxia's opponent would be Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang was a genius. This was a fact that none of the Tiangang sect's disciples could deny. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not a genius cultivator but a genius alchemist. In the alchemist competition, no one was Bailey Hongzhuang's match. However, in the competition of the four palaces, Bailey Hongzhuang was at a disadvantage. Hence, even though Xianxia was at the bottom of the Azure Dragon Palace Hall, everyone still thought that Xianxia would win. When the Azure Dragon Palace Lord, Xianxia, saw that Xianxia's opponent was actually Bailey Hongzhuang, his expression became a little more interesting. Although Xianxia had defeated Bailey Hongzhuang, the competition of the four palaces was just like that. Even though it was only the first round of the preliminary round, whichever palace had the most disciples left would be a kind of glory. Xianxia saw through Xianxia's thoughts at one glance and could not help but laugh secretly. Bailey Hongzhuang's power was not as simple as everyone thought. He also wanted to know what Xianxia's expression would be when Bailey Hongzhuang defeated Xianxia later on. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt very happy. Haha. When Xianxia saw that Xianxia was not the least bit helpless and instead looked very happy, his thoughts changed a little. Could it be that there was a trap in this matter? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Xianxia felt that it was impossible. After all, Bailey Hongzhuang was a new disciple of the Tiangang sect. Participating in the competition of the four palaces was originally a very disadvantageous matter. Among the disciples participating in the competition of the four palaces, other than Bailey Hongzhuang, no one else was a new disciple. Basically, in every battle of the four palaces, the new disciples did not have a chance, but Bailey Hongzhuang was an exception. The other disciples are disciples who have cultivated in Tiangang sect for more than 2 years. Their age and strength are stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang. Therefore, even if Bailey Hongzhuang had failed in the battle of the four palaces, it would be a very normal thing. Xianxia, your luck is not bad today. You actually drew junior sister Bailey. You will definitely advance to the second round of the preliminaries. The disciples of the Azure Dragon Hall looked at Xianxia with envy. This kind of luck was really enviable. That may not be the case. Junior sister Bailey was able to participate in the competition of the four palaces, which proves that she is very strong. Under the high platform, Xianxia and the others saw that it was finally Bailey Hongzhuang's turn to fight, and they couldn't help but be excited. After waiting for so long, Hongzhuang is finally going to fight, haha. We haven't seen Hongzhuang fight for a long time. I don't know what realm Hongzhuang's strength has reached now. Xianxia's face was full of curiosity. In the past, when she cultivated with Hongzhuang every day, watching Hongzhuang's strength increase speed, she only felt that she couldn't catch up. Since entering Tiangang sect, they hadn't seen Bailey Hongzhuang fight again, so they didn't know what realm Bailey Hongzhuang had reached now. Hongzhuang's cultivation talent is very amazing, but the disciples participating in the competition of the four temples have a much longer cultivation time than Hongzhuang. Overall, Hongzhuang is still at a disadvantage. Gong Xiaoqing calmly analyzed the situation in front of him. From the previous battle, it could be seen how strong the disciples participating in the competition of the four temples were. No wonder the new disciples were directly sentenced to death. In the face of such strength, they simply had no chance of winning. Indeed, the disciples of Tiangang sect have no bad talent, so the longer the cultivation time, the more advantage the disciples have. Therefore, among the disciples, only Hongzhuang is the youngest. Dongfangyu was also somewhat helpless. This was completely an unfair battle for the new disciples. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to get the opportunity to participate, which was already very good. Lu Qingyue stared at Bailey Hongzhuang on the high platform. She had a faint feeling that the current Bailey Hongzhuang had completely left them behind. On the martial arts stage, Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia stood opposite each other, both of their faces showing a polite smile. The competition begins. After the referee elder saw that both of them were ready, he immediately began the competition. Junior sister Bailey, sorry for the offense. Xingyang first bowed to Bailey Hongzhuang. No matter what the final result of this competition was, he hoped that it would not cause a rift between them. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Xingyang's attitude was extremely calm, she also bowed and said, "Senior brother, do your best." In the next moment, Xingyang's green realm level 1 aura gushed out of his body like a bolt of lightning. After sensing Xingyang's aura, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. Yichengyu's judgment was really accurate. Judging from Xingyang's aura, he had just broken through to Green Realm rank 1. "Master, leave this competition to me," Baisher said excitedly. His gaze was completely locked onto Xingyang. This was only the first round of the preliminaries. There was no need for its master to make a move. It would be able to deal with it on its own, as their master's contracted beasts, they were a part of their master's strength. Even on this stage, contracted beasts were allowed to fight. Before this, there were many battles where contracted beasts fought. Contracted beasts could increase a cultivator's strength. Moreover, they were completely trustworthy. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had the conditions to have a contracted beast, they would not be stingy with their wealth to exchange for a suitable contracted beast. In this competition between the 4 palaces, many disciples had their own contracted beasts. Moreover, they were very powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang was not in a hurry to let Baisher fight. However, after seeing how confident and eager Baisher was, she felt that it was a good choice to let Baisher fight. Baisher's current strength was no longer the same as before. Ever since it consumed a large number of blood-colored demon crystals in the desert world, its improvement could be said to be very shocking. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were envious after seeing Baisher's improvement speed. However, they could not increase their strength by consuming demon crystals and could only stare in envy. As the only beast king in the world, Baisher was born with talents and abilities that many other demonic beasts did not have. "Alright, then you will fight in this match." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Usually, everyone didn't pay much attention to her 3 contracted beasts, but today, in front of everyone's eyes, she wanted to let these disciples know that her 3 contracted beasts weren't incompetent. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang slowly took a few steps back under everyone's astonished gaze. Then, Baisher directly stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and confronted Xingyang. Seeing Baisher's actions, Xingyang could not help but be stunned for a moment. He thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would very likely let her contracted beasts fight together. However, even if other disciples fought together with their contracted beasts, it would be a cultivator and a contracted beast working together. However, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's situation, it seemed that she intended to let this contracted beast fight with him and did not intend to participate. Baisher's figure had grown a lot. Compared to when it first came to Tiangang sect with Bailey Hongzhuang, it was now majestic. In fact, when Bailey Hongzhuang appeared with Baisher today, many people had already begun to pay attention to Baisher. A contracted beast's ability could be roughly judged from its size and strength. Some of the disciples present who knew about contracted beasts began to size up Baisher. They had to admit that Baisher gave off a mighty feeling at a glance and was definitely not just for show. Baisher did not hesitate to attack Xingyang as soon as it appeared. It wanted to finish this battle cleanly. Bang! White Lion pounced forward at lightning speed. White Lion was even taller than a cultivator and had an astonishing aura. Xingyang did not dare to underestimate White Lion at all. This contract beast's level was not low at all. Its strength was probably not inferior to his. Limitless soft palm. Essence energy surged out of Xingyang's palm, attacking the White Lion with a thunderous momentum. White Lion's reaction speed was extremely fast. He flipped in midair and dodged Xingyang's attack. At the same time, he attacked from another angle. The White Lion's speed was extremely shocking. Xingyang did not dare to be negligent as he quickly dodged. The moment the White Lion approached, Xingyang felt a huge force attacking him. If he was knocked down by the White Lion, his body would definitely be injured. Bang bang bang. Xingyang constantly attacked White Lion while White Lion dodged and attacked. Ever since he had trained in the desert world for so long, White Lion, who was already good at speed, was now even faster. His dodging ability was also top-notch. In terms of combat experience, he definitely did not lose to any cultivator. In an instant, Xianxia and White Lion rapidly moved around the stage. The scope of the battle shocked everyone. Bang! Xianxia's body fell heavily to the ground. White Lion pounced on Xianxia's body. Its huge mouth and sharp teeth were clearly visible. Xianxia felt cold sweat on his forehead. However, in the next second, White Lion had already retreated a few steps. It clearly had no intention of hurting Xianxia. Xianxia hurriedly stood up and looked at White Lion with lingering fear. White Lion's combat power was truly terrifying. If he had not judged wrongly, White Lion's cultivation level was above his contracted beast's cultivation level was above his. Even among the contracted beasts in the entire Tiangang sect, there were not many who could compare to White Lion. Junior Sister Bailey, I've lost. Xianxia's attitude was calm as he bowed. From the moment he understood White Lion's abilities, he knew that he would lose this match without a doubt. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang had yet to make a move. Once Bailey Hongzhuang made a move, the result would be obvious. You let me win. Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang wins. The referee elder immediately announced the result. The onlookers were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Bailey Hongzhuang's victory was just too easy. From the beginning to the end, Bailey Hongzhuang had not made a move at all. She had relied on her contracted beast to crush Xianxia. I was wondering why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to participate in this battle of the four palaces. So she relied on her contracted beast. This contracted beast's abilities are truly domineering. Xianxia's cultivation level has already reached Green Realm first level. Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast is even more powerful. If I had such a contracted beast, how domineering would that be? Everyone's envious eyes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Such a result was really unexpected. Brother Gong, is Hongzhuang's contracted beast the one I saw in the academy? Lu Qinyue's face was filled with astonishment. This gap was a bit too big. Gong Xiaoqing nodded. It's the same one from back then. However, during this period of time, White Lion's transformation has become even more shocking. Even one of boss contracted beasts is so powerful. It's practically a one-sided beating. Yuan Jixing couldn't help but sigh. When the Azure Dragon Hall Master Yan Kaicheng saw this result, his face instantly stiffened. He had never expected that Bailey Hongzhuang would have such a trump card. He had never discovered it before. Hall Master Qin, you must have known this long ago, which is why you've always been so confident, right? Yan Kaicheng probed. Qin Ai smiled faintly, revealing an unfathomable expression. Then, he fell silent. However, Qin Ai's heart was filled with astonishment. He never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast would be so powerful. This was a huge surprise for him. Moreover, in this way, everyone would think that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't strong and relied on her contracted beasts. It was a good way to hide Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Perhaps Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to enter the finals. Thinking of this possibility, Qin Ai couldn't help but feel excited. If a new disciple entered the finals of the Battle of the Four Palaces, it would be the first in Tiangang sect's history. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked back to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Everyone's gaze was focused on White Lion, wanting to know what kind of beast it was. Even though everyone was extremely curious about White Lion's breed, no one was able to determine what kind of breed White Lion was. Most of the breeds of contract beasts were known to everyone, but it was their first time seeing White Lion's breed. The reason why no one was able to determine White Lion's breed was because Bailey Hongzhuang had covered up the king word on White Lion's forehead. Otherwise, they would definitely be able to determine the Beast King's identity. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang had covered up the king word on White Lion's forehead when she had just found out about its identity. Now, she was even more used to it. Otherwise, once everyone knew that White Lion was a Beast King, it would definitely cause an even bigger commotion. Junior Sister Bailey, congratulations. I didn't expect your contract beast to be so powerful. Yiqingyu looked at White Lion in amazement. Before this, no one had expected White Lion to be so powerful. In this way, Bailey Hongzhuang's trump card was very shocking. Once Bailey Hongzhuang and White Lion's strength were combined, many disciples would not be a match for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and said, "Senior brother Yi, you flatter me." Throughout the entire day, the competition continued without stopping. Every disciple who won had a face full of joy, while the disciples who lost were extremely sad. Once they lost, they would not have any more chances. In this process, the 40 rounds of competition finally ended before the sky turned dark. Xianxia announced the names of the disciples who had advanced to the second round of preliminaries. Tomorrow would be the stage for these 40 disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be a spectator for the entire day. She only left with everyone after the competition ended. "Bailey Hongzhuang, you're just relying on your contract beast. Although this contract beast's strength is not bad, it's impossible for you to reach the finals with just this contract beast." Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was on her way out, Tan Lihan passed by Bailey Hongzhuang and said some harsh words unhappily. "Instead of worrying about whether I can persevere, you should worry about yourself." Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. Tan Lihan snorted coldly and left. Xiaojiqing and the others came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. After seeing Tan Lihan leave angrily, everyone was confused. "Hongzhuang, what did that woman say?" Xiaojiqing frowned. Today, they were all on the viewing platform and were quite a distance away from Bailey Hongzhuang, so they had no idea what had happened. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. "It's nothing. Don't worry about it." Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's attitude, Xiaojiqing and the others had already understood in their hearts. However, with the identity and ability of Bailey Hongzhuang, there was indeed nothing to worry about. "White Lion, I haven't seen you in a while. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Xiaojiqing touched Baisher's head. Baisher was really majestic now, and his fighting strength was really terrifying. In comparison, there was a huge gap between her Xiaofeng and him. Baisher rubbed his head against Xiaojiqing. He was still very familiar with Xiaojiqing, who had watched him grow up. "Your wind spirit tiger's strength has also increased very quickly." The next day, the sky was clear and the wind was cool. The martial arts field was bustling with activity early in the morning. Many disciples had started betting on who would win. The odds were adjusted according to the disciple's strength. If the disciple was strong, the odds would be low. If the disciple was weak, the odds would be much higher. However, for the strongest disciples of the 4 branch palaces, this bet was not set up. This was because there was no suspense in their victory. Unless 2 of the strongest disciples of the 2 branch palaces clashed, there would be a different bet. Bailey Hongzhuang had checked her odds before the competition. She did not expect her odds to be in the middle. It seemed that everyone was optimistic about Baisher's strength. Just like the first day, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the number she had drawn, number 3. "I didn't expect to appear so early this time." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. This was good. After the competition ended, she could return to her sleeping quarters to rest. It seemed like only one day's time, but her strength would increase again. Yiqingyu was still sitting beside Bailey Hongzhuang. After yesterday's competition, Bailey Hongzhuang already knew that Yiqingyu was very strong. If she guessed correctly, Yiqingyu would most likely enter the finals. "Junior sister Bailey, your opponent today is White Tiger Palace's Guo Qiaoyan. Her strength belongs to the middle level of White Tiger Palace. Her cultivation is around the 2nd level of Green Realm. She has more battle experience than Xianxia. She is not easy to deal with," Yiqingyu explained to Bailey Hongzhuang after seeing the number in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. Compared to yesterday's preliminary round, it was harder to rely on luck in the second round. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Green Realm Level 2. This cultivation was already very strong. The further one cultivated, the greater the difference between each level. "Thank you for the reminder, senior brother Yi. I will be careful." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The third match, White Tiger Hall's Guo Qiaoyan vs Vermilion Bird Hall's Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly walked up to the high platform as soon as the referee finished speaking. At the same time, Guo Qiaoyan was already standing in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. The 2 women standing opposite each other immediately attracted the interested gazes of many disciples. Among the disciples who were participating in the finals, there were very few female disciples. The collision between these two female disciples was even rarer. "Begin," said the judge without hesitation. Then, he left the fighting ring. Gu Qiaoyan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. The elemental energy of a level 2 Green Realm warrior burst out in an instant, filling the entire sky with a sense of suppression. Gu Qiaoyan is already at Green Realm level 2. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast comes out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to win. The martial skills mastered by cultivators are much stronger than those of monsters. Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely lose this match. I also bet that Bailey Hongzhuang will win. I didn't expect her opponent to be Gu Qiaoyan. Some of the cultivators who had bet on Bailey Hongzhuang began to complain. This bet was all about cultivation resources. If they lost, it would not be an ordinary loss. In contrast, Xianxia and the others who bet on Bailey Hongzhuang were not worried at all. The large fist enlarged in Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang was not flustered as she raised her right fist to meet the attack. When the crowd saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had not allowed Baisher to make a move and had instead met Gu Qiaoyan's fist head-on, their eyes simultaneously filled with shock. Gu Qiaoyan's power had always been on the list in the White Tiger Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang was only a pill master. Was she not asking for trouble by doing this? When Gu Qiaoyan saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, a smile appeared in her eyes. She had thought that she would need to spend some time to deal with Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast. She never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have no intention of letting her contracted beast attack and instead wanted to meet force with force. In this way, the competition would end very quickly. Bang! The two fists collided with a loud bang and energy ripples spread outwards. However, contrary to the crowd's expectations of Bailey Hongzhuang being defeated, Bailey Hongzhuang remained standing on the same spot. Her expression was calm and she did not look injured at all. Gu Qiaoyan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. Based on the power that had been transmitted from her fist, Bailey Hongzhuang was not the least bit inferior to her. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang was also a powerful cultivator? When this thought appeared in Gu Qiaoyan's mind, she felt that it was rather inconceivable. How could Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation not be any weaker than hers? Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was not a pill master, she was still a new disciple. Bailey Hongzhuang did not give Gu Qiaoyan the chance to think. She rose to her feet once again and her sharp fists exploded towards Gu Qiaoyan like lightning. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures flew through the air and the wind from their fists was like thunder. In a short moment, they had exchanged more than 10 blows. When the two separated once again, Gu Qiaoyan's expression had turned extremely ugly. Her hands couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, she no longer doubted Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. This was because not only was Bailey Hongzhuang not weaker than her, she was even stronger. I didn't expect. I underestimated you. Gu Qiaoyan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. She had never treated Bailey Hongzhuang as her opponent. Now, it seemed that she had underestimated her opponent. It's good that you don't underestimate him now. After Bailey Hongzhuang moved her muscles and bones, she felt a lot more comfortable. The demonic beasts in the desert world were all abnormally strong. In the process of cultivating in the desert world, her strength could be said to have increased rapidly. She had to fight with those monstrous demonic beasts almost every day. She hadn't fought for the past 2 days, so she wasn't used to it. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded when they saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was actually on par with Gu Qiaoyan's. Isn't Bailey Hongzhuang an alchemist? Why is she so strong as well? A new disciple who has already reached level 2 of the Green Realm. We can disembowel ourselves at any moment. It's a slap in the face. How would we have any dignity left? Since you're not weak, then I won't hold back. Gu Qiaoyan's voice was cold. Even though Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had exceeded her expectations, she still didn't think that Bailey Hongzhuang would be a match for her. Please. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was calm. Even at this moment, she still looked as calm as ever. Ding. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her hand, and the glass sword immediately appeared in her hand. Azure Spirit Sword Technique. Gu Qiaoyan shouted coldly. The essence energy in her body instantly surged into the sharp sword in her hand, and a resplendent light emerged from the sword. Mystic Glass Sword. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were not slow at all. She flipped her hands and condensed a seal, while the glass sword stood upright in the air. At this moment, everyone only felt that the essence energy in the air was frantically rioting. Two terrifying auras swept out with the two as the center. In the air, two enormous swords quietly condensed, mixed with a frightening fluctuation. Bang! Monstrous elemental energy surged. Two sharp swords that were over 30 meters long tore through the sky with extreme violence. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, they collided with a loud bang. At the moment of impact, a thunderous sound resounded through the sky, and an extremely violent energy swept out. Fortunately, the Xianxia fighting stage had its own array. No matter how shocking the battle fluctuations on the fighting stage were, it would not affect the disciples and the spectator stands in the slightest. Swoosh, 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 Bailey Hongzhuang's figure rapidly retreated. With a wave of her sleeves, she removed all the energy in her body. Guo Qiaoyan similarly retreated to the other side of the fighting stage. Looking at the two attacks that constantly corroded each other in the air, her eyes were gloomy and complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang's strength exceeded her expectations. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's calm and composed appearance until now, she felt increasingly uneasy in her heart. Bang! Another earth-shattering bang sounded. The two attacks turned into smoke and dissipated into thin air. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the mystic glass sword's effect and could not help but sigh. The Tiangang-sect's disciples were indeed very strong. She actually did not achieve much effect. Guo Qiaoyan's face had an additional trace of paleness. Unless one looked carefully, one would not notice it. As a long-established expert of the White Tiger Hall, she actually fell into a disadvantage in the hands of a new disciple today. This was something that Guo Qiaoyan felt was simply impossible. If they were defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang's hands, they would really lose face. I didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang to be so capable. Maybe I won't lose the bet and will even make a fortune. Bailey Hongzhuang really hid her strength well. Yesterday, when I asked the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's disciples, they said that Bailey Hongzhuang completely relied on the strength of her contracted beast. Now, it seems that they were just talking nonsense. I've also heard this from Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Tan Lihan. Why is she spouting such nonsense? After a short collision, many disciples had already changed their direction. At the very least, the outcome of this competition was still uncertain. In the competition area, Tan Lihan's face had already turned purple. The strength that Bailey Hongzhuang had displayed today was truly a slap to her face. However, her heart was filled with disbelief. Normally, she had never heard of Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Bailey Hongzhuang's ranking on the Pillar of Fame was also abnormally poor. She did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang's schemes to be so deep. She had purposely set up a trap to make people overlook her strength. With Bailey Hongzhuang's strength in addition to her contracted beast strength, her battle strength was really not weak. Why don't we end this quickly and decide the victor in one move? Guo Qiaoyan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, the pressure in her heart was incomparably great. If this continued, the only one who would be affected would be her. It looked like she had no choice but to use her trump card. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's hand seal swiftly flipped over. Vigorous yuan power whizzed out from her body and a terrifying aura quietly appeared. Guo Qiaoyan had begun her actions almost at the same time as Bailey Hongzhuang. She knew very well that it would not be easy for her to enter the finals based on her abilities. However, she felt that she still had a good chance of entering the third round of the preliminary round. As long as she entered the third round, her abilities would be acknowledged by the palace master and her future development would be smoother. After all, the top 20 in the entire Tiangang sect would be the top 5 in the branch palace. This had always been the goal that she had been striving for. When she saw that her opponent was Bailey Hongzhuang, she felt that her luck was very good and she would definitely be able to enter the third round. However, the situation before her eyes was very different from what she had imagined. If she were to be defeated by Bailey Hongzhuang, it would be better for her to be defeated by an expert who had been famous for a long time. Now, Guo Qiaoyan only felt that she had drawn the worst draw possible. Infernal Divine Palm. Guo Qiaoyan cried out loudly. The yuan power in her body whizzed wildly and almost all of it surged into the martial skill. The crowd could only feel a wave of energy in midair. Soon after, a gigantic yuan power palm slowly appeared from the clouds. A terrifying and enormous energy spread out from the infernal divine palm, causing everyone's heart to palpitate and panic. After this martial skill appeared, Gui Qiaoyan's aura withered a little, and her face was also dyed with a touch of paleness. Looking at Gui Qiaoyan's performance, the crowd understood that this was Gui Qiaoyan's trump card. Once she had unleashed it, she would not be able to unleash any more powerful moves. Instantly, the crowd's eyes lit up. It seems that once this martial skill had clashed, the result of this round would be known. Sacred green flame palm. Bailey Hongzhuang cried out coldly. Soon after, a gigantic palm flickering with green flames slowly appeared in midair. The two gigantic palms faced each other in midair from a distance. Both of them were filled with an extremely violent fluctuation, causing one to tremble with fear. If that's the case, then you'll definitely lose this competition. Gui Qiaoyan looked at the green palm in the air. Although the two palms looked similar, she could feel that her infernal divine palm was much stronger than Bailey Hongzhuang's azure flame sacred palm. Thinking of this, Gui Qiaoyan couldn't help but feel relaxed. As long as she could obtain victory, so what if she had to expend a little more effort? You finished executing your martial skill, but mine hasn't. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, her hand seal quietly changed. In the next moment, under everyone's astonished gaze, the green palm in the air rapidly shrank. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current strength, using the azure flame sacred palm was no longer as difficult as before. Instead, it was a very smooth and simple matter. As the green palm shrank, its aura and flames rapidly increased. The aura it emitted was more than twice as strong as before. Gui Qiaoyan's pupils shrank as a thick sense of shock rose in her eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang's martial skill can actually change in this way. Most importantly, the outcome of this battle would be different. Let's end this competition. Boom! Infernal divine palm and sacred green flame palm collided with each other in front of everyone's shocked eyes. A thunderous sound from the ninth heaven reverberated, and it was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. An exceptionally terrifying yuan energy storm formed in the air. Two bursts of energy swept across wildly before exploding in midair. Boom boom boom. The sound of the explosion continued to reverberate, and the spectating disciples could not help but use their yuan energy to protect their ears. Otherwise, immersing themselves in such sounds might cause them to lose their sense of hearing. The array on the tournament stage had been activated immediately, forming a pale golden protective shield. The protective shield completely isolated the yuan energy ripples, preventing it from leaking out and affecting the spectating disciples. However, from the violent fluctuations of the protective shield, one could tell just how terrifying the energy on the tournament stage was. The spectating disciples were all dumbfounded. Even in all the matches that they had watched yesterday, there was nothing as exciting as this. My god, Gui Qiaoyan has already used her trump card. I wonder if Bailey Hongzhuang can withstand it. I feel that Bailey Hongzhuang's ability is stronger than Gui Qiaoyan's. Her contract beast has yet to make a move. If Bailey Hongzhuang allows her contract beast to make a move, Gui Qiaoyan will definitely lose. This Bailey Hongzhuang is really a genius. Not only is she a genius alchemist, she's also a genius cultivator. Her age is younger than Gui Qiaoyan by a few years. If she's the same age as Gui Qiaoyan, wouldn't she defeat Gui Qiaoyan in one move? At this moment, all the disciples' gazes towards Bailey Hongzhuang changed. This kind of Bailey Hongzhuang was already much stronger than the average disciple in Tiangang sect. Even Han Xiling could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang. You guys still say that Bailey Hongzhuang is not worthy of young sect master. I feel that Bailey Hongzhuang is an absolute goddess. In the entire Tiangang sect, aside from Bailey Hongzhuang, who else is worthy of young sect master? Ever since the alchemist competition, Bailey Hongzhuang has gained many supporters in Tiangang sect. Now, after witnessing her performance on the tournament stage, everyone was filled with anticipation. After witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's display of power, the medicine sect's disciples finally understood why Bailey Hongzhuang had chosen to stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. This was because her innate talent in cultivation was also extremely outstanding. Genius. At this moment, almost every disciple felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was a genius. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, she was still a genius, she was still a genius. As long as she was given a few more years, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength would definitely be amazing. Inside the protective barrier, energy ripples swept out crazily. Red and green energy intertwined continuously, making it impossible for the audience to see the situation on the stage. This energy ripple is so terrifying. I wonder if Hong Zhuang will be injured? A touch of worry appeared in Xia Jiqing's eyes. They were standing outside the protective shield and naturally were not affected in the slightest. However, the energy within the protective shield was enough to seriously injure people. Don't worry. With Hong Zhuang's strength, this is definitely not a problem. Dong Fengyu's face was filled with a confident and brilliant smile. With his understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to handle this match with ease. This is not Bailey Hongzhuang's full strength. She will definitely win this match. Gui Jianyuan stood beside Shin Shohan and fixed his gaze on the stage. He smiled faintly and said, "Junior brother Shin, what do you think of junior sister Bailey's strength?" He had already noticed the conflict between Shin Shohan and Bailey Hongzhuang. Towards Bailey Hongzhuang, he was not envious of Bailey Hongzhuang like the others. Instead, he felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was an elegant and talented woman. Not to mention the first time he had spoken to Bailey Hongzhuang had been modest and polite. Even with the young lord's judgment, Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not a seductive person. When Bailey Hongzhuang had tested her strength on the ranking pillar for the first time, she had already surpassed all the new disciples. Even some of the older disciples had been surpassed by Bailey Hongzhuang. To be able to reach such a cultivation at such a young age, it was impossible that she had not worked hard. Hearing Gui Jianyuan's words, Shin Shohan's expression remained cold. It's just a small trick. With such strength, it's easy to deal with. Haha. Gui Jianyuan chuckled. I feel that this is not all of junior sister Bailey's strength. When junior brother Shin was a new disciple, you also did not have the strength to participate in the competition of the 4 palaces. The moment he said that, Shin Shohan's expression turned ugly. Indeed, as Gui Jianyuan had said, when he first came to Tiangang sect, although the palace master and elders thought highly of him, as a new disciple, there was still a big gap between his strength and the older disciples. However, in the second competition of the 4 palaces, he had already performed extremely well. However, on this point, he was indeed not as good as Bailey Hongzhuang. Even if he did not want to admit it, it was a fact that everyone knew. Senior brother Gui, what do you mean? Shin Shohan turned to look at Gui Jianyuan with a cold look in his eyes. Gui Jianyuan smiled faintly. Junior brother Shin, you think too much. I just wanted to say that Bailey Hongzhuang is also a genius. With that, Gui Jianyuan returned to his seat and didn't intend to say anything more. Shin Shohan's face turned cold. In the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he feared no one except Gui Jianyuan. As the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's eldest senior brother, Gui Jianyuan's relationship with the disciples had always been very good. Furthermore, his reputation was very high. Not only that, Gui Jianyuan was also very strong and had a very good relationship with the elders and palace masters. This was something that even he couldn't compare to. Moreover, he felt that Gui Jianyuan might be hiding something. The strength he had displayed might not be his true strength. It was precisely because he always had a feeling of being unable to see through Gui Jianyuan that he had always been wary of him. As the dust on the martial arts stage gradually dissipated, everyone gradually saw the situation on the martial arts stage. However, when everyone saw the situation on the martial arts stage clearly, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw Gui Xiaoyan standing on one side of the stage in a sorry state. Blood was flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Her breath was weak and her hair was messy. It was obvious that she was exhausted. As one of the top 10 in White Tiger Palace, she was actually in such a sorry state. It was very different from what everyone had imagined. When everyone's gaze shifted to Bailey Hongzhuang, their expressions became even more interesting. Such a stark contrast gave everyone an indescribable shock. For a time, everyone looked at this scene and did not make a sound for a long time. Originally, everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was not Gui Xiaoyan's opponent at all, but now Gui Xiaoyan had become like this, while Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was much stronger than Gui Xiaoyan's? This was a bit too incredible. Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang wins. Under such circumstances, even the referee elder's reaction was sluggish for a moment, but he quickly reacted and announced the result of the competition. With the referee elder's voice falling, everyone recovered from the shock and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a sudden change in their eyes. Senior Gua, thank you for letting me win. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly bowed before walking down the stage. Gua Qiayan's appearance was extremely embarrassing, and her expression was extremely complicated. However, the touch of unwillingness in the depths of her eyes had disappeared. In this competition, she accepted her loss wholeheartedly. Dong Fengyu, Xia Jiqing and the others' faces flashed with a happy smile. On one hand, they were happy for Bailey Hongzhuang's victory, and on the other hand, they could get a lot of cultivation resources from this bet. This feeling was like they had received inside information before the competition. They had earned too much. Beichen's face was filled with a faint smile. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation time was not as long as some disciples, her strength was already stronger than many of the disciples. He believed that with Hongzhuang's strength, it would not be a problem for her to enter the finals. It was just that the ranking in the finals could not be determined. After all, the strength of the top masters of the four major palaces was extremely powerful. After the end of the competition, Bailey Hongzhuang did not continue to watch the competition, but returned to her palace. She did not intend to spend the whole day here. Cultivating for one more day would increase her strength by a bit. What's more, her goal was never the competition between the four palaces, but the battle for the throne. Regarding Bailey Hongzhuang's departure, many disciples had noticed, but at this moment, everyone had already regarded Bailey Hongzhuang as a true master worthy of respect. After the second round of the preliminaries, there were only 20 disciples left out of the 40. These 20 disciples could be said to be the top strength of the four palaces. Bailey Hongzhuang cultivated in the desert world for 3 days, and then recovered her yuan qi in the cultivation room. When the sun rose, her essence, qi, and spirit had returned to their peak. Wife, your performance yesterday was very wonderful. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang stop cultivating, Beichen laughed. Today is the third preliminary round. As long as you can pass today's round, you will be able to enter the finals. However, there is a high chance that you will encounter a strong opponent. The later the competition, the higher the probability of meeting a strong master. Once she met one of the four great masters, it would not be so easy to advance. He had confidence in Hongzhuang's strength, but the four great masters were also extremely powerful. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Different situations call for different measures. If we really meet them, then we can only fight. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so calm, Beichen smiled. My wife's luck has always been good. Even if we really meet, the outcome is still unknown. When Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at the tournament arena once again, she discovered that the contestant area was much more spacious. Today, there were only 5 people left, so naturally it was extremely spacious. On the contrary, the number of disciples on the spectator stand was increasing. Originally, there were still some disciples who did not come to watch the preliminary round. Now that it was nearing the end, the disciples all rushed over. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples in the competition area and discovered that the few people in front of her were all familiar faces. Gue Jianyuan, Shen Xiuhan, Tan Lihan and Yi Qinyu, including her, were the final 5 people left in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Junior sister Bailey, you've come. Yi Qinyu took the initiative to greet Bailey Hongzhuang when he saw her arrive. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Senior brother Yi, you've come really early. The moment she saw Yi Qinyu, Bailey Hongzhuang had a new assessment of Yi Qinyu's strength in her heart. Yesterday, after the competition, she had left and did not pay attention to the situation of the other disciples' competition. Now that there were only 5 people left in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, the strength of these 5 people was really extremely strong. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, Tan Lihan's gaze had already landed on her. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang, it could be said that she was getting more and more displeased. With her strength, to be able to last till this round was all thanks to her good luck in yesterday's draw. Today's preliminary round would most likely result in her being eliminated. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally would not ignore Tan Lihan's gaze, especially after seeing Tan Lihan's indignant look. Bailey Hongzhuang ridiculed, "Oh, senior sister Tan, looks like your luck yesterday wasn't bad, to actually be able to last till this round. If I didn't guess wrongly, the person you drew should be the existence at the bottom right?" Once those words were said, Tan Lihan's face instantly darkened. She did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would actually take the initiative to provoke her today. How hateful, however, what Bailey Hongzhuang said was the truth. Even if Tan Lihan wanted to object, she could not say any words to refute. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Tan Lihan's unyielding and helpless look as the corners of her lips could not help but curl up a little. I was just randomly guessing. Looking at senior sister Tan's expression, I guessed right? Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Tan Lihan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't know at all. Bailey Hongzhuang, Tan Lihan's face, Bailey Hongzhuang's, Lihan's, Bailey Hongzhuang's Hongzhuangyi. Bailey Hongzhuang sneered, when you slandered me in front of so many people, why didn't you let yourself go too far? You Bailey Hongzhuang's ass. Bailey Hongzhuang looked disdainfully at Tan Lihan, then sat down on her own seat. In the past, she was used to keeping a low profile and being kind to others in Tiangang sect. However, some people refused a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to pretend to be kind. Deep down, she was not a very good person. After all, many people had died in her hands all these years. She was going to take part in the Battle of Zhuolu. The Battle of Zhuolu was a team competition. When the time came, she would most likely take part in the Battle of Zhuolu together with Xianxia and the rest. Rather than being questioned by this group of people during the Battle of Zhuolu, she might as well start the conflict right from the start. After Bailey Hongzhuang said these words, Tan Lihan's face turned red and white, but as Bailey Hongzhuang said, she really had no right to say such words. You relied on young sect master to get to where you are today. What I said is the truth. Tan Lihan retorted. This was something that all the disciples of Tiangang sect agreed on. She just said this in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang laughed instead of being angry, but her eyes became sharper. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang changed the topic and said, which eye of yours saw that I relied on young sect master to get to where I am today? Do you have evidence? Along the way, I have seen a lot of people like you. Seeing that others have strength, you are jealous. You have to find some reasons to prove that others have used some messy means to get to where they are now. It seems that if you don't find a reason like this, you will be unhappy. If you are really so strong, why don't you have some means? Since coming to Tiangang sect, Bailey Hongzhuang had been suffering such criticism. She didn't care because the innocent would know that they were innocent, and because once others began to deceive themselves, even if you explained it, it was useless. However, she heard that Tan Lihan was talking about her on the surface, but at the same time, she also spread rumors in other places. She couldn't stand it anymore. Bailey Hongzhuang's words could be said to have an immediate effect. She directly picked out everything and went straight to the point, leaving no chance to cover it up. For a moment, Tan Lihan was also speechless. Evidence, she really didn't have it, but after knowing the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and young sect master, she already thought so. Yi Chenyu and Gui Jianyuan had been smiling faintly as they watched the verbal confrontation between Bailey Hongzhuang and Tan Lihan. They usually saw Bailey Hongzhuang's polite and humble appearance. Today, they saw another side of Bailey Hongzhuang. This kind of Bailey Hongzhuang was very real, but it didn't make people feel disgusted. Compared to some people who pretended to be saints, Bailey Hongzhuang was much better. When Xianxia saw that Tan Lihan was at a loss for words, he couldn't help but frown. Junior sister Bailey, do you dare to say that you didn't approach the young sect master because of his identity? He didn't want to talk about Bailey Hongzhuang, but Tan Lihan was speechless, so he had to speak up. Hee hee. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled, and her smile became more brilliant and enchanting. Don't you know what the situation was when your young lord left Tiangang sect? As soon as he said this, Xianxia, Yi Chenyu, and the others' faces changed. If it wasn't for this, how could a woman from a small dynasty like me possibly know him? Don't think that everyone is as dirty as you. If you can think that way, it usually means that you are such a person. With that, Bailey Hongzhuang waited quietly for the competition to begin. At this point, there was no need to say more. Xianxia and the others' hearts were in a perilous situation. They had more or less heard some inside information about the young sect master leaving Tiangang sect. Even if the palace master and elders didn't give any confirmation, they still knew that those things weren't rumors. In that case, the situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Xianxia felt as if he had been slapped in the face. Facing Bailey Hongzhuang, he could no longer say the words he had said before. If Bailey Hongzhuang had accompanied the young sect master in that kind of situation, then the young sect master's love for Bailey Hongzhuang was not hard to understand. After all, this kind of woman was what every man looked forward to. Junior sister Bailey, let's go up on stage and draw lots. Gui Jianyuan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a smile and said. All right. Bailey Hongzhuang immediately walked up to the high platform with Gui Jianyuan and the rest to draw their lots. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the lot in her hand. Her opponent today was a disciple from the Black Tortoise Hall. His number was 5 and could be said to be in the middle. This competition between the 4 palaces was a competition of the strength of the disciples from the 4 palaces. Hence, disciples from their own palaces would not meet disciples from their own palaces. As for the results of this competition between the 4 palaces, it would be decided based on the number of disciples in the finals. After all, there were a total of 10 disciples in the finals. The 4 palaces could not divide them equally. If 2 palaces had the same number of disciples in the finals, it would be decided based on the highest ranking of the disciples. As of now, there were 6 people from the Azure Dragon Hall, 5 from the White Tiger Hall, 5 from the Vermilion Bird Hall, and 4 from the Black Tortoise Hall. Based on this situation, the Azure Dragon Hall was in an advantageous position. The Black Tortoise Hall was very likely to be in last place. The White Tiger Hall and the Vermilion Bird Hall were in the middle. As for the general ranking of the 4 palaces, it would be more or less known after the 3rd round of the preliminary competition. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the Black Tortoise Hall disciple that she was matched against. It seemed that her luck was not bad and she had not met the strongest disciple from the Black Tortoise Hall. When Yichengyu saw the lot that Bailey Hongzhuang had drawn, his expression could not help but change. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows and asked, Senior brother Yi, is there a problem with the lot that I drew? Hearing this, Yichengyu shook his head. Your lot isn't bad. After all, you didn't meet the strongest person from the other 3 halls. However, you can't say that you were lucky because your opponent is ranked 2nd in the Martial Hall. He is also very strong. Yan Yuhuan, he's usually a very low-key person, and he doesn't reveal much of his strength. According to my judgment, Yan Yuhuan's strength is probably at Green Realm level 4 or even stronger. Now that they had entered the 3rd preliminary round of the competition of the 4 palaces, the opponents they would encounter were each stronger than the last. There was no hope of relying on luck anymore. They could only rely on their own strength. Green Realm level 4, Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Junior sister Bailey, you have to be careful in this match. I'm afraid you'll have to give it your all. The 2nd place of the Martial Arts Hall was no joke. Thank you for your reminder, Senior Apprentice Brother Yi. I will pay attention to it. Although her opponent was extremely strong, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was still calm as usual. She was already prepared to meet such a strong cultivator. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang could still be so calm after knowing Yan Yuhuan's strength, Yichengyu could not help but be amazed. It seemed that junior sister Bailey's strength was really a mystery. He had some understanding of the strength of the famous disciples in the sect. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was an exception. In the 3rd round of the preliminaries, every match was extremely exciting. Other than the 4 great experts, almost every disciple had used all their skills. Because if they did not use all their strength at this time, they would not have the slightest bit of hope. When Bailey Hongzhuang noticed that Tan Lihan's opponent was the number 2 expert of the Azure Dragon Hall, she already knew that Tan Lihan would lose without a doubt. In reality, it was just as Bailey Hongzhuang thought. Tan Lihan did not even have the chance to use all her skills when she was forced off the stage. In response, Tan Lihan could only walk down the stage with a dejected face. She had already expected to lose this match, but she did not expect to lose so miserably. When she felt Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze on her, Tan Lihan coldly said, "Don't be so proud. Yan Yuhuan's strength is also very strong. I'm afraid that you will lose more miserably than me. Then I'm afraid that you will be disappointed." Bailey Hongzhuang shrugged her shoulders and still had an indifferent expression. Humph. Tan Lihan puffed up her cheeks and sat down. Originally, she did not want to continue staying here after losing so much face. However, seeing Bailey Hongzhuang being so arrogant, she wanted to see how Bailey Hongzhuang would lose later. The fifth match, Vermilion Bird Hall's Bailey Hongzhuang vs Black Tortoise Hall's Yan Yuhuan. Following the announcement of Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan's names, there was a commotion in the spectators' stand. Bailey Hongzhuang's luck is not good today. She actually met Yan Yuhuan. She will lose for sure. Yan Yuhuan's temper is similar to Yan Bin's. Normally, no one would be willing to provoke him. Moreover, this guy does not have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. Bailey Hongzhuang is already a genius to be able to enter the third round. Don't forget that she is a new disciple. On the martial arts stage, Bailey Hongzhuang listened to the whispers of the audience. Suddenly, she understood Yan Yuhuan a bit more. It seemed that Yan Yuhuan's strength was truly formidable. That was why there were so many disciples who thought highly of him. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw Yan Yuhuan, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This guy's name and appearance didn't match at all. Hearing the name Yan Yuhuan, one would think that this person was an imposing and handsome man. However, the man in front of them was clearly a burly man. Just by looking at his well-built body, one could tell how strong Yan Yuhuan's muscles were. For such a ferocious person to have such a refined name, there was a sense of incongruity. In fact, not only Bailey Hongzhuang felt this way, but the disciples of the entire Tiangang sect felt so. Begin. With the referee elder's command, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan immediately entered a state of confrontation. Junior Sister Bailey, I've always admired you. As a genius alchemist, you've restored the dignity of Tiangang sect, and you're able to reach this step in cultivation. You're indeed a proud daughter of heaven. I don't want to hurt you. Why don't you withdraw from this competition? I'm such a boorish person. Once I start fighting, I won't be able to distinguish the severity of the situation. Yan Yuhuan scratched his head and his expression revealed a bit of embarrassment. He had a bad habit. Once he started fighting, he would not recognize anyone. He admired Bailey Hongzhuang very much and didn't want to hurt her. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up Yan Yuhuan for a moment and already knew that Yan Yuhuan's words were sincere and did not have any other meaning. However, she had stayed in Tiangang sect for so long and Yan Yuhuan was probably the most unique disciple she had seen. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but the disciples present were also taken aback after hearing Yan Yuhuan's words. Usually, Yan Yuhuan was someone who did not know how to be gentle with women. Who would have thought that in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, Yan Yuhuan would actually take the initiative to remind her? This was not in line with Yan Yuhuan's usual style. Thank you, senior brother Yan, for your reminder. I will be careful. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly, but her words had already expressed her attitude very clearly. She understood that Yan Yuhuan was reminding her out of good intentions, but she would not give up on this competition so easily. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's firm attitude, Yan Yuhuan could only sigh. However, if it was anyone else, they would not give up so easily under such circumstances. Since junior sister Bailey has already made up her mind, then be careful. Following Yan Yuhuan's words, surging and powerful Yuan power almost instantly burst out from Yan Yuhuan's body. This kind of fluctuation far surpassed the ordinary disciples who were participating in the competition of the four halls. Feeling this kind of fluctuation, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed and her expression became more dignified. Just as Yi Qingyu had told her, Yan Yuhuan's strength had already reached Green Realm level 4. Moreover, his aura was much stronger than an ordinary Green Realm level 4 cultivator. It seemed that Yan Yuhuan's strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. No wonder he had warned her previously. However, her current strength was not weak either. In addition to her various trump cards, if they were to really cross swords, the outcome would not be known. One had to know that Bailey Hongzhuang's ability to fight beyond her level had always been good. In the next moment, Yan Yuhuan raised his right hand and a golden long spear appeared in his hand. Yan Yuhuan's figure moved and his figure suddenly swept out. The long spear in his hand danced out several golden spear flowers, which were incomparably swift and fierce, enveloping Bailey Hongzhuang's vital points. Ding ding, the spear flowers swept past, and just as they were about 3 meters away from Bailey Hongzhuang, the glass sword in her hand also shot out rays of sword light, colliding with the spear flowers with a loud bang. Immediately, sparks flew in all directions, and a berserk wind swept out from the point of contact. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's speed was also extremely fast. With a flash of her shadow, she turned into a ray of white light and quickly approached Yan Yuhuan. The sharp sword in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand pierced out, aiming for Yan Yuhuan's vitals at a tricky angle. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Yan Yuhuan's eyes lit up. He pointed the spear in his hand at the ground and bent it at a strange angle. His body shot out and dodged Bailey Hongzhuang's attack. Ding ding ding. After Yan Yuhuan's body shot out, he quickly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang again, and a violent and fierce attack erupted in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang was not afraid at all. Her sharp sword danced and her figure was ethereal. The two figures intertwined like a whirlwind. The spear flowers and the sword light constantly collided, dazzling the eyes of the spectators. Seeing this scene, the disciples present could not help but be secretly speechless. At this moment, Yan Yuhuan's gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang had changed. Previously, he had assumed that Bailey Hongzhuang's attainments in pill refinement were extremely shocking and she still had a long way to go in terms of cultivation. However, based on the current situation, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation did not seem to be much weaker than his. If his judgment was correct, Bailey Hongzhuang was also a Green Realm 4th level cultivator. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to remain unscathed when she was dealing with Gu Xiaoyan. That was because Bailey Hongzhuang had been concealing her cultivation from the start. Her powers were much stronger than Gu Xiaoyan's, so she was able to remain unscathed under that kind of attack. In a competition like the Battle of the Four Palaces, many cultivators would intentionally conceal their cultivation in order to lower their opponent's guard. Once the other party was underestimated, the other party would reveal many flaws. Furthermore, to a cultivator, no matter when, as long as they were able to conceal some of their trump cards, it would be good. If the other disciples were already familiar with their moves, then their safety would be much less guaranteed. Junior Sister Bailey, it seems that I have underestimated you. I never thought that your talent in cultivation would be so shocking. Unlike other cultivators, Yan Yuhuan admired Bailey Hongzhuang even more after witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's powers. Bailey Hongzhuang was a true genius. Senior brother Yan, you flatter me. Since junior sister Bailey's powers are so great, then I don't have to hold back anymore. Junior sister, please receive my attack. Senior brother, please. Even though the battle between both parties was in full swing, the exchange between the two of them was extremely harmonious. Obviously, no matter who the final winner of this competition was, it would not affect their view of each other. In the next instant, Yan Yuhuan's expression became much more solemn. His hand slowly formed a strange seal. Following the change of his seal, the Yuan power that surged around his body suddenly started to boil. Following the change of the palm print, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that behind Yan Yuhuan, a dark blue energy suddenly rose up, as if a huge ocean had appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed. Yan Yuhuan was using his true strength. Earth Tier Martial Skill. After seeing the energy emitted by this martial skill, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately judged the level of this martial skill with her sharp eyes. Earth Rank Martial Skills. Every martial skill was not simple. In the previous battles, most of the disciples were executing profound rank martial skills. Currently, only Yan Yuhuan was executing Earth Rank Martial Skills. After Yan Yuhuan executed the Earth Rank Martial Skill, the expressions of the disciples present changed abruptly. The might of an Earth Rank Martial Skill was much stronger than a profound rank martial skill. Jade Waves Torrential Heavens. This is the Earth Tier Martial Skill, Jade Waves Torrential Heavens. I never thought that senior brother Yan would actually be able to execute this move successfully. The might of an Earth Rank Martial Skill is much stronger than a profound rank martial skill. If Bailey Hongzhuang has not grasped an Earth Rank Martial Skill, then she will definitely lose this battle. Billowing Jade Waves is an extremely famous martial skill in the Black Martial Hall. However, there are very few disciples who are able to learn and grasp it. Senior brother Yan has improved a lot in this period of time. However, there were not many disciples who were able to learn Jade Waves. Earth Rank Martial Skills were different from profound rank martial skills. The higher the rank of the martial skill, the more difficult it would be to cultivate it. The time it would take would also increase. Once an Earth Rank martial skill was mastered, the cultivator's battle strength would greatly increase. When the Black Tortoise Hall Master, Gu Jingqing, saw that Yan Yuhuan had successfully executed Jade Waves, a gratified smile appeared on his face. As the second-ranked expert in the Black Tortoise Hall, Yan Yuhuan was also a cultivation maniac. Furthermore, his simple and honest character was completely different from the reserved and gloomy character of ordinary cultivators. It was easier for people to have a good impression of him. This kind of cultivator was one-track-minded. However, when he cultivated, he was also very practical and would never take advantage of opportunities. It was because of this that Yan Yuhuan's cultivation was also very pure. He had the same temperament as Yan Ben and he liked him very much. Hall Master Qin, it seems that Bailey Hongzhuang is in some danger this time. Gu Jingqing smiled and said. Among the 4 hall masters, he had the closest relationship with Qin Ai. They often joked around and at this moment, he did not have any scruples. Hearing Gu Jingqing's words, Qin Ai was silent for a moment. To be honest, he was also unable to determine the result of this competition. After all, he had never understood Bailey Hongzhuang's strength before this. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's performance so far had always given people a feeling of amazement, her opponent was Yan Yuhuan. The result was really hard to say. On one hand, the testing apparatus was based on the length of time a cultivator could last inside. On the other hand, it was based on the cultivator's age. Bailey Hongzhuang was evaluated as a heaven-rank martial skill. This proved that her potential was absolutely shocking. As for Bailey Hongzhuang's current strength, Qin Ai only felt that since Bailey Hongzhuang could last for such a long time in the apparatus, her strength should not be weak. Hall Master Gu, everything is not over yet. It's better not to make a judgment too early. Just as Qin Ai was thinking about how to answer, Dibachen's faint laughter had already sounded first. Hearing Dibachen's words, Gu Jingqing and Qin Ai could not help but be stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Young Sect Master had watched so many matches but had never once expressed his opinion. Now that he had suddenly expressed his opinion, moreover he thought highly of Bailey Hongzhuang, that had an extraordinary meaning. Young Sect Master and Bailey Hongzhuang were a pair. They didn't understand Bailey Hongzhuang's ability but Young Sect Master definitely did. Now that Young Sect Master had said this, it proved that Bailey Hongzhuang's ability wasn't that simple. Even if Yan Yuhuan made a move, Bailey Hongzhuang might not necessarily lose. If that's really the case, then Bailey Hongzhuang is really amazing. Gu Jingqing smiled faintly and said. They had always had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. At this moment, he naturally did not wish for Bailey Hongzhuang to fail. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw Yan Yuhuan displaying an earth-rank martial skill, her reaction was extremely fast. Instantly, a hand seal that no one had ever seen before condensed between Bailey Hongzhuang's hands. Lines of complicated seals emitted a fiery red light, bright and resplendent. At the same time, the crowd felt that with Bailey Hongzhuang as the center, the temperature around her rapidly rose. Following that, under the crowd's shocked gazes, a ball of fire suddenly formed behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Boom! After the sea of fire appeared, the air in the entire area seemed to have ignited and the terrifying heatwave caused the space to distort. Most importantly, the sea of fire that Bailey Hongzhuang had condensed was not the slightest bit weaker than Yan Yuhuan's. After seeing this scene, the spectators' stand instantly exploded with sounds of inhaling cold air. Each and every disciple's eyes were filled with fear and passion. This level of martial skill was what they had yearned for even in their dreams. I never thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had also grasped an earth-rank martial skill. At her age, her cultivation talent is even more powerful than the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Xianxia. I remember that this isn't the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's martial skill. How did Bailey Hongzhuang grasp it? This match is truly unexpected and exciting. At this moment, I really don't know who will emerge victorious in the end. Excited and fanatical gazes fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan's bodies. The collision of two cultivators with such strength was the most attractive. Tan Lihan originally wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang make a fool of herself. She never thought that not only did Bailey Hongzhuang not make a fool of herself, she had even stolen the limelight. Tan Lihan's face was ashen. As a Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciple, she had the opportunity to learn the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's earth-rank martial skill. However, it was not an easy task to obtain the recognition of an earth-rank martial skill. At least, she had not managed to do so. Although she had always been envious of cultivators who had grasped earth-rank martial skills, the number of disciples who had failed was even higher. Hence, she had never felt that there was anything wrong with it. However, as a new disciple, Bailey Hongzhuang had actually grasped an earth-rank martial skill. This was a blatant slap to the face. Sea of Fire's Burial. Bailey Hongzhuang secretly shouted. The Sea of Fire's Burial was the first earth-rank martial skill that she had grasped in her previous life. Its power was extremely powerful. Back then, she had spent quite a bit of effort to cultivate the Sea of Fire's Burial. Fortunately, she had successfully learned it in the end and was able to use it with ease. In this life, she had saved a lot of time on cultivating martial skills. If not for this, she would still have a long way to go before she could reach her current level of cultivation. It was precisely because she could save time in these areas that she was able to catch up to Lan Qingyan. After all, she did not believe that Lan Qingyan was also a transmigrator like her. Yan Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's martial skill. He was even more surprised in his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang really hid her strength well. Junior sister Bailey, you've really hidden your strength well. No matter what the result of this competition is, I, Yan Yuan, am convinced by you. Yan Yuan admired the strong the most since he was born. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, being able to cultivate to this level already proved that her talent was much stronger than his. If Bailey Hongzhuang was the same age as him, she would be even more powerful than the four great masters. If the four great masters were to be placed in front of her, they would be instantly turned into dregs. Hearing Yan Yuan's praise without the slightest bit of hypocrisy, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a smile. Senior brother Yan, I, Bailey Hongzhuang, also admire you. However, cultivators who had reached this stage were not ordinary people. Almost all of them were proud and arrogant people. It was not easy to get them to admit that someone was very strong. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuan had a tacit understanding and the two attacks collided with each other in front of countless shocked eyes. Boom, the earth-shaking power burst out, and the sound of thunder from the ninth heaven resounded crazily, sweeping over the mountains of Tiangang sect. The elemental energy storm quickly swept across and the elemental energy in the air boiled. The terrifying collision between the blue ocean and the red sea of fire created a huge heat wave that seemed to be able to engulf everything. The sea of fire was constantly extinguished and the ocean was constantly evaporated. The entire world seemed to be about to collapse under such an attack. It was terrifying and horrifying. The surrounding disciples looked at this scene in shock. This scene was more shocking than any of the previous matches they had seen. The nearby disciples had covered their ears with elemental energy, but their ears were still numb and painful. Under such a terrifying collision, the disciples only felt their scalps go numb. If they were to be under such an attack, they would have died without a corpse. I didn't expect junior sister Bailey's strength to have reached such a stage. It's really shocking. Yichengyu looked at this scene in shock. He had long known that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not what ordinary people had guessed. However, at this moment, when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang's true strength, he couldn't help but be shocked. Bailey Hongzhuang was only 19 years old. With such talent, even compared to the successors of some forces, she wasn't any weaker. With junior sister Bailey's ability to stand beside the young sect master, I'm afraid there's no one more suitable than her. Gui Jianyuan's eyes were filled with a complicated and deep light. One couldn't judge a book by its cover. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was shocking, she was definitely not a flower vase. Such a woman was the real pride of the heavens. In this world, the kind of person attracted the kind of people. If Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't so outstanding, how could she attract such an outstanding young sect master? When Shen Xiuhan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. He didn't expect Bailey Hongzhuang's strength to be so much stronger than he had expected. Before this, he had purposely checked Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's entire body seemed to be wrapped in a cloud of fog and he couldn't see through it. When the crowd saw the situation on the stage, the disciples couldn't help but gasp. This was because a huge pit had appeared on the stage which had always been shockingly defensive. There were also burn marks around it. Such destructive power was shocking. The crowd's eyes quickly turned to look at Yan Yuan's body. His clothes were charred black and he was in a sorry state. Drip, drip, blood flowed down Yan Yuan's arm and slowly dripped to the ground, making a subtle sound that could not be ignored. It's not only of the crowd size, it also was beyond everyone's expectations. Of Bailey Hongshuang's. When everyone saw Bailey Hongshuang, their eyes couldn't help but change again. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang's hair was a bit more moist, a bit less elegant. On her white robe, there were a few enchanting blossoms of blood, revealing a bit of desolate beauty. Bailey Hongshuang's face was pale but her eyes were still bright. When the spectating disciples saw that Yan Yuhuan and Bailey Hongshuang were still able to look at each other and smile despite being injured, their faces were filled with doubt. They couldn't understand the attitude of Bailey Hongshuang and Yan Yuhuan. What's going on? Who won? Could it be a draw? A disciple couldn't help but ask. It was obvious that both Bailey Hongshuang and Yan Yuhuan were injured, but it was impossible to tell who won. The referee elder hasn't announced the result yet. It should be because it hasn't been decided yet. After seeing this scene, Gui Jianyuan's lips slowly curved into a smile. Junior sister Bailey and junior brother Yan are in love with each other. As far as cultivators were concerned, many of them were friends that were forged through fighting. This kind of friendship was inexplicable compared to ordinary friendship, but it was unexpectedly trustworthy. Junior sister Bailey's performance in the Battle of the Four Palaces this time could be said to be shocking. If my judgment isn't wrong, junior sister Bailey shouldn't be 20 years old yet. Yi Qingyu sighed. Gui Jianyuan nodded, less than 20 years old and already in the 4th level of the Green Realm. This strength is somewhat shocking. Junior sister Bailey is not an ordinary person. In the future, her achievements will be above us. Gui Jianyuan smiled faintly. Following Gui Jianyuan and Yi Qingyu's conversation, Shin Xiuhan and Tan Lihan's faces became very ugly. Based on the strength that Bailey Hongshuang had displayed, their previous ridicule could be said to be a slap in the face. Junior sister Bailey, if you don't have any questions, how about we continue the competition? Yan Yuhuan smiled brightly. In the previous confrontation, they were indeed injured. However, their fighting strength didn't completely dissipate because of these injuries. On the contrary, they still had the strength to fight. Under such circumstances, no one was willing to admit defeat. Therefore, there was only one way, to continue the competition. All right. Bailey Hongshuang's pale face blossomed into a flower-like smile. It was a bit less bright and beautiful, but it was also a bit more poignant, but it was especially provocative. In the next moment, before the crowd could even react, Bailey Hongshuang and Yan Yuhuan had already entered the battle once again. Yan Yuhuan's body surged with elemental energy. A monstrous amount of elemental energy whizzed out from his dantian and gathered in his hands. As he flipped his hands, Yan Yuhuan's expression was solemn. Bailey Hongshuang's strength had exceeded his expectations. If he didn't use his trump card, he might lose to Bailey Hongshuang. He admired Bailey Hongshuang, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to enter the battle for the throne. He had to win this competition. To win this competition. At this moment, a huge crater had appeared in the middle of the stage. Only the sides of the stage were still standing. Everyone could imagine what sort of situation would occur on the martial competition platform if another wave of attacks from these two people appeared. Following Yan Yuhuan's hand seal, an elemental energy fluctuation that wasn't any weaker than the blue waves instantly spread out. It was the same blue energy. However, it was deeper than the blue energy from before. After sensing the aura around Yan Yuhuan's body, Gu Jingqing's expression suddenly changed. He looked at Yan Yuhuan with a hint of shock. The 4 Hall Masters' gazes also landed on Yan Yuhuan. Qin Ai couldn't help but ask, Hall Master Gu, Yan Yuhuan has already learned this move? The astonishment in Gu Jingqing's eyes didn't dissipate. He only said, I also don't know when he learned it. The 4 Hall Masters looked at each other. It seemed that the disciples had spent a lot of effort to obtain a spot in the Battle of Zhuolu. In the past, the Battle of the 4 Halls had never been so exciting. These fellows were all people who wouldn't use their full strength without any benefits. They would only use their full strength at a time like this. Hall Master Qin, it seems that Bailey Hongshuang is in danger this time. Azure Dragon Hall Master Yan Kaiqing said slowly. Qin Ai smiled faintly. His expression didn't reveal any emotions. Let's wait and see. With Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it's already very shocking that she could reach this step. Yan Kaiqing and the other two nodded. They had to admit this point. Sky swallowing jade waves. Yan Yuhuan shouted coldly. The terrifying blue ocean formed behind him once again. The dark blue energy emitted a shocking fluctuation. Compared to the previous sky-swallowing jade waves, the might of this sky-swallowing jade waves was even more terrifying. At this moment, the energy was dark blue and was almost black. It was like a tsunami, surging and surging. It was as if a huge wave could completely drown a person. After seeing Yan Yuan's martial skill, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression couldn't help but change. She didn't expect the sky-swallowing jade waves to have a second stage. Its might was much stronger than before. If she didn't deal with it carefully, she would be seriously injured. When the disciples of the Big Dipper sect saw Yan Yuhuan use this move, they didn't know what to say. It's said that only Yan Bin mastered the sky-swallowing jade waves of Black Tortoise Hall. I didn't expect Yan Yuhuan to have learned it too. His strength is really shocking. Bailey Hongzhuang will definitely lose now. He even used the sky-swallowing jade waves. Yan Yuhuan's ranking in Tiangang sect will rise again. Isn't it obvious? Once this jade wave devours the heavens is unleashed, there aren't many people in the entire Heavenly Dipper sect that are Yan Yuhuan's opponent. Almost at the moment when Yan Yuhuan displayed the jade wave's monstrous heavens, the wind completely tilted towards Yan Yuhuan. Junior sister Bailey, thank you for letting me win. Yan Yuhuan grinned, revealing a row of white and neat teeth. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly said, Senior brother Yan, it's still too early to determine the outcome. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned serious. At the same time, a dense blood aura erupted from Bailey Hongzhuang's body. Then, a shocking pillar of blood shot up into the sky and enveloped Bailey Hongzhuang. At the same time, everyone felt a change in the air pressure. A kind of oppressive pressure spread rapidly with Bailey Hongzhuang as the center. A faint smell of blood wafted into everyone's nostrils. Everyone's eyes were locked onto the shocking pillar of blood. They didn't see Bailey Hongzhuang use any method. Why would such a pillar of blood appear out of nowhere? What kind of martial technique is Bailey Hongzhuang using? The pressure is so powerful. A disciple could not help but exclaim. I don't know. I've never seen such a martial technique before. Bailey Hongzhuang doesn't seem to have cultivated the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's secret techniques. This pressure is even more shocking than Yan Yuhuan's martial technique. Look, even Yan Yuhuan's heaven-swallowing jade waves is being suppressed. Following the emergence of this blood pillar, half of the sky above the battling platform was dyed blood red. Yan Yuhuan stared blankly at the scene and his mind was filled with doubts. He could acutely sense that the moment Bailey Hongzhuang used the blood pillar, the Yuan power in his body was being suppressed. Not only that, but the power of the heaven-swallowing jade waves was also being suppressed. It was as if his cultivation had been suppressed to the point that he could not unleash his full strength. This was the first time he had seen such a martial technique. Before he had seen it, he had never known that such a martial technique existed. If he could master this move, it would be a great weapon in this situation where one side was weak and the other side was strong. What is Bailey Hongzhuang using? Tan Lihan couldn't help but ask Xianxia, who was standing at the side. Such a martial technique gave people a feeling of shock just by looking at it. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would find it hard to believe that it was Bailey Hongzhuang who had used it. Xianxia's gaze was sharp as he stared at the blood aura that filled the sky. A possibility slowly surfaced in his mind. However, when he thought of this possibility, even he felt that it was unbelievable. Xianxia's gaze then shifted to Bewitching. The moment he saw Bewitching, he suddenly felt that everything might be true. Blood aura field. Junior sister Bailey has actually mastered the blood aura field. Yi Qingyu's voice became sharper. This news was more shocking than any other news he had heard before. To many people, the blood-ground abyss was a place where evil demons gathered. However, to cultivators like them, it was a good place to train. The most valuable thing in the blood-grave abyss was the blood aura field. Once one obtained the blood aura field, it was equivalent to having an extremely advantageous skill. Until now, everyone only knew that the young sect master had obtained the inheritance of the blood aura field. Among the cultivators of Tiangang sect, there were also many people who tried to break through the blood chi tower, but in the end, they all returned in defeat. Unless one was a rare genius, it was impossible to reach the end of such an inheritance. Back then, when the young sect master had obtained the inheritance of the blood chi field, it had shocked everyone in the Xianxia continent. Many outstanding disciples had gone to the bloodgrave abyss, but the young sect master was the only one who had succeeded. Just this point alone was enough to prove the young sect master's genius status. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had also obtained the inheritance of the blood chi tower. Didn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang's talent was also incomparable to many cultivators? You really can't judge a book by its cover. Junior sister Bailey has so many trump cards, yet she still allows others to mock her. She is really broad-minded. Gui Jianyuan laughed and shook his head. Any genius cultivator could not stand being looked down upon by others. Before Bailey Hongzhuang displayed her strength, all the disciples thought that Bailey Hongzhuang had gotten the chance to participate by taking the back door. Tan Lihan was even more excessive. She mocked Bailey Hongzhuang in front of everyone and put Bailey Hongzhuang in such an awkward situation. However, Bailey Hongzhuang did not say anything from the beginning to the end. Even when someone said that she got in through the back door, she directly admitted it. Now, it seemed that after Bailey Hongzhuang displayed her true strength, it was really a slap in the face. Junior sister Bailey should be too lazy to care about it. Yichengyu smiled faintly. With Bailey Hongzhuang's current position in Tiangang sect, her backing was stronger than any other disciple. If Bailey Hongzhuang took it seriously, who could fight against Bailey Hongzhuang? As a disciple of Tiangang sect, Tan Lihan naturally knew how powerful the blood aura field was. At this moment, after hearing Gui Jianyuan and Yichengyu's conversation, her expression was extremely ugly. She did not even dare to think about the existence of the blood aura field. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was actually able to obtain such an inheritance. This gap, Palace Master Qin, Bailey Hongzhuang actually obtained the blood aura field? Gu Jingqing could not help but be stunned after seeing this scene. They had seen this scene from Bewitching before. Therefore, they had already determined it the moment they saw it. Qin Ai was also a little stunned. He really didn't know about this. Although Bailey Hongzhuang was a disciple of Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, he did not have the slightest understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. He did not even know when Bailey Hongzhuang went to the blood aura field. No wonder Bailey Hongzhuang was able to obtain first place in the assessment competition. She must have already obtained the blood aura field before participating in the assessment competition. The Azure Dragon Hall Master, Yan Kaicheng, quickly analyzed the situation. Obtaining the blood chi field required a certain level of cultivation. If Bailey Hongzhuang went to the bloody ground abyss after coming to the Tiangang sect, then there was no possibility of obtaining the blood chi field. As Yan Kaicheng's voice sounded, Qin Ai and the rest nodded. Previously, they had been so surprised that they did not understand this point. Now, after Yan Kaicheng's reminder, they also understood. First place in the assessment competition. It's not an undeserved reputation. No wonder Limitless Palace tried so hard to recruit Bailey Hongzhuang. The four temple masters sighed and smiled. Now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang was even more talented in cultivation than Han Xiling. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight after the blood aura field was displayed. Her white robe was already stained with the color of blood. Her pair of blood-red eyes were like top-grade gems. They were sparkling and translucent, revealing an enchanting and unbridled beauty. Under the contrast of the bright red, Bailey Hongzhuang's pale face was even more enchanting. She was like a demon in the dark night. One look was enough to make people yearn for her. This was a face that was impeccable no matter how one looked at it. Heavy makeup was always appropriate. Compared to Bailey Hongzhuang's usual cold elegance, the charming Bailey Hongzhuang gave people a sense of shock. Towering Heaven Devil Lotus. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice sounded, a huge and shocking devil lotus gradually appeared in midair. A terrifying elemental energy wave spread out. Bang! Under the astonished gazes of countless people, the two attacks collided with a loud bang. It was a battle between bright red and deep blue. The entire sky seemed to be filled with these two colors, and even the sun's brilliance was blocked out. The space between heaven and earth seemed to distort in an instant. Bang bang bang, the sound of the explosion was incessant and the yuan power in the air was boiling uncontrollably. However, what shocked the crowd was that the defensive barrier of the martial arts stage was already distorting under the impact of the two energies. It was as if it would shatter at any moment. Seeing this scene, the disciples who were closest to the martial arts stage could not help but retreat. Once the protective barrier was breached, they would be seriously injured. Gotcha! Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, a large crack appeared on the indestructible defensive barrier. Gotcha! Gotcha! Heavens, the defensive barrier is about to shatter. Everyone, retreat quickly. The defensive barrier is about to explode. It was not known which disciple took the lead to shout, but the rest of the disciples began to shout. The cracking sound continued to spread and the disciples quickly felt the heat from the moist flames. All of the disciples quickly retreated and used their yuan power to protect themselves. Their strength could not be compared to Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan. If they were to be affected by this energy, they would not be able to cultivate properly for a long time. On the high platform, when the four palace masters saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan's martial skills had actually shattered the defensive barrier, they immediately stood up. In the next moment, the four palace masters made their moves at the same time. The yuan power in their body spread out and replenished the energy of the defensive barrier. The martial arts stage's defensive barrier had always been very powerful. In the past competitions between the four palaces, there had been situations where it had broken. However, that was only possible during the finals. Now, it was only the third preliminary round and the defensive barrier had already shattered under the attack. It was clear to see how powerful the disciples were this time. After the four palace masters made their moves, the defensive barrier was replenished with energy and gradually closed up, filling up the shattered area. Seeing this scene, the disciples below the spectator stage finally relaxed. However, the yuan power ripples from before still caused them to have a lingering fear in their hearts. Too terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang is definitely a famous person in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. For a new disciple to be able to reach this level, even in the entire Tiangang sect, there are only a few. Who said that Bailey Hongzhuang got in through the back door? If this kind of strength is obtained through the back door, then what are the others? Bailey Hongzhuang will be the goddess in my heart from now on. If anyone dares to slander her again, I will kill him. As soon as the disciple finished speaking, the group of cultivators also began to chime in one after another. Regardless of the final result of this competition, Bailey Hongzhuang had used her strength to conquer all of them. Perhaps it was because Bailey Hongzhuang was usually not calculative, but now that everyone knew the truth, they felt even more guilty towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Previously, they had really been gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Their way of dealing with a woman was really too much. After Xianxia and the others saw that all the disciples had changed their views, they couldn't help but feel happy for Bailey Hongzhuang. The four palace masters only retracted their hands when the energy fluctuations from the protective barrier gradually calmed down. Their eyes lit up. Just from the energy fluctuations, they were able to determine how powerful Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan were. After a moment, the protective barrier disappeared and the situation on the stage gradually became clear. However, the originally huge battle stage had now turned into ruins. It was full of potholes, and even the surrounding flat ground had disappeared. The fences were lying on the ground in disarray, and many of them were directly blown up. Looking at the terrifying destructive power, the disciples couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This kind of destructive power was too frightening. Everyone's eyes searched through the ruins and finally found Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan's figures. At this moment, the two of them were standing in the ruins and the crowd couldn't even see their figures clearly. They could only see the parts above their chest. This was because the ruins had already blocked their figures. Compared to before, Yan Yuhuan and Bailey Hongzhuang's figures were undoubtedly in a more sorry state. Yan Yuhuan's face was pale and his hair was messy. His expression was filled with shock and astonishment, but most of it was disbelief. Bailey Hongzhuang's situation wasn't any better. However, her clothes were dyed red and it was impossible to see her injuries. Who won and who lost? A disciple curiously asked. At this moment, it was impossible to determine the result just by looking at the two's expressions. I'm afraid it's still Yan Yuhuan. After all, Yan Yuhuan is very experienced and powerful. I think it should be Bailey Hongzhuang. Her blood chi field is very powerful. The referee elder leaped and appeared on top of the ruins. If he didn't take a closer look, it would be difficult to determine who the winner was. Junior sister Bailey, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Today is really a surprise. Yan Yuhuan slowly said. At this moment, he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with admiration and a trace of admiration. This kind of cultivation talent was too shocking. Senior brother Yan is very powerful. I was just lucky. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Something like the blood aura field isn't something that can be obtained just by luck. I wholeheartedly accept my loss in this match. Yan Yuhuan clasped his hands towards Bailey Hongzhuang. He was truly convinced of his loss. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast had yet to make a move. This was only a competition on the martial arts stage. If it was a life and death battle, the person who would die in the end would definitely be him. Thank you for letting me win, senior brother Yan. The moment Yan Yuhuan admitted his failure, a burst of exclamations broke out from the spectator stands. Oh my god, senior brother Yan actually failed. Doesn't that mean Bailey Hongzhuang's strength is second only to the four great masters? This news is too explosive. Doesn't that mean that Bailey Hongzhuang has entered the finals? A new disciple can participate in the Battle of the Deer. This is too rare. In a split second, fiery and envious gazes landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. Regardless of whether Bailey Hongzhuang could make a name for herself in the Battle of the Deer, just the fact that she could participate in the Battle of the Deer at her age was already a kind of glory. Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Bailey Hongzhuang wins. The referee elder's voice rang out. Master, how is your body? Xiao He quickly asked. Don't worry, I just consumed a lot of energy. I just need to rest for a while, there is no problem. As for the injuries, they were all superficial and would recover quickly. When she was cultivating in the desert world, she was almost always injured, and now she had already gotten used to it. Under such circumstances, her body's recovery speed had also improved. Not only that, but her ability to resist attacks had also become stronger. If she had suffered such injuries in the past, the situation would have been much worse than now, but for the current Bailey Hongzhuang, it was nothing. After Bailey Hongzhuang returned to the competition area, Gue Jianyuan and Yiqingyu both greeted her. Junior sister Bailey, how are your injuries? Bailey Hongzhuang took out a healing pill and said, I'm fine. Gue Jianyuan and Yiqingyu looked at her carefully. They saw that although Bailey Hongzhuang's face was pale, her mental state was excellent, so they were relieved. After such a battle, Bailey Hongzhuang's breath was not weak. It could be seen how strong Bailey Hongzhuang's combat power was. Tan Lihan had left at this moment. She really didn't want to face Bailey Hongzhuang again. That would be really embarrassing. Junior sister Bailey, tomorrow is the finals. You have consumed a lot of energy. It is better to go back and rest. Gue Jianyuan's voice was warm and full of concern. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. In that case, I will go back first. Two senior brothers, you can do it. Gue Jianyuan and Yiqingyu chuckled. Junior sister, please rest assured. You have already contributed so much to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. We will do our best to fight for resources for the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly left the competition area. At the same time, Yan Yuhuan had also returned to the Black Tortoise Temple to rest. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang leave, Xianxia and the others also left the stands and sent Bailey Hongzhuang back. Until Bailey Hongzhuang went back, Xianxia and the others continued to return to the stands to watch the next match. Now, the matches were getting more and more exciting, and the martial techniques of the cultivators were also getting more and more powerful. The more they watched, the more battle techniques they could learn, which would be of great help to them in the future. At night, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped cultivating after sensing Bewitching's aura. At the same time, Bewitching was already sitting beside her. Wife, how is your body recovering? At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's face was no longer pale. Instead, it was rosy again. During this period of time, Bewitching had been cultivating with Bailey Hongzhuang, so he was very familiar with Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled elegantly. I'm fine now. My wife, your performance today really surprised the palace masters. Now that he recalled the expressions of several palace masters at that time, Bewitching still found it very funny. I have never participated in any competition in the sect before, so it is normal for everyone to not know my strength. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, then pulled Bewitching's arm and asked, Beichen, what is the result of the competition of the 4 palace halls? From the moment the list of the finalists was decided, the ranking of the 4 palace halls was already set. However, she came back to rest first, so she didn't know the ranking. Following Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. You mean our Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is number 1? Although Bewitching had only said very good, based on Bewitching's character, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately guessed the result. Bewitching smiled and nodded, that's right, there's a huge reversal in this result. Palace Master Qin's smile is almost reaching behind his ears. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened. Although she rarely stayed in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, as a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, she was extremely happy to see the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall achieve such a good result. Originally, the Azure Dragon Palace Hall had the best result. Who would have thought that the result would be reversed? Bewitching chuckled, you are the biggest variable in this. Most of the practitioners knew how strong the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were. They were also clear about the disciples who had entered the finals. However, no one had thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to enter the finals. This caused a huge reversal in the situation. There were a total of 10 disciples who had entered the finals. In total, each palace hall should have 2.5 spots. The strength of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall had never been bad. This time, with the addition of Bailey Hongzhuang unexpectedly entering the finals, there was no need to say more about the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's result. How many people from the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall have entered the finals this time? Bailey Hongzhuang asked curiously. She was not very clear about Gui Jianyuan and Yichenyu's strength. However, she felt that they were very strong and had a high chance of entering the finals. However, if everyone had entered the finals, then the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's result would be terrifying. Xianxia, Gui Jianyuan, Yichenyu, and you. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with astonishment. The 4 of us have all entered the finals? Bewitching nodded. That's right. Right now, the entire Vermilion Bird Palace Hall is flourishing. You've become the hero of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Because Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 had entered the finals, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall became the first of the 4 palaces. In the following period of time, the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's cultivation resources were the most abundant. Therefore, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall were naturally grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. I didn't expect that the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciples would take up half of the 10 people in the finals. What about the other 3 palaces? 3 from the Azure Dragon Palace, 2 from the White Tiger Palace. The Black Tortoise Palace is the worst. Originally, with Yan Yuan's strength, he should have been able to enter the finals. Who would have thought that you would appear out of nowhere and push him out? Therefore, the Black Tortoise Palace is left with only Yan Ben to enter the finals. Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but be speechless after learning about the situation in the Black Tortoise Hall. It seems that the fact that she had defeated Yan Yuhuan had made things worse for the Black Tortoise Palace Hall. Originally, the Black Tortoise Palace Hall would have been able to retain at least 2 of their spots and would not have been considered shameful. But now, they had lost a great deal of face. Don't think too much about it. In every competition of the 4 palaces, there will always be the first and the last place. This is very normal. It will be fine after some time. As if he had seen through Bailey Hongzhuang's thoughts, Bewitching spoke out to console her. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, it's all good news. The finals will begin tomorrow. Because of today's competition, most of the disciples have suffered some injuries. The palace master hopes that you will have more time to rest. Therefore, they have already drawn the lots for the finals for you. When Bewitching mentioned the opponent, he suddenly paused. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong? Palace Master Qin may have been too happy earlier, so your luck wasn't too good during the draw. Your opponent is Xianxia. Bewitching said slowly. Although the results of the Battle of the Four Palaces had already been decided, it would be best if they could achieve a higher ranking in the finals. The finals were different from the preliminary round. It didn't mean that they couldn't draw opponents from the same palace, but everyone hoped to meet their opponents later in the draw. After all, the first round of the finals had already determined the top 5 and bottom 5. Once Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia met, it meant that one of them would not be able to enter the top 5. After hearing that her opponent was Xianxia, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled meaningfully. So my opponent is him. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle but implied sarcasm. I've long wanted to fight with him. Palace Master Qin's draw is not bad. Bewitching naturally knew what had happened to Bailey Hongzhuang. Slander and ridicule would not harm Bailey Hongzhuang. Instead, it was Xianxia and the rest who had lost face. Just do your best, don't risk your life. Bewitching reminded. Xianxia was the #1 expert in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, and his reputation was not undeserved. From the moment Bailey Hongzhuang entered the finals, she had been completely rehabilitated. Even if she couldn't achieve a high ranking in the finals, it was definitely not something to be ignored. To deal with Xianxia, Bailey Hongzhuang would have plenty of opportunities in the future. There was no need to rush. If she was seriously injured because of this, it wouldn't be worth it. After all, their ultimate goal was to win the Battle of the Divine Throne. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. Don't worry, I know what to do. The next few matches had nothing to do with Bailey Hongzhuang, so Bailey Hongzhuang stayed in the house to cultivate. With the existence of the desert world, Bailey Hongzhuang's day was equivalent to 3.5 days for an ordinary person. Therefore, wasting a day was extremely not worth it. With Lan Qingyan's position in the Lan family, she didn't need to participate in any matches to easily obtain a place in the Battle of the Divine Throne. Lan Qingyan must be cultivating in seclusion in the family, so naturally, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't fall behind. Her cultivation time was originally shorter than Lan Qingyan's. Now, with the help of the Chaos Ring, she was able to catch up a little. In the Battle of the Heavenly Competition, the competition's Battle of the Heavenly Competition. Almost all the disciples in the finals was Battle of the Competition Battle of the Bewitching Kingdom, no the Battle of the Battle of S of TSS. But at this time, Bailey Hongzhuang actually didn't appear and cultivated by herself. This was too rare. Although cultivation was extremely important, it was only a few days' time. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't even take the time to take a look. Could it be that Bailey Hongzhuang had cultivated so hard to such an extent? However, Bailey Hongzhuang's actions made many disciples admire Bailey Hongzhuang even more. It was precisely because of Bailey Hongzhuang's hard work that her cultivation was able to improve so quickly. If not, a new disciple breaking into the finals was something that no one had ever thought of before. 3 days later, Bailey Hongzhuang exited her cultivation state and headed to the martial arts arena early. Today was her first match in the finals, and her opponent was so interesting. She had always been curious about the strength of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's #1 expert. Today, she had the opportunity to learn from each other. The 3 beasties followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang excitedly. They had a chance to show off their skills today. Xiaohe, Xiaobai, you have to perform well today. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Xiaohe and Xiaobai's heads. Today's match was going to be a tough one. She had always had a certain level of confidence in her own abilities, but she also knew the gap between her and Xianxia. Even if she gave it her all in this match, she might not succeed. No matter what, she had to give it a try. She, Bailey Hongzhuang, was not someone who was afraid of failure. On the contrary, she liked to face difficulties head-on. Only when she knew how big the gap was, would she be able to put in more effort to catch up. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiaohe and Xiaobai quickly nodded. Master, don't worry. We will definitely perform well today. Previously, when Baishir had appeared and killed everyone, Xiaohe and Xiaobai were extremely envious. They also wanted to have a chance to perform well. Fortunately, they still had a chance to perform today. They had to seize this opportunity to let everyone know that they were not incompetent. Looking at the 3 beasts' high fighting spirit, the smile on Bailey Hongshuang's lips couldn't help but widen. Calming down, today was indeed a battle that could temper one's strength. When Bailey Hongshuang arrived at the martial arts arena, she already knew that almost everyone had bet on Xianxia's victory. Because this was a match where the disparity was too great. Even though Bailey Hongshuang had defeated the number 2 expert of Black Tortoise Hall, there was always a big gap between the number 2 and the number 1 expert. Xianxia had been famous in Tiangang sect for a long time and was definitely not someone Bailey Hongshuang could compare to. However, there were still a small number of people who bet that Bailey Hongshuang would win, and the stakes were very small. Perhaps it was because the odds were too high that some people wanted to try their luck. Of course, there were also Bewitching and others who supported Bailey Hongshuang. Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Xianxia versus Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Bailey Hongshuang. The referee elder's voice rang out. Today, everyone was here to watch the competition between Bailey Hongshuang and Xianxia, so there was no need to waste any time. Bailey Hongshuang quickly walked up to the stage, and Xianxia appeared opposite her. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. However, regardless of whether it was Bailey Hongshuang or Xianxia, they were both people who did not show their emotions on their faces, so they appeared to be relatively harmonious. Bailey Hongshuang, you should just directly admit defeat. As soon as he came up, Xianxia's arrogant voice rang out. You really think you're so great? The moment you open your mouth, you speak with a high and mighty attitude. I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a mocking smile as she looked at Xianxia. Every time this guy opened his mouth to speak, it gave people the urge to break his nose. Of course, if there was a chance, Bailey Hongshuang would definitely do so. So you're thinking for me? Bailey Hongshuang was enlightened. Her smile deepened and her eyes were sharp. However, I'm not a sensible person. I'm afraid I'll have to waste your good intentions. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Xianxia's face could not help but turn ugly. After knowing Bailey Hongshuang's true strength, Xianxia felt that his attitude towards Bailey Hongshuang should be better, so he reminded her. However, he did not expect Bailey Hongshuang to have such a reaction. It was really unpleasant. It's rare for Xianxia to be so kind. I didn't expect him to be rejected. Xiao Feiyu couldn't help but mock after seeing this scene. Xiao Feilin glanced at Xianxia on the stage and said, no matter what this guy says, he always acts high and mighty. I'm afraid no one would accept it. Looks like you all have the same thoughts as me. In the entire Tiangang sect, the person I dislike the most is Xianxia. He thinks he's infallible all day long. This junior sister Bailey has quite a personality. Yanbin couldn't help but speak up. He was famous for his violent temper and battle maniac. All along, he wanted to compete with Xianxia. However, Xianxia was always unwilling to respond directly. It was as if he was the busiest person in the world and didn't want to waste any time. It was because of this that Yanbin was increasingly unhappy with Xianxia. It seems like there are many people who dislike Xianxia. Xiao Feilin chuckled and said. As the experts of the 4 side halls, they were often compared by the disciples. Naturally, there were many opportunities for them to meet. Although they competed with each other in terms of strength, it didn't prevent them from forming friendships. Since you're so insistent, I can only fulfill your wish. Xianxia looked at Bailey Hongshuang indifferently. He had already said what he wanted to say. If Bailey Hongshuang didn't accept it, there was nothing he could do. Seeing Xianxia like this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but sigh. She really didn't know how this guy had developed such a character. Such a personality was not good. It was too easy to offend people. Only after being taught a harsh lesson would Xianxia's temper change. Cut the crap, let's do it. Bailey Hongshuang could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Xianxia. The elemental energy in her body exploded in an instant. She did not hide her green realm level 4 aura at all. Considering your age, it's indeed impressive that you're at level 4 green realm. However, it's still not enough to compete with me. Xianxia snorted coldly. A torrential wave of elemental energy swept out from his body. The elemental energy in the surrounding air began to boil. Following that, an aura that was much stronger than Bailey Hongshuang's erupted, green realm level 7, It was only at this moment that Xianxia revealed his true strength. From the moment Bailey Hongshuang defeated Yan Yuhuan, Xianxia had already put away his underestimation of Bailey Hongshuang. If he were to fail miserably in this battle, it would be the most unacceptable thing. After knowing Xianxia's true strength, the disciples present couldn't help but exclaim. Xianxia is already at level 7 Green Realm. No wonder he's the #1 expert in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. The difference in strength is too great. How can they fight? Bailey Hongshuang will definitely lose. After sensing Xianxia's strength, Bailey Hongshuang's gaze changed. Black Tortoise Temple's #2 expert was at Green Realm level 4. She did not expect the #1 expert to be 3 levels higher than the #2 expert. With such a difference in strength, it was almost impossible for the #2 expert to defeat the #1 expert. It would take a very long time to reach the 3rd tier. In order to increase her strength quickly, she had spent more cultivation resources than she had in the past. Moreover, this was with the help of the desert world and the rich origin energy in the cultivation room. Without these, it would take at least half a year or even a year for an ordinary disciple to increase their strength by 3 levels. Therefore, unless one was lucky enough, it was impossible to catch up. After Xianxia's aura was released, Bailey Hongshuang's heart skipped a beat and the blood aura field instantly exploded. The entire battle arena was instantly enveloped by a thick blood aura. Following that, Bailey Hongshuang's gaze suddenly became sharp and a thick energy exploded from her body. Boom. The instant the blood chi field spread out, the entire sky around the stage seemed to be enveloped by a huge pressure. Following that, under the shocked gazes of countless people, Xianxia's Green Realm level 7 cultivation was forcefully suppressed to Green Realm level 5. Not only that, Bailey Hongshuang's aura also rose from Green Realm level 4 to Green Realm level 5. Seeing this scene, all the disciples were dumbfounded. Could it be? Could this be the true power of the blood aura field? Weakening the opponent's cultivation and then increasing one's own cultivation. In this way, the difference of 3 levels is reduced to 0? If that's really the case, isn't the power of the blood aura field too heaven-defying? No wonder so many people went to the Bloodground Abyss to train. This inheritance is so heaven-defying. It's simply a weapon to fight above one's level. When Yan Yuhuan knew that Bailey Hongshuang was going to fight today, he specially rushed over. After a few days of recuperation, he had already recovered from his injuries. As for the others, he did not care that much. As a senior disciple, he knew the strength of the top experts of the 4 temples. What he really wanted to know was Bailey Hongshuang's strength. Today, Bailey Hongshuang's opponent was Xianxia. In this battle, Bailey Hongshuang would not hold back her trump cards. Only in this kind of battle would he be able to understand Bailey Hongshuang's true strength. There was no reason why he wanted to know so badly. He just wanted to know how much stronger Bailey Hongshuang was than himself. After all, every cultivator who had failed was obsessed with defeating their opponent. When Yan Yuhuan saw that Bailey Hongshuang had released the blood aura field and directly suppressed Xianxia's strength to Green Realm level 5, he was completely shocked. When Bailey Hongshuang had fought with him, she had not suppressed his strength to this extent. Once Bailey Hongshuang had done so, he would not have been a match for Bailey Hongshuang. At this moment, Yan Yuhuan suddenly understood that Bailey Hongshuang had left him some face. To a cultivator, losing confidence was the scariest thing. Once one lost confidence, one's cultivation would stagnate and be stuck in a bottleneck. After all, he had cultivated for so long, yet he was easily defeated by someone else. This was something that he could not accept. Yan Yuhuan's gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang. He suddenly understood that the kindness he had shown to Bailey Hongshuang before the competition had saved him. If her attitude was as hateful as Xianxia's, she was afraid that Bailey Hongshuang would have easily defeated her. However, after knowing that Bailey Hongshuang still had more cards up her sleeve, Yan Yuhuan also began to look forward to it. He didn't know how far Bailey Hongshuang could go. If Bailey Hongshuang could defeat Xianxia, it would be shocking. When Xianxia saw that his cultivation level had been suppressed to level 5 by Bailey Hongshuang, a trace of panic flashed across his cold and arrogant face. He had never encountered such a situation before. Bailey Hongshuang had also never displayed such ability in the previous competitions. Could it be that this is the true power of the blood aura? Xianxia said slowly. Looks like you're not stupid. The power of the blood aura is indeed not bad. However, if you want to defeat me with the power of the blood aura, that's still a fantasy. Xianxia snorted. At this moment, he had already put away his arrogant attitude and turned to face Bailey Hongshuang. He regarded Bailey Hongshuang as a real opponent. In the next moment, Xianxia's cultivation level increased again in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Level 6 of Green Realm, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes narrowed. She did not expect Xianxia to have hidden his true strength. In that case, Xianxia's true strength had reached level 8 of Green Realm. This level of strength was indeed impressive. Even if you have suppressed my cultivation level, you are still no match for me. Xianxia's eyes were cold. He had wanted to preserve his strength and only reveal it when he met Xiao Feilin and the rest. He did not expect Bailey Hongshuang's blood aura to force him to reveal his true strength. If not for Bailey Hongshuang's arrogance with the blood aura, he would not have done so. Bailey Hongshuang shrugged her shoulders indifferently, her face showing a bit of impatience. Do you have to say such nonsense every time you fight with someone? Do you think I'll give up just because you say a few words? I, Bailey Hongshuang, am not scared. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, Xianxia's eyes were cold again. His foot slammed down, and his figure was like lightning as he directly attacked Bailey Hongshuang. Xianxia's hands were in the shape of claws. The bones of his fingers were hard and sharp. It was as if he would take one's life with just one claw. The sharp claws brought about a fierce wind that rapidly enlarged in Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. With just one look, Bailey Hongshuang knew that Xianxia had been practicing his claw technique for a long time. If not, it would not be so terrifying. Just as Xianxia's attack was about to touch Bailey Hongshuang, the glazed sword appeared in Bailey Hongshuang's hand. Even though Bailey Hongshuang had a certain level of confidence in her physical strength, she still had to be on guard against such a powerful claw technique. Ding! Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongshuang's eyes couldn't help but flash with shock. It seemed that her judgment was right. Xianxia's claws were as hard as iron. If she were to fight with him without any preparation, her hands would have been crippled. Ding ding ding, Xianxia's claws turned into sharp weapons and attacked Bailey Hongshuang at lightning speed. He had been practicing claw techniques since he was young. Among his peers, his claw techniques were unparalleled. This claw technique was one of his greatest weapons. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Xianxia's claws were as fast as lightning and as agile as a snake. It was impossible to guard against. When the claws and the glass sword collided, sparks flew everywhere. It was terrifying. Xianxia's attack was like a storm, not giving Bailey Hongshuang any chance to rest. Once Bailey Hongshuang relaxed, Xianxia would take advantage of the situation. Bailey Hongshuang's mental strength was 100% focused and she used shapeshifting skill from time to time. Xianxia's reputation as the top expert in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall was not undeserved. Whether it was his fighting skills or the density of his elemental energy, it was far from what an ordinary cultivator could compare to. If Bailey Hongshuang had not cultivated shapeshifting skill to a certain level, she would have been outshone by Xianxia's terrifying and fierce attacks. The two figures were like a whirlwind. The crowd could only see the red and white colors intertwining and the spreading flames. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongshuang could not help but be shocked. If it was not for the blood aura field that suppressed Xianxia's strength to such a level, she would not be his opponent. Xianxia's fighting skills were definitely not comparable to an ordinary Green Realm level 8 cultivator. His fighting skills had probably reached Green Realm level 9. Xianxia's claw technique is getting more and more terrifying. If it's close combat, I'm afraid very few people are his opponent. Xiao Feiyu narrowed her eyes. She had experienced Xianxia's claw technique before, but it was obviously not to this extent. This junior sister Bailey's strength is indeed impressive. It is not easy for her to be able to withstand Xianxia's stormy attacks. The way Xiao Feilin looked at Bailey Hongshuang gradually changed. Even though he already knew that Bailey Hongshuang was very talented, it was still very shocking that she could withstand Xianxia's claw technique. Junior sister Bailey's movement technique is very powerful. If not for the combination of this movement technique, I'm afraid junior sister Bailey would not have been able to withstand it, Yanbin said slowly. Xianxia's attacking style was completely different from how he usually looked. He usually looked cold and aloof, but once he started fighting, he did not give his opponent any chance to breathe. Therefore, cultivators were most unwilling to encounter such opponents. They were simply too tiring. However, Yanbin was an exception. He was a battle maniac, and his favorite opponent was Xianxia's fighting style. It was precisely because of this that he usually liked to spar with Xianxia. However, this guy did not give him any face every time, which made him very unhappy. As the battle progressed, Bailey Hongzhuang increasingly felt that she could not fight Xianxia in close combat anymore. Otherwise, it would be very disadvantageous for her if this continued. White Lion and Bailey Hongzhuang could be said to be of the same mind. After Bailey Hongzhuang made such a decision, White Lion instantly pounced on Xianxia. Seeing White Lion's sudden attack, Xianxia could only quickly retreat to avoid White Lion's attack. White Lion had no intention of fighting Xianxia head-on. Hence, when Xianxia turned to face him, he turned to the other side. White Lion's strength had reached the green state, but there was still a large gap between him and Xianxia. Furthermore, White Lion was unable to unleash its full potential against someone like Xianxia who was too strong in close combat. When Xianxia saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had already unleashed her martial technique on the other side of the stage, he was a little depressed, but there was nothing he could do. His close combat skills had always been very strong, so most of the time, he would be able to finish off his opponents in close combat. He would always seize the opportunity and not give his opponents any chance to escape. Unfortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang had White Lion's help and managed to escape. Xianxia's depressed expression disappeared in a flash and he quickly returned to normal. Towering Heaven Demon Lotus. Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her martial technique very quickly. With a thought, the Towering Heaven Demon Lotus attacked Xianxia directly. Seeing this, Xianxia quickly formed a seal in his hand. Following that, a huge black claw formed in midair and emitted a powerful and terrifying force. Black Netherworld Claw. Bang! The two attacks quickly collided in midair and exploded with an extremely tyrannical force. The entire sky was filled with a terrifying yuan qi storm. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged and the sky above the stage was covered by the two attacks. Even the sunlight could not shine in. Very quickly, the two attacks dissipated and the two of them did not hesitate to unleash their martial techniques again. Xianxia was in a bad mood. With the difference in strength between him and Bailey Hongzhuang, it should be a simple matter to finish off Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he had been entangled with Bailey Hongzhuang for so long and this was not a good thing. To Bailey Hongzhuang, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would be for her. On the contrary, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xianxia. He did not want to become Bailey Hongzhuang's stepping stone, so he had to end the battle quickly. Monstrous yuan power surged out of Xianxia's body and flowed into his hands. If one were to observe carefully, they would notice that Xianxia's brows were constantly furrowed. The suppression of the blood qi field made him feel very unhappy. Originally, he was able to display a powerful strength, but now, all of it was suppressed. Even the power of his martial skill was suppressed. It was really unpleasant. Bailey Hongzhuang felt Xianxia's elemental energy vibrations and her heart sank. Xianxia's ability was indeed extraordinary. Even though Xianxia's martial technique had yet to take form, she could feel that this martial technique was very powerful. It was definitely an Earth-grade martial technique. If she guessed correctly, this should be the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Earth-rank martial skill. Vermilion Bird Spirit. Following Xianxia's cold shout, fiery red energy suddenly erupted from behind him. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the fiery red energy gradually transformed into a fiery red vermilion bird. With the appearance of this vermilion bird, the temperature of the entire martial arts stage instantly rose, wave after wave of heat waves. This is the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Earth-grade martial technique, Vermilion Bird Spirit. As a new disciple, Bailey Hongzhuang has yet to have the opportunity to learn the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Earth-grade martial technique. It looks like Bailey Hongzhuang is at a disadvantage. Following the appearance of the Vermilion Bird Spirit, Xianxia's entire body seemed to be covered in a layer of flaming armor, majestic and imposing. The raging flame set off his handsome, cold, and arrogant face, giving him a sense of nobility. Burial of the Sea of Flames. Bailey Hongzhuang displayed the burial of the Sea of Flames at the same time, and a surging fiery red energy swept out in an instant. The temperature on the stage rose again, like a sea of flames, the heat waves assaulted everyone. The disciples on the spectators' stand were already sweating from the heat. Both of their martial skills were actually flames, and the air was completely distorted by the heat waves. The two types of red contended against each other in the air, then crashed into each other. Boom, an extremely ear-piercing sound of a sonic boom reverberated, mixed with a shocking heat wave, like fireworks exploding in the air. Sparks flew in all directions as energy surged wildly. The protective barrier lost control once again, rippling unevenly, as if it would explode at any time. The entire sky had been swept up by the energy storm, and the tongues of flames were swallowing, burning everything that could be burned. In the eyes of the crowd, they could only see the billowing flames and could not see the figures within. This total was even more terrifying and shocking than when Bailey Hongzhuang and Yan Yuhuan had exchanged blows. Everyone's gaze was focused on the stage. Under the power of the flames, it was very likely that they would be burned. It was also an Earth-grade martial skill, but the power displayed by Xianxia was much stronger. The heat waves continued to churn, like a dancing fire dragon, sweeping through the air, enjoying the crowd's shocked gazes. After a long while, the aftershock dissipated, and the crowd could see the situation on the stage clearly. With one look, the crowd's expression changed. The originally white and glossy stage had now been burned into a charred black, and even the stones had signs of melting. Kacha! A soft sound suddenly rang out, and following that, a series of cracking sounds spread out continuously. A crack suddenly appeared in the middle of the stage, and following that, the crack rapidly spread out like a spider's web. In a short span of time, the entire stage had split into pieces. Most importantly, after the stage had split into pieces, it had rapidly turned into powder. It was obvious that the previous competition had completely destroyed the structure of the battling platform. The surrounding disciples couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was the power of a powerhouse's attack. The destructive power was astonishing. Then, everyone's eyes fell on Xianxia and Bailey Hongzhuang. Even such a sturdy battle stage had been reduced to such a state. He wondered what would happen to Xianxia and Bailey Hongzhuang. Xianxia still had a cold expression on his face. His clothes were slightly charred and there were a few blossoms of blood on his sleeves. However, from his unchanging expression, it could be seen that he was not seriously injured in this confrontation. On the other hand, Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were much more serious than Xianxia's. Drip! Drip! The sound of blood dripping slowly rang out, dyeing the ground red. Her delicate face had already turned pale, and her aura was much weaker than before. Poochie! Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't control the taste of blood in her mouth. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her whole body became even weaker. Bailey Hongzhuang has lost this round. Xiao Feilin sighed. He admired this new junior sister of his. It was rare for her to be able to reach this stage, but it was a pity that her opponent was Xianxia. Although Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries are serious, Xianxia's injuries are not light either. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang was able to force Xianxia to this stage. It is not easy. Xiao Feilin's eyes shone with admiration. As a 19-year-old girl, Bailey Hongzhuang could already look down on everyone. Xianxia's cold and arrogant gaze landed on Bailey Hongzhuang. I have already said that you are no match for me. Now, admit defeat. The cold voice was a bit disdainful, but in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears, there was a bit of pity. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips suddenly curled into a smile. No matter what you say, you always give people the feeling that you are asking for a beating. She knew very well that Xianxia's words were not out of kindness, but because he did not want to waste too much time on her. But it was this kind of high and mighty attitude that Bailey Hongzhuang could not stand. So what? Xianxia's gaze turned even colder. You are no match for me. Do you expect me to respect you? What a laughable ego. At this point, Xianxia was no longer polite. He had always despised the self-righteous ego of some cultivators. Was there any meaning in protecting that laughable ego when they did not have the ability? So what if they wanted to protect it? Without the ability, they did not have the right to protect it. Losers should accept this result. As Xianxia's words fell, the expressions of many cultivators present turned ugly. Shin Shohan's words are too much. In any case, Bailey Hongzhuang is still a girl. Isn't his words the same as ruthlessly trampling on a person's pride? I was wondering why Shin Shohan was usually so arrogant. It turns out that he looks down on everyone. Only some idiots would think that Shin Shohan is charming. In fact, he looks down on her from the bottom of his heart. Shin Shohan is really just standing there and talking. When he was Bailey Hongzhuang's age, he did not have the strength of Bailey Hongzhuang. Xianxia and the others were also angry at this moment. This guy's words were really asking for a beating. Listening to Shin Shohan's harsh and mocking words, Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. This guy was cold-blooded and ruthless. Have I ever told you that you look like you need a spanking? Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly asked. Shin Shohan frowned slightly. In fact, no one had ever dared to say such things to him. For people who are asking for a beating, they can only be dealt with. A guy like you looks down on others just because you have some strength. Don't you think about it? Among all the cultivators in the Xianxia continent, who are you? You don't know how those who have their egos trampled on by you feel, do you? Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was bewitching and charming. She was like a demon, but her eyes were suddenly as sharp as a knife. But very soon, you will know what kind of feeling it is. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang like this, the three beasts couldn't help but look at each other. Based on their understanding of their master, when their master showed such an expression, it meant that she was angry. With their master's calm temperament, ordinary things wouldn't make her angry. However, Shin Shohan's words really made them unhappy. Not only was their master angry, but they also looked at Shin Shohan with displeasure. They didn't know where this guy came from. It was fine if he thought highly of himself, but he was actually so arrogant. If they didn't teach him a lesson, it wouldn't be their character. Bailey Hongzhuang's deep eyes flashed with a dazzling light, and an unusual aura exploded from her body. Shin Shohan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and his gaze changed a little. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang looked very different from before. However, Shin Shohan was only surprised for a moment, and he didn't take it to heart. If you continue to resist stubbornly, it's futile. The courage of an ignorant person is meaningless. It will only make you more miserable. Shin Shohan had already determined that Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't his opponent. No matter how angry a cockroach was, it was still a cockroach. It wouldn't affect him at all. On the contrary, the more Bailey Hongzhuang acted like this, the more pitiful Bailey Hongzhuang was. Xiao Feilin and the rest frowned when they heard Shin Shohan's increasingly excessive words. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang and Shin Shohan had a certain amount of conflict, it shouldn't have reached this stage. Shin Shohan is too ruthless. Is this guy deliberately trying to destroy Bailey Hongzhuang's confidence? Xiao Feiyu's expression became serious. Previously, she didn't feel anything, but now she realized that there was something unusual. Following Xiao Feiyu's words, Xiao Feilin and Yan Bin's expressions gradually changed, and their gazes became even more complicated. If Shin Shohan's goal is really like this, then it's indeed a little heartless. For cultivators, failure was not scary. What was scary was losing confidence. Shin Shohan's words were clearly meant to infuriate Bailey Hongzhuang. Once Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed all her strength and was defeated by Shin Shohan, Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to recover in the future. This battle would become a shadow in her heart that would not dissipate for a long time. I think that's what Shin Shohan is planning. Yan Bin was an impatient person. He did not need to think too much about such matters. Shin Shohan's actions were already very obvious. Usually, I still think that Shin Shohan is a character. Why do I look down on Shin Shohan more and more now? To actually use such despicable means on junior sister, how despicable. Xiao Feilin and Xiao Feiyu couldn't help but look at Yan Bin. This guy really could say anything. On the high platform, Bewitching and the 5 palace masters frowned. They also felt that Shin Shohan's actions were inappropriate. However, as long as it wasn't a life-threatening situation, they wouldn't interfere in a battle on the stage. It was just a battle of words between two disciples. It was really not suitable for them to interfere. Just as everyone thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would not be able to restrain her temper, Bailey Hongzhuang's face suddenly broke into a puzzling smile. Shin Shohan, I didn't expect that with your usual sanctimonious appearance, you would actually use such methods to destroy a practitioner's confidence. Once these words were said, Xianxia's expression changed abruptly as he had not expected Bailey Hongzhuang to say such words. But this kind of method is useless against me. I have walked through the ridicule of countless wretched people. My confidence is not something that can be destroyed by someone of your standard. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile was chilly. As the head of an aristocratic family in her past life, what kind of things had she not experienced, and she was extremely familiar with such methods. Usually, only she would use such methods to deal with others. If others wanted to use such methods to deal with her, it was absolutely impossible. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the disciples present were all stunned. This Bailey Hongzhuang's way of doing things really could not be understood with common sense, but after Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, those disciples who did not understand Xianxia's true meaning instantly understood and could not help but be shocked. Among them, not many had Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction ability, and they must have already fallen for Xianxia's earlier provocation. In a moment, everyone's impression of Xianxia had changed rapidly. Bailey Hongzhuang, what rubbish are you talking about? Xianxia saw the change in the crowd's attitude and couldn't help but start to panic. He had not expected Bailey Hongzhuang to be so quick-witted. His performance was extremely natural and most people would not notice this point. It looked like he had still underestimated Bailey Hongzhuang. Cut the crap. You have yet to see my real ability of Bailey Hongzhuang. I will let you see who is the real trash. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was cold, her eyes deep and cold. For this kind of self-righteous guy, she could only crush him without any leeway. The power of the blood qi field erupted once again. The blood qi quickly spread throughout the entire battle arena, not giving Xianxia any chance to unleash his full strength. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang gestured to Xiaohe and Xiaobai with her eyes. Then, she quickly made hand seals with both hands. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, Xianxia's gaze turned even colder. He had stayed in Tiangang sect for so long and only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most troublesome one. If he allowed Bailey Hongzhuang to continue developing like this, he did not know when Bailey Hongzhuang would be able to replace his position in the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Thinking back to when Bailey Hongzhuang had first arrived at the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall, Bailey Hongzhuang had caught up so much in less than a year's time. If he gave Bailey Hongzhuang another year's time, he was afraid that Bailey Hongzhuang would surpass him. This was not something he wanted to see. Since Bailey Hongzhuang wanted to compete with him now, he would take advantage of this opportunity to severely injure Bailey Hongzhuang. In the next moment, the energy in Xianxia's body surged wildly. His eyes were tainted with madness. He wanted to unleash his strongest martial technique and let Bailey Hongzhuang know the difference between them. Blood of the Vermilion Bird. Xianxia shouted. The fiery red energy once again engulfed him. A terrifying wave of energy instantly lingered around him. The terrifying energy seemed to evoke the deepest fear in everyone's hearts. It was like a flood or a ferocious beast attacking, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Xianxia, who was surrounded by the fiery red energy, was like a flaming giant, invincible. Looking at Xianxia, the disciples could not help but gasp. They did not expect Xianxia's ultimate move to be so powerful. I remember that the blood of the Vermilion Bird is the hardest earth-rank martial skill to learn in the 4 halls. However, its power is even more shocking than ordinary earth-rank martial skills. I have never seen a Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciple use the blood of the Vermilion Bird before. Could Xianxia be the only Vermilion Bird Palace Hall disciple who has mastered the blood of the Vermilion Bird? This time, Bailey Hongzhuang is really in danger. Xianxia, this guy is really abnormal. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the fiery red energy around Xianxia. After feeling the terrifying power, she understood that the blood of the Vermilion Bird was even more powerful than the Black Tortoise Palace Hall's azure waves. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. You chose to do so yourself. Xianxia's gaze was cold and sinister. Now, he saw Bailey Hongzhuang as a thorn in his side. He had never had any sympathy for the weak. He also had no respect for the strong because he wanted to be the strongest. Put away your high and mighty attitude. Do you really think that you are a big shot? Bailey Hongzhuang sneered. This guy was probably delusional. He thought that he was invincible and had the best martial skills. Even someone of Bewitching status was not as arrogant as Xianxia. It really made people speechless. Xianxia snorted coldly. Bailey Hongshuang's attitude made him even more unhappy. The flames around him became even brighter. Bailey Hongshuang's hands gradually formed a hand seal. A rainbow-colored circular seal quietly appeared. It was as beautiful as a rainbow. The power of the rainbow pearl had always been very strong. Even the elemental energy was much stronger than ordinary elemental energy. Now, Bailey Hongshuang could already control whether she was using the rainbow essence force or normal essence force. This was something that Yu Linfeng had taught her. Yu Linfeng had always been ashamed of being related to the Lan family. Even a treasure like the rainbow divine pearl had been forcefully taken out by him. As for the energy of not using the rainbow divine pearl, Yu Linfeng had long mastered it. Coincidentally, Bailey Hongshuang didn't want people to know her relationship with the Lan family too early, so she learned this trick from Yu Linfeng. The rainbow-colored essence force was too representative. As long as one was a member of an aristocratic family or someone who was well informed, they would be able to identify the rainbow-colored essence force as soon as they saw it. However, now that Bailey Hongshuang had condensed this 7-colored energy into her hand seal, she believed that no one would be able to tell. When everyone saw the rainbow-colored hand seal that Bailey Hongshuang had condensed, they were stunned for a moment. Usually, the hand seals that everyone condensed were mostly of the same color. As for this kind of rainbow-colored hand seal, it was the first time that everyone had seen it. However, in the next second, everyone's attention was diverted. Because Xiaohe and Xiaobai were also condensing their own hand seals. The black and white lights converged and finally condensed into the shape of an 8 trigrams. Quick, look! Bailey Hongshuang's 2 contracted beasts are displaying their skills. Damn, it really is. For Baisher's strength, everyone had some understanding, but for the other 2 contract beasts of Bailey Hongshuang, no one knew their role and ability. Everyone only knew that Bailey Hongshuang had 2 glib tongues, but they did not know how powerful they were. Seeing that the 2 contracted beasts had begun to move, everyone could not help but be curious. As Xiaohe and Xiaobai's primary energy surged, the 8 trigrams grew bigger. At the same time, a powerful aura exploded from the 8 trigrams. The cultivators were dumbfounded when they sensed how powerful the aura was. This aura was almost on par with the vermilion bird's blood. How could this be? The disciples of Tian Gangzong looked at each other. The joint attack of Bailey Hongshuang's 2 contracted beasts could actually match the power of the Earth rank martial skill released by Xianxia, who was a Green Realm 6th stage. How could they fight? Not to mention Bailey Hongshuang, they could not even defeat Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beasts. Xianxia had never thought much of Bailey Hongshuang's 2 contracted beasts. He had only thought of them as beasts who only knew how to flaunt their eloquence and were only there for show. After all, every cultivator could only have 1 contracted beast. Although everyone knew that Bailey Hongshuang had 3 contracted beasts. This did not make sense. Baisher's combat abilities were already very strong and could be said to be a great helper for cultivators. If Bailey Hongshuang's other 2 contracted beasts had such powerful combat abilities, it would be too rare. Hence, many cultivators treated Xiaohe and Xiaobai as 2 beasts for show. These 2 beasts were so small, what kind of power could they have? However, at this moment, after seeing Xiaohe and Xiaobai release their martial arts techniques, Xianxia's eyes rippled. This was too unbelievable. I was wondering what other trump cards you had. So it was your contracted beasts. Xianxia's voice was icy. I admit that these 2 contracted beasts are very strong, but it's not enough. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. If the past wasn't enough, then what about now? Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, the rainbow-colored seal between her hands suddenly merged into the 8 trigrams. The moment the rainbow-colored seal merged with the Yinyang 8 trigrams, the Yinyang 8 trigrams seemed to have a soul as it spun wildly. In the process of this rotation, everyone was surprised to find that the Yinyang 8 trigrams diagram was also dyed with the rainbow light. Immediately after, an extremely powerful wave of energy that made one's scalp tingle erupted from the Yinyang 8 trigrams diagram. The ferocious airwaves blew against her clothes. This kind of energy had completely exceeded the range of what a level 5 Green Realm cultivator could display. It was extremely shocking. On the high platform, the faces of the 5 palace masters changed at the same time when they saw the martial techniques displayed by Bailey Hongshuang and her contracted beast. This martial technique, Could it be a combined martial technique between the beasts and their master? Xianxia stared in a daze at the rotating rainbow-colored 8 trigrams diagram. His heart was filled with shock. He had only heard of this martial technique and had never seen it before. Because this martial technique had been lost for a long time, in fact, many people thought that this was only an imagination left behind from ancient times and that such a martial technique did not exist. Not only Xianxia, but Gu Jingqing and the rest were also stunned by this scene. I never thought that such a martial technique would actually exist. This kind of power is indeed worthy of its reputation. Gu Jingqing exclaimed in admiration. This scene had given him too much of a shock. This martial technique. I'm afraid its power has reached Green Realm level 8. Yan Kaicheng deduced. Even with the help of the blood aura field, Bailey Hongshuang's combat power had only increased to Green Realm level 5. However, with this fusion of martial techniques, her combat power had increased to such a level. It was simply too shocking. When faced with a high-level opponent, this was simply a sure kill technique that could turn this situation around. At this moment, the Alchemy Hall Master, Sun Yin, completely understood the reason why Bailey Hongshuang stubbornly wanted to become a cultivator despite her talent in alchemy. Bailey Hongshuang's talent in cultivation was equally shocking. After Xianxia felt the power of this martial technique, he could no longer maintain his composure. Looking at the unparalleled beauty in front of him, his heart was already in a perilous situation. He could not even understand how Bailey Hongshuang had done it. Even if it was a cross-level battle, being able to defeat an opponent who was 1 or 2 levels higher than oneself was already very heaven-defying. However, Bailey Hongshuang's cross-level battle power was simply too strong, wasn't it? This was too hard to accept. Yinyang 8 trigrams formation. Bailey Hongshuang shouted coldly. The Yinyang 8 trigrams formation, which shone with a rainbow light, attacked Xianxia without hesitation. She wanted this fellow to pay the price. Seeing that Bailey Hongshuang had attacked without saying a word, Xianxia's gaze hardened and the blood of the vermilion bird immediately went up to meet her attack. At the same time, Xianxia immediately supported a wave of elemental energy to protect his body. The moment Bailey Hongshuang displayed her martial technique, Xianxia already knew that he had lost this round. Now, he no longer had the time to think about the consequences of his failure. He only hoped that he would not be seriously injured under the power of this martial technique. Boom, an extremely ear-piercing explosion rumbled like thunder from the 9th heaven. This sound was even more earth-shattering than any of the previous matches. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse, causing fear to rise from the bottom of one's heart. Energy surged wildly, and the elemental energy in the air was boiling at an alarming rate. A protective shield had already appeared at the first instance. On the high platform, Bewitching and the 5 temple masters paled when they saw the terrifying energy fluctuations coming from the protective barrier. Everyone, get out of the way! Xianxia immediately shouted. Hearing Xianxia's voice, the disciples who were close to the battle stage hurriedly retreated. In fact, when they saw the shockwaves of the battle, many disciples already had the urge to retreat. Bang, an earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the shimmering golden barrier shattered in the blink of an eye. Energy swept out from the martial arts stage, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. The disciples retreated like birds and beasts. The range of this kind of martial skill was extremely shocking. Bewitching and the 4 temple masters acted at the same time. Their elemental energy formed a wall of elemental energy to prevent the disciples from getting hurt. After all, if a cultivator was careless enough to be caught in the aftermath of such a powerful attack, they would need to recuperate for a period of time. Damn it, luckily I managed to dodge in time. If I had been any slower, I would have been seriously injured. Lower your voice. Look at the disciples in front, all of their faces are pale and some are even vomiting blood. The shockwave was too fast and they did not have the time to dodge. This battle is too terrifying. From today onwards, the person I admire the most is no longer Xianxia but Bailey Hongshuang. I feel that Bailey Hongshuang is going to win this battle. Many disciples were standing a few thousand meters away in a sorry state. Some of the seriously injured disciples were sent back to their lodgings with the help of their fellow disciples. If they did not properly recuperate from their injuries, it would affect their future cultivation. As for the cultivators who were not too seriously injured, they stubbornly remained where they were, wanting to see the final victor of this battle with their own eyes. Hallmaster Sun, I'll have to trouble you with these injured disciples. Bewitching glanced at the number of injured disciples before turning his gaze towards Sunin. The disciples' cultivation resources had always been used sparingly. Now that they had been injured from watching the Battle of the Four Palaces, they would naturally be responsible for the healing medicine. Hearing this, Sunin joined his hands and said, "Don't worry, young sect master. I will handle this matter properly." "Then I'll have to trouble you, Hallmaster Sun." "Young sect master, I'll take my leave first." Sunin then led a portion of the Pill Refinement Palace disciples back to the Pill Refinement Palace. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated. The entire tournament stage, including the area around it, had been turned into ruins. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. This was probably the most destructive battle in the Battle of the Four Palaces. The protective shield had been shattered in such a short period of time. Even the Hallmaster could only warn them at the first moment. It was clear how shocking the power was. However, when the crowd looked at the ruins, they did not see Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia's figures. They were instantly stunned. They couldn't have been buried, could they? The crowd secretly guessed. Based on the terrifying power from before, this was very likely. Just then, a soft sound attracted the crowd's attention. Then, the movement became louder and louder. A piece of rock was thrown to the side, revealing Bailey Hongzhuang's figure. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly climbed out of the rubble, but when everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang's sorry state, only shock remained in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang's hair was messy, and her clean face was stained with dust. Most importantly, blood continued to drip from her body and quickly dyed the stone beneath her feet red. Even though they were separated by a long distance, everyone could feel Bailey Hongzhuang's weak aura. It was obvious that Bailey Hongzhuang had suffered serious injuries in this match. Following that, another faint sound rang out. Everyone quickly turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Clearly, it was Xianxia. Xianxia's figure slowly appeared. However, Xianxia no longer had the strength to support himself and could only lie in the rubble, gasping for breath. From the way his veins were popping out and the way his hands were exerting strength, one could tell that he had tried his best to climb out of the rubble. However, he had failed in the end and could only continue to struggle. Heavens, Bailey Hongzhuang has really defeated Xianxia. Doesn't this mean that Bailey Hongzhuang has become the new Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's most powerful cultivator? I've never seen Xianxia in such a miserable state. Even when he had fought with the other Palace Hall's top cultivators, he had never fallen into such a state. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Xianxia was unable to stand up, she could not help but smile. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked towards Xianxia. The crowd watched silently as Bailey Hongzhuang moved. They did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. Bailey Hongzhuang's every step was slow, but everyone waited patiently. Because Bailey Hongzhuang was a true hero, a truly powerful cultivator, not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang stopped in front of Xianxia. Her beautiful face was filled with disdain and ridicule. "Xianxia, now do you know who's the weak one?" Her words were like a vicious slap to Xianxia's face, recalling Xianxia's high and mighty attitude before, but now he could only look up at Bailey Hongzhuang in front of him. Xianxia only felt a burst of blood in his body, and an indescribable sense of humiliation rose in his heart. "I despise people like you the most." Bailey Hongzhuang slowly squatted down and gently patted Xianxia's face. "If you don't have the ability, then stay put. Don't be arrogant like others. You don't have the right." Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's insulting words, Xianxia could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His breathing weakened once again, but his eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Bailey Hongzhuang. "Bailey Hongzhuang, you! What about you?" Bailey Hongzhuang did not give Xianxia the slightest chance and stepped directly on his face. "No matter who it is, their self-esteem is not something a person like you can trample on." Crack! A crisp sound was heard. Xianxia's nose was broken by Bailey Hongzhuang and blood gushed out of his nose. Earlier, Bailey Hongzhuang had wanted to punch Xianxia's nose, but at this moment, she felt that doing so would dirty her hands. Against this kind of person who didn't treat others as human beings, it was necessary to use such simple and crude methods to let him feel the feeling of his pride being trampled on. After everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang's actions, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Usually, when they looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, they only felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was easy to bully. However, after witnessing what Bailey Hongzhuang did, they finally understood that Bailey Hongzhuang was definitely not a pushover. On the contrary, Bailey Hongzhuang was the real deal. Bailey Hongzhuang would not even bother to trample on ordinary people. Xiao Feilin and Xiao Feiyu also looked at each other. None of them had expected that their little junior sister, who looked like a little lamb, would be so violent. Damn, this junior sister Bailey is really to my liking. I've always wanted to do this to Xianxia, but this guy always avoided me and did not give me the chance. Now, junior sister Bailey has already done it for me. This feeling is as good as I imagined. Yanben could not hide the excitement on his face. He liked this kind of simple and crude method. After settling everything, Bailey Hongzhuang turned her gaze towards the high platform. Elder referee, can we announce the results now? Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the elder referee finally recovered from his shock. Xianxia was really miserable today, too miserable. Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's Bailey Hongzhuang wins. On the high platform, the three palace masters turned their gazes towards Qinai. Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. No one had expected the two of them to fight so desperately. Bailey Hongzhuang's glory belonged to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Xianxia's humiliation also belonged to the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall. Qinai's feelings should be very complicated now. When Qinai sensed the other palace master's gazes, she couldn't help but smile as she said, "A healthy competition is beneficial to increasing the disciples' abilities." However, when she said these words, Qinai still felt a little lacking in confidence. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly walked past the ruins. Immediately after, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Bewitching directly leaped from the tournament stage to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. In the next moment, Bewitching carried Bailey Hongzhuang horizontally and walked towards the bedroom. This scene was undoubtedly another heavy blow to the hearts of the crowd. However, everyone now only felt that the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang looked so compatible. Today's battle had left a deep impression in the hearts of all the disciples. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure was also deeply imprinted in their minds, unable to be forgotten for a long time. After returning to the bedroom, Bewitching immediately took out an elixir and fed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching in front of her and slowly asked, "Have my actions today gone overboard?" She had always intended to keep this as her final trump card and was unwilling to reveal it until the most critical moment. Furthermore, as long as she could obtain a place in the Battle of Zhuelu, she did not care about her ranking in the Battle of the Four Palaces. However, Xianxia's actions today had really angered her. Bewitching shook his head. "If it weren't for you, I would have taught that guy a lesson myself." Someone actually dared to use such despicable means on Bewitching's woman. They were simply looking down on him. If it were not for the fact that the Battle of the Four Palaces was being held, he would have already taken that guy's life. Even with his status, he had never been so arrogant. What was Xianxia? Was he worthy? Xianxia's strength is very strong. With him participating in the Battle of Zhuelu, Tiangang sect's strength will also increase. Bewitching's eyes turned cold. This kind of guy won't fit in with the group even if we keep him. He'll only cause more trouble. What's the point of keeping him? Bewitching had been watching the competition from the high platform. That guy had actually dared to do such a thing. If he did not teach Xianxia a lesson, then he, as the young sect master, would be treated like heir in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching's furious expression and understood that Bewitching was probably angrier than she was when Xianxia had humiliated her. In both her previous and current lives, she had seen many shameless guys and was already used to it. Wife, recuperate well first. Don't think about other things. The coldness in Bewitching's eyes disappeared and was replaced with gentleness and warmth. Upon hearing Bewitching's words, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but find it funny. As a doctor herself, she knew her own body's condition very well. Could it be that if she told Bewitching would invite another doctor for her? However, she still felt a thick warmth in her heart. Ever since she had cultivated bitterly in the desert world, it had long become a habit for her to get injured. Not only her, Bewitching and the three beasts were also frequently injured. Simply put, during the period of closed-door cultivation, the wounds on their bodies had never completely disappeared. Even though today's fight had resulted in serious injuries, these injuries were nothing to Bailey Hongzhuang now. While Bailey Hongzhuang was quietly recuperating from her injuries, the Tiangang sect disciples were completely stunned by the shocking news. Many cultivators felt that there was no suspense in the battle between Bailey Hongzhuang and Xianxia. Xianxia would undoubtedly win, so many disciples did not go to watch. However, after knowing the shocking result, many disciples regretted their decision. If they had known earlier that this battle would be so exciting, they would have gone to watch it no matter what. The Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's #1 expert, Xianxia, had been pushed down from the altar in such a humiliating manner. If they did not witness it with their own eyes, it would be a huge regret. The disciples who had witnessed the battle with their own eyes were proudly bragging about how exciting the battle was. Especially Bailey Hongzhuang's crushing kick, it was simply too cool. She had become famous in one battle. This time, Bailey Hongzhuang had truly become famous in one battle. In an instant, Bailey Hongzhuang's position in Tiangang sect had risen to one of the top 4 experts. Many disciples were secretly guessing who was stronger between Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 3 experts. The finals of the Battle of the 4 Palaces were still in progress. The top experts of the other 3 palaces had displayed their strongest abilities. However, everyone could not help but look forward to the situation where Bailey Hongzhuang or Xianxia would fight again. Xianxia had not appeared in front of everyone since that day when he was severely humiliated by Bailey Hongzhuang. The usual proud son of heaven had appeared in such a humiliating situation in front of everyone. Xianxia himself could not bear it. While Bailey Hongzhuang was recuperating, Xianxia and the others had come to visit Bailey Hongzhuang. However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang's amazing recovery ability, Xianxia and the others were speechless for a while. In the past, Bailey Hongzhuang was abnormally strong. Now, even her recovery ability was abnormal. At night, Bewitching suddenly took out a letter and handed it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her eyebrows slightly, her clear eyes filled with doubt. "This is?" "It's a letter from Wuji Palace. Take a look." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful eyes lit up. Since she had rescued her parents, she had not been in contact with her master and the others. Now, her master and mistress had taken the initiative to contact her. As a disciple, she felt guilty. Opening the letter, Bailey Hongzhuang saw that her master and mistress were concerned about her recent situation. This letter not only contained the content written by her master, but also the content written by her mistress. Her mistress undoubtedly knew that her performance in the alchemist competition was extremely praiseworthy. She was also concerned about her parents' recovery. Until she read the last piece of paper, Bailey Hongzhuang's expression turned serious. She was afraid that the contents of the last piece of paper was the main reason why her master sent this letter. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression and couldn't help but ask with concern, "Wife, did something happen?" Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. "It seems that our plan will have to be changed." As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang handed the letter to Bewitching. Bewitching took a look and his gaze gradually changed. "Palace Mistress Yu hopes that you will be the representative of Limitless Palace to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu." Bewitching slowly said, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, as the successor of Palace Mistress Yu, you are the young Palace Mistress of Limitless Palace. It is only right for you to lead the disciples of Limitless Palace to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu." Previously, none of them had thought of this. Now that he saw the contents of the letter, he finally thought of this point. "So, you also agree that I will participate in the Battle of Zhuolu as a disciple of Limitless Palace?" Bailey Hongzhuang's black and white eyes flashed with a complicated and wise light as she pondered. According to her master, if she participated in the Battle of Zhuolu as the representative of Limitless Palace, then she didn't need to fight for a spot. Before the Battle of Zhuolu, she could stay in Tiangang sect and cultivate with Bewitching. When the Battle of Zhuolu was about to begin, she could return to Limitless Palace. Bewitching nodded slightly. "This is also a good idea. As everyone knows, Limitless Palace and Lan Clan's relationship has always been bad. Once they participate in the Battle of Zhuolu, Limitless Palace and Lan Clan's teams are destined to be enemies. In comparison, our Tiangang sect and Lan Clan usually don't have much interaction. If we show that we are against each other, plus you and Ant's extremely similar appearance, I'm afraid it will arouse the Lan clan's suspicions. Once Lan Qingyan tells this news to Yu Siqing and connects it to Master's existence, I'm afraid she will guess your identity. However, if you go as the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, it won't be so easy to connect the dots. Listening to Beichen's analysis, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed a trace of fluctuation. Just like what Beichen said, she wanted to participate in the Battle of Shualu to formally meet with Lan Qingyan. However, her action against Lan clan's actions still had to wait until her parents or make preparations. Therefore, she would only appear as Lan Qingyan's opponent in the Battle of Shualu, but would not let Lan Qingyan know who she really was. Of Shualu decided. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were sharp and resolute. Master's attitude was to let her participate as his successor. After all, the sex of Palace was of Limitless Palace previously. Limitless Palace didn't have a successor and only the disciples participated. However, now that they had Bailey Hongzhuang, they didn't need to do the same as before. Beichen's lips curled into an evil smile. If you participate as the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, we will be allies when we meet in the Battle of Shualu. I'm looking forward to it. Bailey Hongzhuang chuckled. As she spoke, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly remembered that the finals of the Battle of Four Palaces was still ongoing. She couldn't help but frown. Beichen, do I still have to continue competing in this Battle of Four Palaces? The most important thing for you to do now is to spend more time on cultivation. Palace Master, you had left a slot for you. I'm sure the disciples of Limitless Palace will not accept this. When you return to Limitless Palace, if your strength is not strong enough, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. Regarding the matters between the disciples, Beichen could be said to be clear. Through Bailey Hongzhuang's performance in the Battle of the Four Palaces, no one would be able to criticize Bailey Hongzhuang for obtaining a slot. However, this was Tiangang sect. The disciples of Limitless Palace did not know Bailey Hongzhuang's true strength. All the disciples were fighting for a slot in the Battle of Shualu. Bailey Hongzhuang did not do anything and was able to obtain a slot. Naturally, people would not be convinced. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. If I appear as the leader of Limitless Palace, I'm afraid my strength is not enough. Even in Tiangang sect, her strength could only be considered as a strong teammate. If she wanted to be the leader, there was still a huge gap in strength. Master had given her such an important task. She must not disappoint her master. At the very least, she must let the disciples of Limitless Palace be convinced of her strength. Only then would she be able to lead Limitless Palace's team in the Battle of Shualu. This matter was easy to say, but it was not an easy thing to do. Even if the strength of the leaders of the various forces was not comparable to Beichen, it should not be too far off. Therefore, what she needed to do now was to catch up to Beichen's strength as soon as possible. Otherwise, with her strength, she would only be ridiculed if she were to lead Limitless Palace's team in the Battle of Shualu. Beichen saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood everything and was relieved. Looks like you will have to work even harder in your cultivation. Beichen sighed. The time given to Hongzhuang was still too short. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head slightly. I will do my best. Oh right, my wife, Limitless Palace also sent someone to deliver this. Beichen handed a small box to Bailey Hongzhuang. The box had been locked with his mind. No one other than Bailey Hongzhuang could open it. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the exquisite wooden box in front of her and her eyes were filled with astonishment. This box was so exquisite that it probably couldn't contain anything. She really couldn't guess what her master had sent her. Bailey Hongzhuang's spiritual power slowly entered the wooden box. Immediately after, her spirit shook, and there was suddenly one more thing in her mind. In Beichen's eyes, he only saw that the wooden box was empty after it was opened. Bailey Hongzhuang sensed the new thing in her mind. In the next moment, she actually appeared on the stairway to heaven. Dense elemental energy instantly wrapped around her. It was clearly the same situation as when she was cultivating on the stairway to heaven in the ruins and Limitless Palace. After thinking carefully, Bailey Hongzhuang already understood. The reason why her master did this was to help her increase her cultivation as soon as possible. With the existence of the stairway to heaven, her cultivation speed would be more than 2 times faster than before. Perhaps, this was the opportunity for her to catch up with other cultivators. When Bailey Hongshuang exited the spiritual world, she saw Bewitching looking at her worriedly. "My wife, how are you?" Bailey Hongshuang shook her head slightly. "I'm fine. Master has implanted the stairway to heaven's imprint in my mind. I can enter the stairway to heavens through my mind and cultivate on the stairway to heavens." As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, a ripple appeared on Bewitching's calm face. "I didn't expect Palace Master Yu's methods to be so amazing. In this way, your cultivation speed will be twice as fast as usual." He already knew that Yu Linfeng was extraordinary. Even the leader of the ordinary forces praised Yu Linfeng. At this moment, after seeing Yu Linfeng's methods with his own eyes, Bewitching couldn't help but sigh. This method was definitely not something that an ordinary person could perform. He had already seen the power of this heaven stairway when he was in Limitless Palace. He finally understood why Yu Linfeng's cultivation was so amazing at such a young age. After all, cultivating under such rich yuan energy, his cultivation speed was much faster than ordinary people. However, from Yu Linfeng's series of methods of taking out the rainbow divine pearl and fusing it with Bailey Hongshuang, it could be seen that Yu Linfeng was extremely smart and absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. Bailey Hongshuang also sighed in her heart. "I didn't expect Master to even think of this for me. Palace Master Yu is sincere to you. Wife, you really found a good master." Bewitching's face was full of smiles. From the bottom of his heart, he was happy for Bailey Hongshuang. He also had a very good master and grew up under his master's guidance. If it wasn't for his master, he wouldn't be where he was now. Bailey Hongshuang smiled like a flower. "Bachin, sometimes I feel that maybe it's because I suffered too much in the past, so the heavens want to compensate me now." Now, she had an unprecedented satisfaction. Her family was reunited, her master and mistress's love, and Bachin's devotion. "As long as you feel happy." Bachin lovingly stroked Bailey Hongshuang's head. He could feel the changes in Bailey Hongshuang over this period of time. Ever since she had cured Mu Jin's illness, she had become much happier. In the past, Bailey Hongshuang was always stubborn and strong, but people couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Now, Bailey Hongshuang was working hard, but people could see the sunshine in her heart. Following the news that Bailey Hongshuang would no longer continue to participate in the Battle of the Four Palaces, Tiangang's sect also caused a great uproar. No one understood why Bailey Hongshuang did not want to continue the competition. With the strength that Bailey Hongshuang had displayed, she might even be able to take first place. Then, another piece of news was even more shocking. Not only was Bailey Hongshuang no longer participating in the Battle of the Four Palaces, she had even given up on the martial arts championship. The disciples were in an uproar. However, the disciples who were participating in the competition were very happy. This way, they would have one more place. However, Bailey Hongshuang had directly recommended her place to Yan Yuhuan so that Yan Yuhuan could take over Bailey Hongshuang's place and continue to participate in the Battle of the Four Palaces. When Yan Yuhuan had found out about Bailey Hongshuang's decision, he had been very shocked. Initially, he had no chance of participating in the Battle of the Martial Arts Championship. He never thought that Bailey Hongshuang would now give this place to him. Initially, Yan Yuhuan was not prepared to accept it. After all, this was simply too outrageous. However, after hearing the young sect master's words, Yan Yuhuan chose to accept it. After all, this was Bailey Hongshuang's good intentions. Besides, he had the power to do so. Under such circumstances, the slots for the Battle of Zhuolu were finally confirmed. After the Battle of the Four Palaces, the disciples who had obtained the slots for the Battle of Zhuolu would go out with the young sect master to train, in order to increase their strength faster. Usually, everyone would be in seclusion in the sect to train. The Battle of Zhuolu had high requirements for the cultivators' actual combat. Hence, Bewitching and the 5 palace masters made such a decision. From the performance of the Battle of the Four Palaces, they could tell that the individual combat strength of the disciples was not weak, but there was still room for improvement. Going out together as a group to train together was very beneficial. "Wife, let's go out together tomorrow." Bewitching saw Bailey Hongshuang come out of the desert world and said to Bailey Hongshuang. These few days, he had been busy preparing for the Battle of the Four Palaces and the Battle of Zhuolu. He did not train together with Bailey Hongshuang. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled and nodded. The results of the Battle of the Four Palaces have been announced. That's right. Time is of the essence and we can't waste any time. So we have to leave early tomorrow morning. I'm fine with it. Early the next morning, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest gathered at the foot of Tiangang Sect's mountain. Other than the 10 people representing Tiangang Sect, there was a total of 11 people including Bailey Hongzhuang. When Gui Jianyuan and the rest saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had come, their faces were filled with curiosity. Junior sister Bailey, are you going to train with us this time? Gui Jianyuan asked with a smile. Gui Jianyuan was not the only one. Almost all the disciples looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly given up on participating in the Battle of the Four Palaces and the Battle of Zhuolu. This had made everyone very confused. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Gui Jianyuan, Yi Chenyu, and Yan Yuhuan had all successfully obtained the slots for the Battle of Zhuolu, her smile widened. That's right, I'm going to train with everyone, but I won't be participating in the battle for deer. If I have the chance to go out and train, I'll have more chances to improve myself. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly. Her simple words had already dispelled some people's concerns. I see. Yi Chenyu smiled. I didn't think that I would have the opportunity to train with junior martial sister Bailey. I'm really lucky. Yan Yuhuan walked over to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. His honest and upright face was now filled with embarrassment. Junior sister Bailey, I have to thank you for recommending me to the young sect master. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this opportunity. Senior brother Yan, you already have the strength to enter the finals. It's only right for me to do this. In fact, if Yan Yuhuan did not draw Bailey Hongzhuang during the competition, with his strength, he would definitely be in the top 10 of Tiangang Sect. Yan Yuhuan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were clear and didn't seem to be faking it. The burden in his heart also lessened a little. He also had a better impression of Bailey Hongzhuang. It was rare for him to admire someone, and this person was just as admirable as he thought. For a moment, everyone's attitude towards Bailey Hongzhuang was exceptionally friendly. As long as it was an expert, the attitude of the people around them would always be friendly. Not long after, Bewitching and the 5 palace masters appeared in front of everyone. As soon as Bewitching opened his mouth, the power of the young sect master had already spread out. Yes, young sect master. Everyone spoke in unison, looking serious and serious. With the young sect master accompanying them, it was impossible for them not to cooperate. As long as they could perform well in the Battle of Zhuolu, when they returned to Tiangang Sect, their status would be different from before. Cultivation resources would also be greatly increased, and the benefits could be said to be unlimited. The place we are going to train this time is the well-known Bloodground Abyss. There are many tyrannical monsters there. On the one hand, everyone can improve their cultivation through fighting with monsters. On the other hand, it can also help reduce the hidden dangers of humans. However, the monsters near the Bloodground Abyss are all mutated monsters. Their strength is much stronger than ordinary monsters, so everyone must be very careful when fighting with monsters. You must not underestimate the enemy. Hearing that the place to train was the Bloodground Abyss, everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. That was a place with a great reputation. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to approach it at all. However, that was only for ordinary cultivators. For cultivators of their strength, it was definitely not a place of death. In addition, we are going to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu next, so our relationship is that of teammates. Everyone, don't be too rigid. You can tell me anything. There is no need to worry. Bewitching's words were concise and comprehensive, but orderly, including all the content. When the 5 palace lords saw that Bewitching had handled things so well, they were very happy in their hearts. The sect master had now completely handed over Tiangang Sect to the young sect master. Fortunately, the young sect master's performance had always been praiseworthy. Now, he was even more capable of taking on heavy responsibilities. They believed that Tiangang Sect would continue to prosper under the leadership of the young sect master. Yes, young sect master. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they responded one after another. The opportunity to become teammates and even friends with the young sect master was not something ordinary people could have. After Bewitching saw that everyone had understood, his gaze turned to the 5 hall masters with a serious and solemn expression. 5 hall masters, in the days when I am not in Tiangang sect, I will have to trouble you with Tiangang sect's affairs. Young sect master, don't worry, we will do our best. The 5 hall masters said in unison. In fact, as long as there were no accidents, there was nothing that required everyone's attention in Tiangang sect. Immediately, Bailey Hongzhuang and the group set off towards the Bloodground Abyss. Bloodground Abyss. When Bailey came to this place again, she could not help but feel a myriad of emotions in her heart. Thinking back to when he had just arrived here, she was still so insignificant and pitifully weak. Now that she had come to the Bloodground Abyss again, she was clearly much stronger than before, even though she still couldn't be considered to be very powerful. Along the way, everyone was rushing with all their might. Their speed was far faster than when she had first arrived. In the group, many disciples came to the Bloody Ground Abyss for the first time. However, all of them had heard of the Bloody Ground Abyss. Is this the famous Bloodground Abyss? Xiao Feiyu's gaze landed on the blood-colored world in the distance. He had long heard that the Bloodground Abyss was enveloped by blood qi. Now that he had seen it, the rumors were true. The disciples were all looking at the Bloodground Abyss. There were many mysterious and special places like the Bloodground Abyss in the Xianxia continent. These places often had very mysterious powers that defied common sense and were incomprehensible. However, such places were always something that everyone was willing to explore. Many of the disciples in the team had been to the Bloodground Abyss before. After all, the inheritance of the Blood Qi Tower had attracted a large number of young cultivators to try it. Once they obtained the inheritance of the Blood Qi field, it would be really amazing. However, everyone returned in disappointment after gaining some knowledge and combat experience in the Blood Qi field. This was because the inheritance of the Blood Qi Tower was indeed worthy of its reputation. It was too difficult to obtain. Young sect master, where are we going to train in the Bloodground Abyss this time? Gue Jianyuan asked. Not only Gue Jianyuan, but most of the disciples present were very curious. The Blood Qi Tower was only suitable for Crimson Realm cultivators. It was meaningless for them. Bailey Hongzhuang had a guess in her heart. Back then, Bewitching wanted to take her to the back of the Blood Qi field to train, but they didn't have time at that time and she was too weak to go. At that time, Bewitching told her that they would come here again if there was a chance. Now it seemed that they were going to that place. There is a training ground at the back of the Blood Qi Tower. Low-level cultivators can't enter it at all. However, the Blood Qi Tower's reputation is too great, so many people think that only the Bloodground Abyss is worth training in. We are going there this time. Bewitching explained. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. They had indeed only heard of the Blood Qi Tower's reputation and knew nothing about the place Bewitching was talking about. By the way, since we are out, you can call me Captain from now on. Bewitching exhorted. The number of cultivators they would meet during this experiential learning was definitely not small. Once someone addressed him as young sect master, his identity would naturally be exposed. Yes, Captain. Everyone responded. Soon, everyone walked into the Bloodground Abyss. Everyone felt as if they had walked into a world of blood. Everyone's eyes were covered in red. The buildings, the blood, and the sky seemed to be connected together. The faint smell of blood spread in the air, and there was still fresh blood on the ground. The cultivators who had been to the Bloodground Abyss before were no stranger to this scene. However, the cultivators who had just arrived could not help but be surprised. Rumors were one thing, but seeing it with one's own eyes was another. This place was completely different from the clean streets and friendly shops that he usually saw. This was a gathering place of blood and filth. However, everyone's psychological quality was very good. Even if their hearts were filled with surprise and shock, they did not show it on their faces. As Bewitching's group entered, the cultivators of the Bloodground Abyss started sizing them up. However, because Bewitching's group had quite a number of people, coupled with their extraordinary auras, even some of the people who usually liked to plot against them had put away their crooked thoughts. This kind of person was obviously not an ordinary person. Once he made a move, it was very likely that he would be the unlucky one. When they passed by the Blood Qi Tower, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but take a look. This place was the place that had helped her the most. When the cultivators of the bloody ground abyss saw Bewitching and the rest walking towards the training grounds without hesitation, everyone's faces were filled with surprise. At the same time, they were glad that they didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would really be finished. One had to know that those who entered the second training ground of the bloody ground abyss were all true experts. As everyone got closer and closer to the second training ground, everyone felt the temperature rise. The original slight coldness had dissipated and was replaced by a dry heat. Everyone has been on the road for so long. Let's rest for a day and understand the situation. We'll start moving tomorrow. What do you all think? Bewitching turned around and looked at the people behind him, asking for their opinions. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Bewitching's arrangement was undoubtedly the most appropriate. Right now, they were completely confused about the second training ground. If they didn't understand the situation better before making a move, it would be too rash. As soon as Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the restaurant, many gazes fell on everyone. The situation in the restaurant was the same as what Bailey Hongzhuang had seen before. These big men were all wearing thin clothes, and many of them directly exposed their arms and chests. Obviously, they couldn't stand the heat here. Bewitching looked around the restaurant, and the others all withdrew their gazes. In this kind of situation, it was best not to act at the beginning. As for the later stages, it would depend on the situation. Everyone ordered some dishes. These dishes were all made from demonic beast meat. The fragrance was overflowing, and it was definitely not something ordinary food could compare to. After Xianxia and the rest ate the food, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The taste was really good. This place is really interesting. I don't know why it's so hot. Xiaofei's eyes were filled with curiosity. She felt that the heat seemed to be spreading from the ground. Could it be that there was a volcano nearby? The food here is really delicious. It tastes much better than what I usually eat. Yan Yuhuan exclaimed. Normally, he spent all his time on cultivation and didn't have any requirements for food. Most of the time, he ate dry rations. Now that he had tasted the demonic beast meat, he felt that it was truly delicious. Speaking of which, cultivators usually found joy in suffering. They simply did not enjoy as much as ordinary people. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, everyone went to the rooms on the second floor to rest. Bewitching winked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching walked out of the restaurant together. It had been a long time since they came to the Bloodground Abyss, so they had to learn more about the situation here before they started their training. Baisher walked majestically beside Bailey Hongzhuang. It was no longer the cute little pet from before, but a contract beast that could intimidate others. Some cultivators were a little afraid of Bailey Hongzhuang and Xiaofei just by looking at Baisher's appearance. With one look, they could tell that Baisher's level was not weak. A cultivator who could have such a contract beast was naturally not something an ordinary person could compare to. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were still sitting on Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's shoulders. This scene was exactly the same as a few years ago, except that everyone had grown up. The geographical environment here is different from other places. It's like a volcano. There's magma flowing underground, so it's extremely hot. However, the terrain here is very stable. Even if there's magma underground, it hasn't collapsed for so many years. Under the influence of this strange terrain, the demonic beasts here all have a kind of fire attribute. Even the demonic crystals in their bodies are the same. Hearing Bewitching's explanation, Bailey Hongzhuang continued, so, the demonic crystals in the demonic beasts here are the same as the demonic crystals in the desert world. They're different from ordinary demonic crystals? Bewitching nodded slightly. After the research of cultivators, they found that there's nothing wrong with these demonic crystals. There's no difference in their effects. They're even better than ordinary demonic crystals. The dishes we ate in the restaurant were also made from the meat of demonic beasts here. Have you noticed the difference in these demonic beasts' meat? These demonic beasts' meat seems to be easier to absorb than the ones we eat outside. The energy inside is also richer, Bailey Hongzhuang replied. Thinking back to when she was busy detoxifying her parents and grandmother, Bewitching had always prepared demonic beasts' meat for her. This was because demonic beasts' meat was purer than ordinary poultry. It contained fewer impurities and could also help cultivators recover a certain amount of vitality. The first time she ate demonic beast meat in the Bloodland Abyss, she didn't pay much attention. However, after tasting it today, she immediately noticed it. That's right. The energy of these mutated demonic beasts is easier for humans to absorb. Therefore, there's nothing wrong with this mutation, Bewitching said with a faint smile. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with understanding. There were always many special things and special species in this world. When one first heard of them, they often felt that it was impossible. However, they really existed. Thinking back, she liked to explore these strange places. After obtaining the Chaos Ring, she transmigrated. Therefore, she didn't doubt this existence at all. Wife, let's go ahead and take a look. Bewitching had a warm and elegant smile on his face. He held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and walked forward. The closer they got to the second training ground, the hotter the temperature became. Bailey Hongzhuang's forehead was already sweating. What entered his eyes was a fiery red mountain peak. The range was extraordinarily large. At a glance, it seemed to be endless. What was strange was that there were also fiery red plants growing on the mountain peak. At a glance, it was bright red, revealing a somewhat bewitching beauty. Bailey Hongzhuang could feel the rolling magma below. It was because of the magma that the temperature was so high. To think that plants can grow in this place. This is simply too miraculous. Xiaohei stared blankly at the scene before her as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. Magma was flowing on the ground. The nutrients that could provide plants with nutrients had probably disappeared long ago, but these plants were still able to survive. It was really amazing. This world is really full of strange things, Xiaobai sighed. Cultivators hunt demonic beasts in these mountains. There are many demonic beasts and their reproduction speed is also very fast. Many cultivators will bring the corpses back after killing the demonic beasts. They will sell them for a good price or eat to their heart's content. Bailey Hongzhuang looked ahead. Some cultivators were slowly dragging the corpses of demon beasts, and there were several eye-catching wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that these people cultivated here all the time. Just by looking at their eyes and the murderous aura they inadvertently revealed, one could tell that they lived a life of bloodshed every day. When these people passed by Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching, they deliberately glanced at them, obviously assessing their strength. Almost all the people in the Bloodground Abyss were cruel and merciless people. Because if they didn't have such a temperament, they would have lost their lives long ago. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching also had cold faces. They didn't intend to take the initiative to attack others, but if someone attacked them, they would definitely not be polite. With Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching's current strength, ordinary people were no match for them. Most of the cultivators in the Bloodground Abyss had sharp eyes and could naturally see this point. Immediately, they didn't stay and directly left. It seems that this place hasn't changed much compared to before, and the method is still the same as before. Let's go back. Bewitching said. Since they had confirmed that nothing had changed, they could come here tomorrow to train. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She was very curious about the strength of the demon beasts here, and she didn't know how they compared to the demon beasts in the desert world. In comparison, Baishar was the most excited. As soon as he heard that there was a different demon crystal, all the cells in his body were already jumping. He had always been the most interested in demon crystals. Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Baishar's head. She knew that Baishar would be very excited when he heard the news. Speaking of which, ever since Baishar swallowed the demon crystal in the desert world, his cultivation speed had been much faster than usual. This proved that some special demon crystals could promote Baishar's strength to increase faster. She didn't know if the demon crystals here would have a better effect on Baishar's strength. Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching returned to the restaurant together. Bewitching informed the other disciples that everything was normal, and they could move without worry tomorrow. Only then did they return to their own houses. Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved, and she directly entered the heaven stairway to cultivate. She understood that her master had integrated the method of entering the heaven stairway into her mind, and only she could enter it to gain experience. After all, this place wasn't Limitless Palace. Bewitching and the three beasts could enter with her. Therefore, the three beasts made their own decisions. Baisher would follow Bailey Hongzhuang to train. And Xiaobai and cultivate in the desert world. They had been training in the desert world for so long. They already knew which places were safe and which places had powerful demon beasts. Xiao He and Xiaobai didn't plan to fight demon beasts. They only wanted to find a secluded cave to cultivate. Half a day in the desert world was equivalent to 3 days. Only in this way could they obtain the greatest improvement in a short period of time. Otherwise, their master and Baisher would leave them far behind. This was a situation that they couldn't accept. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that Xiao He and Xiaobai had already made up their minds. She nodded. Then you have to be more careful in the desert world. The next day, just as the sky started to brighten, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest walked out of the house. Today was the day for everyone to start their training. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. After a long journey, everyone had become familiar with each other. What's more, as the existence of the top 10 in Tiangang sect, there were not many contradictions between each other. In addition, now that everyone was teammates with the young sect master, these contradictions were naturally suppressed. Of course, there was another reason for such peace: Xin Xiuhan was not in the team. If Xin Xiuhan was here, Yan Bin would definitely fight with Xin Xiuhan, and the situation would be much more complicated. Bailey Hongzhuang did not know how Bewitching dealt with Xin Xiuhan's matter, but based on her understanding of Bewitching, Xin Xiuhan's outcome would not be good. Bewitching had always been protective. Even if Xin Xiuhan had been severely taught a lesson by her, Bewitching would not let him off so easily. The disciples in the team were also curious about this point, but no one mentioned it. No matter how they looked at it, Xin Xiuhan was courting death. He clearly knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's identity was not ordinary, but he still dared to provoke her. The position of the Vermilion Bird Palace Hall's #1 expert was indeed much higher than the ordinary disciples, but compared to the young sect master, he was definitely someone who could be replaced. After everyone had breakfast together in the restaurant, they set off for the training ground. Along the way, Bewitching also explained the details of the training ground to everyone. From afar, it looks like a mountain range that stretches endlessly, but in fact, there are many caves and tunnels here. Most of the monsters here are hidden in the caves and tunnels, and you can't find the monsters from the outside. If we want to hunt monsters, we can only go deep inside. It's pitch black inside, and we can't use torches, so everyone has to be extra careful. Once we're ambushed, it can cause serious injuries. Bewitching's voice was deep and serious. The demonic beasts here are very strong. The closer we get to the back, the stronger the demonic beasts are. In this place, there are also demonic beasts that are stronger than us. We must not lower our guard. Listening to Bewitching's introduction of the strange landscape, everyone was filled with curiosity and doubt about this place. However, none of them were newborns, so they kept everything Bewitching said in mind. After Bailey Hongzhuang found out that the Yao beasts here liked to launch sneak attacks, she knew that it was dangerous to train here. However, if one cultivated here for a long time, the benefits were obvious. At the very least, his reaction speed and agility would be greatly improved, and his ability to sense danger would also increase. These things didn't seem to be a big deal in normal times, but they were very useful in daily life. After all, the battles between cultivators didn't always happen in a fair and just tournament arena. There were even more conflicts in private. Once someone launched a sneak attack, the effect of this ability could be imagined. Bewitching led everyone and didn't enter the tunnel in front of the mountain, but went all the way to the back. With their current strength, the monsters here couldn't help them improve at all. Let's go into this tunnel. Bewitching said slowly, the demonic beasts in here are not as strong as us, but they are extremely fast. Everyone, let's get used to the environment here first, then we'll go deeper. Hearing Bewitching's words, everyone nodded their heads. Along the way, they had seen many cultivators who were severely injured. Even if the other party's strength could not be compared to theirs, those shocking wounds were still imprinted in their hearts. If they did not experience it first, they could very well be seriously injured. The strongest will stand at the front and back of the group, the weaker ones will stand in the middle. Everyone, stay alert, do not be distracted. The 4 strongest experts from the 4 palaces stood at the front and back of the group, while Bailey Hongzhuang stood behind Bewitching. In reality, Xiao Feilin and the rest all thought that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was not weaker than theirs. To be able to injure Shin Shouhan to such an extent, it was already proof of Bailey Hongzhuang's true strength. In the next moment, Bewitching directly led the group into the tunnel. Their vision suddenly turned dark, and everyone could not help but squint their eyes to get used to the sudden change in light. In the tunnel, the ground was slippery and wet, and the sound of water dripping could be heard continuously, dripping down from the mountain rocks. Only when their feet stepped on the water could a slight sound be heard. It was empty and dead silent, and one could hear the echo of a sentence. Everyone gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, carefully looking around, hoping to get rid of the demonic beasts as soon as possible before they attacked. Although the vision of a cultivator was much better than that of an ordinary person, but in this pitch-black environment, they still could not see anything clearly. Suddenly, a sound like the wind rang out, and everyone's heart trembled. Bewitching struck like lightning, and as his sword fell, the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground could be heard. Everyone was shocked. They had only felt a gust of air, and did not even know what the attack was, but Bewitching had already dealt with it. However, after seeing this scene, everyone then understood how difficult it was to train here. Bewitching took out the demon crystal and handed it to Baishar, who was beside Bailey Hongzhuang. White Lion opened its mouth and the demon crystal fell into its mouth. Instantly, crunching sounds could be heard. After eating, White Lion licked its lips and its eyes lit up. "Master, this demon crystal tastes really good." White Lion was excited. And the energy contained in it is higher than ordinary demon crystals. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang also felt that it was funny. The demon crystals that Baishar was eating now had all sorts of flavors. There are many demonic beasts here. You can have all the demonic crystals from the demonic beasts. You should try to break through again before the Battle of Zhuolu. Bailey Hongzhuang patted Baishar's head. Baishar's cultivation speed was incomparable to ordinary people. If there were enough demon crystals here, it would not be a problem for Baishar to increase his strength. "Master, I will." White Lion raised its head confidently. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had put away their playful thoughts and worked hard on their cultivation. By then, their strength would definitely increase by a lot. If its strength did not increase, wouldn't it lose to Xiao He and Xiao Bai? It did not want that. Everyone now knew that Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast had always fed on demon crystals. Everyone was speechless at this point. Normal contracted beasts couldn't eat demon crystals when they were young, but when they reached a certain age, they could. However, the energy in the demon crystal was extremely rich. Once he ate a demon crystal, it would take a while for him to completely absorb it. Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast was obviously different. It ate demon crystals as if they were its meals, and it didn't have any intention of stopping. Everyone sighed at White Lion's perverse strength, and at its prodigal behavior. Thinking about it, Bailey Hongzhuang spent a shocking amount of money to nurture White Lion to such a level. Suddenly, another soft sound appeared. Then, there was the sound of a knife being drawn from the back of the group. However, this speed wasn't as fast as Bewitching, and it wasn't able to take the beast's life in that short period of time. In the blink of an eye, the beast had already disappeared. "Xiao Feiyu, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xiao Feiyu shook his head, but his voice was filled with depression. "This demonic beast's speed is too fast, we actually let it escape." Bailey Hongzhuang wrinkled her nose. She could smell the faint smell of blood in the air. It seemed that Xiao Feiyu was slightly injured by the beast's sneak attack. Everyone's expression changed when they saw that Xiao Feiyu couldn't subdue the beast. Xiao Feiyu was ranked in the top 5 in their group, but he still couldn't finish it off. It could be seen that the beast's speed was extraordinary. However, no matter how shocked everyone was, they didn't lose their footing because of this. They only became more vigilant and careful of their surroundings. Ding! Bailey Hongzhuang felt a fluctuation in the air, and the glazed sword in her hand quickly pierced out. As expected, the sword pierced through the body of a demonic beast, and Baishar had already started eating the second demonic crystal. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't just leave the beast's corpse behind. The beast's meat was so delicious that everyone could eat to their heart's content when they brought it back. Everyone saw Bailey Hongzhuang silently kill the demonic beast, and their expressions couldn't help but change a bit. Bailey Hongzhuang was able to do something that Xiao Feiyu had never been able to do. This was truly amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. In her previous life, she had also undergone training in this area, so her reaction speed was definitely much faster than the average person. She no longer viewed herself as a teammate, but as a leader, so there was nothing to be happy about. Beichen's eyes were filled with astonishment because he realized that Bailey Hongzhuang's sword was even faster than his. It was obvious that her reaction speed was more agile than his. In the past, his master had specially brought him here to cultivate in order to improve his reaction speed. At that time, he had been cultivating here for a long time. From the beginning, his body was covered with injuries. Later on, it took him a long time to become independent. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's reaction speed was clearly faster than his. The demonic beasts continued to launch sneak attacks. In the process, everyone was also constantly adapting to the sneak attacks of the demonic beasts, increasing their ability to judge the situation. One after another, the demonic beasts fell at the hands of the group. However, there were also many people who were injured by the sneak attacks. The smell of blood in the air gradually intensified. There were demonic beasts, and there were also humans. When everyone saw that White Lion had a special liking for these demon crystals, they all gave their demon crystals to White Lion. Demon crystals were not of much use to them. Since White Lion needed them, they naturally gave them to White Lion. Bailey Hongzhuang thanked everyone for their good intentions but did not reject them. White Lion's demand for demon crystals was indeed high. In the evening, everyone set off for the restaurant. However, compared to their high spirits when they had set off in the morning, they were clearly in a sorry state now. Everyone was covered in dust and bloodstains. Some of the wounds were so deep that their bones could be seen. However, everyone did not make a sound. As long as their injuries did not affect their movements, it was not a big deal. However, if you looked carefully, you would find that except for Bailey Hongzhuang and Beichen, there were no injuries on their bodies. Everyone else had different degrees of injuries. Just from this point alone, one could see the difference in strength between everyone, at least in terms of agility. After returning to the restaurant, everyone handed the corpses of the demon beasts they had hunted to the shopkeeper so that he could make them a sumptuous dinner. The remaining ingredients were left to the shopkeeper. When the shopkeeper saw the number of demon beasts they had hunted, he was dumbfounded. There were many strong cultivators in the Bloodland Abyss, but it was extremely rare for Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest to kill so many demon beasts. Furthermore, from the species of the demon beasts, one could tell that their level was very high. They were definitely demon beasts that could only be found in the depths of the mountain. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. Not only did he not charge for the ingredients, even the room fee was completely saved. After a day of exhaustion, everyone was hungry and exhausted. Hence, the amount of demon beasts they had eaten was extremely terrifying. Bailey Hongzhuang brought White Lion back to the house. White Lion immediately entered a state of cultivation. He had eaten a lot of demon crystals today. When he returned, he felt that the yuan power in his body was surging. He should have sat down long ago to absorb and digest. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's mind moved and she immediately entered the stairway to heaven. Today could be said to be a high-intensity experience. The yuan power in her body had been depleted and her mental power was also in a tense state. Under such circumstances, cultivating on the stairway to heaven for a while would allow him to improve at an extremely fast speed. Bailey Hongzhuang directly walked up to the highest level of the heaven stairway. Immediately, she felt that her entire body was enveloped by yuanli. As long as she circulated her cultivation technique, the yuanli would immediately be absorbed into her body. Bailey Hongzhuang's cells greedily absorbed the elemental energy, constantly strengthening Bailey Hongzhuang's dantian. Bailey Hongzhuang believed that with the help of this heaven stairway, her cultivation would definitely be able to catch up in these 3 months. For Beichen's training room to be able to achieve 4 times the amount of elemental energy was already an incredible existence. Even Lan Qingyan probably wouldn't have a training room with more elemental energy than this. As a result, she was blessed by the heavens to cultivate on the stairway to heaven. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest once again headed to the training ground to train. The scorching temperature caused everyone's clothes to be drenched in sweat. It was extremely uncomfortable to stick to their bodies. After Bewitching considered everyone's strength, he decided to continue training at a place not far from yesterday's training ground. Everyone needed a certain amount of time to adapt. If the demon beasts were too strong, it would be even more disadvantageous for the cultivators who were heavily injured. After everyone had entered the tunnel, the monsters once again began their sneak attack. However, compared to yesterday's surprise attack, everyone's performance today was clearly much better. Even when faced with the monster's sneak attack, they remained calm and orderly. After eating so many demon crystals yesterday, White Lion had a breakthrough in the night and his strength had increased by 1 level. After tasting the sweetness, White Lion was even more excited today. The energy provided by the demon crystals here was much stronger than that of ordinary demon crystals. Even the demon crystals in the desert world could not be compared to it. Not long after everyone had entered the tunnel, White Lion had changed its strategy. It no longer waited for the monsters to sneak attack, but began to take the initiative to attack. As a monster, its vision was not too affected here, so it could clearly see the situation of the monsters in the tunnel. When Bailey Hongshuang saw White Lion's figure pounce forward and begin to kill the monsters, she followed closely behind. The monsters in the tunnel were not weak and White Lion had no problem dealing with them alone. However, if the monsters attacked in groups, White Lion would be at a disadvantage. Everyone only felt that the environment in the tunnel had suddenly become complicated. The movements of the monsters were incessant and the sound of White Lion gnawing on the demon crystals was exceptionally clear. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongshuang, like Baisher, had taken the initiative to chase and kill the wicked beasts in the tunnel, they were speechless. As a human, it was impossible to see the surroundings clearly in such a dark environment. Being able to determine the specific location of the demonic beasts through their perception and the movements of the demonic beasts was already very difficult. However, Bailey Hongshuang could actually take the initiative to kill the monsters in such a place. How terrifying was Bailey Hongshuang's perception and reaction speed, everyone found it hard to imagine. At least, they would definitely not be able to do it. When Bewitching saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, he was also shocked by Bailey Hongshuang's ability in this aspect. Back then, he had only seen his master do this. He did not expect Bailey Hongshuang to be able to do it too. She was really amazing. In the following process, the crowd witnessed Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher's terrifying fighting strength. This man and beast were simply hunting demons. Wherever they went, not a single demonic beast was left behind. Originally, the demonic beasts were still charging towards the group when they were attacked by Jingdong. However, after that, the group walked on peacefully while Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher fought their way further and further away. Immediately, everyone's hearts that wanted to ruthlessly deal with the demonic beast collapsed. This man and beast were simply too abnormal. Now I know why Bailey Hongshuang has such amazing combat strength at such a young age. It's all because of training. During the Battle of the Four Palaces, many people had already seen that Bailey Hongshuang was not only powerful, but also had great endurance. Now that they saw Bailey Hongshuang killing so many demonic beasts without showing the slightest sign of exhaustion, they finally understood. Bewitching's face was filled with an indulgent and demonic smile. Bailey Hongshuang was an existence that defied the natural order. This kind of style was very much in line with her personality. Under Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher's sweeping, the group smoothly walked out of the tunnel as if they were taking a leisurely stroll. They had actually walked out of the tunnel so smoothly. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood, revealing the shocking number of demonic beasts that Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher had killed. Bailey Hongshuang had kept most of the demon crystals in the process of killing demonic beasts, leaving them for Baisher to eat at night. Yesterday, Baisher had eaten too many demon crystals and on the way back, he could not control himself and was about to break through. In this training ground, demonic beasts were densely packed. The slightest carelessness could cause one to lose one's life. Not to mention, there was also the possibility of encountering other cultivators with ill intentions. Therefore, cultivating and absorbing here could be said to be very unwise. After exiting the tunnel, everyone looked at the spotless Bailey Hongshuang and the snow-white furred Baisher. Other than labeling them as perverts, they did not know what else to say. Perverts, they were simply two perverts. My wife, for the rest of the training, why don't you and Baisher walk through another tunnel together? Bewitching pondered for a moment before asking. With Bailey Hongzhuang's sharp senses, she did not need to go through the training here. At least, demonic beasts of this level would not be able to obstruct Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher's footsteps. When everyone heard how Bewitching addressed Bailey Hongzhuang, their gazes changed. They did not expect the young sect master to be so close to Bailey Hongzhuang that he had directly addressed her as his wife. This was really shocking. It looked like the young sect master and Bailey Hongzhuang would be getting married soon. In future, they should also address Bailey Hongzhuang as the young sect master's wife. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. All right, I'll go to another training ground with Baisher. She also felt that the training ground here was of no use to her. Now that she urgently needed to raise her cultivation level, she naturally had to go to a dangerous place where she could raise her strength. I'll go with you in a few days. When Bailey Hongzhuang walked past, Bewitching's warm and caring voice entered her ears. Bewitching had to be responsible for leading the team this time. At the very least, he could not leave until everyone had fully adapted to the training methods here. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a warm and beautiful smile. She nodded without leaving a trace before leaving with Baisher. Master, let's go on a killing spree. After Baisher left the group, he felt relaxed. There was no need to be restrained when dealing with these demonic beasts. Now that there was only him and his master, it was extremely convenient for him to move around. Alright, the demonic beasts here aren't much of a challenge to us. Let's go a little deeper. White Lion naturally had no objections and obediently followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang. As a demonic beast, it also had a ruthless personality. No matter how special the demonic beasts here were, could they be as special as the Beast King? Next, Bailey Hongzhuang and White Lion began their cleaning work. The two of them moved as fast as lightning and swiftly hunted down the demonic beasts in the tunnel. As the number of demonic crystals increased, White Lion became more and more excited. At the same time, the demonic beast's power continued to increase. When the demonic beast's power reached a certain level, Bailey Hongzhuang and White Lion's advancement speed was slowed down. Bailey Hongzhuang treated the demonic beast as a training stone. She did not seek speed, only improvement. Xiao Feilin and the rest were stunned when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher in such a state. For them to be in such a state, it was obvious that the tunnel they had entered was extremely dangerous. Bailey Hongzhuang had some scratches on her body that were so deep that her bones could be seen. However, Bailey Hongzhuang looked as if she was not injured at all. She greeted everyone with a smile and returned to her room to cultivate after dinner. Seeing this scene, everyone felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang's hard work had obviously stimulated them. The next day, Bewitching discovered that everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood during battle. Compared to their previous cautious attitude, they were now ready to go all out. In the following period of time, everyone repeated the same cycle of training and cultivation. During this process, everyone's strength was constantly increasing and they no longer looked as inexperienced as before. On this day, Bailey Hongzhuang had just walked into a tunnel when she heard faint voices coming from the front. Knowing that there were already people in this tunnel, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher decided to leave. There were many tunnels here and there was no need to tangle with others. It was better to find another tunnel with no one around. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, a word in the other party's words attracted Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. Little fool, are you sure that there is a blood essence demon fruit in the depths of the blood ground abyss? Big brother, I have received very reliable news. Back then, someone had seen the blood essence demon fruit. However, that person's strength was not strong enough, so he could only draw a map. After I received this news by chance, I snatched the map from that person's hands. As for that person, I killed him to silence him. Don't worry, it's definitely true. The blood essence demon fruit is a rare treasure. If we get the blood essence demon fruit, even if we don't consume it ourselves, we can still exchange it for many cultivation resources that we need. Blood essence demon fruit. When Bailey Hongzhuang heard this name, she stopped in her tracks. In order for Bewitching's physique to transform into a heavenly mandate physique, he needed 4 types of medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, these 4 types of herbs were simply too rare. Up until now, they had only obtained the 9th grade purple Ganoderma. They had been painstakingly searching for the other herbs, but they couldn't find any useful information. She never thought that she would be able to obtain information about the blood essence demon fruit here. This was a pleasant surprise. Baisher naturally knew the significance of the blood essence demon fruit. He immediately slowed down and carefully followed behind the three with Bailey Hongzhuang. Although he still didn't know the strength of these three people, for them to be able to come to this level of tunnel, their strength was definitely not simple. If Bailey Hongzhuang's guess wasn't wrong, these people were even stronger than them. The Xianxia continent was vast and boundless, and the number of cultivators was even more astonishing. Even though most of the cultivators did not have a high cultivation, there were still many powerful people who could not be underestimated. There were many experts in the blood-ground abyss. It was just that they usually kept a low profile. "Who's there?" The cultivator who had been addressed as Big Brother immediately noticed the commotion and turned around to look at where Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher were. "Who's behind us?" The man's face immediately tensed up. The information about the blood essence demon fruit was a secret. They had thought that no one else would appear here, so they did not have any qualms about speaking about it. However, the commotion behind them did not belong to them at all. It was also not the sound of a demonic beast. "Big Brother, aren't you too nervous?" "I didn't hear anything," Little Fool said. The man shook his head and slowly walked towards where Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher were. He had always been sensitive to sound and no movement could escape his ears. The commotion just now was definitely out of the ordinary. Behind them, there was someone. Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked to see that this person was so sensitive. The other party's strength was unknown. If a fight broke out, it would not do them any good. Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher escaped into the primordial chaos ring, completely hiding their figures. In the next second after Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher escaped into the chaos ring, the man had quickly appeared where Bailey Hongzhuang had been. The other two men quickly came behind the man and asked suspiciously, "Big Brother, there's no one here." The Big Brother shook his head, his expression was firm and serious. "That's not right. There was definitely someone here before this. There's even some residual aura. However, it's only been a short period of time. The other party had actually disappeared so quickly. It looks like he's an expert." Seeing Peng Hongyuan's serious attitude, Little Fool and Asan's expressions turned ugly. If the other party was really an expert, then they might have been targeted. This was not good news. "Big Brother, I don't think the situation is as serious as you think. If that person was really an expert, he would have attacked us long ago. Why would he run away? Most likely, he's not as strong as our cultivators. That's why he's doing this." Asan's eyes flashed with a wise light. He had always been the team's brains. Hearing Asan's words, the Big Brother and Little Fool exchanged glances. He was right. If they were really experts, they would have captured them and taken the map away. Even if that's the case, we still have to be extra careful. Once this news spreads, it won't do us any good. The boss's eyes were gloomy. "In my opinion, we should wait a few days before taking action. Let's observe the situation for now." "All right." After the three of them left the tunnel, Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher came out of the chaos ring. "I didn't expect that Big Brother's senses to be so sharp. I was already very careful before, but I was still discovered." Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Fortunately, she was able to see their faces when they approached. She had been keeping a close eye on these guys for the past few days. No matter what, the blood essence demon fruit was hers. "Master, what should we do now?" White Lion asked. "These people won't be moving for the next few days. Let's go back first and pay attention to which restaurant they're staying in or where they're staying." Bailey Hongzhuang followed the group but realized that they had no intention of leaving. Instead, they continued to stay near the mountain peak. The three of them found a safe spot and sat down to cultivate. They did not look like they were going to go back. Bailey Hongzhuang followed them carefully from a distance. The leader of the group was far too sensitive. He would notice the slightest movement, so she had no choice but to stay far away. Soon, Bailey Hongzhuang had already understood the thoughts of these people. They had purposely not gone back to the restaurant and had stayed here to escape her pursuit. If she were to follow them nearby, they would be able to detect her as soon as they moved a little. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. They were indeed a group of incomparably experienced people. It would not be easy to escape their eyes. Based on the way they had searched for a place to stay, she could tell that they were a group of people who had gone through a lot of hardships. It was a good thing that she had a heaven-defying divine weapon like the Chaos Ring. The other party would not be able to detect her. Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher stayed far away and did not pay attention to the other party's situation. If they stared at them for too long, they would attract the other party's attention. The boss surveyed his surroundings. He had specially brought Little Fool and Ah San to this place to catch the other party. A treasure like the blood essence demon fruit would not be given up on by any cultivator who knew about it. Hence, he was almost certain that the other party would be following them. If they had returned to the restaurant, the other party would hide in the crowd and it would be too difficult to find them. However, in this environment, it would be much easier to find them. Little Fool, Ah San, you two stay here and cultivate. I'll take a look around. The boss surveyed his surroundings and analyzed where the other party could possibly appear. He must find the other party or he would not be able to rest easy. Little Fool and Ah San knew what the boss was thinking and nodded. The boss's investigative abilities were top-notch. As long as the other party was following them, the boss would definitely be able to find them. Bailey Hongzhuang paid close attention to the other party's movements. As soon as the situation seemed off, she would escape into the Chaos Ring. The other party would not be able to detect her presence. Sure enough, Boss searched the surrounding area but didn't find any traces. He couldn't help but frown. This situation was a bit strange. Big brother, you didn't find anything? Seeing the boss come back with a frown, the waiter couldn't help but ask. Boss shook his head. That's strange. Could it be that my judgment was wrong? He had already searched all the possible hiding places, but he couldn't find any trace of them. It was really strange. Big brother, the other party might have mistakenly entered the tunnel and knew that we might kill them to silence them, so they quickly escaped. Let's stay here for a few days. The blood essence demon fruit is a precious treasure. We must be careful. It would be terrible if someone intercepted us. Big brother is right. Anyway, we have time. There's no need to rush. Ah San nodded in agreement. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that these people had no intention of leaving, so she had no choice but to stay. The blood essence demon fruit was extremely important to Bewitching, and he could not afford to lose it. The moon hung high in the sky as a cool breeze blew past. Bewitching stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, watching the passers-by below. His expression was unfathomable and his eyes flickered with worry. Bailey Hongzhuang had been working separately from them for the past few days. Logically speaking, with Bailey Hongzhuang's strength and the power of the Chaos Ring, it was impossible for Bailey Hongzhuang to be in any danger. It was because he knew about the power of the Chaos Ring that he was reassured to let Bailey Hongzhuang train in other tunnels. However, it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang had returned a little too late today. In the next moment, Bewitching's figure flashed and he jumped down from the windowsill. His figure then quickly disappeared into the crowd. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly by the side and could vaguely hear the movements of the three people. The leader of the group was indeed an extremely cautious person. Even after confirming that there was no one else around, he still checked left and right many times. It was only when the night had deepened that he sat down to cultivate. Master, we'll keep watch over these three people. If we don't go back tonight, Bewitching will be worried. Baisher said telepathically. Bailey Hongzhuang's bright eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. There's nothing we can do now. We can only wait here. She knew that Bewitching would be worried. However, if they missed out on these people today, it would be difficult to find them again. There were many mountains here and it was impossible to find the three people hiding among them. Moreover, these tunnels were full of twists and turns. It was no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Baisher nodded. Master's words made sense. This blood essence demon fruit only appeared once in a blue moon and the environment was extremely strange. If they missed it this time, they might not have the chance to see it again for many years. The light turned from dark to bright and Bailey Hongzhuang peeked out to see that the three people had continued to cultivate after eating some rations. It seemed that they had no intention of leaving today. Bailey Hongzhuang was a very patient person. She had already made up her mind that she would keep watch for as long as these people stayed here. Based on her experience, these people would stay here for at most a few days and not much longer. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang also entered a state of cultivation and Baishar was in charge of keeping watch. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Night's curtain once again fell upon the earth and the entire mountain peak was covered in a veil of night. Bailey Hongzhuang thought that these 3 people's minds. Just as she was about to cultivate, she saw that the 3 people suddenly stood up and looked around. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly hit her figure. She didn't expect that these people would be preparing to leave at night. Boss, there's really no one around here. Even if that guy wanted to go back and find people to surround us, we've stayed here for 3 days. It's impossible for him to find us again. 1. Because of this small possibility, they had stayed here for so long. In the wilderness, it was hot and dry and they could only eat rations. It was really unpleasant. It's better to be safe than sorry. Ah-san said. Let's go. The boss's face darkened. Little Air had always had a grumbling temper and he had long been used to it. Bailey Hongzhuang followed behind the 3 and found that they were getting more and more secluded. They would stop and study the map in their hands from time to time. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that the 3 of them were planning to take advantage of the night to get the blood essence demon fruit. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but feel excited. However, her worries were also growing. There were 3 of them and the strongest of them was probably at Green Realm level 8. Even if she and Baishar worked together, it would be very difficult to deal with the 3 of them. The only way was to sneak an attack when they were unprepared. Only then would she be able to come into contact with the blood essence demon fruit. However, once she snatched the blood essence demon fruit, the other party would be the first to discover it. Even if she had the chaos ring, she could not escape in front of them. Therefore, this matter was still difficult. If she was not careful, she would be seriously injured or even killed. Master, with just our strength, this matter is a little difficult to handle. Baishar naturally found the problem. Its cultivation was only at Green Realm level 4 and its master was also at Green Realm level 4. The other party was a Green Realm level 8 expert. Even if its master could fight above her level, the other party had the advantage of numbers. The difference in strength was too great. Bailey Hongzhuang pursed her red lips and her eyes were deep and complicated. We can only take one step at a time. If there is a chance, don't hesitate. From the conversation she had overheard earlier, she already knew that they were planning to leave the Bloodground Abyss from another direction after obtaining the blood essence demon fruit. This way, she would not be able to contact Bewitching to surround them. Once they left, she would not be able to share the blood essence demon fruit with them. Baishar nodded. The blood essence demon fruit was a must and they would have to fight for it later. As the 3 of them went further and further, Bailey Hongzhuang helplessly found that the mountain was constantly expanding. Without a place to hide, Bailey Hongzhuang could only increase the distance between them. This was the only way to ensure that they would not be discovered. However, the closer they got to the back, the stronger the monsters were. Even if they didn't walk through the tunnel, there would still be some demonic beasts coming out to ambush them. Under such circumstances, the distance between Bailey Hongzhuang and the 3 of them grew further and further. The demonic beasts here weren't the same as before, where she could deal with them with just a slight move. Once she encountered one, it would be a fight, and the other party would definitely discover her existence. Originally, he wanted the white lion to release its aura so that the surrounding demonic beasts would not dare to disturb them. However, as the white lion grew stronger, the aura became more and more powerful. Once the white lion released its aura, these demonic beasts would submit to it. The commotion would be even greater. Not only Bailey Hongzhuang, but the other 3 were also facing attacks from demonic beasts. Therefore, everyone's speed was not fast. Suddenly, a mystical beast appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and Baishar. It pounced towards Bailey Hongzhuang without hesitation. The mystical beast's body was huge and its power was at the green state. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly drew her colored glaze sword and attacked the mystical beast. The mystical beasts here were extremely fast. Bailey Hongzhuang's attack had pierced through the mystical beast's body. The mystical beast immediately realized that it was no match for Bailey Hongzhuang and immediately charged forward. The direction in which the demonic beast had fled was exactly where the three of them were. Once the three of them saw the wound on the demonic beast's body, they would discover that it was caused by a sharp sword and would immediately suspect that there was someone behind them. Bailey Hongzhuang had wanted to chase after the demonic beast and get rid of it, but the demonic beast was too fast. If she were to chase after it, she would definitely be discovered by the other party, and that would be terrible. After knowing that the other party would definitely discover her, Bailey Hongzhuang could only retreat quickly. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had retreated, the three of them had indeed discovered the wound on the demonic beast's body. After the three of them had quickly subdued the demonic beast, they discovered the wound on its body and could not help but exclaim, "This sword wound had clearly appeared not too long ago. It wasn't caused by us." The leader's face instantly turned gloomy. "It seems that my previous judgment was not wrong. Indeed, someone was following us." At this moment, it wasn't just the leader, even Xiao and Ah San's faces had turned extremely ugly. They had been extremely cautious along the way, but they never thought that they would still be followed. It seems that the other party's ability to follow them was extraordinarily powerful. They had checked so many places over the past few days, yet they had not found a single clue. What kind of method was this? Who's following us? Come out now. The leader shouted coldly. The three of them could not help but feel a lingering fear. If it had not been for the fact that the demonic beast had run over, they would have led the other party all the way to the blood essence demon fruit. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally could not come out. No matter what, she could not allow the other party to discover her whereabouts. Otherwise, if she were to be surrounded and attacked, that would be terrible. The other party was obviously angry to the extreme, and immediately flew over. Bailey Hongzhuang was constantly looking for a nearby hiding place. She was different from the other party, she couldn't move too much, otherwise she would be directly discovered by the other party. The leader was very sharp and very quickly, he had arrived at the place where Bailey Hongzhuang had fought with the demonic beast. His face was as gloomy as water. In the next moment, the leader had followed Bailey Hongzhuang's aura and quickly chased after her. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang secretly sighed. This was not good. She was afraid that she could only hide in the chaos ring. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to dodge, a large hand suddenly grabbed her. Bailey Hongzhuang's heart skipped a beat. Before she could see who the other party was, she was pulled into a tunnel and hid. Boss quickly arrived at the spot where Bailey Hongzhuang had been standing and frowned. "Damn it, this is the aura I felt 3 days ago. That guy has been following us for so long. Boss, this fellow has been following us without revealing himself. He shouldn't be as strong as us," little fool said slowly. "The other party probably wants to contact someone, but they're afraid that they won't be able to find us, so they've been following us, waiting for an opportunity to strike." Asan's eyes flashed with wisdom. If the other party was strong enough, then that demonic beast wouldn't have had the chance to escape. The boss nodded. "It's impossible for the other party to leave so quickly. Let's quickly find the other party. Once this news gets out, we'll be in trouble." No cultivator would give up on a treasure like the blood essence demon fruit. Bailey Hongzhuang held her breath. The other party's tracking method was really too amazing, it was amazing. Her tracking technique and concealing ability had always been good. Even if the other party's strength was several levels higher than hers, she was confident that she would not be discovered by the other party. However, this leader clearly had a special talent in this area. Fortunately, this tunnel was mixed with the aura of many monsters, it was able to completely cover her aura. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around to look at the person beside her, only to see Bewitching looking at her with a worried and somewhat reproachful expression. Seeing Bewitching, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips could not help but curl up into a happy smile. On the way here, she had hoped to be able to contact Bewitching, but unfortunately, she never had the chance. She did not expect that Bewitching would actually appear by her side at this moment, although she could not help but want to speak. The current environment was really not suitable for talking. After the three of them went ahead to search for Bailey Hongzhuang's figure, Bailey Hongzhuang was pleasantly surprised and said, "Bewitching, how did you know I was here?" Bewitching saw Bailey Hongzhuang so happy to see him, the anger that was originally brewing in his heart disappeared in an instant. In this life, he was completely lost in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. He could not even scold her. "Wife, you didn't come back, do you know how worried I was?" Bailey Hongzhuang stuck out her tongue. Her expression was a bit innocent and apologetic. "I know you will be worried, but I really can't go back." Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's extremely cute appearance, Bewitching could not help but feel his heart flutter. He was somewhat unable to restrain himself. If it was not for the unsuitable environment, he would have already kissed her. "Why are you following them?" Bewitching's voice was a bit hoarse, his expression was dyed with a serious expression. Based on his understanding of Hongzhuang, if it wasn't something very important, Hongzhuang wouldn't stay here all the time. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but hold Bewitching's hand tightly. Her delicate face was filled with excitement. "Beichen, these people said that there are blood essence demon fruits in the depths of the Bloodgrave Abyss. They have a map in their hands and are preparing to search for them. I've been following them, wanting to know the whereabouts of the blood essence demon fruit. However, they are too cautious. Just now, a demon beast suddenly appeared, and I was accidentally discovered." With Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Bewitching felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly chiseled by someone. An indescribable warmth and emotion spread throughout his heart. Bailey Hongzhuang was nowhere to be seen for several days, and her clothes were in a mess. He knew that Hongzhuang was a person who loved cleanliness. Every day, after cultivating, she would go back to freshen up. However, she had been following these people for his sake. All of this was for his sake. "Wife, these people are very powerful. It's too risky for you to follow them." Bewitching held Bailey Hongzhuang's hand, his eyes filled with heartache. Even though it was just a casual glance, he already understood that these three people's battle prowess was beyond what Hongzhuang and Baisher could handle. Bewitching looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes, which were as bright as the stars. Normally, most things would not be able to attract Bailey Hongzhuang's attention. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was so agitated and worried because of the change in his physique. Thinking back to the time when Bailey Hongzhuang had helped him treat his legs, Bailey Hongzhuang had a reluctant look on her face. But now, she was a little woman who was completely considerate of him, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Back then, he had not given Bailey Hongzhuang the chance to leave. Now, with her by his side, this was a complete world. "Beichen, they've already gone far away. Let's follow them. There are many mountain tunnels here. If we don't keep an eye on them, we won't be able to find them." With that, Bailey Hongzhuang pulled Bewitching and prepared to leave. She had been following them for so long. She could not give up halfway like this. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang was about to leave, she suddenly felt a force. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and threw herself into Bewitching's arms. Bailey Hongzhuang was slightly startled. She raised her head from the wide embrace and immediately met Bewitching's deep and affectionate eyes. "Beichen." Without waiting for Bailey Hongzhuang to speak, Bewitching's hot lips had already kissed Bailey Hongzhuang's pink lips. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes instantly widened. She looked at Bewitching in astonishment. Bewitching's kiss was hot and domineering. His right hand covered the back of Bailey Hongzhuang's head. His tongue quickly attacked, not giving Bailey Hongzhuang any chance to escape. He had been longing for her lips for a long time. It was just that he had been with everyone in the team for the past few days and did not have much opportunity to interact with Hongzhuang. No matter what, he hadn't married Hongzhuang yet. If he entered Hongzhuang's room at night, it would undoubtedly damage her reputation. He would never do anything to hurt Hongzhuang. Even if he was going to marry Hongzhuang, he couldn't let people talk about him again. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly closed her eyes and responded to Bewitching's kiss. She also missed him, missed his embrace, missed his warmth, missed everything about him. She had long been used to Bewitching being by her side, used to his warm words, occasional hugs, and unexpected kisses. Bewitching let go of Bailey Hongzhuang after he had absorbed enough of the sweetness. He looked at her flushed face and his lips curled into a wicked smile. "My wife is still so shy." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's face turned even redder. She punched Bewitching on the shoulder. "You're so bad." She didn't know what was going on either. Every time Bewitching kissed her, she couldn't help but blush. She only felt that she was too useless. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's bashful look, Bewitching felt even happier. He ignored Bailey Hongshuang's weak punches and pulled her into his arms. "My wife, I love you." His warm breath blew into Bailey Hongshuang's ear. Beichen's deep and charming voice clearly traveled into Bailey Hongshuang's ears. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang, who was so considerate of him, Beichen only felt that with a wife like this, what more could he ask for? Bailey Hongshuang, who was originally struggling, became limp after hearing Beichen's words. She quietly leaned on Beichen's chest and said in a muffled voice, "Me too." After Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen had left the cave, they chased after the trio. Previously, the three of them had searched everywhere for Bailey Hongshuang. However, they had not been able to find any trace of her, so they could only leave quickly. Now that they had been delayed by Beichen and Bailey Hongshuang, by the time they emerged from the tunnel, the three of them had set off once again. Based on their judgment, Bailey Hongshuang's powers could not be compared to theirs. She had only been following behind them to find an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Now that they had been discovered, Bailey Hongshuang must have been scared out of her wits and had quickly left. Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen had followed the trio's aura and quickly chased after them. Initially, it would not have been easy for Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen to deal with the trio based on their powers. However, with the addition of Beichen, this problem was easily solved. Even if they had been discovered, they were not afraid at all. A moment later, Bailey Hongshuang caught sight of the three figures once again. Compared to before, the three figures were undoubtedly more cautious. Even their speed was constantly increasing. Clearly, they wanted to use this method to completely shake off their pursuers. "Wife, can the blood essence demon fruit grow in an environment like this?" Beichen walked as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. He was calm and natural. Even though he was following them, he looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. Prior to this, he had spent a great deal of effort to find out more about the blood essence demon fruit. However, this item was simply too rare and no one had been able to preserve it. Bailey Hongshuang thought for a moment before replying, "It's possible. The blood essence demon fruit grows in extremely hot places and the conditions for its growth are very harsh. However, there's magma here. Who knows, it might just meet the conditions for the blood essence demon fruit to grow." A treasure like the blood essence demon fruit could only be found by chance. Not every environment like this could produce the blood essence demon fruit. Otherwise, the blood essence demon fruit would not be so rare. Now, as they got closer and closer to the rear, the temperature became hotter and hotter, and the environment became more and more suitable. It was precisely because of this that Bailey Hongshuang believed that these three people's words were not groundless. Hearing this, Beichen's deep eyes flashed as bright as the stars. Under the control of Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills, it was now possible to ensure that his leg injury would not act up again. However, if there was a chance to completely change his physique, that would undoubtedly be the best. "We're already at the back of the blood-ground abyss. It's not too far ahead, so we should be arriving soon," Beichen said in a deep voice. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. The three people in front of her had already stopped and were studying the map in their hands. "Boss, the map shows that the blood essence demon fruit is on the mountain in front of us." Little Fool looked at the map in his hand and compared it with the mountain in front of him. His expression was firm and serious. "All right." Boss revealed a satisfied expression. "That guy probably went back to get reinforcements. We'll take the blood essence demon fruit tonight to avoid any more trouble." "Boss, this blood essence demon fruit is guarded by an extremely powerful guardian beast. We have to be careful if we want to obtain the blood essence demon fruit. We've been preparing for so long. There must be a way to deal with that red flame lion king." Bailey Hongshuang and Beichen's expressions changed when they heard the name of the lion. The red flame lion was as powerful as a level 1 blue realm cultivator. It was a dominating beast that was extremely difficult to defeat. "I didn't think there would be a red flame lion here. This will be a tough battle." Her dark eyes were shining with surprise. She had only seen the red flame lion once. She didn't think she would have the chance to see it today. "Wife, it seems like we have to lower our status today." Beichen's lips curled into a devilish grin. He raised an eyebrow and stared at Bailey Hongshuang. Looking at this smile, Bailey Hongshuang immediately understood, and her smile became a bit more sly. "Do we count as a pair of thieves?" "Haha. Bewitching could not help but laugh out loud. His clear and bright eyes were like stars in the dark night, shining brightly, bright and dazzling. Looking at such a pair of eyes shining like a river of stars, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt her heart thump. Even though she had been with Bewitching for so long, his charm was still irresistible. "Wife, if you stare at me like that, I won't be able to hold myself back." Bewitching suddenly leaned close to Bailey Hongzhuang and said in a flirtatious tone. Bailey Hongzhuang froze. She lowered her head and said, "I didn't." However, she couldn't help but sound guilty. Bewitching chuckled, but didn't expose her. He grabbed Bailey Hongzhuang's small hand. "A male and female thief is a male and female thief. Today, we are going to steal it." After watching the three of them climb up the mountain, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching weren't in a hurry. They stopped at the foot of the mountain. The Red Flame Lion King was an extremely difficult demonic beast to deal with. Once a demonic beast reached this level, it would have gained intelligence. Even if it was not as smart as a human, it was not far off. Previously, they had already asked White Lion about this, and White Lion had given them an affirmative answer. That was, the Red Flame Lion King really did exist on this mountain peak. As such, the three of them would have to expend quite a bit of effort to defeat the Red Flame Lion King. If they went up immediately, they might be mistaken as one of the Red Flame Lion King's allies. There was no need to waste their energy for nothing. After relaxing, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Bewitching with a big smile. "Bewitching, how did you find me in such a big place?" Originally, she thought that it would be impossible for Bewitching to find her, because this place was too big and the terrain was too complicated. "Ever since you didn't come back last night, I've been looking for you. Fortunately, I finally found you." Bewitching's voice was full of helplessness and love. This place was too big. He had to search for 3 days and 3 nights before he finally found Bailey Hongzhuang. However, the moment he saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was safe and sound, he was relieved. "So you've been looking for me for a few days?" Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked. "What about the team? Who asked my wife to run around so much? How can I be at ease if I don't find you?" Bewitching reached out his hand and stroked Bailey Hongzhuang's nose. The love in his eyes was enough to melt ice. "I've already talked to Xiaofeilin. He will lead the team for the next few days. After a few days of training, everyone's adaptability has improved. I was planning to train with you on the second day and let them train on their own." Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching were talking, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the mountain peak. This place was at the back of the Bloodground Abyss. Hence, there were very few people and even few demonic beasts around. Hearing the sounds, Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching looked at each other. The other party had already started fighting. "Master, let's go up and take a look," White Lion suggested. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. The Red Flame Lion King had already taken the three of them as its opponents. All they needed to do was to find a place to hide. In the next moment, the two of them and the Red Flame Lion King headed up the mountain peak. The closer they got, the more they could feel the shockwaves from the battle. Not long after, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could see the battle clearly. The Red Flame Lion King was like a divine beast of flames. Its body was red and its expression was ferocious. At this moment, the Red Flame Lion King was fighting furiously with the 3 people who wanted to steal its fruit. It had guarded the Blood Essence Demon Fruit for so long and had been safe and sound. As the Blood Essence Demon Fruit ripened, it became happier and happier. Once it consumed the ripened Blood Essence Demon Fruit, its strength would increase exponentially and it would undergo a complete transformation. It even felt that it might have the chance to transform into a human in the future. Not long ago, a group of people had tried to steal the Blood Essence Demon Fruit. They had been killed by the Red Flame Lion King and only one of them had managed to escape. It did not expect that there would be more people coming now. Furthermore, these people were much stronger than the previous group. This was troublesome. "Boss, this Red Flame Lion King has been guarding the Blood Essence Demon Fruit for so long. It has absorbed the essence of the Blood Essence Demon Fruit. Its strength is extraordinary." Little Fool had already been injured in the battle with the Red Flame Lion King. His face was pale. Even though he already knew that the Red Flame Lion King was extremely powerful, it was only now that he realized that it was even more powerful than he had imagined. Even if the three of them worked together, they might not be a match for the Red Flame Lion King. This was really bad. Big Brother and Ah San's faces were also very ugly. They had just seen the almost ripe blood essence demon fruit, but before they could even pick it, the Red Flame Lion King had already attacked. Now that the Red Flame Lion King was staring at them, there was no way they could make a move. The only way was to kill the Red Flame Lion King. That was the only way to get the blood essence demon fruit. However, how difficult was this? Bailey Hongzhuang sniffed the faint medicinal fragrance in the air, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Bewitching, the blood essence demon fruit is about to ripen. She had always been very familiar with medicinal herbs. Just by asking about the fragrance, she could tell that it was a coincidence. She didn't expect their luck to be so good this time. They didn't get the blood essence demon fruit? Bewitching's nose was not as sensitive as Bailey Hongzhuang's. He could only smell the faint smell of blood in the air, but he could not detect the medicinal fragrance at all. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and analyzed, "I'm afraid that the Red Flame Lion King came too quickly and they didn't make it in time. However, this is a good opportunity for us. While the Red Flame Lion King is fighting with the three of them, we can quickly pick the blood essence demon fruit and leave. Master, we're just going to sit back and reap the benefits." Baisher's eyes shone with excitement. He loved to be able to obtain treasures so effortlessly. If the three of them were to find out about this, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slyly, "If we're careful, we might actually succeed. However, we still need a little trick." Although she, Bailey Hongzhuang, usually adhered to the principle of being open and aboveboard, sometimes she would do some sneaky things, which was also harmless. "My wife, what's your plan?" Just by looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's mischievous smile, Bewitching knew that Bailey Hongzhuang already had a plan in mind. "It's simple. We'll sneak to the other side of the mountain. The blood essence demon fruit is there. The Red Flame Lion King is already locked in battle with the three of them. It won't be able to determine the victor in a short period of time. We'll take advantage of this time to pluck the blood essence demon fruit and enter the chaos ring. This way, the Red Flame Lion King will definitely think that we're in cahoots with the three of them. Since it won't be able to sense our aura, it will definitely place all its hatred on the three of them. Although the three of them know that they've fallen into our trap, it won't be of any use even if they try to explain to the Red Flame Lion King. They'll definitely run away immediately and the enraged Red Flame Lion King will chase after them. Once they've all left, we'll be able to leave as well." In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had already come up with a plan. This was the best way to reap the benefits. After understanding Bailey Hongzhuang's plan, Bewitching and Baisher could not help but give her a thumbs up. "Brilliant, truly brilliant. My wife's intelligence is truly admirable." Bewitching could not help but chuckle. Bailey Hongzhuang was truly adorable when she was being crafty. This was more in line with her age. "Since you've all agreed, shall we take action?" "No problem." Two men and one beast quickly launched into action. The elemental energy in the air had already been stirred up, and the aftermath of the battle was constantly spreading. Under such circumstances, the Red Flame Lion King, Big Brother, and the other two did not have the time to pay attention to their surroundings. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had hidden their auras very well. A moment later, a blood-red fruit appeared in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, the woman, and the beast. The blood-red fruit flickered with a sparkling luster. It was extremely red and emitted a demonic aura. With a single glance, he could tell that this was no ordinary fruit, but a treasure of heaven and earth. A faint fragrance wafted out from the fruit, making people feel refreshed. "This is the blood essence demon fruit." Bewitching's black whirlpool-like eyes flashed with a sigh. He had learned a lot about the blood essence demon fruit, but he was still shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. The treasures brewed by heaven and earth were indeed extraordinary. One could feel the abundant energy within the blood essence demon fruit just by sensing it. "My wife, this blood essence demon fruit does not seem to have fully matured. If we pluck it now, will it harm its medicinal effects? If such a treasure was wasted just like that, it would truly be a waste of God's gift." Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, "Don't worry, I have an idea. Heavenly treasures would only be at their best when they are fully ripe. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were in no condition to wait for the blood essence fruit to fully ripen. However, the blood essence fruit in front of them was close to ripening. Furthermore, Bailey Hongzhuang had found a treasure in the chaos ring. As long as they could bring the blood essence fruit back, she would be able to cultivate it. Seeing how confident Bailey Hongzhuang was, Bewitching did not ask any more questions. He immediately began to observe the situation. The three of them had already sustained some injuries, but the Red Flame Lion King was still full of battle intent. Bewitching noticed that this Red Flame Lion King was much more powerful than the village chief's Red Flame Lion King. It was probably a Red Flame Lion King that was about to evolve. Against a demonic beast of this level, if one was not strong enough, one would not be able to gain the upper hand. Come to think of it, he could only sigh at how unlucky these three were. They had spent so much effort only to be the guide for this one time. Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were very fast. She had prepared some tools before, so she quickly dug out the blood essence demon fruit. Bewitching, Baisher, get into the chaos ring. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's orders, Bewitching and Baisher immediately understood and followed Bailey Hongzhuang into the chaos ring. The three of them were trying their best to deal with the Red Flame Lion King. Their injuries were already very serious. However, it had not been easy for them to get here. If they were to give up now, all their efforts would have been for naught. Suddenly, the Red Flame Lion King's eyes turned red. It no longer cared about the three of them and charged to the side. Because, at that moment, it suddenly realized that the blood essence fruit's aura had disappeared. It had guarded the blood essence fruit for so many years and was very familiar with its aura. However, at that moment, the blood essence fruit's aura had disappeared. It had completely disappeared. The three of them still did not understand what had caused the Red Flame Lion King to fly into such a rage. However, a white porcelain bottle suddenly landed in front of him. Seeing this white porcelain vase, the three people's faces instantly turned ugly. Boss picked up the white porcelain bottle and carefully sensed it. He discovered that the aura on the white porcelain bottle belonged to the cultivator who was following them. Damn it! That guy is following us again. The boss said with a gloomy face. As soon as he said that, Little Fool and Ah-san looked at each other. They both had a bad feeling about this. Boss, why is the Red Flame Lion King so angry? Could it be that the blood essence demon fruit was taken? When they thought of this possibility, the Red Flame Lion King turned around and glared at them as if they were its sworn enemies. We've been set up. Let's go. Even though the three of them were enraged to the extreme, the only thing they could do now was to flee. Previously, when the Red Flame Lion King was not enraged, it was already extremely difficult for them to deal with it. Now that the Red Flame Lion King had gone berserk, they might not even be able to keep their lives. As for the matter of the blood essence demon fruit being taken away, they could only swallow this loss. The three of them quickly ran down the mountain. However, the Red Flame Lion King had no intention of letting them go. It chased after them all the way. Clearly, it would not stop until it killed them. The Red Flame Lion King had gone completely mad. It had been guarding the blood essence demon fruit for so many years and it had finally gotten the chance to evolve. Now that the blood essence demon fruit had disappeared right in front of its eyes, it could not tolerate it. The three of them used all of their abilities to escape, but the Red Flame Lion King was too fast. It was not easy to escape. After the previous battle, the three of them had used up more than half of their elemental energy and were panting heavily. Boss, why did that guy throw you a white porcelain bottle? Little Fool was in despair. They had been running for so long, but the Red Flame Lion King was still chasing after them. He was almost out of energy. Hearing Little Fool's words, the boss looked at the white porcelain bottle in his hand. He had been so focused on escaping that he had forgotten about the bottle. I don't know. There seems to be something else here, but it's most likely not something good. The boss looked at the white porcelain bottle in his hand and wished he could crush it. They had spent so much energy only to let the other party reap the benefits. How dare the other party be so arrogant as to tell him about it? How despicable. However, when the boss opened the white porcelain bottle, he couldn't help but be stunned. Boss, what's wrong? Little Fool asked when he saw the boss's stunned expression. There are pills inside. The boss recognized the type of pills at a glance. They were pills for healing and pills for replenishing elemental energy. They were exactly what they needed right now. In the next moment, the boss handed the pills to Little Fool and Little Fool. "Quick, take them." Little Fool and Little Fool were stunned. When they saw the pills in their hands, they swallowed them without hesitation. To them, this was a life-saving pill. "Boss, did that guy predict that we would be in such a situation so he gave it to us?" It should be. In that moment, the three of them were speechless. The reason why they were in such a situation was all because of that guy who had been following them. But now, it was that guy's pills that saved them. At that moment, the three of them did not know how to feel about that guy. At least in their hearts, that guy was not as annoying as before. Bailey Hongshuang, Bewitching, and Baishar emerged from the Chaos Ring after the Red Flame Lion King chased after the three of them. Seeing that everything was going as she expected, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but smile. "My wife is indeed a genius. You managed to obtain the Blood Essence Demon Fruit without any effort." Bewitching was full of praise. This situation was much easier than he had expected. "You flatter me." Bailey Hongshuang chuckled. "Master, what did you throw at them earlier?" Baishar looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. Previously, it had seen its master casually throw something out, but before it could see clearly, they had already escaped into the Chaos Ring. It had always been curious. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang smiled slyly. "It's just some pills. The Red Flame Lion King will definitely chase after these three for a long time. Without the pills, I'm afraid that they won't be able to keep their lives." Speaking of which, these three guys were really unlucky to have met her. No matter what, she was still very grateful to these three guys. If it wasn't for them, how could she have obtained the Blood Essence Demon Fruit? With Bailey Hongshuang's words, Bewitching and Baishar finally understood. It was indeed a pity that the three of them had died just like that. "We don't know when the Red Flaming Lion King will return. Let's leave quickly." Bewitching scanned his surroundings. Beasts like the Red Flaming Lion King were extremely sensitive. There was no telling when it would return. If they caught the three of them but did not manage to find the Blood Essence Demon Fruit, they would be in big trouble once they returned. Following which, the two of them quickly left the mountain peak and returned to the inn. Xiao Feilin and the rest were relieved when they saw that Bailey Hongshuang had returned safely. Previously, when Bailey Hongshuang had mysteriously disappeared, everyone was worried. "Junior sister Bailey, where have you been these few days? Everyone was worried that something had happened to you." Xiao Feiyu looked at Bailey Hongshuang with concern. In the entire team, there were only the two of them. Hence, Xiao Feiyu and Bailey Hongshuang's relationship had become much closer. "I ran into some problems and was delayed for a few days. I'm really sorry for making everyone worry about me." Hearing this, everyone waved their hands and said, "Junior sister Bailey, as long as you've returned safely, we can all be at ease." The team was filled with joy and harmony. In the following days, Bailey Hongshuang and Bewitching did not continue to train in the training grounds. Both of them had good reflexes. In order to save time, they decided to stay in the inn and train in the desert world. The time spent in the desert world was much longer than the outside world. In addition, there were countless beasts in the desert world. It was no different from training in the outside world. When Xiao He and Xiao Bai found out that Bailey Hongshuang was going to train with them in the desert world, they were extremely happy. They were already used to training with their master every day. Now that they could continue to train together, it was undoubtedly the best thing that could happen. Following Bailey Hongshuang's training on the stairway to heaven, her training speed increased again. Bewitching could only absorb elemental energy as usual. Hence, Bailey Hongshuang was also using this opportunity to catch up with Bewitching's training. No matter if it was Bailey Hongshuang or Bewitching, both of them were extremely talented. Bailey Hongshuang's training speed was extremely fast, but so was Bewitching's. As a result, it was hard to close the gap between the two of them. And now was the best time to catch up. Compared to Bailey Hongshuang's training, the disciples were also immersed in their training. They spent most of their time cultivating in their respective sects and didn't have many opportunities to spar. Now, not only were there countless beasts in the bloody ground abyss, there were also many cultivators who would start a fight if there was a disagreement. This was a good opportunity for them to increase their strength. Although they would often return with injuries, their strength would increase in an orderly manner. Hence, everyone was extremely happy. 2 months passed by quickly. Beichen, there is only half a month before the Battle of Shuolu begins. I have to head to Limitless Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang calculated the time. They had been out for so long. Before the Battle of Shuolu begins, she had to make a trip back to Limitless Palace. My wife, you must be careful on your journey. Di Beichen's eyes flashed with concern. The Battle of Shuolu was just around the corner and he had to lead his disciples back to the Tiangang sect. Bailey Hongzhuang gently nodded. Her ink-black jade-like eyes flashed with a gentle and moving light. Her voice was soft and affectionate. Yes. Di Beichen, I'll see you at the Battle of Shuolu. She had prepared for so long and the Battle of Shuolu had finally begun. During the Battle of Shuolu, she would meet the Lan family and Lan Qingyan, after more than 10 years of intertwining fate. Now it was time to rewrite it. My wife, I'll wait for you. Di Beichen reached out and pulled Bailey Hongzhuang into his arms. From the moment the Battle of Shuolu began, it was time for Bailey Hongzhuang to face the Lan family. No matter what happened next, he would always stand firmly by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Thank you for waiting for me for so long. Bailey Hongzhuang rested her chin on Di Beichen's shoulder. She was reluctant to part with his familiar and warm embrace. Ever since she had been together with Di Beichen, she had missed him for a long time. He had always been waiting for her to openly reclaim her identity. Actually, her name was not Bailey Hongzhuang. Her real name was Lan Yixuan. Because of that SL*T, she had been living under a different name for so many years. From now on, she would let everyone know her true identity as Bailey Hongzhuang. Di Beichen had always known that Bailey Hongzhuang had an obsession in her heart. If she had not found her true identity, if she had not found her parents' dignity, no matter how comfortable her life was, there would always be a part of her heart that would never be at peace. That part would never be truly happy. He was willing to wait. He would wait until Bailey Hongzhuang no longer had a knot in her heart. He would let everyone know that he, Di Beichen, was going to marry the second lady of the Lan family. The granddaughter of the Sun Moon Palace's palace master and the granddaughter of the Heavenly Dipper sect master, she had never been a nameless pawn, and would never be unworthy of him, Di Beichen. On the contrary, it was Di Beichen who was lucky enough to marry Lan Yixuan. Baisher, Xiaohe, and Xiaobai could not help but cover their eyes when they saw how lovey-dovey Bailey Hongzhuang and Di Beichen were. Master and Di Beichen's relationship was getting better and better. Often, a casual conversation could make them blush and their hearts race. However, they were beasts with moral integrity. When faced with such a situation, they would take the initiative to cover their eyes. Of course, he would steal a few glances from time to time. Xiao Feiyu and the rest were shocked when they found out that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to leave the group. Junior sister Bailey, where are you going by yourself instead of returning to Tiangang sect with us? It was already strange that Bailey Hongzhuang did not participate in the Battle of Shuolu. Now that Bailey Hongzhuang was going to leave the group, it was a little too strange. I still have some things to do, so I will leave for now. I will meet everyone again soon. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face rippled with a smile like a lotus flower. She could feel everyone's goodwill towards her. She was very happy when she entered Tiangang sect and was doubted everywhere. Now that she was completely accepted by everyone, she was very happy. Bailey Hongzhuang brought the 3 beasties and headed towards Limitless Palace. Now that she was strong enough to take charge, she didn't need to worry about any dangers along the way. It was because of this that Di Beichen was assured to let her head towards Limitless Palace. If it was in the past, Di Beichen would definitely not allow it. Just from this point, one could see how much she had improved. Master, the journey to Limitless Palace is very long. By the time we reach Limitless Palace, I'm afraid that the battle of supremacy would have already begun. Xiao Hei's expression revealed some helplessness. It was a pity that there weren't any flying beasts that could fly directly to Limitless Palace. They could only rely on their own 2 legs. Even though their current speed was much faster than before, they still needed to spend a lot of time on the journey. Bailey Hongzhuang flicked Xiao Hei's head and said, Xiao Hei, you're sitting on my shoulders now. The ones rushing on the journey are me and Baisher. You still have the cheek to complain? Cough cough. Xiaohei couldn't help but feel guilty. Master, I'm just feeling sorry for you. Who asked you to not have a pair of wings? Otherwise, you would be able to carry me and fly. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. Speaking of which, flying beasts were also the dream beasts of cultivators. If she could have a flying mount, she would be able to save a lot of time and trouble. However, this type of contracted beast was extremely rare. If she had the chance, she would like to find one. Instantly, the three beasties' heads drooped. They still had some confidence in other things, but when it came to flying, they really didn't have any ideas. During the process of White Dew, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't stay idle. She executed fulgurating shadows all the way and maximized her speed to the extreme. Movement techniques were very useful in battle. The more she used them and the more proficient she was at it, the better the effect would be during the battle. Now that they were rushing on the journey, she didn't have any chance to cultivate. She could only practice fulgurating shadows. Finally, Bailey Hongzhuang arrived at Limitless Palace. Compared to the trouble when she arrived at Limitless Palace for the first time, Bailey Hongzhuang now had a token. After showing it to the gatekeeper, she successfully entered Limitless Palace. Hongzhuang, you're finally back. The Battle of Supremacy Palace will depart tomorrow. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to make it in time. The moment Nangongwu saw Bailey Hongzhuang, a smile had already occupied her face. Mistress, I'm sorry. I'm late. Nangongwu waved her hand. I know you've been busy cultivating recently. It's fine as long as you make it in time. I haven't seen you for almost a year since we parted that day. Now, you've become even more beautiful. Nangongwu looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in admiration. Bailey Hongzhuang was getting more and more beautiful. She was less immature and more beautiful. Bewitching really picked up a big bargain this time. If he didn't grab Bailey Hongzhuang's heart early on, as long as Bailey Hongzhuang walked around in front of those young elites, she would definitely be the target of everyone's pursuit. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang blushed and said, Mistress, you're overpraising me. Yu Linfeng heard the news and came over. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, he revealed a comfortable smile. Hongzhuang, you really came at the right time. Greetings, Master. Bailey Hongzhuang bowed respectfully. Yu Linfeng was her most respected master. He had helped her a lot in her cultivation. I came a little late. I hope Master will forgive me. It's good as long as you're here. Since I let you cultivate with Bewitching, I naturally thought that you wouldn't come early. Yu Linfeng's face was filled with a loving smile. He knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and Bewitching had a very good relationship. That was why he didn't let Bailey Hongzhuang return to Limitless Palace to cultivate. Looking at Yu Linfeng's knowing expression, Bailey Hongzhuang blushed in embarrassment. Hongzhuang, this time you're participating in the Battle of Shuolu as the leader of Limitless Palace. You've already met a portion of Limitless Palace's disciples. They're the core disciples. There's also a portion of them who are also core disciples. It's just that they've been cultivating in seclusion, so you haven't met them yet. I've left a spot for you. And told everyone about your identity. However, you'll have to settle the conflicts between the disciples by yourself. Yu Linfeng's voice was gentle and elegant. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. As the palace master of Limitless Palace, he could naturally help Bailey Hongzhuang dispel the disciples' suspicions and dissatisfaction. However, since Bailey Hongzhuang was his chosen successor, she naturally needed to have the ability to take charge and lead. It's always good for a young person to have more setbacks. If there's someone to help her settle everything along the way, then her improvement would naturally be small. Recently, Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't appeared. The disciples and young palace master had a lot of guesses. After all, he had never talked about this matter. He only announced it after the Battle of Shuolu was decided. Moreover, he didn't mention Bailey Hongzhuang's name. He felt that this was a good opportunity to let Bailey Hongzhuang introduce herself. It was better than him, the master, introducing her. Linfeng, for this matter, why don't you introduce Hongzhuang to everyone tomorrow? It'll save us some trouble. The battle for the throne is an extremely important competition. If the disciples were to have internal strife because of this, wouldn't it affect Limitless Palace's results? Nangongwu frowned slightly. It was obviously a very simple matter, but Yu Linfeng liked to make it complicated. Wooer, I have my reasons for doing this. Listening to Yu Linfeng's words, Bailey Hongzhuang also understood Yu Linfeng's deep meaning. This was Yu Linfeng's test for her. Master, I will definitely handle this matter properly. Please rest assured. Along the way, her master had already paved the way for her. If she couldn't even convince her teammates, then she would be letting her master down. When she knew that she was going to participate in the battle of martial arts as the young palace master of Limitless Palace, she was already prepared to face all of this. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang accepted it calmly and didn't feel that it was a problem at all, the admiration in Yu Linfeng's eyes deepened. These days, he could feel that Bailey Hongzhuang had been cultivating on this stairway every day. It could be seen how hardworking she was. It hadn't even been a year since they separated. Bailey Hongzhuang had improved so much. He had a whole new level of respect for her. Originally, he thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would have a hard time facing all of this with her strength. However, after sensing Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, he was completely relieved. Master believes in you. Hongzhuang, you're going to meet Lan Qingyan after the Battle of the Deer, right? Nangong Wu's eyes suddenly flashed with an excited and dazzling light. She had always hated the Lan family to the core. It was just that Yu Linfeng normally did not interact with the Lan family, so she did not have the opportunity to make the Lan family unhappy. The relationship between Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang was so deep. Once they met in the Battle of the Deer, the situation would be extremely exciting. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Her clear eyes were covered with a layer of enchanting luster and her expression was more ruthless. After so many years, we're finally going to meet. She had hated Lan Qingyan for so many years, but Lan Qingyan had always treated her as a dead person. Presumably, when Lan Qingyan found out that she was still alive and not dead, the situation would be very exciting. Seeing the sudden change in Bailey Hongzhuang's expression, Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu looked at each other. The hatred in Bailey Hongzhuang's heart towards Lan Qingyan's family was probably deeper than they had imagined. However, after experiencing what happened in the past, this hatred would be deeply rooted. Although Lan Qingyan has been famous for a long time, it's only because of the rainbow pearl. Hongzhuang, a fake is a fake. You're the one who was truly chosen by the rainbow pearl. Once they compete, the real and fake will naturally be revealed. Nangong Wu's words were full of disdain towards Lan Qingyan. These years, although Lan Qingyan's reputation was very resounding, this woman didn't do anything outstanding. On the contrary, her arrogant and despotic reputation would occasionally spread. As a disciple of an aristocratic family, being arrogant and despotic was nothing. As long as one's strength was strong enough, that was enough. However, for such a person to be the next clan head of the Lan family, this was a bit ridiculous. If it wasn't for Lan Qingyan snatching away Bailey Hongzhuang's rainbow pearl, with her personality, it was impossible for her to be recognized as the next patriarch. Yu Linfeng looked deeply at Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Hongzhuang, Master believes that you are the most outstanding. From the moment he chose Bailey Hongzhuang as his successor, he believed that Bailey Hongzhuang was the most outstanding. Even though your current strength may not be comparable to Lan Qingyan's, it won't be long before your strength surpasses hers. No matter what, you have to be confident in yourself and in the path of martial arts. No matter how terrifying the opponent is, it doesn't matter. As long as we don't give up, victory will definitely belong to us. You, on the other hand, were born to be the pride of the heavens. If you hadn't been delayed for so many years, your current achievements would definitely be the center of attention. Master always believed that no matter what tribulation heaven throws at us, it will always send us another gift. Tempering is the most precious wealth. These sincere and heartfelt words were full of Yu Linfeng's concern for Bailey Hongzhuang. Lan Qingyan was nurtured as the next clan head of the Lan family since she was young. The entire family used all their resources to nurture her. Naturally, her strength was needless to say. Bailey Hongzhuang experienced the shattering of her dantian and her cultivation was delayed by so many years. Yet, she was able to catch up to this extent. Just this point alone was enough to prove that Bailey Hongzhuang was stronger than Lan Qingyan. However, catching up still required some time. Feeling Yu Linfeng's deep concern, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was moved. A feeling of being touched quickly spread in her heart. Whether it was her master or her master, they were all sincerely concerned about her. She couldn't help but feel touched. She understood her master's meaning. She was worried that she would lose to Lan Qingyan after putting in so much effort to prepare. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart wasn't that fragile. For so many years, she had always been in a state of catching up. So what if she had to catch up for a longer time? Moreover, she had a lot of trump cards. She didn't know if she could defeat Lan Qingyan now, but she at least had the ability to contend against Lan Qingyan. Whether she won or lost, she wouldn't lose anything. On the contrary, Lan Qingyan was the one who couldn't bear it the most. Master, no matter what the result is, it won't damage my martial heart. With just a simple sentence, Bailey Hongzhuang had already answered all of Yu Linfeng's worries. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang in high spirits without the slightest bit of effort, Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu also revealed a comfortable and relaxed smile. Although the Battle of Shuolu was important, they were more concerned about Bailey Hongzhuang. Hongzhuang, tomorrow is the day we depart for the Battle of Shuolu. Let me first introduce you to the situation of the Battle of Shuolu, as well as the situation of our Limitless Palace's past Battle of Shuolu. Yu Linfeng's expression was somewhat serious. The Battle of Shuolu was a competition to measure the strength of each force. If they could obtain a good ranking in the Battle of Shuolu, they would be able to gain more respect from other forces. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Previously, she only knew a little about the Battle of Shuolu, but she wasn't very clear about it. After all, each force had a different view of the Battle of Shuolu. Their arrangements were also different. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally couldn't use the situation of Tiangang's sect to lead the disciples of Limitless Palace. Bewitching didn't say much to her in this regard. Instead, they spent all their time on cultivation. Every sect and aristocratic family will participate in the Battle of Shuolu. Of course, the medicine sect and the Yu family are exceptions. Because they were not proficient in martial arts, most of them would not participate in the Battle of Wulu. Since so many forces were participating together, there was naturally competition. Everyone wanted to obtain the best results. The situation of the battle for Divine Throne is slightly similar to the assessment that you participated in before, but this is the real competition between the geniuses. Bailey Hongzhuang listened attentively to Yu Linfeng's introduction. Every bit of information was very important. From Yu Linfeng's introduction, Bailey Hongzhuang understood the rules of the battle for the throne. As it turned out, the Battle of Shuolu was also a small world. It was filled with various fortuitous encounters and treasures. These were all taken out by the various forces as a reward for the young cultivators. Although the items taken out by the various forces weren't the best, they wouldn't be bad either. After all, this kind of thing involved the issue of competition. Therefore, this Battle of Shuolu was an extremely good opportunity for many cultivators who weren't successors. If they could obtain abundant cultivation resources, their cultivation speed would naturally increase greatly. Every cultivator had their own number plate. What they had to do in the Battle of Shuolu was to snatch their own number plates. The more number plates they snatched, the higher their ranking would be. Heavenly treasures were all treasures that cultivators could obtain and were not included in the results. The only thing that counted was the number of number plates they had. Not only that, when the results were tallied, it would not only include the number plates they had, it would also include the number plates they had as a whole. From these two aspects, each group's strength would be judged. Because of this, the Battle of Shuolu did not only depend on an individual's battle prowess, but also the strength of the group. Hence, unity was extremely important. Every group would choose their successors to lead the group. Because of this, the disciples would be most convinced. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had yet to meet the participating disciples of Limitless Palace. On this point, she had already fallen behind the other groups. If she was unable to make everyone trust her in a short period of time and listen to her arrangements, then after the Battle of Shuolu, the group would be a bunch of loose sand. Compared to the other groups, they would not be able to withstand a single blow. Every single cultivator who was able to participate in the Battle of Shuolu was not weak. Hence, unity was extremely important. After understanding all the rules, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. The rules were simple and clear. As long as one could snatch the number plate, that would be enough. Master, I understand. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes shone with a wise light. In her previous life, she had also understood some of the competitions. Many times, the more there were no rules, the more intense the competition would be. Because to snatch the number plate, there was no other way to calculate the results. Hence, this forced the groups to clash head-on to determine the winner. This was a direct confrontation between outstanding cultivators. It depended on strength and brains. In this way, whoever managed to snatch the number of number plates would be able to prove their strength from another perspective. Perhaps, the closer one got to the center of the Battle of Zhuolu, the more intense the confrontation would be. Hong Zhuang, there will be casualties in this Battle of Zhuolu. Hence, you must be extra careful. Although everyone hopes that there will be no casualties, as long as it is a competition between cultivators, casualties are unavoidable. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. Master, don't worry. I will take good care of my teammates. This time, she was not participating in the Battle of Zhuolu alone but as a whole. Every single cultivator was part of Limitless Palace's strength. They could not lose their lives in the Battle of Zhuolu. Hongzhuang, at times, the Battle of Zhuolu can be very fierce. Some sects had grudges against each other. Every time there was a battle for supremacy, it would be a bloodbath. There were also cases where an entire army would be wiped out. Battle of Zhuolu. Our Limitless Palace has not been established for long. Although we have a certain status and influence in the Xianxia continent, we have very few enemies and allies. This is not good news for you. As she spoke, Nangong Wu's eyes suddenly lit up. However, with Hong Zhuang as our leader, the Tiangang sect and the Sun Moon Palace are our allies, so there will be fewer problems. The sun shone brightly and the sky was high. Today was the day that the teams would depart for the Battle of Deer. Hence, the participating disciples of Limitless Palace were all ready to depart early in the morning. At a glance, they were all in high spirits and full of confidence. However, when everyone saw the empty seat of the team leader, they couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. We're supposed to depart for the Battle of Deer today. Why haven't we seen the team leader yet? Could it be that the team leader hasn't returned yet? Then what are we going to do in the Battle of Deer? Ever since they found out that the team leader was the young palace master of Limitless Palace, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was because they had never heard of any news regarding the young palace master before this. However, since it was announced by the palace master, then it was naturally true. During this period of time, everyone was very curious about the identity of the young palace master. However, after waiting for so long, the young palace master still hadn't appeared. This made everyone feel a little anxious. To be able to participate in the Battle of Deer was an excellent opportunity for any cultivator. On one hand, they could represent the sect in the battle and win glory for the sect. On the other hand, they could display their strength on this big stage. Although most of the time, the person who obtained first place was the successor, there was also the possibility of an ordinary disciple appearing. No one was willing to give up on this possibility. However, the young palace master had yet to appear. If they didn't have a leader in the Battle of Deer, then wouldn't their team be at a disadvantage right from the start? Not only the participating disciples, but the other disciples of Limitless Palace also rushed out early in the morning. They all wanted to know who the young palace master was. Just as everyone was discussing, Yu Linfeng and Nangong Wu's figures slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight. Behind the two of them, there was a young and beautiful figure. Greetings to the palace master and palace madam. Everyone bowed respectfully. Yu Linfeng nodded slightly. His gaze then landed on Bailey Hongzhuang and said, Hongzhuang, you can return to the team. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang appeared in front of everyone, almost everyone's eyes were focused on her, even though the palace master did not say much. From the way Bailey Hongzhuang appeared, everyone was able to determine that this person was the young palace master of Limitless Palace. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had already changed into Limitless Palace's disciple uniform. She was wearing a light golden patterned robe that was noble and elegant, just like the buildings of Limitless Palace. The golden sunlight shone on her body, accentuating her nobility and peerless beauty. Her gorgeous face revealed a bit of heroic spirit, and when she looked serious, it was impossible for people to associate her with a vase. This was because Bailey Hongzhuang's aura had already revealed that she was definitely not weak. It's actually her? Pei Yifan stared at Bailey Hongzhuang with wide eyes, his face full of disbelief. Pei Yifan wasn't the only one who recognized Bailey Hongzhuang. Some of the disciples in the group also recognized Bailey Hongzhuang. When Bailey Hongzhuang went to the back of the mountain to cultivate with them, everyone was guessing the identity of Bailey Hongzhuang. After all, a cultivator who could be brought by the palace master and palace madam was definitely not simple. Isn't this woman the one who came with Tiangang Sect's young sect master? So she's actually our young palace master? It's really hard to guess. I've only seen her come to the sect once. I rarely see her on normal days. She really keeps a low profile. We have to be careful in the future. Our young palace master will be our palace master in the future. Gazes of envy and worship fell on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. As a cultivator, who didn't dream of becoming the master of a sect one day, all along, Limitless Palace didn't have any news about their young palace master. On one hand, it was because the palace master was still very young. On the other hand, it was because the palace master and his wife didn't have any children. Under such circumstances, many outstanding disciples would do their best to show off their talents. They wanted the palace master and his wife to see them in a different light. No one would have thought that the palace master had already chosen their young palace master. This made some people feel discouraged. Bailey Hongzhuang saw Pei Yifan looking at her in a daze. Her lips slowly curved into a faint smile. When she was cultivating in Limitless Palace, Pei Yifan was the only one who showed some kindness to her. Therefore, she had a deep impression of Pei Yifan. Seeing Bailey Hongzhuang smile, Pei Yifan realized that he was being rude. He retracted his gaze embarrassedly. Bailey Hongzhuang is my Limitless Palace's young palace master. Previously, I sent her out to settle some matters. That's why she's meeting with everyone today. Yu Lingfeng's gentle voice slowly rang out. It clearly entered everyone's ears. After receiving Yu Lingfeng's confirmation, everyone sighed. At the same time, they understood why Bailey Hongzhuang didn't appear before them. I believe everyone knows the meaning and danger of the Battle of Zhuolu. I hope that everyone can work together and achieve a good result in the Battle of Zhuolu. This is a stage that belongs to you youngsters. You have the courage to fight and fight. This is the courage of youngsters. You have to tell everyone the true strength of our Limitless Palace. Tell me, do you have the confidence? Yu Lingfeng's voice was sonorous. This was a stage for the cultivators of various forces to vie for supremacy. Even though Limitless Palace had only been established in the Xianxia continent for a short period of time, their aura and confidence were not weaker than anyone else's. The disciples of Limitless Palace would not be any worse than the disciples of other powers. Hearing Yu Lingfeng's words, the disciples all felt their blood boil. Previously, they were all thinking of achieving good results in the battle of vying for deer. But now, after hearing Yu Lingfeng's words, a sense of honor for their sect quickly rose in their hearts. They were disciples of Limitless Palace. From the moment they participated in the Battle of Zhuolu, all of their actions represented Limitless Palace. They were bound together for good or ill. Yes. The disciples shouted one after another. They had worked so hard to cultivate for so long just to let the entire Xianxia continent know their strength. Yu Linfeng revealed a look of satisfaction when he saw the excitement in the disciples' eyes. The vigor of the disciples of Limitless Palace would definitely not lose to anyone else. Very good. Yu Linfeng nodded. This is the true strength of our Limitless Palace's disciples. For a moment, all the participating disciples felt their blood boiling. They were the heroes of Limitless Palace. For this honor, they were willing to give it their all. Before we enter the battle for deer, I have one more thing to tell everyone. Yu Lingfeng's voice was less sonorous and more gentle. His gaze swept across Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. All of you are outstanding disciples of the palace. I hope that you will be able to achieve good results in the battle for deer. However, I hope that all of you will be able to return safely. Once these words were spoken, all the disciples were moved. All of them understood how important the battle for deer was to the palace. Every time the battle for deer's ranking was related to the palace's right to speak. If they ended up at the bottom, they would be ridiculed by everyone. However, under such circumstances, they never thought that the palace master would be most concerned about their safety. So, you can work hard, you can fight hard. However, all of this must be done under the premise of your own safety. If all of you are no longer around, then this ranking will be of no use to the palace. Everyone. Do you understand? We understand. It was these warm and caring words that made everyone want to work hard to achieve good results for Limitless Palace. In fact, the palace master had always treated them extremely well. He did not have the same restrictions as the other sects. Even when the palace master appeared, he had an amiable look and did not put on any airs. Many people felt that Limitless Palace had only been established for a short period of time. However, they were very clear that Limitless Palace was not inferior to the other sects in any aspect. To be able to become a disciple of Limitless Palace was their pride. Then, everyone, get ready to set off. Yu Lingfeng's face was filled with smiles as he led the participating disciples towards the teleportation array. Every battle for deer was held at a specific location. Hence, every sect had their own teleportation array. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest followed closely behind the palace master and the elders. They were filled with curiosity towards the upcoming battle for deer. Very quickly, everyone arrived at the teleportation array. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang was no stranger to the teleportation array. However, there were still many disciples who were amazed when they saw the teleportation array. The battle for deer will last for 3 months. After 3 months, we will be here to pick you up. Yu Linfeng smiled faintly. The battle for deer was not long. It could be seen that the battle for deer did not have a large area. Within 3 months, there would be many clashes. The faces of the disciples were filled with anticipation. They had long heard of how amazing the Battle of Shualu was and how many treasures there were. If they were lucky, they would be able to raise their cultivation by quite a bit in the next 3 months. Now, everyone, enter the teleportation array. Grand Elder Gu Taihong's voice rang out. In the next moment, everyone walked into the teleportation array and felt a kind of energy surround them. Then, when they opened their eyes again, they were already in another place. This was a lush and verdant world. The sun shone brightly and the air was fresh. It was like an otherworldly paradise, making one feel comfortable. We should be at the edge of the Battle of Shualu now. The possibility of encountering cultivators from other forces isn't high. However, the closer we get, the higher the possibility of encountering them. Bailey Hongzhuang was very familiar with this situation. It was just like the assessment competition. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone had different expressions. Although they already knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace master, they didn't have any understanding of Bailey Hongzhuang before this. They weren't familiar with her. Not only that, Bailey Hongzhuang looked extremely young. She was probably the youngest person in their team. At such a young age, her cultivation shouldn't be that strong. Under such circumstances, it was difficult to convince the entire team to listen to her commands. After all, as a cultivator, strength was always the most important. It was hard for a strong person to accept the orders of a weak person. Everyone knew that it wasn't enough to convince others with just one's identity. Only by displaying the ability to convince others would they accept it from the bottom of their hearts. In an instant, the cultivators had different expressions. They were all loyal to Limitless Palace and would listen to the palace master's orders. However, they couldn't help but wonder. Since Bailey Hongzhuang was able to become the young palace master of Limitless Palace, she must have something outstanding about her. However, they didn't know what it was. Master, this group of people are really unconvinced by you. Xiao He understood after seeing everyone's expression. Although everyone knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, they still had to show some of their true abilities. We expected this situation long ago. However, our master is someone with true abilities. She's not afraid at all. Xiao Bai looked proud. In fact, their master's abilities had never been weak. Previously, there were so many people who were unconvinced in Tiangang sect because their master didn't intend to bother with them. Now that their master's strength was much stronger than before, she could definitely convince this group of people. Bailey Hongzhuang sized up everyone's expression. The Battle of Shualu would last for 3 months. They didn't need to be anxious. Rather than having conflicts later on due to differences of opinion, it was better to take advantage of this opportunity to completely eliminate this hidden danger. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. I know that everyone doesn't know much about me and has some doubts about my strength and leadership. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's expression changed. They did have such an idea in their minds, but they did not expect Bailey Hongzhuang to take the initiative to bring it up. Pei Yifan and the others looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. When Bailey Hongzhuang taught Chewing Fei a lesson, they had seen Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Based on Bailey Hongzhuang's age, it was already very outstanding for her to possess such power. However, in the battle for the throne, everyone was not looking at potential but power. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang's strength had not been comparable to Pei Yifan's, but now, her strength should be comparable to Pei Yifan's. One had to know that Pei Yifan's strength was only average in the team. For the next 3 months, we will all be teammates. As the team leader, I naturally hope that everyone will have the same goal and listen to each other's opinions. Every team participating in the Battle of Shuolu is extremely powerful. If we don't work together and are scattered, it will be impossible for us to achieve a good result. So, if anyone is unconvinced of my strength, you can step forward now. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone looked at each other. None of them thought that Bailey Hongzhuang would be so honest. Bailey Hongzhuang stood quietly at the same spot. Her expression was indifferent. Tiangang sect was an extremely powerful sect. If she could defeat Xiao Feiyu and the other disciples, she was confident that she could defeat any disciple in the Limitless Palace team who challenged her. Although everyone had some opinions about Bailey Hongzhuang, they still listened to the palace master's words. So, they didn't know what to do at that moment. Since that's the case, young palace master, let me challenge you. In the next moment, a woman slowly stepped forward from the team and came in front of Bailey Hongzhuang. Yan Aoshuang, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly recognized this woman. Yesterday, she didn't come to meet the cultivators in the team. However, Mistress introduced them to her and understood the characteristics of each of her teammates. Yan Aoshuang was ranked second in the team. She was cold and arrogant. Although she was a woman, her strength was not to be underestimated. Normally, Yan Aoshuang's reputation in the sect was very high. When the other disciples saw Yan Aoshuang stand up, their eyes also lit up. With Yan Aoshuang's strength, if Bailey Hongzhuang could defeat her, it would prove Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. Please. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression was indifferent. She extended her hand and made a please gesture. It was obvious that she was calm and composed about this challenge. When Pei Yifan saw Bailey Hongzhuang's indifferent look, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Back then, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't very strong. Now that she was facing Yan Aoshuang's challenge, there was a high chance that she would fail. At the very least, with his strength, it was impossible for him to deal with Yan Aoshuang. He had a good impression of Bailey Hongzhuang and didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to fail like this. However, this question was raised by Bailey Hongzhuang herself, so there was really no way around it. However, what happened next exceeded everyone's expectations. This was because the moment Bailey Hongzhuang revealed her cultivation, all the disciples' expressions changed. First rank of the Blue Realm, it was shocking that Bailey Hongzhuang had reached level 1 of the Blue Realm at such a young age. Pei Yifan's eyes widened as he looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in disbelief. He was only at the 5th stage of the Blue Realm, and this was achieved with the help of the sect. Originally, he was very satisfied with his cultivation speed. Being able to reach such a cultivation at such a young age meant that his future was limitless. However, compared to Bailey Hongzhuang, his cultivation speed was simply too slow. Pei Yifan simply couldn't understand. How did Bailey Hongzhuang cultivate? In just 1 year, Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation had increased so much. It was too shocking. The dissatisfaction in the hearts of the other disciples gradually dissipated after they sensed the cultivation level of Yi Shiwen. As expected, Bailey Hongzhuang defeated Yan Aoshuang. Her speed had exceeded everyone's expectations. After just one exchange, everyone understood that not only was Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation high enough, even her battle prowess matched her strength. At the very least, they could not defeat Bailey Hongzhuang. The young palace lord is indeed the young palace lord. Her strength and talent are truly shocking. There will always be someone better than you. Every force will have some abnormal people. We have one in our palace too. No matter what, we can rest assured that the young palace lord has such strength. Although the disciples were deeply moved, most of them felt happy. The young palace lord's strength was so strong. She would definitely be able to lead them to achieve good results in the battle for Divine Throne. Young palace lord, I'm convinced. Yan Aoshuang clasped her hands and bowed respectfully to Bailey Hongshuang. As a woman, she had the greatest opinion of the young Bailey Hongshuang. However, from the moment Bailey Hongshuang defeated her, she was already convinced. Bailey Hongshuang smiled and her gaze fell on the other disciples. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? At this moment, no one had any objections. They immediately bowed and said, "We will listen to the young palace lord's arrangements." Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes sized up the 9 disciples in front of her. After seeing that the doubts in everyone's eyes had disappeared, she finally showed a satisfied expression. In fact, she was also astonished by her own cultivation speed. If her master had not allowed her to cultivate on the stairway to heaven, she would not have been able to reach this step. She did not know what Lan Qingyan's cultivation level was, but she believed that she had the ability to contend with her. Since no one has any objections, let's set off. A light and moving smile appeared on Bailey Hongshuang's elegant and refined face. Compared to her previous seriousness, her current attitude was undoubtedly much more amiable. Any cultivator who could reach this stage had a mature sense of right and wrong. As long as they knew that she had the strength to lead the team, there was no need to worry about others having other thoughts. After all, from the moment they entered the Battle of Zhuolu, they were already a team. They were bound together for good or ill. If anything went wrong, none of them would benefit. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baisher could not help but give Bailey Hongshuang a thumbs up when they saw how easily she had resolved the matter. In just a few months, Bailey Hongshuang's attitude had changed again. She had become more direct and efficient, or perhaps simple and crude. The attitude of a person in a superior position had completely erupted. In her previous life, Bailey Hongshuang had such a style of doing things. Now that she was the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, she had to act like a young palace mistress. At the very least, in this team, she would not allow anyone to question her. The group of people from Limitless Palace slowly walked forward. The surroundings were quiet, but everyone was still paying attention to their surroundings. The Battle of Zhuolu was not only a battle between cultivators. The demonic beasts here were also very strong. In addition, there were some traps or treasures here from time to time, so everyone was carefully looking around. The treasures in the Battle of Zhuolu were not only treasures of heaven and earth, but also opportunities to increase one's strength. However, everyone had only heard about it from others. As for whether this information was accurate or not, no one was sure. Every sect did not say much about the treasures and opportunities in the Battle of Zhuolu. It was up to the cultivators to discover them for themselves. Bailey Hongshuang and the others continued to move forward. The journey was very safe and they did not encounter anything out of the ordinary. They could not help but feel puzzled. Didn't they say that the Battle of Zhuolu is full of opportunities? Why haven't we discovered anything after walking for so long? Not even a single demon beast? Pei Yifun's eyes flashed with curiosity. He had been worried that they would encounter some kind of danger. But now, he felt that he had been worried for nothing. We've only walked for half a day. The place we're at is too far away. It's not strange that we haven't encountered anything. Yan Aoshuang's expression was calm, but her eyes were still looking around vigilantly. No one knew when danger would approach. This kind of teleportation was random. It was not impossible for 2 groups of forces to be teleported to the same place. Everyone, calm down. What's supposed to appear will appear. It's best to be careful. Bailey Hongshuang said slowly. As Bailey Hongshuang's voice fell, everyone stopped complaining. Bailey Hongshuang's influence in the group was still very strong. Night slowly fell and the entire world fell into silence. Bailey Hongshuang and the others sat on the ground with their backs against the trees. Yang Han was about to light a bonfire when Yan Aoshuang stopped him. It's better not to light a bonfire. If there are other groups not far from us, they will discover our presence when they see the bonfire. The disciples of every force were very strong. However, there were still differences between the strong and the weak among these forces. If the other party was not an extremely strong group, they could take advantage of this opportunity to snatch their identity badges. But if they were unlucky and met an extremely strong group, it would be a fierce battle. Today was only the first day of the battle for the deer. If his identity card was stolen just like that, it would be too embarrassing. Hearing Yan Aoshuang's words, Yang Han couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongshuang. Only then did Bailey Hongshuang express her stance. The weather is very cool, but it's not that cold. Let your contracted beast stand guard at the side. Even if we don't light a bonfire, there shouldn't be any problems. In the entire Limitless Palace team, more than half of the cultivators had their own contracted beasts. In fact, cultivators who had reached this level of cultivation would definitely think of a way to contract a demonic beast as long as they had the chance, because this could indirectly increase their strength. For a moment, Bailey Hongshuang and the other cultivators formed a small circle to rest together, while the contract beasts surrounded Bailey Hongshuang and the others, responsible for guarding the night. Bailey Hongshuang noticed that no one had any intention of resting. Instead, they had all entered into a state of cultivation. Seeing this, Bailey Hongshuang sighed inwardly. Every genius cultivator must have put in an astonishing amount of effort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to reach this stage just by relying on their talent. As the night grew darker, everyone was already in a relaxed state. But at this moment, Baisher's voice suddenly rang in Bailey Hongshuang's ears. Upon hearing Baisher's words, Bailey Hongshuang immediately exited her cultivation state and surveyed her surroundings. Rustle, 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 a soft sound entered Bailey Hongshuang's ears. It was like the soft sound of a poisonous snake crawling on the ground. However, the number of these sounds was rather shocking. Is it a demonic beast? Bailey Hongshuang frowned. If a cultivator had launched a sneak attack, such a sound would not have been produced. The only possibility was that a group of demonic beasts was approaching. Baisher shook his head. I don't sense any demonic beast's aura. However, something doesn't feel right. Bailey Hongshuang's suspicions deepened. If it wasn't a demonic beast, then the situation was far too strange. Everyone, be careful. There seems to be some unknown objects around us. Bailey Hongshuang did not delay any further and immediately called out to everyone. At the moment, they did not have a full understanding of the Battle of Shuolu. They had to be extra careful. Everyone exited their cultivation state and looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. Young Palace Lord, what's going on? Listen. Bailey Hongshuang gestured for everyone to keep quiet, indicating for everyone to listen carefully to the surrounding sounds. Rustle, 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 the soft sound gradually drew closer. Only then did everyone hear it. Their contracted beasts also began to react. Upon seeing this, everyone's eyes could not help but fall upon Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher. Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher's hearing was much more sensitive than theirs. Previously, they had not heard any commotion. However, Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher had already heard it. This showed the difference in their abilities. Bailey Hongshuang and Baisher clearly did not notice this. They had been in the desert world for too long and had been resting in the desert at night. Furthermore, the demonic beasts in the desert world were very good at launching sneak attacks from the sand. Hence, over time, their hearing had improved significantly. As long as there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately discover it. Everyone frowned when they heard the sound. What's that sound? It doesn't sound like a human or a demonic beast. It sounds like a lot of people are here. Are we in trouble? For a moment, everyone picked up the weapons in their hands and looked around vigilantly. In just 2 minutes, everyone could see what was in front of them. However, when everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim. Oh my God, what the hell is this? Bailey Hongshuang looked at the thing that suddenly appeared in front of her, and her clear eyes were filled with deep shock. This was a large patch of tree vines. Strangely, these tree vines were not green, but black. In this dark night, it was hard to tell. The most important thing was that the tree vines were like living creatures, attacking Bailey Hongshuang and the others at full speed. Everyone, be careful. Bailey Hongshuang's figure flashed and lit the torch in her hand. In this dark night, no one could see the specific situation clearly, so it was very difficult to fight. At the same time, the other cultivators lit their torches as well, illuminating their surroundings. With one look, everyone was horrified to realize that they had been surrounded by tree vines. Their surroundings were densely packed with tree vines, covering the sky and the sun. What the hell is this? How could it be so terrifying? Without waiting for the crowd to find out what these tree vines were, the tree vines' attack was already flying towards them. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her torch and the tree vines immediately retreated. These tree vines are afraid of fire. As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, the cultivators who were originally prepared to throw down their torches and fight all held their torches firmly. After probing for a while, they found that the tree vines were indeed a little afraid of fire. However, although the tree vines had retreated slightly, they did not seem to have any intention of leaving. They only hesitated, looking for an opportunity to attack again. The cultivators held their torches, but the tree vines were everywhere. If they held their torches by their side, the tree vines would attack them from behind. In this darkness, it was impossible to guard against them. Vigorous elemental energy exploded from the crowd's bodies. Although the tree vines were extremely terrifying, the crowd's mental fortitude was not weak. Instantly, the sound of battle erupted from the crowd. Bailey Hongzhuang handed the torch to Xiao and quickly attacked the tree vines with the colored glaze sword. The tree vines were closing in from all directions. If they were surrounded by the tree vines, it would undoubtedly form a cage of tree vines, trapping them within. If they were to fall into that situation, they would most likely lose their lives. Using her powerful elemental energy and fulgurating shadows, Bailey Hongzhuang's movements were extremely swift. She realized that the tree vines were like the tentacles of an octopus and were extremely agile. Not only that, these tree vines were also extremely sturdy. If it were not for the colored glaze sword's extreme sharpness, it would not have been an easy task to cut these tree vines in half. These tree vines can actually bleed. Could it be that they have turned into spirits? Yang Han stared in shock at the blood left behind by the tree vines that had been cut off. He had never heard of such a situation before. There was an indescribable strangeness to it that sent chills down his spine. Hearing Yang Han's words, the crowd then noticed the wound on the tree vines. They did not know when it had started, but the ground had been stained with blood. Under the illumination of the fire, it was a ghastly sight. In an instant, the crowd felt their hair stand on end. The fact that these tree vines could move was already very strange. However, this tree vine's bleeding was too terrifying. However, at this moment, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out. "Everyone, save me! I've been entangled by these vines." Everyone turned around and saw that Li Yongbing had been entangled by the tree vines. The speed of the vines was extremely fast. After wrapping around Li Yongbing's legs, they dragged him all the way. Before Li Yongbing could cut off the vines, countless vines quickly wrapped around Li Yongbing, turning him into a cocoon. "This tree vine is sucking my blood." "Aha!" Li Yongbing's face was deathly pale. He was the weakest person in the team. Who would have thought that he would be entangled by the vines just because of a moment of carelessness? If this continued, he would lose his life in less than 2 minutes. Everyone noticed at a glance that a bulge had appeared on the vine that was wrapped around Li Yongbing's body. It was sucking Li Yongbing's blood like a straw. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines when they saw this scene. This sort of thing was truly disgusting. Everyone rushed to Li Yongbing's side and cut off all the vines. Fresh blood flowed out from the wound, but it was not the blood of the tree vines, but Li Yongbing's blood. No one said a word. The scene that they had witnessed with their own eyes had given them the answer. However, the number of tree vines was so shocking and there were so many bloodstains. How many cultivators had been killed here? At this moment, the group realized that the Battle of Zhuolu was much more dangerous than they had imagined. Not only did they have to pay attention to these issues when they were fighting against cultivators, they also had to be careful of these unknown plants. The slightest carelessness could cost them their lives. Li Yongbing quickly swallowed the pill and her pale face began to look a little better. "Master, what the hell are these tree vines? I've never heard of them before." Xiao Bai's face darkened. These things were far too strange and had completely exceeded their understanding. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. "I've never heard of them before as well. The situation 1,000 years ago is quite different from the situation 1,000 years later. Many demonic beasts and plants have changed so much that we have no way of telling. However, since the rest of us have never heard of them, that proves that these things are very rare." The group's physical strength continued to deplete. Under the harassment of these tree vines, they did not even have the time to form their hand seals and could only continue to kill. Unfortunately, there were so many tree vines and their recovery speed was very fast. If this were to continue, it would not be long before everyone died of exhaustion. We can't go on like this. Bailey Hongzhuang frowned. Under the sneak attack of these tree vines, many of the group's disciples had already been injured. Sucking blood was an extremely taxing act on a cultivator's body. Even if they had taken the blood-forming pill, they would not be able to replenish all their blood in a short period of time. We'll form 2 circles. The 5 of us on the outer circle and our contracted beasts will deal with the tree vines. We'll protect the 5 in the inner circle so that they won't be disturbed and can unleash their martial techniques. I'm afraid that these tree vines can only be heavily injured by unleashing a large area of effect martial technique. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the group's eyes lit up. This was the only way now. If they were to rely on their continuous killing, who knows how long they would have to be busy for. Soon, the crowd formed 2 circles, with Bailey Hongzhuang in the outer circle. Although the attack power of the martial arts technique she displayed was very strong, if the cultivators on the outer perimeter were to face these tree vines, once the tree vines broke through, then all their efforts would be for naught. White Lion stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang, its sharp claws slicing through the vines one after another. Its speed was even faster than a cultivator using a sword. Li Yangbing was still standing outside. His injuries had recovered a little, but his face was still very pale. Not only Li Yangbing, but the other 2 cultivators were also injured. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough. It was just that they couldn't see the sneak attack of the vines clearly in the dark. If they were careless and were dragged away, it would be too late to save them. They could only wait for their teammates to rescue them. Bailey Hongzhuang understood in her heart that if the Tiangang sect team faced this tree vine, the probability of injury would be greatly reduced. This was because their training in the bloody ground abyss had made them accustomed to the feeling of being ambushed. As long as there was even the slightest movement, they would immediately react. Therefore, the possibility of being ambushed was greatly reduced. As Xianxia and the other 4 began to form their hand seals, the yuan qi in the air began to churn. A powerful storm that was brewing was gradually taking shape. At this level, the destructive power of a martial skill unleashed by a single cultivator was already extremely shocking. When the 5 of them unleashed their skills together, the destructive power would definitely be a shocking storm. The tree vines seemed to have sensed the impending danger and their attacks instantly became even more frenzied. Instantly, the intensity of the attacks that Bailey Hongzhuang and the other 4 had to endure greatly increased. Countless tree vines circled in front of them like the tentacles of an evil spirit, trying to take their lives. Suddenly, Li Yangbing was unable to dodge in time and was once again dragged away by the tree vines, revealing an empty space. The tree vines were clearly intelligent. It knew that Li Yangbing was the weakest person in the group and it was undoubtedly the easiest way to create an opening through him. When the other disciples saw that Li Yangbing had been dragged away, their expressions instantly turned ugly. Under such circumstances, they simply could not split themselves to save Li Yangbing. Furthermore, such a large opening would directly affect the 5 cultivators inside. Once the martial skill unleashed this time failed, it would be even more difficult to try again later on. Save me! Save me! Li Yangbing was dragged into the darkness just like that. An indescribable fear surrounded him. Now, he no longer had any ability to resist. If his teammates did not come to save him, only death would await him. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. They really could not split themselves up in this situation. Xiaohei, Xiaobai, go! The moment they saw that Li Yangbing had been entangled by the tree vines, Bailey Hongzhuang had already ordered Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Previously, she had not allowed Xiaohei and Xiaobai to participate in the battle of the encirclement. This was so that they could immediately fill in the gaps if they encountered a situation like this. Li Yangbing was their teammate. Naturally, they could not give up on him. Yes. Xiaohei and Xiaobai replied in unison. In the next moment, under everyone's astonished gazes, Xiaohei and Xiaobai's figures quickly grew larger. Xiaohei leaped and quickly filled in the gap between Li Yangbing and Xiaobai immediately went to rescue Li Yangbing. The 2 beasts' sharp claws also left their bodies. As they brandished their claws, the tree vines snapped. The crowd stared in shock at the 2 beasts that had suddenly grown larger. They were so frightened that their hearts almost stopped. They thought that something else had appeared. However, after realizing that the two demonic beasts that had suddenly grown bigger were the two guys that had been sitting on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders, they were already shocked to the point that they couldn't be more shocked. Originally, they didn't care about these two guys, but Pei Yifan had told them that Bailey Hongzhuang's three contract beasts weren't simple. Everyone naturally believed that Bai Shi's abilities were not simple. However, these two contracted beasts were too small. They did not have the slightest bit of deterrence. It was unbelievable. No one had expected these two contracted beasts to have such heaven-defying abilities. Their figures had grown larger directly, they had never seen such contracted beasts in all their lives. They were really pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. Li Yangbing originally thought that he was going to lose his life just like that. Suddenly, he saw a pitch-black figure approaching and the despair in his heart grew. He had already been drained of his blood. Now that another beast had appeared, he had no choice but to die. Only when the black demonic beast brought Li Yangbing back to the team did Li Yangbing realize that it was Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast. It had gone there to save him. Li Yangbing was extremely grateful to Bailey Hongzhuang for saving his life. If Bailey Hongzhuang hadn't saved him, he would have been dead by now. At the same time, the five of them had finished forming their seals. As the five of them attacked in all directions, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through heaven and earth. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had already covered their ears with their elemental energy. Hence, they weren't affected at all. Along with the display of the martial skill, the surrounding area was instantly illuminated by the light. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were able to clearly see the situation around them. The tree vines seemed to be extending from the inside of the forest. It could be seen that the roots of the tree vines were still within the forest. Just by looking at them, they were able to extend so many tree vines. As for how terrifying the tree itself was, everyone felt that it was hard to imagine. Following the sound of the explosion, the surrounding tree vines were directly blown apart and turned into nothingness. Following that, everyone noticed that the tree vines were quickly escaping into the forest. Young Palace Master, should we chase after them and take a look? Long Xianjing asked. Long Xianjing was the strongest person in Limitless Palace's team other than Bailey Hongzhuang. Normally, he was very respected in Limitless Palace. However, he didn't speak much and wasn't cold either. Bailey Hongzhuang originally wanted to chase after them to take a look. However, after seeing the injuries of the other cultivators, she decided to put the idea aside for the time being. Many of our teammates are injured. Currently, the most important thing is to heal their injuries. When the sun rises, we will go in and take a look. Not to mention the other cultivators who were injured, Li Yangbing's injuries were the most serious. If he didn't rest well, he might not be able to continue the operation tomorrow. Since they had come together to participate in the Battle of Zhuelu, they were a team. They definitely couldn't leave any of the cultivators behind. Upon hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's gaze fell on the injured cultivator and they nodded. Although they couldn't see the situation of the tree vines, Bailey Hongzhuang's consideration of everyone still made everyone very happy. If the captain only focused on fighting and didn't care about the situation of the cultivators, then they would be even more disappointed. That tree vine has also suffered heavy injuries. I believe that it won't attack again tonight. After the battle just now, everyone has lost a lot of energy. Rest at ease and I will keep watch. Young Palace Master, let me keep watch. Long Xianjing said. No matter what, Bailey Hongzhuang was a woman and her physical strength was not as good as a man's. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled faintly and shook her head. I'm fine. The battle just now didn't consume much of my energy. Besides, I'm very sensitive to some sounds and was able to detect it immediately. Everyone. Don't decline. Seize the time and rest well. In this Battle of Zhuelu, we might encounter danger at any time. Everyone needs to be in their best condition for battle. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle and dignified, not allowing anyone to refuse. Everyone thought for a while before circulating their cultivation techniques to recover. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted, there was no more danger in the latter half of the night. When the sky gradually brightened, everyone's heart finally relaxed. Although the battle with the tree vines was soul-stirring, everyone's injuries were mostly superficial. As for the matter of their blood being sucked, everyone could only use the blood-forming pill to recover. Fortunately, before participating in the Battle of Zhuelu, everyone had prepared a lot of pills in case of emergency. These pills were all prepared by Limitless Palace for them. When fighting for glory for the palace would never be stingy. They had prepared all the pills that they could possibly need. Under such circumstances, everyone's recovery speed was also very fast. Long Xianjing and the others withdrew from their cultivation state. After the battle last night, everyone's relationship had become much closer. After all, every cultivator who was entangled by the tree vines was rescued by their teammates. Therefore, many of the barriers and grudges had gradually disappeared under such circumstances. After the incident last night, everyone's opinion of Bailey Hongzhuang had changed again. Not to mention that they didn't discover anything before, Bailey Hongzhuang and her contracted beasts were able to discover danger at the first moment. This proved that Bailey Hongzhuang's vigilance was much stronger than theirs. Moreover, Bailey Hongzhuang's other two demonic beasts were also very shocking existences. Although they had now returned to their cute and petite appearance, no one dared to look down on these two contracted beasts. The battle strength that they had displayed yesterday was also very shocking. Now, everyone completely understood why Bailey Hongzhuang was able to become the palace master's young palace master. At least, the gap between them and Bailey Hongzhuang was not just a little bit. There was always someone better than you. This sentence was not wrong at all. Bailey Hongzhuang was not only talented, she was also very strong. Her brain was also very smart. Under such a chaotic situation last night, Bailey Hongzhuang was still able to command them calmly. There was no need to doubt her leadership. She was such an outstanding woman, yet her personality was not as arrogant and despotic as the other geniuses. At this moment, they were truly convinced. Everyone took some dry rations and started eating. Last night's consumption was huge, and today they were really hungry. After everyone finished eating, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone and said, "How is everyone's recovery?" "There's no problem," everyone said. Sure enough, the exhaustion on everyone's faces had completely dissipated, and they had recovered their spirited appearance. As a cultivator's strength increased, his body's recovery ability also increased. Ordinary injuries could be healed very quickly. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell on Li Yanbing's body. She could see that Li Yanbing still looked a little weak. Last night, he had used up too much of his energy. Although the hematopoietic pill could increase the speed of his blood production, it could not restore all his blood in a short period of time. "Li Yanbing, how do you feel?" "Young palace master, don't worry. I can keep up with everyone. I'm fine." Li Yanbing felt a wave of guilt in his heart. Usually, he was also a very strong fighter. He did not expect that in the Battle of Zhuelu, he would drag everyone down. He was really embarrassed. Hearing everyone's words of concern, Li Yanbing hurriedly waved his hand. "Everyone, don't worry. I'm fine now." Although his body was still weak, it did not affect his movements. "Li Yanbing, when we're moving, don't do anything. Rest well." Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face was filled with a caring smile. She could also see Li Yanbing's current state. As long as he did not do anything later, it would not affect him much. "Thank you, young palace mistress." Li Yanbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang gratefully. He did not want to drag everyone down because of him. "Since that's the case, let's set off. Let's see what the vines that attacked us yesterday were." Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and looked in the direction where the vines had gone last night. There were still many bloodstains on the ground, so it was easy for them to track them down. Long Xianjing and the rest had a serious expression on their faces. Last night, they were caught off guard and were ambushed. If it wasn't for the fact that their vision was obstructed in the dark, and the fact that the vines were blocking the moonlight, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. Today's weather was clear. They had to go and see what the vines from last night were. "I will definitely kill those evil things. After so many years, who knows how many people have been harmed by these vines." Yan Aoshuang's face was filled with anger. She had never been in such a sorry state since she had stepped on the path of cultivation. It was really infuriating. The things in this Battle of Zhuelu are really too strange. I have never heard of such things in this world. Pei Yifan frowned. He had thought that the Battle of Zhuelu did not mention anything about danger. He did not expect that they would see true danger on the first day of the Battle of Shuolu. The strength of their team was extremely strong. If it had been any other team, facing the encirclement of the vines, they would have been completely annihilated. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest followed the bloodstains. Only then did they realize that the range of the vines was unexpectedly far. Originally, they were only at the outskirts of the forest. Now, they were following the bloodstains into the forest. The closer they got to the forest, the more their hearts sank. What kind of tree vines could extend to such a terrifying length? It was truly shocking. Finally, the group arrived at the nest of the tree vines. In their line of sight, a huge black tree appeared in everyone's line of sight. The size of this tree exceeded everyone's expectations. This was because the tree in front of them was so huge that it was comparable to a 3-story building, countless vines twined around the tree. The winding and huge vines made everyone understand why the vines could extend so far last night. When Bailey Hongzhuang saw the tree vines, she suddenly understood. I understand why we didn't see any traces of demonic beasts along the way. I'm afraid it's because of the existence of these tree vines. Last night, they had already seen the combat power of the tree vines. It was really too terrifying. If a monster beast was targeted by the tree vines, it would have no chance to escape and would be sucked dry. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone's heart trembled. So this was the reason behind all of this. It seems like the blood that these tree vines have absorbed is not only from human cultivators, but also from demonic beasts. Long Xianjing looked at the terrifying tree vines in front of him. How many demonic beasts and cultivators' blood did it absorb to be able to develop to such a level? Everyone nodded their heads. The cultivators who had participated in the Battle of Shuolu were all dragons and phoenixes among men. Even if they were ambushed by the tree vines, only a minority would lose their lives. However, the demonic beasts in this forest were in for a bad time. The Battle of Shuolu is a small world created for cultivators like us. Normal dangers will not be able to pose much of an obstacle to us. So, the things here are probably not normal. We have to be more careful from now on. There are many things that cannot be seen through the eyes of the outside world. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly understood the crux of the matter. This Battle of Shuolu was also a test for them. If there were only normal demonic beasts inside, it would mean that if she were to participate in the competition with her current strength, there would be no challenge at all. Instead, it would be like playing around. The various factions would obviously not let them have it so easy. It was likely that they were not the only ones who had encountered something like this. The other groups had also encountered something unusual. In reality, everything was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted. Every group that had participated in the Battle of Shuolu had encountered something unusual. After a huge battle, they were finally able to deal with it. Master, if this thing was created by the various factions to test us, could it be that the so-called treasure is related to this thing? Xiao Hei's eyes suddenly lit up. This thing was really too unusual. Previously, she had already heard that there were various treasures and opportunities in the Battle of Shuolu. Now that she thought about it, these treasures were definitely not placed on the ground for you to obtain. If it was really that simple, what was the difference between it and picking it up for free? When everyone heard Xiao Hei's words, their eyes instantly lit up. Looks like we have to think of a way to deal with this strange tree. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. Originally, they did not have the determination to kill this tree vine. This was because the tree vine did not look easy to deal with. Continuing to fight with it would only be a waste of energy. If there was a possibility that there was a treasure inside, then everything would be different. Suddenly, everyone looked at the big tree with a sharp gaze. No matter what, they had to get rid of this tree today. Only after taking care of the tree would they know if their guess was correct or not. If he was right, then the more difficult it was to deal with, the more precious the treasure behind it would be. Let's work together to kill these giant trees. What do you all think? Bailey Hongzhuang turned to look at everyone. Although she was the leader of the team, she still needed to seek everyone's opinion on such matters. Young Palace Master, we agree. Everyone expressed their stance. Last night, they had been tortured by this giant tree for half a day. Today, they had a reason to kill it. Naturally, they would not refuse. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and looked at Li Yongbing. Li Yongbing, you haven't fully recovered yet. Do what you can. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were still some distance away from the giant tree. Hence, the giant tree had not taken the initiative to attack Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. Once the group had made their decision, they immediately walked towards the giant tree. As the group approached, the vines on the giant tree began to twist and turn rapidly. Upon closer inspection, the group could see that there were wounds on the vines. It was obvious that they had been inflicted by their attacks last night. Without waiting for the group to take the initiative to attack, the giant tree acted as if it had seen its enemy the moment it saw Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest. The vines that filled the sky immediately attacked them. Everyone, be careful. The vine's nest is here. I'm afraid that their power will be even more frightening. Bailey Hongzhuang left them with a warning and began the battle. They wanted to completely destroy the giant tree. The other cultivators reacted quickly as well. Normally, they were all capable of holding their own. Although the giant tree in front of them was strange in every way, destroying it was still very simple. It was simple and crude. They just had to directly blow it up. Surging yuan qi whizzed out from the group's body. After last night's experience, everyone had a certain level of tacit understanding. A portion of the cultivators were responsible for dealing with the vines while the others directly used large-scale destructive martial arts techniques. All they had to do was to directly blow the giant tree to pieces. After Bailey Hongzhuang had exchanged blows with the vines, she realized that the vine's power was much stronger than last night. It was obvious that the closer the distance, the stronger the combat power of the vines. The giant tree naturally knew what Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were thinking. The vines extended outwards and swept wildly towards Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest, intending to bind Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest so that they could not move. As all the vines came down from the giant tree, the group was shocked to find that there was a human face on the giant tree's trunk. Seeing this, everyone could not help but stare blankly. Oh my God, what the hell is this thing? This tree has really become a spirit. Does it matter if we kill it? What's there to be afraid of? This fellow has lived for so many years. It's not strange for it to become like this. Who knows, the treasure behind it might be extremely powerful. As cultivators, most of them were fearless people. Originally, cultivation was to defy the heavens and change one's fate. A cultivator's lifespan would continuously increase along with their cultivation. Hence, there were many things that everyone did not care about. Boom, 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 one attack after another rapidly formed in the group's hands. Without hesitation, they attacked the giant tree. However, the next scene caused everyone to be shocked once again. A terrifying black light spread out from the giant tree, as if it was a barrier, blocking everyone's attacks. Very quickly, everyone realized that their attacks, although the tree, did not cause the tree's attack, it was much weaker than what they had expected. How can this be? She did not expect that this would be a fierce of the tree Hongzhuang, who knew that the trees to the tree to the tree trees to stuzes. To the Baon was, in fact, the tree to uses to uses is to the tree. It's this. Of the trees to the tree. This giant tree. Of this to be to survive. In the past, there must have been other groups of cultivators who encountered this giant tree, but they were unable to deal with it. This situation is very normal, so everyone should be mentally prepared. Since this was a huge problem that no one had been able to solve for so many years, if there was a treasure here, it would definitely be extremely precious. Riches and honor were found in the midst of danger. This was a popular saying in the cultivation world. If one wanted to obtain a treasure, it was impossible to not put in a lot of effort. Martial techniques were continuously used, and the vines of the giant tree danced even more fiercely. In a short period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others seemed to have been trapped in a cage made of vines. The vines were everywhere, attacking Bailey Hongzhuang and the others with all their might. It was obvious that the actions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had truly angered the vines. The contracted beasts also began to protect their masters, blocking the attacks of the vines so that their masters could have more time to use their martial techniques. Because the number of vines was simply too terrifying, when Xiao He and Xiao Bai saw this scene, their figures instantly enlarged several times in front of everyone's shocked eyes, turning into two demonic beasts the size of the giant tree. even though the two furballs, one black and one white, were enlarged several times, they still had an indescribable naivety. However, from the spiritual energy in their eyes and their nimble movements, everyone could tell that these two furballs were extremely powerful. When Long Xianjing and the others saw the furballs that had suddenly enlarged to such an extent, their faces all revealed looks of disbelief. What the hell, what kind of contracted beasts are these? They can actually change their size like that? Last night, when Xiaohei and Xiaobai turned into human size, it was already shocking enough. Who would have thought that Xiaohei and Xiaobai were not at their limit? They could actually enlarge to such an extent. This was simply too shocking. I've never heard of contracted beasts like this before. This time, I've really learned something new. Young palace mistress, contracted beasts are truly mystical. I can't even recognize a single one of these three contracted beasts. Ever since they saw the powerful abilities of Bailey Hongshuang's three contracted beasts, everyone was filled with curiosity towards these three contracted beasts. However, after a long private discussion, they still could not come to a conclusion. This made everyone feel somewhat defeated. It was normal that they couldn't compare to the young palace master, but they couldn't even tell what kind of monster beast the young palace master had contracted was. This was too much of a blow to them. At this moment, everyone looked at the gigantic figures of Xiaohei and Xiaobai, and then looked at the similarly gigantic tree opposite them. They suddenly realized that there were still many things in this world that they did not know. As Xiaohei and Xiaobai enlarged their bodies, many vines were attracted to them. As a result, the number of vines attacking Bailey Hongshuang and the others decreased significantly. Everyone was overjoyed when they saw Xiaohei and Xiaobai attracting so many tree vines. In an instant, everyone's attacks became even more violent. The vines were blown apart one by one, and blood immediately gushed out. The smell of blood in the air grew stronger. The tree vines seemed to have sensed Xiaohei and Xiaobai's influence in this battle. They immediately focused all their attacks on Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Only by getting rid of Xiaohei and Xiaobai would the giant tree have a chance of defeating Bailey Hongshuang and the others. As all the tree vines swarmed towards them, Xiaohei and Xiaobai were quickly entangled by the tree vines. The vines quickly tightened, intending to use this method to kill Xiaohei and Xiaobai. When the crowd saw this, they immediately went to rescue Xiaohei and Xiaobai. Everyone knew that once they were bound by the vines, they would be killed instantly. At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang's voice rang out, "Everyone, use this opportunity to attack the giant tree with all your might." At this moment, all of the giant tree's vines were attacking Xiaohei and Xiaobai, so it was unable to restrain them. They could use this opportunity to attack the giant tree furiously. If they missed this opportunity, it would be even more difficult to deal with the giant tree later on. When they heard this, although everyone wanted to save Xiaohei and Xiaobai, they knew that Bailey Hongshuang must have her reasons for saying this. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to the giant tree. Now that the giant tree's defense was the weakest, they might be able to use this opportunity to break through the giant tree's defense. While the other cultivators were attacking the giant tree, Bailey Hongshuang gave Baishir a look. Baishir immediately understood and immediately appeared beside Xiaohei and Xiaobai. The giant tree was obviously not as smart as the humans. It did not remember that Xiaohei and Xiaobai had the ability to change their size. Xiaohei and Xiaobai also knew that what they needed to do now was to attract the vine's combat power. Hence, even though they were bound by the vines like dumplings, they were not in a hurry to escape. After all, they could quickly shrink when the vines were trying to kill them. Boom! Boom! Ripples appeared on the black barrier, blocking all the attacks. However, during the process of the attacks, everyone realized that the black barrier was not invincible. As their attacks became more and more intense, the ripples on the black barrier became deeper and deeper. Faintly, a crack appeared. Seeing this, the crowd was delighted. As long as the giant tree's defense could be broken, there was hope for them. Everyone, do your best. We need to destroy this tree's defense as soon as possible. Long Xianjing shouted. The other cultivators naturally noticed this as well. They were overjoyed and their attacks became even fiercer. Xiaohei and Xiaobai quickly shrunk after they could no longer withstand the vines. White Lion had been paying attention to Xiaohei and Xiaobai's movements. When it saw Xiaohei and Xiaobai shrink, it quickly attacked the vines from the outside. She waved her sharp claws rapidly and dug out a hole in a short period of time. Xiao He and Xiao Bai immediately jumped out. After jumping out, Xiao He and Xiao Bai enlarged their bodies again and attacked the tree vines. Right now, they were only playing the role of harassing the tree vines. As long as the tree vines could not affect the crowd too much, it would be enough. When the giant tree saw that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had escaped from the vine cage, it was furious. It had failed to kill the two of them. If it tried again, its defense would not be able to last for long. Thinking of this, the giant tree could not be bothered with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. It immediately attacked the other cultivators. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had already seen through the giant tree's thoughts. They would not let it leave so easily. They stretched out their hands and tightly bound the tree vines. Bailey Hongzhuang unleashed her martial arts techniques to attack the black barrier. As they unleashed their attacks, Bailey Hongzhuang became more and more astonished. The cultivators and their team were all very powerful, but under their continuous attacks, only a few cracks appeared on the black barrier. Just from this point alone, one could see how powerful the tree vines were. It was no wonder that the tree vines had existed here for so many years without anyone being able to get rid of them. Its defensive power was just too terrifying. If not for Xiao He and Xiao Bai restraining it, it would have been extremely difficult for them to kill the giant tree. Perhaps, the annihilation of some of the teams in the past had something to do with the giant tree. The giant tree's defensive power is just too shocking. Yan Aoshuang was shocked when she saw that the giant tree was still unscathed even after they had unleashed so many attacks and the surroundings had been razed to the ground. This level of defensive power was simply comparable to the sect-protecting formation of a small sect. Yes, its defensive power is simply incredible. It's like an overlord in this forest. Even a blue realm demon beast would probably die in its hands. The abilities displayed by the giant tree had completely exceeded the scope of everyone's imagination. It was basically a tree demon and could not be judged by common sense. Just as everyone was sighing in amazement, countless tree vines suddenly attacked them. When they saw this, everyone could not help but look at Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Previously, they had only been able to focus on attacking the tree vines because Xiao He and Xiao Bai were restraining it. They did not expect the tree vines to entangle them again. When they saw this, everyone realized that the tree vines had avoided Xiao He and Xiao Bai after they had failed to attack Xiao He and Xiao Bai. No matter where Xiao He and Xiao Bai appeared, the tree vines would quickly retract and avoid any entanglement with Xiao He and Xiao Bai. The reaction speed of the tree vines was extremely fast, and Xiao He and Xiao Bai's efforts were in vain as they deliberately avoided the tree vines. For a time, everyone once again fell into the entanglement of the tree vines, complaining incessantly. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. This can't go on. Damn it. This giant tree is getting smarter and smarter. We are bound by these vines and can't use any martial skills. Pei Yifan couldn't help but curse out loud. These vines were like annoying flies, causing him to be unable to move at all. The other cultivators were also restrained by the tree vines and were unable to use their martial arts techniques. Then, the crowd realized that the giant tree had a smug smile on its face. It was obviously mocking Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Master, this can't go on. White Lion's eyes were gloomy. Their battle not only consumed their essence energy, it also consumed their physical strength. However, the power of the giant tree seemed to be inexhaustible. No matter how they bombarded it, the giant tree was not affected at all. If this continued, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. White Lion, Xiao He, Xiao Bai, protect me from the side. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly retreated. When she was a certain distance away from the tree vines, she sat down on the ground. A simple yet exquisite zither appeared in Bailey Hongzhuang's hand. When they saw Bailey Hongzhuang take out the nine-tailed zither, the three beasts were stunned. Then, they smiled excitedly. Killing with sound was a skill that Bailey Hongzhuang had learned in the past. However, she did not use it often. Killing with sound was a group attack skill with a wide area of effect. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang usually attacked directly. However, in this situation, with so many tree vines, it was a good idea to use this skill. Clang, a crisp sound poured out from the nine-tailed zither, and Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly hooked up into a smile. The sound quality of the nine-tailed zither was excellent, and the effect was also excellent. When the crowd saw Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly sitting at the back and playing the zither, they were confused. They did not understand why Bailey Hongzhuang was playing the zither at this moment. The sound of the zither continued to flow from Bailey Hongzhuang's fingers. A song of high mountains and flowing water was vividly interpreted by her. The crowd was intoxicated by the beautiful sound of the zither. They did not expect that Bailey Hongzhuang was not only strong, but also good at the zither. However, now was not the time to show off her zither skills. What is young palace master doing? Pei Yifan was confused. As a cultivator, he had little contact with the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Now that the tree demon was so powerful, even if they joined forces, it would not be easy to deal with it. However, the young palace master was playing the zither for no reason. It was too strange. Long Xianjing and Yan Aoshuang were also looking at Bailey Hongzhuang. A possibility appeared in their hearts. Long Xianjing and Yan Aoshuang could not help but look at each other. Although they had not known the young palace master for long, they were sure that the young palace master was not someone who would do useless things. Aoshuang, I have heard of a group attack skill that uses the sound of the zither as a carrier. However, there are very few people who know this skill. Yan Aoshuang nodded. If we are not wrong, the young palace master is the one who has mastered this skill. Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music became increasingly sharp. Essence energy was poured into the zither music, and it was as if it had materialized and attacked the tree vines. Some of the cultivators still hadn't figured out what Bailey Hongzhuang was doing when they saw the vines that had surrounded them and annoyed them to no end suddenly snap apart with a loud sound. It was as if there was an invisible sharp weapon that directly cut off the tree vines. Hundreds of vines broke apart with a loud bang. The cut was extremely smooth, and everyone regained their freedom in an instant. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with eyes full of horror. Previously, they had fought with the tree vines for a long time and only managed to cut off 100 of them. Now, Bailey Hongzhuang had directly cut off the tree demon's claws and fangs with just a zither note. This was too shocking. As expected of the young palace master, this strength is really amazing. This time, I really admire the young palace master. This strength is really too heaven-defying. Everyone could not help but sigh. Originally, when they knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had reached the first level of the Blue Realm, they were already very impressed by Bailey Hongzhuang. However, now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang's combat power had completely exceeded the normal first level of the Blue Realm, with the terrifying combat power of the 3 contracted beasts and the endless stream of trump cards. Even if they joined forces, they might not be Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent. The tree demon had been running amok in this forest for so many years. No matter if it was a demonic beast or a cultivator, none of them had been able to injure it to this extent. However, it still did not know what had happened that caused so many of its vines to be cut off. One had to know that it had sucked the blood of countless demonic beasts in order to cultivate so many vines. Who would have thought that all of its efforts would be for naught? Bailey Hongzhuang played the high mountain flowing water. Ever since she had learned this zither technique, her master had taught her that no matter what kind of song it was, it would contain a powerful and domineering attack. A fierce song would naturally be filled with killing intent. However, a gentle song would make it easy for people to let down their guard. Occasionally, a killing move would be able to achieve unexpected results. If she had played the fierce song from the start, the tree demon would have already turned its attention to her. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had helped them to solve such a huge obstacle, their hearts were filled with joy. Leave these vines to me. You guys continue to deal with the black barrier. Bailey Hongzhuang's cold and sweet voice slowly rang out. Long Xianjing looked at the 3 beasts beside Bailey Hongzhuang and knew that these 3 beasts would definitely be able to protect Bailey Hongzhuang. Immediately, everyone's attention turned back to the black barrier. Only by breaking this black barrier would they have a chance to kill the tree demon. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang had already attracted all of the tree demon's aggro. Hence, the tree demon did not care about Long Xianjing and the rest. It only wanted to kill Bailey Hongzhuang. This hateful woman and her beasts had ruined its many years of hard work. Seeing that the tree demon had turned all of its attention to her, Bailey Hongzhuang was not worried at all. Instead, she was happy. This was the result that she wanted to see. The zither music continued, crisp and pleasant to the ears. Elemental energy flowed along the zither music and the attacks of the vines were all blocked by Bailey Hongzhuang. The three beasts stood guard beside Bailey Hongzhuang in case of an emergency. However, based on the strength that Bailey Hongzhuang had displayed, there was no need for them to make a move. That was because Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music was enough to stop an army of thousands of men and horses. Pung pung pung. The vines exploded one after another, turning into a bloody mist in midair. The smell of blood became thicker and thicker. Bailey Hongzhuang was not stained by a single speck of blood. The two formed a stark contrast. As the sound of Bailey Hongzhuang's zither became more and more agitated, the effect of the attack also became more and more astonishing. In a short time, the tree demon had already suffered a big loss in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang. It did not dare to attack Bailey Hongzhuang anymore because Bailey Hongzhuang's zither music had formed a terrifying barrier of killing intent. As long as it got close to Bailey Hongzhuang, all of the vines would turn into nothingness. The tree demon had also realized that whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or her three beasts, they were not easy to deal with. Compared to them, the other cultivators were the key to breaking through. The tree demon no longer attacked Bailey Hongzhuang. However, Bailey Hongzhuang would not let the tree demon go. This tree demon had already caused them a lot of trouble. Speaking of which, it had only itself to blame for falling into this situation. If it was not for the tree demon's sneak attack last night, they would not have even noticed the existence of the tree demon. Under the attacks of Long Xianjing and the others, the cracks on the black barrier were getting bigger and bigger. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before the black barrier was completely destroyed. When everyone felt the zither music attacking the black barrier, they finally came back to their senses. When they saw what was happening, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The dense vines that were originally wrapped around the tree demon's body had unknowingly turned into nothingness. Everyone could only see countless cuts and blood dripping out. The tree demon was no longer as complacent as before. On the contrary, its humanoid face was extremely ugly, and its arrogant aura had completely dissipated. The tree demon looked at everyone with fear. It had never suffered such a serious injury before, and almost all of its skills were gone. Once this black barrier was broken, then his life would be in danger. When everyone saw the change in the tree demon's expression, a smile gradually appeared on their faces. Victory was in sight. The tree demon had existed in this forest for so many years and had never been defeated. Now that they could defeat it, it was something to be happy about. Kacha, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The black barrier finally couldn't take the pressure and dissipated under everyone's attacks. In the next moment, everyone's attacks landed on the tree demon's body. The tree demon's defense was this powerful black barrier. Now that the black barrier was gone, it naturally had no power to resist everyone's attacks. Bang! Everyone only heard a loud explosion, and the tree demon was turned into a cloud of blood mist by the attack, spraying all over the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaim. They were extremely happy. This tree demon is really powerful. It took us so long to defeat it. Young Palace Master, you're really amazing. Your zither skills are amazing. Pei Yifan gave Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. Now it seemed that Bailey Hongzhuang didn't use her true strength when she fought against Xianxia. If Bailey Hongzhuang was serious, Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from her. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. Everyone has worked hard. Everyone wiped the sweat off their foreheads. The tree demon's combat strength had reached the blue realm. It wasn't easy to defeat it. Bailey Hongzhuang put away the nine-tailed zither and slowly walked towards the tree demon's original position. They spent so much effort to defeat the tree demon. They didn't know if there were any treasures behind the tree demon. Long Xianjing and the others also walked beside Bailey Hongzhuang. They spent so much effort to defeat the tree demon because they wanted to know if there were any treasures behind the tree demon. If there weren't any treasures, then their efforts would have been in vain. However, after the tree demon turned into a bloody mist, the situation in front of him became clear. There was no treasure at all. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces couldn't help but reveal choose. After spending so much effort, I actually didn't get anything. What a waste of effort. I didn't expect it to be just a tree demon. Could it be that it wasn't deliberately left behind by the major factions? Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the blood on the ground in front of her and frowned slightly. According to her experience as the head of an aristocratic family in her previous life, there must be a deeper meaning to this arrangement. There should be something behind it. Could it be that the tests in the Battle of Zhuelu were all so difficult? If so, then the various factions must have put in a lot of effort to let the cultivators gain experience. This was illogical. Bailey Hongzhuang only thought that this was illogical. If even dealing with this kind of tree demon was nothing, then it would be too difficult to obtain the treasures in the Battle of Zhuelu. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang continued to walk forward until she reached the place where the tree demon had been. The ground was covered with sticky blood and walking in gave people a very uncomfortable feeling. When everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was still stubbornly walking to the place where the tree demon had been, they couldn't help but feel helpless. It seemed that the young palace master found it even harder to believe this fact. However, the scene that happened next made everyone's eyes widen. Because Bailey Hongzhuang had disappeared into thin air before everyone's eyes, seeing this scene, Li Yongbing couldn't help but rub his eyes, wondering if he had seen wrongly. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was indeed not in front of him. What's going on? Why did the young palace master disappear? Li Yongbing said in shock. Long Xianjing looked at the place where Bailey Hongzhuang had disappeared and frowned. There must be a problem here. Hearing Long Xuanjing's words, everyone looked at each other and then picked up their weapons and approached the place where Bailey Hongzhuang had gone. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked to the place where the tree demon had been, she found that she had walked into a world of ice and her body slid down uncontrollably. During this process, Bailey Hongzhuang discovered that this was a passage made of ice. It was smooth and solid, like a slide. That was why she was able to slide down from the top. The three beasts were also standing behind Bailey Hongzhuang. At first, they exclaimed in surprise, but when they saw the crystal-clear world of ice in front of them, their eyes lit up. The slide was very long. Bailey Hongzhuang slid all the way to the bottom before standing up. The three beasts followed closely behind. However, the three of them liked to fight with each other, so when the three of them crashed together, they immediately felt dizzy. Xiao Hei scratched her head in dissatisfaction and jumped onto Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulder. Master, what is this place? It looked really magical. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with curiosity. She didn't expect that there would be such a magical place where the tree demon had been. It was really amazing. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everything in front of her and saw that the surrounding mountains were all made of ice. They were like ice sculptures, beautiful and spectacular. The cold air continued to enter her body. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but take out a winter coat from her Qianquan bag and put it on. The ice here is not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang muttered to herself. Logically speaking, with her current strength, she should be able to withstand the cold. However, facing this ice, her elemental energy was unable to stop the cold air from corroding her body. It could be seen how powerful it was. Just when Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking, a few more exclamations came from the slide above. With a series of exclamations, Long Xianjing and the others appeared behind Bailey Hongzhuang. When everyone saw what was in front of them, they were completely dumbfounded. The size of this place was completely beyond their expectations. Heavens, what is this place? Yan Aoshuang's face was filled with disbelief. Who would have thought that there was such a world? Behind the tree demon, Long Xianjing and the others also looked around in surprise. If not for Bailey Hongzhuang taking the initiative to come here, they would have missed this place. Fortunately, young palace master found this place. Otherwise, we would have fought for nothing. Li Yongbing couldn't help but sigh. If not for Bailey Hongzhuang wanting to go over to take a look, they would not have thought that this place was connected to such a world. Obviously, this was a small world created by the various large factions. It was impossible for such a big place to not have any treasures, everyone nodded. In fact, they were all prepared to leave. Speaking of which, the young palace master's reaction was much sharper than theirs. There should be treasures here. Everyone, let's look around. Long Xianjing looked around. There were all kinds of treasures in the Battle of Zhuelu. There was no need to think to know that there must be treasures in this place. Following Long Xuanjing's words, everyone started to look around. The reason why everyone was so desperate to obtain a spot in the Battle of Zhuelu was because they wanted to become famous under the heavens. On the other hand, they wanted to obtain more cultivation resources. Bailey Hongzhuang looked around. Other than ice, there was only ice. She could see through it at a glance. She really couldn't find anything special. Master, the treasure here can't be this ice, right? Baisher looked around and found that there was nothing here. He couldn't help but sigh. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. It shouldn't be. The ice here is so special, but there are so many of them. It shouldn't be a treasure. According to Bailey Hongzhuang's past experience, there might be other treasures in this ice. It was just that they hadn't found them yet. Little black, little white, little white, little white, look carefully. There might be something in the ice that looks the same as ice, but is not the same kind of thing. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the three beasts nodded their heads. Their master was much more experienced than them in this aspect. Bailey Hongzhuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with the light of wisdom as she carefully observed her surroundings. The tree demon had never been killed before, and no one had ever come to this world of ice before. Since that was the case, the treasures inside must still be there. For a time, the man and the three beasts worked hard to search. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure leapt up, using shifting form's shadow transposition, directly climbing up the ice mountain. As Bailey Hongzhuang stood at the highest point, she discovered that there was something moving at the highest point. Moving, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes narrowed. In this frozen state, there was something that could move. Even though its movements were extremely slow, she could still see a slight change. It should be this. Master, you found something? The three beasties saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly stopped moving, and they all came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, wanting to know what Bailey Hongzhuang had found. When the three beasties saw what Bailey Hongzhuang had seen, their eyes widened. In their line of sight, a tiny flame was swaying in the ice, so tiny that it was almost invisible. There's actually a flame in the ice, isn't that too unbelievable? Xiaohei looked at this scene in disbelief, but from the slight swaying, she could still confirm that it was a flame. This ice is so powerful, but this flame is still able to exist here. It seems that this flame is very powerful. Although Xiaohei had never seen this kind of transparent flame, but fire and ice were existences that countered each other. To be able to survive in this ice world, and to be such a small flame, it was definitely not simple. Bailey Hongzhuang carefully looked at this flame. If her guess was right, the quality of this flame was probably a few grades higher than ordinary flames. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was studying, Long Xianjing and the rest came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side, wanting to know what Bailey Hongzhuang had found. After everyone saw the flame clearly, everyone's mouth was wide open. This should be the ice-cold flame, right? Long Xianjing carefully looked at the small flame in front of him, and his expression was filled with surprise and disbelief. Ice-cold flame? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows raised slightly. There were some strange flames in this world, but this ice-cold flame, she had never heard of it. It was probably a flame that was born later on. Long Xianjing nodded, seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang did not know much about this ice-cold flame. He started to explain. The ice-cold flame is a special flame that was born between heaven and earth. Its temperature is ice-cold, and is usually born in ice mountains, but the temperature it burns is extremely high, and can burn everything. It is because these two completely special characteristics are concentrated in it, so the ice-cold flame is often called by people. However, the ice-cold flame's survival in this world is extremely small. I did not expect it to appear here. Long Xianjing could not help but exclaim, this kind of treasure was completely out of their expectations. I did not expect the Battle of Zhuolu to be so generous, even having such a treasure. Yan Ao Shuang's usually calm face also revealed a look of surprise. This kind of treasure, many powers do not have. I wonder which power. This is too generous. If the successor of this force could absorb this icy cold fire, his strength would increase by another level. This icy cold fire had many wonderful uses. Unexpectedly, it was left behind in the Battle of Zhuolu. At this moment, Li Yangbing's surprised voice suddenly sounded. Look, there is a ices. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked towards the direction Li Yangbing was pointing at. Sure enough, there really was a frost-sacred lotus there. A sparkling and translucent lotus flower was growing on top of the ice, but because it was in a corner, it was easy to overlook it. It really is the frost-sacred lotus. The sacred frost lotus was a type of medicinal treasure that could increase a cultivator's cultivation and heal injuries. It could be said to be a sacred healing item. In the Xianxia continent, the frozen sacred lotus had always been a priceless treasure. Because such a treasure could save one's life at any time, no matter the price, it was not as important as one's life. Therefore, the frozen sacred lotus had always been priceless. Even at auctions, it was rarely seen. After everyone saw the frozen sacred lotus, their gazes changed. I didn't expect that there would be a frozen sacred lotus here. Everyone's gaze couldn't help but look back and forth between the mysterious ice-cold flame and the frozen sacred lotus. Both of them were extremely precious treasures, but the mysterious ice-cold flame was obviously more valuable. However, none of them had expected that there would be two treasures here. It seemed that this battle of Xuelu was indeed worthy of its reputation. Even if they couldn't become famous through this battle of Xuelu, just these treasures were enough to raise their strength by another level. Bailey Hongzhuang quickly understood the crux of the matter. Although the frozen sacred lotus was precious, it wasn't like some big powers didn't have it. After all, even without the frozen sacred lotus, there were still some pills that could bring people back to life. However, this mysterious ice-cold flame was different. If a human cultivator absorbed this mysterious ice-cold flame, then their strength would increase greatly, and they would have one more martial arts technique. The benefits were too great. A treasure of this level would be extremely precious even in a sect or an aristocratic family. Looking at the environment of the ice world in front of her, Bailey Hongzhuang was almost certain that there was only one sacred ice lotus here. It was just that this tree demon was too powerful. It had existed in this battle of Xuelu for so many years, and no team had been able to defeat it. As time passed, the environment here actually gave birth to the mysterious ice-cold flame. Only this reason could explain why there were two treasures here. Most likely, even the people from the various big powers didn't know that a mysterious ice-cold flame would be born here. If they knew, they would be heartbroken. Let's smash this mysterious ice-cold flame out of the ice first. Long Xianjing looked around. Obviously, there were only these two treasures in this frozen world. Since they had already found it, then there was no need to waste time. It should be known that the ice-cold fire was in the ice mountain. The ice was extremely thick, and it would take a certain amount of time to get it out. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded and said, "Indeed, let's not waste any more time." For a time, 5 cultivators started to chisel the ice while the other 5 went to pluck the frost Saint Lotus. After a while, everyone successfully took out the ice-cold fire from the ice. "Young Palace Master, you can absorb this ice-cold fire." Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. As the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace, she was the one who discovered this treasure first. It was only right for her to absorb it. The other disciples also nodded in agreement. If not for Bailey Hongzhuang discovering the existence of this icy world, they would have completely missed it. The eyes of the 3 beasts were also filled with excitement. If Master could form a contract with this profound ice fire, then he would have another method to deal with Lan Qingyan. However, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. As Ling Xiao, Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain amount of experience in grasping people's hearts. Now, all the cultivators in the team were convinced by her. Firstly, it was because of her identity as the young palace master. Secondly, it was because of the strength that she displayed. Perhaps Long Xianjing really thought so. But when Long Xianjing said those words, even if the other cultivators were a little unwilling, they couldn't deny it. They could only follow along. However, after this slight gap appeared, the gap behind would become bigger and bigger. It wouldn't be easy to mend it and become united wholeheartedly. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone was slightly stunned. This kind of attitude was obviously out of everyone's expectations. The profound ice fire, this kind of special flame, has its own intelligence. When it's being absorbed, it will also look for its fated owner. Many times, not everyone who finds the profound ice fire can successfully absorb it. Since we found the profound ice fire together, then we are all fated people. Why don't everyone use a bit of spiritual power to test it out? Whoever the profound ice fire chooses in the end will be the one. How about it? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curved into a faint smile. The profound ice fire was indeed a very precious treasure. But as the young palace master of Limitless Palace, her heart was more important. As long as they could safely return to Limitless Palace this time, then these people in the team would definitely become the mainstay of Limitless Palace in the future, or even become the future elders. No matter who obtains the profound ice fire this time, everyone has to accept this result peacefully. There are many treasures in the Battle of Zhuolu. This is only the first treasure that we found. Who knows, there might be even more treasures in the future. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was gentle. At this kind of time, if the distribution wasn't fair, everyone would have a knot in their heart. After everyone heard Bailey Hongzhuang's fair and just words, how could they have any objections? If they couldn't attract the profound ice fire, then it was because their skills weren't as good as others. They couldn't be chosen by the profound ice fire. How could they blame the person who got it? In a moment, everyone's impression of Bailey Hongzhuang deepened. Bailey Hongzhuang treated them the same as she treated them. If it was another team leader, they might not be able to do what Bailey Hongzhuang did. Among all the teams, the sex team might be better. The successor would pay more attention to the opinions of some disciples. As for the cultivation aristocratic families, all of their precious treasures belonged to the next family head. Whatever the next family head was willing to give to the other disciples, it was a kind of reward. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw that no one had any objections, she separated a wisp of spiritual power with everyone to touch the profound ice fire. In her previous life, she also knew that there were some special heavenly treasures in this world. They were nurtured by the mysterious power of nature, but she didn't have the luck to encounter them. Since she encountered, naturally, she wanted to absorb of it. As her spiritual power approached the profound ice fire, Bailey Hongzhuang felt the strong vitality of the profound ice fire. This kind of vitality was different from the profound ice fire's crumbling appearance. This proved that the profound ice fire looked like this. In fact, it was very strong. The three beasts and the other cultivators' contracted beasts were all curiously sizing up the crowd. No one would know the result until the very end. This kind of thing did not completely depend on one's ability. It depended on who was more fated with the ice-cold fire. Xiao Bai, Baisher, do you think Master will succeed? Xiao He said slowly. This ice-cold fire looks like a treasure. It's hard to say. But with Master's ability, I think it shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Bai said after some thought. Master was not an ordinary person. Along the way, Master had created many miracles. What do you mean by shouldn't be a problem? Baisher frowned unhappily. It definitely won't be a problem. Baisher believed in Bailey Hongzhuang's ability the most. He was different from Xiao He and Xiao Bai. Xiao He and Xiao Bai had transmigrated together with Bailey Hongzhuang. They had seen many things and did not comment on many things. Baisher had been following Bailey Hongzhuang ever since he opened his eyes. Along the way, Baisher had a blind admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. His master was invincible. No one could compare to Master. Baisher would not be nice to anyone who doubted his master. Xiao He and Xiao Bai shrunk their necks when they saw Baisher's expression. It was not that they did not believe in Master's ability. It was just that this kind of luck did not completely depend on one's ability. As everyone's mental strength came into contact with the ice-cold fire, the ice-cold fire became even more violent. It did not expect so many people to surround it. Obviously, after being surrounded like this, there was almost no chance for it to escape. However, flames were wild and untamed. They would not be tamed so easily. The ice-cold fire quickly began to burn, intending to use this method to stop everyone from absorbing it. After the ice-cold fire struggled wildly, the flame would burn their mental strength if they were not careful. Under such a situation, some cultivators could not help but withdraw from the competition. It was a very uncomfortable feeling to have one's mental strength burned by the flame. One after another, the cultivators withdrew. However, the few cultivators who were at the front of the pack continued to persevere. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If he didn't experience a period of suffering and pain, how could he absorb the ice-cold fire, in order to cultivate to this stage? Everyone had experienced many difficulties and obstacles. Most of the time, they had to grit their teeth and persevere to achieve success. If he gave up, he would have nothing left. The ice-cold fire struggled crazily. However, it was not an adult ice-cold fire. It was just born not long ago. After struggling for a while, the ice-cold fire also lost its strength, but these people's spiritual power was still trying to bind it. The ice fire understood that this time, it really couldn't escape, however, it still had a choice. Thinking of this, the icy cold fire directly approached a wisp of mental strength that was slightly gentler. A moment later, Bailey Hongzhuang, Long Xianjing and the others opened their eyes at the same time. The final result was out. A group of contract beasts and the cultivators who withdrew from the competition all looked at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others in confusion. They did not know who had succeeded in the end. At this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's voice rang, "I need to go into seclusion to refine for a while. Can everyone rest here for a while? Young Palace Master, you can go ahead and refine it. We will cultivate here." Long Xianjing laughed. Although the profound ice fire chose Bailey Hongzhuang in the end, everyone was convinced. Because, they all had a chance to work hard. "Yes, young Palace Master, you can refine it first." Everyone nodded, their faces were full of support. However, at this moment, everyone's support came from the bottom of their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang's previous actions had convinced them. No matter who in the team obtained the profound ice fire, they would need some time to refine it. What was the point of waiting here for a while? Thank you. Bailey Hongzhuang cupped her fists and smiled. Then, she walked to the side and sat cross-legged. She had just absorbed the profound ice fire, but the profound ice fire was still not obedient. It was burning in her body and destroying her body. Therefore, she needed to refine the profound ice fire as soon as possible and merge with it. Then, this problem would not occur again. As Bailey Hongzhuang began to refine the profound ice fire, everyone found a place to sit down and cultivate. This place was extremely cold. Even though everyone was wearing clothes to resist the cold, there was still cold air invading their bodies. However, staying here, they did not need to worry about people or demonic beast sneak attacks. At least, before they went out, this place was extremely safe. After cultivating for a while, everyone was surprised to find that cultivating here had unexpectedly good results. The ice group here has built an ice room environment. Cultivating here can actually increase everyone's strength. After pondering for a moment, Long Xianjing understood the reason behind it and immediately explained it to everyone. The ice here was not ordinary ice. It was extremely precious. It was a pity that this place could not be taken away. Otherwise, cultivating here would be beneficial to everyone's strength. After discovering this point, all the cultivators began to cultivate seriously. The three beasts guarded beside Bailey Hongzhuang. They did not know how long it would take for their master to refine the profound ice fire. However, the environment here was not bad, so they were not in a hurry to leave. When Bailey Hongzhuang stopped cultivating, it was already 7 days later. In these 7 days, everyone witnessed Bailey Hongzhuang's breakthrough and improvement. The profound ice fire was a treasure. Once it was used by a cultivator, it would increase the cultivator's strength. At Bailey Hongzhuang's level, it would take a long time to increase one level. However, after absorbing the profound ice fire, her strength increased directly. It was really enviable. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang opened her eyes, a nearly transparent flame appeared in her eyes, and in a short moment, it had already dissipated. Looking at everyone who was cultivating, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "Everyone has waited for me for so long. We can set off now." After breaking through, Bailey Hongzhuang only felt that her spirit was extremely good. The sparkling luster on her face was even more beautiful. Seeing this, Long Xianjing and the others also stood up. "Congratulations, young Palace Master." Bailey Hongzhuang smiled, "It's all thanks to everyone." "Young Palace Master, how do we deal with this cold ice sacred lotus?" Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone and said, "This sacred ice lotus is extremely effective. If you only need to use it to save your life, you only need one petal. It's not just the petal, the lotus seed has the same effect. If you don't mind, you can each take a portion. If you don't think that's appropriate, we can keep it for now and distribute it when we find other treasures in the future." Bailey Hongzhuang slowly said. The sacred ice lotus was easier to distribute than other treasures. Moreover, treasures like this were not something that could be found anywhere. This tree demon was so difficult to deal with and only this sacred ice lotus was here. It would not be easy to find treasures of this level in other places. So, according to Bailey Hongzhuang's idea, it was better for everyone to distribute it like this. The others naturally thought of this and decided to distribute it together. If they were in danger, they could use it to save their lives. If they missed it today, it would not be easy to find another treasure like this in the future. Very quickly, everyone had divided the sacred ice lotus equally. In the end, there was only one lotus seed left. Everyone gave it to Bailey Hongzhuang. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang did not reject it. Having a treasure like this on her was an extra layer of protection. As a cultivator, they often faced dangerous situations. No one knew when they would be in a situation where they couldn't protect their lives. We've been delayed here for quite some time. It's time to move out. Today was already the 8th day of the Battle of Zhuolu and they were still in the periphery of the Battle of Zhuolu. It seemed that the other teams were much deeper in than them and they had to catch up. Everyone quickly left the ice world. When they returned to the place where they had killed the tree demon, the blood on the ground had dried up. But there was still a pungent smell. Speaking of which, they had gotten off to a good start in dealing with the tree demon. The group slowly walked into the depths of the forest. In the next few days, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others walked peacefully and did not meet with any danger. This was all because of the tree demon's existence. All the demonic beasts within hundreds of miles had disappeared. It was probably because this place had become a forbidden area that the tree demon had absorbed all the blood it could and was unable to grow. Therefore, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang and the others appear, the tree demon couldn't help but take the initiative to act. However, in the end, he still fell in their hands. The Battle of Zhuolu's forest is really vast. We've been walking for a few days, but I'm afraid we're not even at the center of the forest. Yan Ao Shuang looked around, her expression revealing a bit of a sigh. Yan Ao Shuang, this battlefield is mostly a forest. Don't tell me you're still hoping to build a city for yourself? Li Yongbing chuckled. This kind of environment was the most common in the Xianxia continent. Who said anything about a city? It's just that we've been walking for so many days and we haven't even met a single team. This is a little boring. Yan Ao Shuang curled her lips and explained. Hearing this, the crowd sighed inwardly. The most important thing for them to participate in the Battle of Zhuolu was to obtain an identity badge. However, until now, they had not seen a single team. If this continued, it would not be a good thing. Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. It was indeed a problem that they hadn't met any other teams. Logically speaking, although the Battle of Zhuolu covered a large area, there were also many teams participating. They should have met some other teams by now. Everyone, don't be impatient. We are gradually approaching the center of the forest. We may meet other teams at any time. Logically speaking, we shouldn't be too far away. Bailey Hongzhuang tried to calm everyone down. Being anxious and impatient wouldn't do them any good. Young Palace Master is right. Let's not be impatient. We should pay more attention to our surroundings. We may be ambushed at any time. Long Xianjing reminded everyone calmly. Before the young Palace Master appeared, he was the one leading the team. Now that the young Palace Master was here, he would naturally do his best to support the young Palace Master. Everyone nodded their heads. They understood that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. They just couldn't help but complain a little. 2 days later. Master, we are already very far away from the tree demon. Until now, we have not met any other demonic beasts. Isn't this too strange? White Lion's eyes flashed with a vigilant light. There was definitely something fishy going on. There was definitely something fishy going on. You think so too? Bailey Hongzhuang furrowed her brows. She had also noticed this point. Even if the tree demon's attack range was very wide, they should have already exceeded the tree demon's territory. However, until now, they hadn't met any other demonic beasts. It was too peaceful. Master, could it be that we have entered the territory of another terrifying beast? Xiao Hei's face was a little ugly. Only places with powerful demonic beasts would have no other demonic beasts. This was because every commander demonic beast had its own territory. No other demonic beasts were allowed to come close. I'm afraid that's the case. Bailey Hongzhuang sighed. It seemed that there were quite a few terrifying demonic beasts in this Battle of Zhuolu. Everyone, be careful. We may have entered the territory of another demonic beast. We may meet it at any time. Be prepared to fight at any time. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her voice. The tree demon they encountered last time was already very difficult to deal with. This time, the thing in the middle of the forest would be even more difficult to deal with. Pei Yifan and the others' expressions changed when they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words. The same thought had appeared in their minds, but they had never voiced it out. However, it was clear that he could no longer continue to hold this mentality. After walking for a while, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others couldn't help but stop. In front of him was a blur. The trees were blocked by the fog, and the visibility was extremely low. Moreover, this area was extremely wide, and the entire area in front of him was filled with these weapons. Young Palace Master, I'm afraid this is miasma. Long Xuanjing's voice sounded in Bailey Hongzhuang's ears. Miasma would often appear in some swamps in the forest, and everyone was not unfamiliar with this miasma. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly and looked at the miasma wisely. It seems that if we want to move forward, we can only pass through this miasma. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Their progress wasn't very fast. If they went back the way they came, they would have to return empty-handed in this battle of Shuolu. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at everyone's expression and understood that everyone had the same thoughts as her. There was absolutely no possibility of retreat. Let's go in. Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black phoenix eyes flashed with a determined light as she took the lead and walked into the miasma. Everyone, be careful of your surroundings. A swamp may appear at any time. Don't go too far away and keep in contact. Xiao He and Xiao Bai sat on Bailey Hongzhuang's shoulders while Baisher followed beside Bailey Hongzhuang. In the past, Bailey Hongzhuang had also encountered miasma when she was in the Luoyun mountain range. However, their team was too weak at that time. Now, the team was full of experts, so it was very easy to lead. Because miasma was very easy to appear in the forest, Limitless Palace had already prepared pills for everyone to face the miasma. Everyone had already taken the pills at the first moment, so the miasma could no longer affect them. However, as everyone went deeper and deeper, they found that the miasma was so dense that they could not see the ground 1 meter away from them. This miasma is really too dense, and according to the current situation, the range has already exceeded our expectations. Yan Aoshuang's face was serious. If they lost their direction in this miasma, it would be an extremely terrible thing. In this kind of place, it was not easy to rest at night because the visibility was too low. If they were attacked, everyone's reaction speed would be very slow. Most importantly, in such a strange place, their spiritual power was also affected. Let's make some marks. Only then can we determine the direction. Long Xianjing said slowly. From the moment they walked into the miasma, they could still determine the direction. However, as they went deeper and deeper, it became more and more difficult to determine the direction. Soon, everyone walked along the way and marked the number 1, 2, 3, 4 on the tree to determine the direction. After walking for a while, Li Yongbing suddenly cried out in surprise. Oh no, we're back to the original position. As soon as she said this, everyone looked at the tree trunk that Li Yongbing was pointing at. Sure enough, there was a 1 written on the tree trunk. It was the mark they left at the beginning. I feel that we've been walking in the same direction. How can we be back to the original position? Pei Yifan's face was full of confusion. He had been carefully sensing along the way and did not notice any change in direction at all. Let's walk again. Bailey Hongzhuang's face sank. Obviously, the current situation was not easy to solve. Hearing this, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. However, under the current situation, they had no other choice. However, after they had walked for a while, Li Yongbing's awkward and helpless voice rang out again. Young Palace Master, we're back to the original position. Everyone took a closer look and they saw the familiar one-word 1. Bailey Hongzhuang was lost in thought, her black and white eyes as bright and clear as the moon. I clearly feel that we have been walking straight. Why are we back to the original position? Faced with this situation, everyone was indescribable is of this. With their hongzis of their slongs, was that sense of the wood definitely not to be wrong. Everyone nodded. If there was only a small deviation every time, it was indeed difficult to find in this miasma. Let's take a break first and think of a solution. Since they had already tried to walk 2 laps and could not find any problem, even if they did not believe it, the result would be the same. This demonic miasma forest was not simple. If they did not think of a way to break it, they would be trapped here. Everyone sat on the ground and formed a circle to guard against any danger that might appear at any time. Along the way, I did not find anything wrong. Moreover, the place where the miasma is always moist. There were footsteps everywhere we walked, but when we walked back again, the footsteps disappeared. It's really strange. Li Yangbing's face was very ugly. He had paid attention to these details before. It was because he did not see any footprints that he felt that they did not go the wrong way. However, he did not expect that he was wrong in the end. Listening to Li Yangbing's words, everyone could not help but be stunned. They did not pay attention to this matter. However, there were many types of spirit arrays and Bailey Hongzhuang had studied them for a period of time in her past life, so she had a certain understanding of them. She had to distinguish which type of spirit array it belonged to before she could come up with a solution. Otherwise, these spirit arrays would often have the effect of punishment. Once she made a mistake in the process of deciphering them, they would be attacked. In such a huge miasma forest, it was impossible for there to not be a single demonic beast. The only explanation was that the spirit array had trapped all the demonic beasts in it, so the demonic beasts could not see them and they could not see the demonic beasts. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered for an hour and everyone looked around, occasionally glancing at Bailey Hongzhuang. Towards this demonic miasma forest, everyone was really confused. Even though everyone had already made preparations before they entered the Battle of Zhuolu, but ever since they entered the Battle of Zhuolu, everything they saw had an indescribable strangeness to it, making them feel extremely helpless. Now, among everyone, only the young palace master had discovered something and they could only wait here. Finally, Bailey Hongzhuang kept her pen and paper and her ink-black eyes flashed with a bright light. Young palace master, did you discover something? Everyone saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had stopped pondering and they all began to ask her. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head slightly and said, if I'm not wrong, we should be trapped in an array. Array? Everyone could not help but exclaim. This array was something that they rarely came into contact with. Although they had heard of it before, they did not understand it at all. No one would have thought that there would be an array in the Battle of Zhuolu. If that was the case, wouldn't they be trapped here? Immediately, everyone's heart sank. At this moment, outside the Battle of Zhuolu, there were also a few sect elders discussing the situation inside the Battle of Zhuolu. I wonder which team is unlucky this year to be randomly sent to the path of the tree demons. That path was designed to be too difficult. After so many years of the Battle of Zhuolu, no disciple has ever been able to walk from that path to the center of the Battle of Zhuolu. Every time, they would be trapped in the formation for 3 months before being brought back by us. There's nothing we can do about it. Since it was set up in the first place, although everyone has complained about it over the years, they have tacitly agreed to its existence. Luck was also a part of strength. Whichever team is unlucky enough to encounter it, it's their own bad luck. The leaders of each faction hoped that their own faction would not be so unlucky as to walk on that path. Otherwise, they would really be at the bottom of the list. In the past, the teams that had been teleported to that location had always been last place in the Battle of Zhuolu. Although everyone knew the reason behind this, it was still hard for anyone to accept the title of last place. Most importantly, the cultivators couldn't be blamed for this, because they couldn't be blamed either. Lin Feng, which team do you think will walk the most difficult path this year? Nan Gongwu stood beside Yu Lin Feng. A cool breeze blew, and her fine black hair danced in the wind. Their fine black hair tangled together under the cool breeze. Yu Linfeng shook his head. No one can say for certain things like this. We can only leave it to fate. I only hope that it won't be our team. Otherwise, it would be terrible. If Nan Gongwu knew that Limitless Palace's team was the unfortunate ones who walked into this path, she would definitely vomit blood. This was the most unlucky situation. Even if there were teams that fell into this trap every year, Limitless Palace had only participated in the Battle of Zhuolu for a few years. However, this time, the young palace master was the one leading the team. This kind of problem was simply too depressing. Compared to the various guesses of the outside world, Bailey Hongzhuang and her team were completely oblivious. They only thought that the difficulty of the Battle of Zhuolu was the same as theirs. They were still lamenting that the difficulty of the Battle of Zhuolu was not small. If Limitless Palace's disciples knew that the real situation was like this, they would probably feel extremely unbalanced. Bailey Hongzhuang saw that everyone was looking at her in shock. She knew that they did not have much understanding of this array. In fact, the formation itself was a rather obscure thing. Most of the cultivators put all their energy into cultivation. No one would study such unorthodox things. Thinking about it, only Bailey Hongzhuang, who was interested in many things, would have the heart to understand this kind of thing. To Bailey Hongzhuang, although there were many things that she was not proficient in, she had a rough understanding of them. This was because to master a skill, it required a lot of time and energy. However, if she only needed to understand a little, it would be much easier. That's right. We have fallen into an array. Only by breaking the array will we be able to walk out. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was calm and certain. Her black jade-like eyes sparkled with a luster that made people believe her. But young palace master, we don't have any understanding of arrays. Pei Yifan could not help but feel anxious. They had only heard of such things before. It was impossible for them to break the array. Long Xianjing and the rest looked at each other. If they knew that there would be an array here, they would rather walk back than be trapped here. Young palace master, arrays shouldn't exist in the Battle of Zhuolu, right? Yan Ao Shuang couldn't help but doubt. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Bailey Hongzhuang's judgment, but this was too unbelievable. If there really is such a thing in the Battle of Zhuolu, not only us, I can guarantee that the other teams won't be able to solve it either. Long Xianjing said with certainty. One had to know that none of the factions would tell the participating disciples about the Battle of Zhuolu. As such, unless some of these disciples were naturally interested in formations, they would be trapped to death. Looking at everyone's suspicious faces, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It is strange that an array exists in the Battle of Zhuolu. However, I am certain that this is an array. Young palace master, how did you determine that this is a formation? Some of the formations are specifically used to trap opponents. Once a cultivator falls into the formation, their sense of direction and everything else will be lost. It just so happened that there was so much miasma here that it was difficult to determine if a formation was set up. If it wasn't a formation but an ordinary miasma forest, would you have gotten lost? The crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. That was absolutely impossible. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone thought for a moment. The situation was indeed as Bailey Hongzhuang had said. Before this, they had never encountered such a strange situation. But, if this is really a formation, then what should we do? Li Yongbing's face became incomparably ugly. If they had been trapped in this formation for the past 3 months, not only would they not become famous after they got out, they would also become a complete laughingstock in the eyes of the people. Perhaps, in the future, they would not be able to raise their heads in front of other cultivators. Long Xuanjing's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang and asked, Young palace master, do you have some understanding of formations? If it were them, they would not even be able to tell that this was a formation. Since the young palace master was able to determine it, then at least the young palace master had a certain understanding of it. Everyone's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, all their hopes were placed on the young palace master. I have already determined the structure of this formation. As for whether it will succeed or not, we still have to try. As soon as these words came out, everyone could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as there was a way, they were willing to give it a try. At least, it was much better than sitting here and waiting for death. It turned out that the young palace master had taken out a pen and paper to think of a way to break the formation. Suddenly, everyone understood. Young palace master, just try according to your method. Everyone spoke out one after another. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, and a serious and dignified look appeared on her delicate and flawless face. Later on, everyone follow our footsteps. As long as there is a slight deviation in the process of breaking the formation, there will be unpredictable consequences. Everyone nodded one after another. They all understood the importance of this matter. After everyone memorized the method of breaking the formation in their hearts, she led everyone forward. Take 3 steps to the left, 5 steps to the right, 7 steps straight, Bailey Hongzhuang reminded everyone as they walked. This formation was very large. Even she had to calculate for a long time before she could calculate it. Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain amount of confidence in breaking the formation. Everyone followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang, remembering Bailey Hongzhuang's words, not daring to deviate in the slightest. Originally, there were still some worries in everyone's heart, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang so skillfully explain the solution, they were relieved. Although this array was larger than the average array, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't spend too much time cracking it. Everyone followed Bailey Hongzhuang and cautiously walked over. Only then did they realize that the miasma in front of them had disappeared. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around to look at the miasma behind her, and a joyful smile appeared on her pretty face. It seemed that her judgment was not wrong. She had successfully walked out of the demonic miasma forest. Oh my God, we really made it out. I didn't expect this to really be a formation. I didn't know what I was walking on. I only felt that it was a mess. But it turned out that we had been walking in a straight line. This formation is really powerful. If it wasn't for the young palace master leading the team, we would really be finished this time. Everyone was overjoyed. All the depression and dissatisfaction in the demonic miasma forest had dissipated. At this moment, they only felt a strong sense of relief. Master, there's nothing you can't do. Baisher's large, clear eyes sparkled and were filled with admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. Out of the entire team, only Master knew how to break the spell. The rest of the team did not know how to do so. Seeing Baisher's adorable look, Bailey Hongzhuang stroked Baisher's little head and smiled. Of course, your master is no ordinary person. Baisher rubbed its head against Bailey Hongzhuang's hand and squinted its eyes comfortably. Its heart was filled with pride. Who said that as a beast king, it had made a contract with an ordinary cultivator back then? Now, everyone should know that its master was an extremely powerful person. Young palace master, now that the spell has been broken, we can continue our journey. Long Xianjing smiled. At that moment, he was filled with admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded gently. However, just as they were about to leave, they suddenly heard voices in front of them. Miasma has appeared here. How troublesome. We have to speed up. If we continue at this rate, we'll be left behind by the other teams. Hearing the soft voices in the distance, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could not help but look at each other. Another team was approaching. We've been in the Battle of the Deer for so long and we've finally met another team. Pei Yifan's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice. His voice was filled with excitement. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest smiled as well. They had thought that they had stayed for a few days and the other teams would have left by now. They never thought that there would be another team behind them. Young Palace Master, we've finally met another team. Shall we do it? Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. The most important thing in the Battle of the Deer was to obtain the identity card. Now that they had coincidentally met another team and there were no other teams nearby, it was undoubtedly the best time to make a move. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a playful smile. She looked at the crowd and said, "Let's do it." After waiting for so long, they still hadn't found a good opportunity. Now that it had appeared in front of them, how could they miss it? As Bailey Hongzhuang's voice fell, everyone's face showed a smile. Young Palace Master, let's see which team it is first. If it's a strong enemy, we have to be careful. Yan Ao Shuang could not help but remind him. If the other party was very strong, then if they went up, they might be robbed of their identity cards. In this battle for the throne, he could not be blindly confident in his own strength. Bailey Hongzhuang licked her bright red lips and said with a smile, "No matter which force he comes from, this identity card is ours." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression couldn't help but change a little. They didn't expect the young palace master's style to be so domineering. He didn't care who the other party was and directly decided, "It's good to be confident, but if you're too confident, it's very likely that you'll fail miserably." Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone's expression and said with a smile, "We've just destroyed this array. Now, I'll set it up again and trap them inside. Won't we be in an invincible position?" If they could win, then they would fight. If they couldn't, then they could leave the array. However, the other party couldn't. Then, under the curious and surprised gazes of the crowd, Bailey Hongzhuang quickly began to arrange the array. Bailey Hongzhuang did not expect to arrange an array during the Battle of Shuolu, so she did not bring the materials needed to arrange the array. Fortunately, the demonic miasma forest itself was very suitable for the arrangement of arrays. In addition, when Bailey Hongzhuang had cracked the previous array, she had not destroyed the materials, so as long as she found these things, she could still arrange another array. The crowd watched as Bailey Hongzhuang searched around the demonic miasma forest, as if she had X-ray vision, quickly finding everything. Suddenly, the crowd's admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang was like a torrential river. Young Palace Master did not just have a little understanding of arrays, she completely understood them. The crowd stood behind Bailey Hongzhuang with great interest, watching Bailey Hongzhuang arrange the array, but the dazzling appearance made them unable to understand at all. In fact, those who had never been in contact with arrays, even if they watched the other party arrange the array, they would not understand the mystery of it. The crowd just stared at each other, their hearts filled with anticipation of snatching the other party's identity card later. Bailey Hongzhuang arranged the array very quickly, and after she finished the last step, the crowd was amazed to find that the originally clear scene in front of them suddenly changed, as if they had been transported to another environment. The crowd could not help but open their mouths wide, the situation was really too shocking. This is the power of arrays, it's really amazing. Pei Yifun's eyes were full of amazement. Previously, he was inexplicably trapped in the array, and then he followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang and inexplicably walked out. He simply couldn't understand this profound thing. Now that he saw the changes in the array with his own eyes, he finally understood how amazing it was. I'm afraid the other party will be dumbfounded now. Yan Ao Shuang chuckled, once this method was used, the other party would have no way to break it. Originally, they thought they were the most unlucky, but now it seemed that the other party was much more unlucky than them. The crowd looked at each other and smiled, their young palace master really had many tricks up her sleeve, the other party was destined to lose at their hands. After Bailey Hongzhuang arranged all the arrays, the crowd could not see what was in front of them, and could not help but turn to look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Wait for the other party to go deeper, then we will move. Bailey Hongzhuang sat on the ground, lowered her voice, and motioned for everyone to sit next to her. When we move later, you will do as I say. Just remember the way to go in and out, the other party will not be able to catch up to you. She believed that after snatching the identity card, the other party would be flustered and flustered. How would they remember how they left? As a result, the other party would be trapped in the array. We will follow the young palace master's arrangements. Soon, the array was, the array to escape to, the array was, like Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, but still could not find the direction. Now is the time, we can move. At Bailey Hongzhuang's order, the crowd, who had long been ready, walked into the array, including Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bai Shi. Bailey Hongzhuang stayed outside the demonic miasma forest. She had to pay attention to everyone's situation. If someone accidentally lost their way, she would be able to point out the direction and rescue them. Although they were not clear about the strength of the other party, they were in the dark while their opponents were in the light. Moreover, their Limitless Palace's team was not weak either. The Hang Mountain sect's cultivators were in a bad mood. Ever since they came to the Battle of Deer, they felt very unlucky. First, they inexplicably fell into a trap and did not get any treasure. They even spent a few days to get out of it. This was simply a bad start. Originally, they wanted to shine in this Battle of Deer, but they did not expect that their progress was far behind the others. So far, not only did they not get any treasure, they also did not see any other team's cultivators. This made them very anxious. Young sect master, we seem to have returned to where we started. At this time, a disciple's voice rang out. Soon, everyone found that the scene here was so familiar. They had clearly been here before. Damn it. We walked all the way, why didn't we find any clues? Hang Mountain sect's young sect master Feng Qianyi said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Originally, he was very annoyed that he had fallen into this situation. He did not expect to enter this strange miasma forest and go the wrong way. He was simply angered to death. Young sect master, what should we do now? What else can we do? Continue to walk. Feng Qian's face was cold. This time, everyone pay attention. We must not go the wrong way again. When the Limitless Palace's disciples approached, they heard the other party's conversation. They could not help but laugh in their hearts. At this time, they still could not find any clues. They really did not know anything about arrays. So it's the Hang Mountain Sect's team. Among all the forces, the Hang Mountain Sect belongs to the middle level. If we want to snatch their identity card, it will not be difficult. Long Xuanjing's eyes were filled with confidence. Other than a few strong teams, ordinary teams were no match for Limitless Palace. Yan Aoshuang and the others' faces also revealed a smile. Originally, they thought that although they had obtained treasures in the Battle of Deer, there was no progress in their identity card. They did not expect that when they wanted to sleep, someone would send a pillow to them. As long as they could snatch the opponent's identity card, their harvest would definitely not bad. Let's move. Long Xianjing said. Everyone nodded in agreement. Following which, they had already chosen their targets and were preparing to launch a sneak attack. With the strength of Long Xianjing and the others, a sneak attack would definitely catch the enemy off guard. The Hangshan Sect's team walked quickly. In the next second, the last person in their team was dragged out with his mouth covered. The other party didn't even have the time to cry out in alarm before the attack of the Limitless Palace's disciple arrived. Very quickly, an identity token fell into the hands of the Limitless Palace disciple. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Baishir could not help but smile smugly when they saw this. This kind of sneak attack was really convenient. He could solve all of this without anyone noticing, and he could even preserve his strength. After all they needed was the identity card. Bailey Hongzhuang stood outside the array. She knew the situation inside the array like the back of her hand. Obviously, the other party's strength was not considered very strong in the Battle of Zhuolu. It was only a matter of time before they wanted to snatch the identity tokens. There was no need for her to make a move. She only needed to wait here for a moment, and Long Xianjing and the rest would be able to settle everything. At this time, Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking in her heart. They had already participated in the Battle of Zhuolu for more than 10 days. She did not know when they would be able to meet up with Bewitching. Originally, she wanted to meet up with Bewitching as soon as possible after the Battle of Zhuolu. However, looking at the current situation, this was completely a matter of luck. She did not know where the Tiangang Sect's team had been teleported to. It would be very difficult to find them. Now, she could only hope that the two teams were not teleported too far away. If they were, then they would only have a chance to meet in the middle of the Battle of Zhuolu. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang was thinking, Long Xianjing and the rest had already walked out of the array. Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at everyone and found that there were more or less injuries on everyone's body. Even if the other party's strength was not their match, once they exploded, their power could not be underestimated. However, although everyone was more or less injured, their faces were full of smiles. Young Palace Master, we have already obtained the 10 identity tokens. Long Xianjing took the lead to walk to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and handed the identity tokens to Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at the 10 identity tokens, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a charming smile. You guys are too awesome. Bailey Hongzhuang gave everyone a thumbs up. Although she had already known that the result was predestined, the speed of Long Xianjing and the rest still surprised her. Young Palace Master, if you had not thought of this method, it would have been too difficult for us to obtain the identity tokens with such a small price. Yan Aoshuang was now not only convinced by Bailey Hongzhuang, but also deeply admired her. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang was younger than her, Bailey Hongzhuang's ability made people have no choice but to sigh in admiration. This proves that our team's strength is very strong. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. Although Limitless Palace had not been established for a long time, this sudden rise of a new force had surprised many people. If you have the ability, tell us which power you are from. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were celebrating, a furious voice came from the demonic miasma forest. Who else could it be but Feng Qian? Feng Qian was simply angered to death. This was truly a case of a tiger being bullied by a dog. After entering the demonic of Zhuolu. Most importantly, after being ambushed, they wanted to chase after the other party, but the other party seemed to know some kind of sorcery. They just took a few steps and disappeared in front of them. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. This was simply infuriating. Was there anything more strange than this in this world? Hearing this voice, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at each other and smiled. Feng Qianni, you have to listen carefully. I am Limitless Palace's young palace master, Bailey Hongzhuang. When Feng Qianni heard the name of Limitless Palace, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He had thought of many possibilities, but he really didn't think that the other party was from Limitless Palace. However, when he heard that the other party claimed to be the young palace master of Limitless Palace, named Bailey Hongzhuang, he had already determined that the other party was deliberately deceiving him. If you want to deceive people, at least find a more believable one. Limitless Palace doesn't have a young palace master at all. If you have the ability, tell us your true identity. The disciples of Hang Mountain sect all glared at the misty person in front of them. The other party stole their things and even dared to laugh at their IQ. Limitless Palace had not been established for a long time, and Palace Master Yu Linfeng was very young, so they had never appointed a young palace master. So far, they had never heard of any young palace master in Limitless Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang and Long Xianjing looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. This world is so strange. Every time I tell the truth, the other party doesn't believe me. When these words came out, Yan Aoshuang and the others couldn't help but laugh. The other party didn't believe it at all. This was completely beyond their expectations. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her voice. She had already told the truth. If the other party insisted on not believing it, she couldn't do anything. You made up such a lie that no one would believe to make me believe it. Do you really think I'm a fool? Feng Qianni was even more angry. If he believed such a ridiculous identity, he would really become a joke. What a fool. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. Hang Mountain sect found such a pig-headed guy to be the next sect master. She felt that the future of Hang Mountain sect was really worrying. Let's go. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her right hand, indicating that everyone should leave. Young Palace Master, are we just going to trap the disciples of Hang Mountain sect in this array? Li Yongbing couldn't help but ask. This array originally existed. I just restored it. If the disciples of Hang Mountain sect can't get out, it can only be said that they are not capable enough. Bailey Hongzhuang answered matter-of-factly. She was not so kind as to release this group of people to be her opponents. Everyone followed behind Bailey Hongzhuang and left. They could not help but mourn for the Hang Shan sect. Who asked them to be so unlucky? It seemed that the Hang Mountain sect was destined to be at the bottom of the Battle of Shuolu this time. After passing through the demonic miasma forest, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others discovered that a swamp had appeared in front of them. The swamp was so wide that there was no other way except to cross it. Everyone had just passed through the demonic miasma forest, and now that they saw this scene again, they were completely speechless. Isn't this Battle of Shuolu a little too abnormal? You've practically overcome all obstacles along the way. Xiao He ridiculed. This simply did not give them any time to rest. Questions came one after another. Although Long Xianjing and the others didn't say it out loud, they couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Who was the one who set up this strange test? If this situation continues, I'm afraid that we may not be able to reach the center of the Battle of Shuolu even after 3 months. The corner of Yan Aoshuang's mouth twitched. Every test took them a long time. If the people outside of the Battle of Shuolu were to find out that Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had only taken a dozen or so days to reach the swamp, they would certainly find it unbelievable. Because, in the previous batches, the teams who had taken this route had not even been able to pass through the first stage. From their point of view, even if a team had managed to pass through the tree demons, once they had entered the demonic miasma forest, they would have no choice but to obediently wait for the Battle of Shuolu to end before they could rescue them. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were now complaining that their progress was too slow. The cultivators who had failed in the previous batches would definitely want to teach them a lesson. If this kind of speed was considered slow, then what were they? Were they trying to torture them to death? Unfortunately, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were completely unaware of this. Bailey Hongzhuang even felt that she had underestimated the cultivators who had taken part in the Battle of Shuolu. The journey had been so difficult, but the other party had been able to reach the center of the Battle of Shuolu so early. Their power was evident. Bailey Hongshuang's inky black phoenix eyes sized up the large swamp in front of her. Her willowy brows furrowed slightly. From her point of view, the swamp was not a difficult problem to cross. However, she felt that the bottom of the swamp was not so peaceful. Master, there are dark currents surging under the swamp. There are demonic beasts present. Baisher's warning rang out in Bailey Hongshuang's ear. He was very sensitive to the presence of demonic beasts. Even though the fluctuations were very well hidden, he could still sense them. Hearing this, a look of understanding flashed across Bailey Hongshuang's eyes. It seems that the reason for all this lies here. The crowd looked at Bailey Hongshuang in confusion. They did not understand why Bailey Hongshuang had suddenly said such a thing out of the blue. Previously, when we had not encountered any demonic beasts, I had determined that there must be some incredible demonic beasts nearby. Previously, when we were in the demonic miasma forest, we did not encounter any demonic beasts either. This means that the demonic beasts must be at the bottom of the swamp. The crowd's expression slowly changed as they looked at the extremely calm swamp. There did not seem to be any signs of life there at all. Everyone was smart enough to know that this swamp was not just used to deal with them. There must be other tests. Young Palace Master, it's getting late. Why don't we rest here for a while and wait for the sun to rise? Long Xuanjing's expression was solemn and wise. None of the tests here were simple. If they acted rashly, they might suffer heavy losses. I think so too. Bailey Hongshuang nodded her head. This swamp was originally a piece of pitch-black soil. If they were to move at night, they would be no different from blind people. On the other hand, the demonic beasts would not be affected at all. Everyone retreated some distance and found a suitable place to rest. After breaking the array and attacking the disciples of the Hang Mountain sect, everyone was very tired. After Bailey Hongshuang handed over the task of keeping watch to the three beasties, she also began to circulate her cultivation method. She might face a big battle tomorrow, so she had to adjust her state to the best possible state. Not only Bailey Hongshuang, but the other disciples also seemed to have realized that tomorrow's trial would not be easy to pass. Everyone was adjusting their breathing, restoring their condition to the peak. Bewitching looked at the gradually falling curtain of night. His long and narrow eyes slightly narrowed. His expression was filled with worry and longing. None of the cultivators in the Battle of Zhuolu were simple characters. The Limitless Palace's team was naturally not weak. However, it was not uncommon for teams to team up in the Battle of Zhuolu. On the contrary, it was very common. With Bailey Hongshuang's character, if the other party teamed up to snatch the identity token, Bailey Hongshuang would definitely not back down obediently. That would be dangerous. It was not uncommon for teams to be wiped out in the Battle of Zhuolu. He did not want Hongshuang to be in danger. Xiao Feilin and the rest could feel Bewitching's worry. In fact, from the moment they entered the Battle of Zhuolu, Bewitching seemed to be looking for something. Compared to the other teams, their team speed was really fast. When Xiao Feilin saw Bewitching's worried expression, her first thought was that Bewitching was looking for Bailey Hongshuang. However, when this thought surfaced, Xiao Feilin immediately killed it. Because that was simply impossible. Bailey Hongshuang did not even participate in the Battle of Zhuolu. How could the young sect leader be looking for her here? For a moment, Xiao Feilin and the rest could not understand. In fact, there was another person who was in the same situation as Mo Yunjue. Ever since he helped Bailey Hongshuang save her parents, Mo Yunjue had never seen Bailey Hongshuang again. Now, the distance between him and Bailey Hongshuang was getting further and further. Even though he knew that it was impossible, he still wanted to see Bailey Hongshuang. It was not for anything else. He just wanted to see her and feel at ease. With his character, as long as he wanted something, he would get it even if he had to resort to unscrupulous means. However, when facing Bailey Hongshuang, he could not do such a thing. Because Bailey Hongshuang was the only person he cared about in his life, he didn't want to see Bailey Hongshuang unhappy, not to mention that he was the one who hurt her. He originally thought that if Bewitching did not treat Bailey Hongshuang well and dared to hurt her heart, he would definitely teach Bewitching a lesson. In the future, Bailey Hongshuang would be under his protection. However, now that he saw Bewitching treat Bailey Hongshuang wholeheartedly, his heart was also somewhat gratified, because at least this proved that Bailey Hongzhuang's taste was excellent, and she would not be sad. The only thing he felt was bitterness in his heart. These days, he had always wanted to see Bailey Hongzhuang, but now, he didn't even have a reason to see Bailey Hongzhuang. When the Battle of Zhuolu began, he knew that Bewitching and Bailey Hongzhuang would participate. This was his chance to see Bailey Hongzhuang again. As long as he could take a look, it would be good for him. At least he wouldn't have to sink into the darkness. His sunshine could not accompany him in the end. Everything was just his greed, right? No matter what, he hoped to meet her sooner. This time, those who participated in the Battle of Zhuolu with Mo Yunjue were all his confidants, so many people knew who Mo Yunjue had always liked. The Tower Master had never cared about any woman, but now this woman actually liked someone else. Everyone could not help but feel indignant for the Tower Master. How many men in this world were as outstanding as the Tower Master? However, the Tower Master had already given them an order. No one could say anything, or they would die without a doubt. Everyone stood up in tacit understanding and slowly approached the swamp. Today, they had to figure out what kind of terrifying demonic beast was in the swamp. No matter how terrifying the demonic beast was, they only had one path, and that was to charge through it. No matter what kind of stumbling block appeared on the road, they had to get rid of this stumbling block. Looking at the calm swamp in front of them, it didn't look like there were any living creatures in it. Everyone couldn't help but frown. Young Palace Master, should we think of a way to pass through this swamp without alerting this fellow, or should we kill this fellow first before passing through the swamp? Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Different situations required different methods. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Last night, the place where they were resting was not far from the swamp, but they didn't suffer any attacks. It could be seen that the fellow didn't like to leave the swamp. If they wanted to pass through the swamp without alerting that fellow, it wasn't impossible. However, if that fellow suddenly appeared halfway, everyone would be caught off guard. Of course, there was another important reason. What do you all think of the sacred frost lotus? Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up into a meaningful smile. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Their lips curled up into a smile that was similar to Bailey Hongzhuang's. Young Palace Master, let's do something big. Everyone laughed. Previously, they had spent a lot of effort to deal with the tree demon, but the final reward was also extremely good. Although the swamp in front of them looked a little strange and unfathomable, if they could get rid of this fellow and obtain treasures, then they didn't mind having a big battle. Bailey Hongzhuang's smile gradually widened, and her voice was tinged with a hint of a smile. Looks like our team's character is the same. She didn't need to say it out loud as everyone had already thought of it. The moment these words came out, everyone couldn't help but chuckle softly. Like captain, like team. Now, they were very familiar with the young Palace Master's style of doing things, and this style, they liked it. That's right, young Palace Master. We're all following you now. Li Yanbing said with a smile. Although they hadn't spent much time with the young Palace Master, they liked the simple and crude way of doing things. As a cultivator, there was no need for so much nonsense. Just make a move. In the face of danger, if he had the ability, he would charge in. If he didn't have the ability, he would run. Occasionally, he would sneak in and attack. If there was a treasure, he would never let it go. Haha, then let's go all the way and not let go of any chance of finding treasures. Bailey Hongzhuang laughed wantonly. Every obstacle on this path was not easy to solve. She believed that there would be no shortage of treasures. In fact, everything was just as Bailey Hongzhuang had expected. This was a path that all forces knew was difficult, but at the same time, the treasures on this path were also the most precious. Back then, when a certain freak had set up this path, he had said that only a sufficiently powerful team could pass through this path. If one wanted to obtain good treasures, they had to show sufficient strength. Therefore, a certain pervert had spared no effort in setting up obstacles on this path, but he had also spared no effort in setting up this treasure. Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang, who was much younger than him, and his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Previously, when the young Palace Master had not arrived, he had been the one to lead the entire team. Although there had not been any problems with their interactions, they had not been as united as they were now. After the incident with the tree demon and the formation, everyone's admiration for the young palace master had reached a peak. This was because the young palace master was not only daring, she was also intelligent and powerful. With such a young palace master by their side, they did not have to worry about too much. This was because the young palace master had always looked as if she had a card up her sleeve. In the past, Long Xianjing had always felt that his power, talent, and even abilities were not too far off from the successors. However, after witnessing Bailey Hongzhuang's leadership, he finally understood the difference between them. In a short period of time, she had made the entire team submit to her. She was swift and decisive, yet she was a wise leader. This was not something that an average person could do. Let's see what kind of big fellow is in the swamp. Her bright eyes, like obsidian, flashed with a dignified and serious light. Bailey Hongzhuang's face was stained with a bit of calmness and seriousness. Her expression changed so quickly and without the slightest abruptness. Everyone followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang. Once this big fellow was awakened, they would have to start a great battle. However, they liked this feeling. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Baisher and said, "Baisher, go." White Lion immediately understood and walked to the front of the group. He looked at the extremely calm swamp and let out a loud roar. Roar. The deafening roar of a beast rang out. Baisher was full of energy and even the air seemed to ripple. Bailey Hongzhuang held the colored glass sword in her hand and fixed her gaze on the swamp. This big fellow had not come out, so they could only lure it out. As a beast king, White Lion's loud roar would definitely alarm him and make him come out. After Baisher roared, he returned to Bailey Hongzhuang's side. He confidently gave Bailey Hongzhuang a look. As long as he made a move, that fellow would definitely come out. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded without leaving a trace. Her gaze was still sharp and sharp. Since White Lion had told her that this fellow's level was very high, it was obvious how powerful this fellow was. Even if all of them joined forces, she could not guarantee victory. After all, the Xianxia continent still had some demonic beasts that were extremely powerful. There's no movement in the swamp. Is that guy unwilling to come out? When everyone saw that the swamp was still as calm as ever, they could not help but guess what was going on. Don't worry, they'll definitely come out, Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. Everyone suddenly put away the doubts in their hearts, and maintained the same appearance as Bailey Hongzhuang, ready to go. Now, everyone no longer had any doubts about the young palace lord's words because all their previous suspicions have been proven by the facts. The young palace lord's words were true. Not too long after Bailey Hongzhuang had spoken, everyone felt a bulge suddenly appear in the middle of the swamp. Then, the bulge grew larger and larger at lightning speed. It was like a small hill growing larger and larger. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a gigantic creature suddenly emerged from the swamp, causing mud to splatter everywhere. Roar. A deafening roar rang out, and it was so loud that it could be heard from hundreds of miles away. For a moment, everyone could feel the ground trembling. As the gigantic creature emerged from the swamp, everyone realized that the depth of the swamp had decreased by a few centimeters. Such a huge swamp had decreased in depth due to the absence of this demonic beast. It was obvious that this demonic beast was enormous. When everyone saw the appearance of the demonic beast, their hearts skipped a beat. Black Atlas Snake. It's the Black Atlas Snake. Pei Yifan looked at the 100-meter-long snake in front of him in shock, and he fell into a daze. The Black Atlas Snake was famous among all the demonic beasts. It had a huge body and was extremely powerful. It liked to stay in the swamp, and it had a violent temperament. It had killed countless people. He never thought that he would see the Black Atlas Snake in the Battle of Zhuolu. One had to know that a demonic beast like the Black Atlas Snake was an overlord in the mountains. Isn't this Battle of Zhuolu a little too crazy? Even a demonic beast like the Black Atlas Snake has appeared. What else is impossible? Even though everyone had already mentally prepared themselves, they still felt extremely speechless when they saw this scene. This Black Atlas Snake's strength is probably equivalent to a rank 5 Blue Realm cultivator. With its enormous strength and defense, it will be very difficult for us to deal with it. Long Xuanjing's face was extremely ugly. This demonic beast's strength had exceeded their expectations. Most of the people in the team were Blue Realm cultivators. The difference in strength was too great, and even if they worked together, they would not be able to achieve much. However, when they found out that it was the Black Atlas snake, they felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, they did not leave the swamp directly. Otherwise, if the Black Atlas snake suddenly appeared while they were crossing the swamp, they would not be able to fight back at all. After the Black Atlas snake roared, its two huge lantern-like eyes stared at Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Its breath blew in front of everyone, and a fishy smell spread, causing everyone to frown. Baisher stood beside Bailey Hongzhuang. Even in the face of such a huge beast, Baisher was still arrogant. The Black Atlas snake was one of the most powerful demonic beasts. However, Baisher was a beast king, and its level was higher than the Black Atlas snake. Naturally, it was not afraid of the Black Atlas snake. The Black Atlas snake looked at Baisher, and a human-like light flashed in its eyes. It didn't expect to see a beast king here. Moreover, this beast king was contracted by a human cultivator. It was a little too funny. However, this beast king was clearly still very young. Even if its level was higher than its own, its strength was completely incomparable. This made it heave a sigh of relief. Young Palace Master, the black snake is too strong, what should we do? Everyone could not help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. Facing such a demonic beast, if they were to fight it head-on, it would be difficult for them to win. Bailey Hongzhuang was shocked when she saw the Black Atlas snake, but she quickly calmed down. There's no way to go around this swamp. Furthermore, this fellow has already been awakened by us. It will not let us go so easily. Therefore, there's only one path left for us, to fight. Bailey Hongzhuang appeared very calm. In a situation where there was no way out, there was no point in thinking about anything else. Baisher, will your rank suppression be effective against this fellow? Generally speaking, with Baisher's status as the Beast King, ordinary demonic beasts would definitely bow down to him. However, the Black Atlas snake in front of them was only slightly weaker than Baisher. However, Baisher was still young and this fellow was already so big. The effect would probably be negligible. Baisher's expression was also somewhat dignified. This fellow's strength has reached such a level. Although my rank suppression has a certain effect, it can only restrain it a little. It's fine as long as it can restrain it a little. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. This situation was much better than what she had imagined. As long as it had a little effect, it would be good. Later on, I will be the main force to attack this Black Atlas snake. You guys act according to the situation. Don't fight it head-on. Use your strongest strength and attack as much as you can. Although this fellow's skin is thick and its strength is strong, we still have a chance of winning if we work together. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. Her beautiful face was filled with a touch of seriousness. To her, fighting against someone of a higher rank was a common occurrence. Furthermore, she was not the only one facing the enemy. Until the last moment, no one would know the result. After everyone heard Bailey Hongzhuang's arrangement, they seemed to have found their backbone and were no longer anxious. There was no use in being anxious. The young palace master was not anxious in the face of such a situation. Young palace master, this Black Atlas snake's strength is too strong. It's too dangerous for you to be the main force. Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang worriedly. Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace master of Limitless Palace. If Bailey Hongzhuang was injured, they would. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Later on, all of us will do our best. Those who are strong enough will attack together with me. The others will be responsible for sneak attacks. Hit the snake where it hurts. We'll focus our attacks on this guy's weak point. I'll attract the snake's attention and you guys take the opportunity to attack. Do you understand? Bailey Hongzhuang concisely explained the solution. This was the only way they could deal with this guy. Everyone nodded their heads when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang's serious expression. Their expressions revealed their determination to fight to the death. The Black Atlas snake had no intention of wasting his time on them. It had been a long time since he last tasted human flesh. Now that they were here, it was time for him to have a taste. Most importantly, there was a Beast King in this place. If the Beast King was eaten by it, then it would definitely be able to evolve and become a Beast King. This was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. The skyscraping black snake had been stuck in this place for so many years. It had never thought that such a great opportunity would present itself. In the next moment, the skyscraping black snake directly attacked Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others quickly retreated and dodged the skyscraping black snake's tail. Seeing the destructive power of the black atlas snake, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was just a casual sweep of the black atlas snake's tail and everything around it was destroyed. It was hard to imagine what would happen to them if they were hit by the tail. Bailey Hongzhuang's origin energy surged out of her body. Her rank 3 Blue Realm aura was fully revealed. She was already at rank 1 Blue Realm. After absorbing the ice-cold fire, her rank 3 Blue Realm had increased by 2 levels. After sensing Bailey Hongzhuang's aura, the black atlas snake immediately locked its gaze on Bailey Hongzhuang. It didn't expect this young cultivator to have reached such a level of cultivation. It even targeted Bailey Hongzhuang as its first target. Boom! Bailey Hongzhuang focused her mind and a pillar of blood shot up into the sky. A bright red barrier enveloped the black atlas snake. The faint smell of blood immediately spread in the air. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang glanced at Baishur. Baishur immediately activated his rank suppression ability. The black atlas serpent's strength was forcefully suppressed from rank 5 to rank 3 after the 2 shackles locked onto him. Originally, Bailey Hongzhuang could suppress the black atlas snake's strength by 2 levels when she used the blood aura. However, the black atlas snake was too powerful. Therefore, she could only do it when she and Baishur worked together. Not only that, the blood aura could no longer help Bailey Hongzhuang increase her combat strength. Because the black atlas snake's body was too large, the blood aura was used to suppress it. After seeing the effect of the suppression, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, wicked beasts of this level were abnormal existences. They were more difficult to deal with than cultivators of the same level. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of Long Xianjing and the others, all of their hearts were in a perilous situation. It was unbelievable. Damn, isn't the young palace master a bit too powerful? The black atlas snake's cultivation is being suppressed? Li Yongbing exclaimed. Pei Yifun's jaw dropped. It turned out that Bailey Hongzhuang had so many tricks up her sleeves. It was no wonder that Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation wasn't high among the core disciples, but she was extremely calm when she was cultivating. She didn't even care about the provocation of everyone. After all, the strong never needed to prove their strength to the weak. Young palace master should be using the Blood Qi Tower's inheritance, Blood Qi Field, right? Yan Aoshuang keenly discovered this point. In the Xingxian continent, there were very few people who could obtain the blood aura field. However, many people knew the use of the blood aura field. Long Xuanjing's expression changed. Until now, they still didn't know how many trump cards the young empress had. Her strength was too astonishing. Everyone, keep your spirits up. We will cooperate according to the method that young palace master mentioned earlier. At the same time, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure leaped up, standing in the air. Since breaking through to the Blue Realm, a cultivator had an additional ability, and that was to stand in the air. The black atlas snake opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Bailey Hongzhuang. It wanted to swallow this tiny human alive. Bailey Hongzhuang held the colored glaze sword in her hand and used shadow shift to attack the black atlas snake. Ding ding ding. To the black snake, Bailey Hongzhuang's body was extremely small. However, there was an advantage to this. Bailey Hongzhuang's body was extremely agile. The black snake felt that Bailey Hongzhuang was like a fly. She kept spinning around in front of its eyes, but it couldn't catch her. It was extremely frustrated. When Bailey Hongzhuang attracted all of the black heaven-raising snake's attention, Long Xianjing and the others quickly circled behind the black heaven-raising snake and attacked its weak points. Against such a humongous creature like the black snake, they had no chance of winning in a direct confrontation. However, they had some experience in ambushing it. Ding ding ding, everyone's weapons landed on the black snake's weak spot. However, the black snake's skin was too tough. It was like a natural defense. They couldn't break through it at all. The black snake could feel that everyone was scratching its back. However, it didn't care. Attacks that were below the Blue Realm could do no harm to it. The black atlas serpent's defense is too strong. Our attacks are useless against it. If our weapons can't break through its defense, we'll use our martial arts skills. Long Xuanjing's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. The young palace master had single-handedly attracted all of the attacks from the great celestial snake. If they couldn't even seize this opportunity, it would be too embarrassing. Boom, bang bang bang, Long Xianjing and the others unleashed their martial skills without holding back and bombarded the mysterious colossal serpent's weak spots. Even though there was a huge gap between their strength and the Black Atlas serpents, their combined strength was enough to injure the Black Atlas serpent. One had to know that even though their strength hadn't reached the blue realm, they were still in the blue realm. This was especially true for Long Xianjing. He was only one step away from breaking through to the blue realm. After the black snake sensed the elemental energy fluctuations coming from behind it, it couldn't ignore it anymore. This was because the elemental energy fluctuations were enough to injure it. However, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't going to let the black snake get what it wanted. Her hands moved quickly, and a series of complicated seals appeared. She had been dodging the black snake's attacks and had suffered quite a few injuries. Now that an opportunity to injure the black snake had presented itself, she wasn't going to let it go. Sea of flames! Bailey Hongzhuang shouted coldly, and a sea of fire quickly formed behind her. The raging flames burned wildly, and Bailey Hongzhuang was like a god of fire, her hair curling up, majestic and awe-inspiring. After using this move, Bailey Hongzhuang was forced to retreat. Thinking back to the time when she had unleashed this move during the Battle of the Four Palaces, it had already caused such a great amount of destruction. Now that the 10 of them had unleashed their attacks together, the destructive power could be imagined. If they didn't retreat quickly, they would be severely injured or even killed. The 3 beasts and Bailey Hongzhuang quickly retreated, their hearts sighing. With the increase in Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, the power of the burial of the Sea of Flames was also much stronger than before. The black snake's body was huge. Even though it had predicted the danger, it couldn't retreat as fast as Bailey Hongzhuang. Boom boom boom. Bailey Hongzhuang retreated for over 100 miles before stopping. She looked at the sky and saw that the elemental energy in the air was being stirred up and crackling. Sparks flew in all directions from afar. Different colored elemental energies gathered together, accompanied by the furious roar of the Black Atlas snake. Roar! The Black Atlas snake was furious. It had underestimated this group of humans and allowed them to injure it. In fact, ever since the Black Atlas snake had been placed in the swamp, it had never seen any human cultivators. That was because the path that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were taking had never been taken before. Therefore, the black snake thought that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were just ordinary cultivators. He didn't expect them to be so strong, making him suffer a loss. Wow, Master, the power of your combined attacks is really amazing. Xiaohe looked at the swamp that had been destroyed by the flying sand and sighed. They were in a forest, but the trees in front of them had all been destroyed. All that was left was a barren land. The area within a radius of 100 miles was directly cleared by their attack. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was not happy about it. The skyscraping black serpent's defense is amazing, and it's powerful. Even though it's injured, it's still strong. When Bailey Hongzhuang retreated, the Black Atlas snake also had some time to retreat. However, it was inevitable that it would be injured. Master, as long as we can break through the Black Atlas snake's defense, it will be much easier for us to attack it. Xiao Bai said. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, that's right. As the dust settled, the trees were no longer blocking their vision. It was clear at a glance. The ground in front of him had already cracked inch by inch. The swamp was also covered with dust and broken wood, covering everything. Bailey Hongzhuang stood motionless in the same place, looking for the great black snake in the barren land. On the other side, Long Xianjing and the others were also puzzled. A monster like the Black Atlas snake was not easy to kill. They just did not know how effective the attack was. At this moment, the Black Atlas snake roared angrily. Roar! Then, the mighty black serpent jumped out from the ruins and looked around angrily. The black scales on the Black Atlas snake's body had been blown away. The wounds that were exposed were burned black by Bailey Hongzhuang's flames. There was a large pool of blood on the ground. Seeing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang's lips slowly curved into a smile. The effect of this attack was very good, she was very satisfied. The great black snake angrily looked for Bailey Hongzhuang and the others. It was just a moment of carelessness and was seriously injured. If it didn't eat this group of people, how could its anger be appeased? Bailey Hongzhuang jumped and appeared a few hundred meters away from the Black Atlas snake. Everyone, do your best. Kill this Black Atlas snake and we will get the treasure. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was loud and clear. Victory was in sight. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, the Limitless Palace cultivators were shocked. Master, you have to be careful. The Black Atlas snake is enraged. Its attack power will be terrifying. Baisher warned. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded, I understand. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and Baisher were talking, the Black Atlas snake opened its mouth and spat out a black mist towards Bailey Hongzhuang. Master, the mist is poisonous. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flew, her shadow shifting to the extreme. Only then was she able to avoid the great black snake's mist. After Bailey Hongzhuang left, she realized that the sand on the ground was corroding. It was obvious how terrifying the poisonous gas was. The other cultivators shuddered when they saw this. They did not expect the Black Atlas snake to have such a trick up its sleeve. The swamp was a place where poisonous gas and dirty gas gathered. The Black Atlas snake had been in such an environment for a long time. Naturally, it had mastered the poisonous gas. Bailey Hongzhuang narrowed her eyes. It would be even more difficult to deal with the Black Atlas snake now. I will continue to attract the Black Atlas snake's attention. Everyone, end the battle quickly and attack its wounds. Bailey Hongzhuang's voice was loud and clear, reminding everyone. This was the only way. Once the Black Atlas snake used its poison, she would have to retreat. Such a terrifying poisonous gas would corrode a person's body in an instant. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, Long Xianjing and the others also began to move. They all knew that in the face of such a mysterious sky-raising snake, even if the young palace master used all his skills, he would not be able to delay it for long, so they had to hurry. However, the Black Atlas snake knew that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were going to attack it. Before, he had already been injured by Bailey Hongzhuang and the others' attacks. Now, he would never give them the slightest chance. The Black Atlas snake ignored Bailey Hongzhuang's harassment. It turned around and spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas towards Long Xianjing and the others. Seeing this, Long Xianjing and the others quickly retreated. They were afraid that they would be infected. The Black Atlas snake was very happy when it saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were affected by the poisonous gas. It kept swinging its tail. Once Bailey Hongzhuang and the others got close, it would spit out the poisonous gas. The reason why the Black Atlas snake was so famous was because its poisonous gas was invincible. No one could attack it from close range. From this point alone, it was already in an invincible position. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had already gathered together. Seeing the Black Atlas snake's fighting style, everyone was speechless. This guy's fighting style is completely shameless. Yan Aoshuang's face was filled with indignation. Originally, they had thought that victory was within their grasp. Who would have thought that this fellow would have such a method, causing their attacks to be useless? Bailey Hongzhuang was also speechless. At such a distance, even if they used their martial skills, the Black Atlas snake would still be able to dodge them. This was too shameless. I was wondering why cultivators hated the Black Atlas snake the most. On one hand, it is because this guy is too strong. On the other hand, it is because of its fighting style. Are we going to continue to waste time here? Demonic beasts were different from them. They had more strength and yuan qi than them. If they continued to waste time like this, they could only waste time. Master, this guy's poison is too strong, and the area it sprays is too wide. It's too difficult to deal with it. Xiaohei shook her head. This kind of monster with such an abnormal talent was just like a tortoise. Bailey Hongzhuang's eyebrows were tightly knitted. Now they had completely offended this guy. If they couldn't solve this guy today, then it would be impossible for them to cross this swamp. Therefore, they had to defeat this shameless guy today. As a high-level monster, it had no moral integrity at all. How could they not teach this guy a lesson? For a moment, Bailey Hongzhuang and the others fell into deep thought. They couldn't get close to it, and their long-range attacks couldn't achieve any effect. How could they deal with this Black Atlas snake? Suddenly, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up, and a smile slowly appeared on her face. It seems that we can only use some shameless methods to deal with this kind of shameless guy. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. She had forgotten that she had another trick up her sleeve. Long Xianjing and the others suddenly heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, and their eyes immediately locked onto Bailey Hongzhuang. Their faces were full of anticipation. "Young palace master, what method do you have?" They had thought until their brains broke, but they still couldn't think of a way to deal with this black atlas snake. They didn't know what method the young palace master had thought of. At this moment, everyone was full of admiration for Bailey Hongzhuang. Every time they didn't know what to do, Bailey Hongzhuang always seemed to be able to think of a way. "Didn't this guy not let us get close to it? Then we won't get close to it." Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes flashed with a cunning light. She had followed Mistress for so long, and it wasn't for nothing. She still had some of the explosives she made in the past. Coincidentally, the black atlas snake was spitting out the black fog very happily. At this time, she would give the black atlas snake a big gift. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in confusion. They didn't understand what Bailey Hongzhuang meant. Don't get close. If they didn't get close enough, they wouldn't be able to inflict any significant damage on the Black Colossus. In the next second, Bailey Hongzhuang took out the explosives from her chaos ring. Because the scope of the primordial chaos ring was much larger than the Qianquan bag, Bailey Hongzhuang usually put everything in the primordial chaos ring, and now it was very convenient to find it. "Young palace master, what is this?" Xianxia could not help but ask. "Explosives." "Explosives?" The moment he said that, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Everyone in Limitless Palace knew that the palace mistress liked to make explosives. Who would have thought that the young palace mistress actually had explosives on her? Could it be that these explosives were given to the young palace master by the palace mistress? He still remembered that a few days ago, there was a time when the palace mistress made an explosive that shocked the entire Limitless Palace. If it was such a powerful explosive, it might really be able to achieve unexpected results. However, everyone didn't know that the explosive that Bailey Hongzhuang took out at this moment was much more powerful than the one that Namgong Wu had caused a commotion earlier. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. This guy seems to have been hungry for a long time. It's just nice to give it some food. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone nodded. They still remembered the power of the explosives. If they were caught in the blast, it would be as powerful as the Black Atlas snake's tail. When the Black Atlas snake saw that Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were stunned, it was extremely pleased. Previously, it was only injured because of its carelessness. Now, it was going to eat these puny humans one by one. However, at this moment, Bailey Hongzhuang's figure suddenly approached it. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang still dared to attack it, the Black Atlas snake was surprised. However, the first person it wanted to eat was Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang's figure flashed, and when she was close to the Great Heaven Black Snake, the Great Heaven Black Snake had yet to spit out its black fog. Bailey Hongzhuang stood in the air with her hands on her hips, looking at the Great Heaven Black Snake provocatively. The Black Atlas snake was already human. When it saw that Bailey Hongzhuang dared to provoke it, it was extremely angry. In the next second, the colossal black serpent opened its mouth wide and spat out a mouthful of poisonous gas. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang saw the Black Atlas snake open its mouth, she threw the explosives in her hand into its mouth without hesitation. The Black Atlas snake did not know what Bailey Hongzhuang was going to do. When it saw the thing thrown at it, it was too late for it to close its mouth. Gulp. The Black Atlas snake swallowed the explosives directly into its stomach. "Everyone, retreat." Seeing that she had achieved her goal, Bailey Hongzhuang used Shadow Shift to escape. Long Xianjing and the others had already distanced themselves from the Black Atlas snake. They were worried that the Black Atlas snake would be suspicious of them, so they did not dare to make their movements too obvious. When they heard Bailey Hongzhuang's words, they all ran as fast as they could. The sky-high black serpent was confused when he saw the tiny humans running away as if they had seen the god of plague. However, it soon found out what Bailey Hongzhuang had done to it. Boom! Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the others were running away, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The ground cracked inch by inch, and it was spreading at a terrifying speed. Bailey Hongzhuang and the others did not dare to look behind them. They could only run as fast as they could. This was because the explosion was too frightening. In the process of running, Bailey Hongzhuang could not help but sigh. Luckily, her shadow shift had reached the greater realm. Otherwise, she would not have been able to escape from the explosion. Long Xianjing and the others quickly left. They could hear the huge explosion and the wailing of the great black snake. This wail was the fear of death. It didn't contain any anger, only an indescribable fear and regret. Young Master's Shadow Black Atlas Snakes. Fortunately, we escaped quickly. Otherwise, we would have lost our lives. I suddenly feel sorry for the Black Atlas Snake. The Black Atlas Snake was a demonic beast of such a level. In the end, it was going to die without a corpse. It was really sad. It wasn't until she was far enough away that Bailey Hongzhuang stopped and turned around. Behind her, there was already a fire, smoke and dust filling the sky. It was like the end of the world. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the destructive power in the distance with satisfaction. Her lips slowly curled into a bright smile. It seemed that these explosives could still achieve some unexpected results sometimes. It was better to prepare more of them on a daily basis in case of an emergency. For example, if she encountered the Black Atlas Snake, who was famous for his shameless tricks, she would use this method to deal with him. Boss, the power of your explosives is truly incredible. Xiaobai gave a thumbs up. The original problem was solved with just one set of explosives. The Black Atlas Snake would never have thought that he would die in such a way. Baisher shook his head and sighed. He could guess the Black Atlas Snake's plan. However, it could only be said that the Black Atlas Snake was unlucky to have met its master. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. Another obstacle has been cleared. We can continue moving forward. Long Xianjing and the others came to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and looked at the scene behind them in amazement. Based on the destructive power of the explosives, the Black Atlas Snake is definitely dead. Long Xianjing said slowly. As soon as he said that, everyone's faces were filled with excitement. They thought that they would be trapped in this place. They did not expect that everything would be solved so easily. Every time they solved a difficult problem, they would feel an indescribable sense of joy in their hearts. Young Palace Master, the power of your explosives is really too powerful. Pei Yifun's face was filled with joy. When he thought of the Black Atlas Snake's clueless expression, he felt that it was very funny. Yes, young Palace Master. Everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. If the young Palace Master hadn't come up with this idea, they would have ended up in a completely different situation than the Great Black Snake. I just happened to bring the explosives. I did not expect them to be so effective. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. It seemed that bringing more treasures with them was very beneficial. Everyone did not say anything else. However, in their hearts, Bailey Hongzhuang was already a god. With the young Palace Master leading them, it was as if the gods were helping them. The young Palace Master was always able to solve the problems that ordinary people couldn't solve at all. They couldn't do anything other than gasp in admiration. As the fluctuations in front gradually subsided, Bailey Hongzhuang said, "Let's go take a look." Following Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone perked up. Since the black colossal serpent was so hard to deal with, he must have left some treasures behind. The originally flat ground had already cracked inch by inch under the impact of the previous battle. It was like a huge spider web, spreading several meters deep into the ground. It looked extremely terrifying. The closer they got to the skyscraping black serpent, the more terrifying the situation became. When everyone returned to their original location, they discovered that the Black Atlas Snake had been torn apart by the explosion. Pieces of flesh and blood could be seen everywhere. Fresh blood had already stained the ground red, and there was an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. The explosion of the explosives in the Black Atlas Snake's body was within everyone's expectations. However, looking at the pitiful corpse in front of them, no one could link it to the majestic Black Atlas Snake from before. Yan Aoshuang had already reached the place where the Black Atlas Snake had fallen. However, she did not enter another place like before. Instead, she entered an empty space. Damn, seeing this, everyone frowned. The Black Atlas Snake was even harder to deal with than the tree demon. If they did not obtain anything after defeating the Black Atlas Snake, wouldn't it be too unfair? Don't tell me there's nothing left? Could it be that the Black Atlas Snake had already eaten all the treasures from before? This setting of the Battle of the Divine Throne is a little too perverse. Everyone was unhappy. They had spent so much effort to achieve this. If they did not obtain anything, it would be too depressing. Bailey Hongzhuang's gaze fell upon the swamp. If they did not obtain anything from the place where the black atlas snake had died, then the only place where there could be treasures would be in the swamp. However, what kind of treasures would live in the swamp? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. The swamp would only give birth to filthy things, not treasures. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest were deep in thought, suddenly, there was a sound of movement. Hearing this sound, everyone could not help but look in the direction of the sound. All they saw was a stone bridge suddenly appearing in the swamp. As if it had appeared out of thin air, it suddenly pierced through the entire swamp. In the middle of the stone bridge, there was a stone platform with a brocade box placed on top of it. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest could not help but look at each other. Their faces were filled with joy. It seemed that their judgment was right. After killing the black atlas snake, there would be treasures appearing. The black atlas snake's existence itself was a test for them. Bailey Hongzhuang led everyone onto the stone bridge without hesitation. The stone bridge was extremely sturdy. It was obviously meant to help everyone cross the swamp. Very quickly, everyone arrived in front of the stone platform. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly opened the brocade box on the platform. A stalk of ginseng was quietly placed in the brocade box. A thick medicinal fragrance wafted out, causing everyone's spirits to rise. Isn't this the black snake blood ginseng? Long Xianxia couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. The black snake blood ginseng was an extremely precious treasure. Wherever it grew, there would definitely be a black snake that had fallen. This black snake blood ginseng was bright red because it was dyed red by the blood of the black snake. Not only Long Xianxia, but the others also recognized the black snake blood ginseng. Especially Bailey Hongzhuang, as an alchemist, she was very familiar with these ingredients. The black snake blood ginseng was extremely precious, but its use was not to increase a cultivator's cultivation, but to temper the cultivator's body, making it stronger. When a cultivator's cultivation reached a certain level, their physical strength would also need to be strengthened to a certain extent. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the explosive power in the later stages of the battle. However, most cultivators' physical strength was much weaker than their martial arts strength. Not only that, but the black snake itself was poisonous. Thus, after consuming the black snake blood ginseng, the cultivator's body would also gain a certain level of immunity to poison. If it was just some ordinary poison, the cultivator could automatically filter it out without causing any harm. Therefore, cultivators coveted the black snake blood ginseng. This battle of Zhuolu is really generous. The black snake blood ginseng is rarely seen even in large-scale auctions. Xianxia could not help but sigh. For cultivators of their level, their physical strength could not keep up with their cultivation. If they wanted to increase their physical strength before training, it would undoubtedly be a waste of time. Therefore, treasures like the black snake blood ginseng were fought over crazily. Usually, only the heirs of various factions could possess such treasures. As ordinary disciples, it was obviously impossible for them to obtain such treasures. Who would have thought that one would appear in front of them now? Compared to the black snake blood ginseng in front of them, they felt that the test of dealing with the black snake blood ginseng was not too much. After all, the value of this treasure was obvious. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw the black snake blood ginseng, a smile appeared on her face. This black snake blood ginseng was not young. If she refined it with some other herbs, the strength of the 10 of them would be increased. For a rare herb, only in the hands of an alchemist could it be used to its fullest potential. If they simply consumed it, not only would they not be able to use the herb to its fullest potential, but they would also be in danger of exploding. Although everyone was envious when they saw the black snake blood ginseng, no one said anything. In fact, they did not have any say in the distribution of the black snake blood ginseng. This was because the young palace master was the one who dealt with the black snake. Although they had helped a little, from the situation of the last attack, even if they did not do anything, the young palace master could have dealt with the black snake. Therefore, they would not have any objections if the young palace master took the black snake blood ginseng. Bailey Hongzhuang picked up the black snake blood ginseng in front of everyone's eyes. Seeing this, everyone sighed in their hearts, but they quickly recovered their smiles. No matter what, it was already a fortunate thing for their team to be able to come this far. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's next words stunned everyone for a moment. It seems that we will have to stay here for a few more days. Once this was said, everyone looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Did the young palace master intend to absorb the black snake blood ginseng here? However, after thinking about it carefully, everyone felt that the young palace master's decision was correct. Participating in the Battle of Shuolu was in itself a process of constantly improving oneself. After the cultivators obtained treasures, they would immediately replenish themselves. It was the same for the other teams. Only by improving their abilities would they have a higher chance of winning against other teams. I still have some other medicinal ingredients on hand. Just nice, I can refine this black snake blood ginseng into a medicinal pill. When the time comes, everyone will refine it before continuing. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a joyful smile. They happened to be in the black snake's territory. Even if the great black serpent was dead, the other beasts wouldn't dare to come here for a while. Therefore, it was extremely safe for them to stay here for the time being. Other than the cultivators' teams, they did not need to worry about any other dangers. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell upon Bailey Hongzhuang, wondering if they had heard wrongly. However, from the looks of astonishment on everyone's faces, they knew that they did not hear wrongly. Because one person might have heard wrongly, but it was impossible for all of them to hear wrongly. Pei Yifan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. When Bailey Hongzhuang was cultivating in Limitless Palace, he knew that Bailey Hongzhuang had gone to the alchemy hall. At that time, this matter had caused a stir in Limitless Palace, but everyone was not too clear about Bailey Hongzhuang being an alchemist. However, after listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone understood that Bailey Hongzhuang must be an alchemist. Otherwise, she would definitely not say such words. However, the level of pills refined from a treasure like the black snake blood ginseng would definitely not be low. Bailey Hongzhuang was an extremely powerful cultivator, so they wondered how high her attainments in alchemy were. For a moment, everyone had some doubts in their hearts, but no one said anything. For the young palace master to make such a decision, they were already very grateful. Long Xianjing and Yan Aoshuang looked at each other. They did not have any understanding of the young palace master before, and all their understanding came from the Battle of Shuolu. According to their judgment, the young palace master would never fight a battle without confidence. Since the young palace master had said so, she must have enough confidence. Thinking of this, the two of them had some expectations in their hearts. Such a multi-talented young palace master was really amazing. The palace master was a genius, and they did not expect their young palace master to be such a genius as well. Presumably, under the leadership of the young palace master, Limitless Palace would become better and better. At the very least, they were willing to follow the young palace master. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others found a place to settle down, Bailey Hongzhuang took out her alchemy furnace. She had a lot of alchemy recipes, and the primordial chaos ring had always been rich in medicinal herbs. Bailey Hongzhuang was very confident in her ability to refine pills. I will start refining now. Everyone, pay attention to your surroundings to prevent any sneak attacks. They had already ventured deep into the Battle of Shuolu and could encounter other teams at any time. They could not afford to let their guard down. Otherwise, if he was ambushed and lost his identity token, it would be terrible. Young Palace Master, don't worry. We will definitely be more careful. Long Xuanjing's voice was low and serious, and it had a kind of convincing power. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly. Okay. After giving instructions, Bailey Hongzhuang began to refine the pills. The three beasts habitually guarded by Bailey Hongzhuang's side. Their spiritual power was very sharp. Long Xianjing and the rest stood to the side in a daze. After seeing Bailey Hongzhuang concoct pills, the suspicions in their hearts had dissipated by quite a bit. From the young palace master's skillful technique, it could be seen that she was extremely familiar with this alchemy technique. Everyone who originally thought that they were extremely outstanding now felt ashamed of their inferiority. Only when they were compared to true geniuses would they realize the difference. No one dared to speak too much, fearing that they would affect Bailey Hongzhuang's alchemy. After Long Xianjing arranged for the guards to take turns, everyone began to do their own things. Those who were guarding, those who were cultivating. To Bailey Hongzhuang, this was not a problem for her. Her experience in pill refinement was extremely rich and her mental energy was extremely powerful. Hence, it was not difficult for her to refine the pill at the same time. Of course, one of the reasons for this was that the pill refined from the black snake blood ginseng was not of a very high grade. The reason why it had been refined into a pill was to add in some other herbs to maximize its medicinal properties. Furthermore, the medicinal properties were more gentle so that the cultivator would not feel too much pain when absorbing it. Time slowly passed and the crowd watched as Bailey Hongshuang concentrated on refining the pill. She was not distracted at all. Seeing Bailey Hongshuang in this state, the crowd sighed in admiration. No matter what the young palace lord was doing, she was always so focused. It was admirable. The process of refining the pill was not short. The cultivators in the group took turns to keep watch nearby. It was a good thing that no one else appeared. Gradually, a medicinal fragrance wafted from Bailey Hongshuang's pill furnace. Smelling this medicinal fragrance, the crowd's eyes lit up with joy. The pill was about to be refined. Bailey Hongshuang, who had maintained a calm expression, slowly curled the corners of her lips into a smile. Even though she had not refined pills for some time, her pill refinement skills had long been deeply ingrained in her mind. As long as this pill was refined successfully, everyone would need to spend another 2 days to absorb it. Then, everyone's physical strength would increase. If they were lucky, they might even be able to take advantage of this opportunity to increase their powers. Now, they were a team. Regardless of who in the group, the increase in their powers would increase the power of the entire group. Leader, there's a medicinal fragrance coming from the front. In the distance, a woman's sharp senses picked up the faint medicinal fragrance in the air. Hearing this woman's words, the cultivators in the group could not help but look puzzled. Who would be refining pills in the middle of the battle for the deer? It was already too late for them to search for treasures and snatch identity tokens. Refining pills was a very taxing task. Furthermore, they had to be on guard against any sneak attacks. Choosing to refine pills in the middle of the battle for the deer? Was there something wrong with their brains? However, this woman was very certain. I can guarantee that my judgment is absolutely not wrong. Someone must be concocting a pill, and the grade of this pill is not low. When the leader of the group saw the woman's solemn expression, his expression changed a little. Can you tell what kind of pill the other party is concocting? Since the other party chose to refine the pill in such an environment, I'm sure this pill will be of great use to the entire team. Let me judge. The woman closed her eyes and carefully sniffed the medicinal fragrance in the air, trying to determine the ingredients from the smell. A moment later, the woman opened her eyes. Her eyes were brighter than before. Captain, I'm unable to determine what kind of medicinal pill this is, but I'm certain that this medicinal pill contains an extremely precious medicinal ingredient, black snake blood ginseng. As the woman's voice fell, the expressions of all the cultivators in the group changed. Originally, they didn't take this matter to heart at all. They just thought that with the appearance of a team, they could go and snatch the identity cards again. The black snake blood ginseng was a huge treasure to cultivators, no matter what kind of pill the other party was refining. As long as there was the black snake blood ginseng, they could guess the effect of the pill. Are you sure? The leader looked at the woman who spoke. The black snake blood ginseng was a treasure with a high value. Even in the Battle of Zhuelu, it was hard to imagine that it would appear. Could it be that the other party had obtained the black snake blood ginseng here? Leader, I'm sure. The woman nodded. The other party's pill is about to be refined successfully. If we go over now, not only can we snatch the identity token, we can also snatch the pill. When she said that, everyone's face was filled with excitement. If they could snatch the pill, wouldn't their strength increase by a few points? The leader's face also revealed a smile. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? As Bailey Hongshuang's pill gradually took shape, the medicinal fragrance became stronger and stronger. Ding! Finally, following a crisp sound, Bailey Hongshuang knocked on the lid of the furnace. The lid flew up into the air. Bailey Hongshuang then took out a white porcelain bottle and poured all the pills into it. Bailey Hongshuang looked at the pills in the white porcelain bottle. There were a total of 10 pills, not one more, not one less. Young Palace Master, you've successfully refined the pill? Yan Aoshuang walked to Bailey Hongshuang's side and congratulated her happily. Bailey Hongshuang nodded slightly. Our luck is not bad. There are exactly 10 pills. Let's absorb them later. Following Bailey Hongshuang's words, the disciples of Limitless Palace all revealed a happy smile. It was great that they followed the young palace master out. They had reaped a lot of rewards along the way, now they were only glad that the young palace master had come with them. Otherwise, the situation would have been much worse. The palace master had found such a powerful successor. As disciples of Limitless Palace, they felt proud. However, just as everyone was immersed in joy, Bailey Hongshuang's ears twitched. The joy on her face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. It seems that an uninvited guest has come. Hearing this, Long Xianjing and the others began to observe their surroundings. If someone were to suddenly approach them at this time, it was very likely that they were here for their pills. The appearance of the other party at this time undoubtedly made everyone very unhappy. Bailey Hongshuang kept the pill into her primordial chaos ring. Fortunately, the other party only appeared after she finished concocting the pill. Otherwise, this black snake blood ginseng would have gone to waste. The other party's movements were extremely small, but after Bailey Hongshuang's reminder, Long Xianjing and the others quickly determined the situation. Since you're already here, there's no need to hide. Just come out. Bailey Hongshuang said coldly. She looked at the trees in the distance with certainty. Even if the other party's ability to hide was not bad, her judgment was not weak either. She had already determined the other party's position. When the other party saw that Bailey Hongshuang and the others had already discovered him, he no longer hid and walked out of the forest. I was wondering which team was refining pills here. So it's Limitless Palace. As the woman's voice fell, the cultivators behind her began to laugh, as if the actions of Bailey Hongshuang and the others were unwise. The moment Bailey Hongshuang saw the woman in front of her, her face instantly turned gloomy. His eyes, which were as deep as a pool, flickered with a cold luster of hatred. It was terrifyingly deep and quiet. Under her sleeves, Bailey Hongshuang's hands gradually clenched into fists. Her knuckles turned white and her veins popped out. It could be seen how powerful she was. This was the first time she saw the face in front of her. However, this face had appeared countless times in her dreams. This person was none other than her irreconcilable enemy, Lan Qingyan, this woman who destroyed her family and plundered everything that belonged to her. Now, they finally met. When Long Xianjing and the rest heard Lan Qingyan's impolite ridicule, their faces were filled with anger. Although Limitless Palace had not been established for long, the strength that Limitless Palace had displayed was not something that could be ignored. Now, this person actually dared to use this to ridicule them. Wasn't this too much? I was wondering which teen was so arrogant and condescending. So it's the famous Lan family. No wonder, no wonder. Yan Aoshuang was not someone who would allow others to bully and humiliate her. Although the other party came from the famous Lan family, the disciples of Limitless Palace could not weaken the reputation of the sect. In fact, compared to the disciples of the sect, the aristocratic families were much more arrogant. Moreover, Lan Qingyan had been famous since young. Since young, she had always looked down on others. Regarding this point, they had long understood. As an expert and the next patriarch of the Lan family, this kind of arrogance was extremely normal. However, now that it had landed on the disciples of Limitless Palace, they would not back down so easily. After the cultivators of the Lan family heard Yan Aoshuang's words, their faces became gloomy. Compared to the ordinary families, their Lan family belonged to the ranks of the gifted. This was because the other families did not have the inheritance of the rainbow pearl. It was precisely because of this that their Lan family was one of the best even among the aristocratic families. The other party was just a small sect that had just risen up. Moreover, when their Lan family expressed their goodwill to Limitless Palace, the palace master of Limitless Palace actually rejected them. This was undoubtedly a slap to their face. Not only that, after being rejected by Limitless Palace's palace master, before their Lan family could even express their anger, Limitless Palace's palace master directly expressed that he didn't like the Lan family. In the future, Limitless Palace wouldn't have any dealings with the Lan family. This was a blatant slap to the face. The Lan family had stood tall in the Xianxia continent for so many years. When had anyone dared to treat them like this? Most people were busy hugging the Lan family's thighs, but this Limitless Palace actually dared to take the initiative to provoke them. Therefore, this enmity had been formed long ago. Now that they had met a disciple from Limitless Palace in this deer-chasing battle, they naturally wouldn't let the other party off so easily. Lan Xianjing and the others naturally knew all of this. Although they didn't have any enmity with the Lan clan, because they were disciples of the Limitless Palace, this enmity was unavoidable. With these words, Yan Aoshuang and the rest became even more furious. Extermination. The other party actually mentioned extermination the moment he opened his mouth. This was completely looking down on their sect to the extreme. If cultivators from other powers met, even if they would attack, their words wouldn't be so vicious. At this moment, the Lan family and Limitless Palace's cultivators met. It could be said that when enemies meet, their eyes would turn red. At that time, I don't know which family wanted to be on good terms with our Limitless Palace, but our palace lord didn't want to pay attention to them. Now that they're angry out of humiliation, could it be that they want to refute the truth? Lan Xuanjing's words were also extremely impolite. He had always respected the palace lord. If not for the palace lord and his wife being so good to them, their strength wouldn't have improved so much. Now that they were out of the sect, everything they did represented the sect. They absolutely couldn't be weak. The Lan family's cultivators' faces were gloomy. This matter was the Lan family's humiliation. Normally, they wouldn't be willing to mention it. Now, the main culprit actually dared to take the initiative to mention this matter. This was simply intolerable. Immediately, the Lan family's cultivators all looked at Lan Qingyan, waiting for her to express her opinion. Lan Qingyan's gaze landed on Bailey Hongshuang. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw this woman, she felt that something was wrong. She didn't know where this feeling came from, but she felt uncomfortable all over, as if she had met her natural enemy. Not only that, Lan Qingyan felt that this woman in front of her was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. However, after thinking about it carefully, Lan Qingyan dispelled this possibility. Limitless Palace hadn't been established for long. Their Lan family and Limitless Palace didn't have any contact, so it was impossible for her to have seen anyone from Limitless Palace. However, she could feel that the other party's gaze was extremely complicated. It seemed to be a kind of hatred. Just as Lan Qingyan was about to take a closer look, the other party's expression returned to normal, as if Lan Qingyan's eyes were playing tricks on her. In fact, Lan Qingyan had never carefully looked at Mu Lingbing. Ever since she was sensible, she knew that Lan Yunxiao and Mu Lingbing were imprisoned. However, she didn't care about it at all, nor did she have the slightest interest. For a person who had already become a prisoner, it was meaningless to spend more time on her. At the very least, she was too lazy to waste more time on such a person. In all these years, the number of times she had seen Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao could be counted on one hand, and every time she saw them, it was from afar. Moreover, Mu Lingbing and Lan Yunxiao had been tortured for so many years that their hair was disheveled and their faces dirty. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see their faces clearly. In addition, Lan Qingyan didn't care about this at all, so when she saw this face that was extremely similar to Mu Lingbing's, she didn't recognize it at all. If it was Lan Qingyan's mother, Yu Manlan, who saw Bailey Hongshuang, she would be stunned. Ever since Bailey Hongshuang had shown her true face in the Battle of Zhuolu, Bailey Hongshuang had not made any special preparations to conceal her identity. However, when she saw Lan Qingyan's unsurprised expression, Bailey Hongshuang knew that Lan Qingyan did not recognize her. She didn't feel relieved about this. Instead, she felt that it was ironic. Even if she didn't understand, Lan Qingyan didn't like Bailey Hongshuang in front of her. It was as if she was destined to be an enemy. The moment she saw Bailey Hongshuang, she felt a sense of disgust. The reason why she, Lan Qingyan, was so famous in the cultivation world was because she was powerful and the owner of the rainbow pearl. On the other hand, it was because she was as beautiful as a flower. It could be said that she was both beautiful and powerful. Because of this, the number of men who chased after Lan Qingyan was countless. This also contributed to her arrogant personality. There were many outstanding young men in the world for her to choose from. However, Lan Qingyan's heart was higher than the sky. Before she met the person she truly liked, everyone else was just a plaything for her to use. However, this was the first time Lan Qingyan was defeated by someone in terms of appearance. Even if she didn't want to admit it, the appearance of the woman in front of her really made her jealous. If Yu Manlan was here, she would discover that history was repeating itself. Thinking back, when Yu Manlan married into the Lan family, she was also very well off. Whether it was status, appearance, or power, she was one in a million, making people envious. But ever since Mu Lingbing had arrived, everything had changed. Mu Lingbing's appearance completely crushed Yu Manlin's. This made Yu Manlin's heart feel extremely unbalanced. She was praised since she was young, but later on, everyone's attention fell on Mu Lingbing. Therefore, she wanted to destroy everything Mu Lingbing had. She wanted Mu Lingbing to become a prisoner. She wanted Mu Lingbing to see her, Yu Manlan, take back all the glory that belonged to her. Who are you? Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a burning gaze. Her tone was condescending. She almost instinctively wanted to know Bailey Hongzhuang's identity. However, she also made a decision in her heart. She wouldn't let any woman who was more beautiful than her appear in this world. Later, she would send Bailey Hongzhuang to the Yellow Springs. Wuji Palace, Bailey Hongzhuang. When Bailey Hongzhuang said this sentence, her eyes were gloomy to the extreme. Since Lan Qingyan did not recognize her identity, she would hide for a while longer. When she appeared in the Lan family, she would clearly let everyone know that her real name was Lan Yixuan. Bailey Hongzhuang? Lan Qingyan muttered Bailey Hongzhuang's name, her smile full of ridicule and contempt. Never heard of it. You haven't heard of our young palace master's name, that's because you're ignorant. When Li Yongbing saw Lan Qingyan ridiculing Bailey Hongzhuang, he couldn't hold back the anger in his heart and immediately retorted. The current young palace lord's position in their hearts was no less than the palace lord's. How could they allow Lan Qingyan to humiliate him like this? Young palace master? After knowing Bailey Hongzhuang's identity, Lan Qingyan's expression turned serious. She looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with more respect. She only thought that Bailey Hongzhuang was an ordinary disciple of Wuji Palace. She didn't expect that she was the young palace master of Wuji Palace. Her identity was completely different. Previously, she had not heard any news about the young palace master of Wuji Palace. Even when Wuji Palace participated in the Battle of Shualu, the leader was only a disciple. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at Lan Qingyan coldly. She and Lan Qingyan only had a simple interaction, but she already understood Lan Qingyan's arrogant and insolent personality. It seemed that the Lan family had spent all their resources on Lan Qingyan all these years, and it had contributed to Lan Qingyan's personality that made people unhappy. Coincidentally, looking at Lan Qingyan like this, she felt even more disgusted. Bailey Hongzhuang, right? Lan Qingyan sized up Bailey Hongzhuang with an insolent smile on her lips, as if she was treating Bailey Hongzhuang as a commodity. As long as you hand over your identity token, the medicinal pills that you just refined, and all the treasures that you obtained from the Battle of Shualu, kowtow and apologize to me, and commit suicide to atone for your sins, I will let the other cultivators in your team go. How about it? Her arrogant words were full of contempt, as if it was a reward from a superior to a subordinate, waiting for the other party to kowtow and express their gratitude. Once these words came out, the disciples of Limitless Palace only felt the veins on their foreheads bulging. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. They knew that death was a common occurrence in the Battle of Shualu, but the other party wanted their young palace master's life. This was too much. For a moment, the disciples of Limitless Palace only felt anger surging up their chests. Their whole body was like a bomb that was ignited. This was unbearable. Lan Qingyan was completely humiliating them all. After hearing Lan Qingyan's words, the cultivators of the Lan family all revealed smiles. Their young palace master had such a temper, but they liked this kind of domineering attitude. Their Lan family's team was already an extremely powerful existence in the Battle of Shualu, not to mention that the one leading them was the young palace master who possessed the Rainbow Pearl. Back then, Limitless Palace had humiliated their Lan family and should have been punished long ago. Now that they had coincidentally met the other party's young palace master, if they could take the life of this young palace master, then the face that their Lan family had previously lost could be completely recovered. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips also curled into a cold smile. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flickered with a cold and sharp light. I'll give you a chance. Do what you said just now and I'll spare the lives of the cultivators in your team. Otherwise, I'll kill you without mercy. Lan Qingyan's arrogant words had provoked Bailey Hongzhuang's anger. She was now the young palace mistress of Limitless Palace. Both parties were on equal footing. Now, Lan Qingyan actually dared to speak such nonsense to her. If she didn't teach Lan Qingyan a lesson, wouldn't it weaken the prestige of Limitless Palace? When Lan Qingyan heard Bailey Hongshuang's words, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, she laughed out loud. Haha. That's really interesting. I, Lan Qingyan, have lived for so long, yet no one has ever dared to say such words to me. That's because you haven't seen the world, Bailey Hongshuang said coldly. When these words came out, Lan Qingyan was once again stunned. Her face could no longer maintain the indifferent and unconcerned expression from before. This was because Bailey Hongshuang's words made her unable to continue. On the contrary, the disciples of Limitless Palace gave a thumbs up to Bailey Hongshuang in their hearts. The young palace mistress was indeed the young palace mistress. Even her ability to choke people with words was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Looks like you're not willing? Lan Qingyan's voice had a hint of viciousness. She had always been the one threatening others. Today, this woman actually dared to threaten her. It seemed that their Lan family and Limitless Palace were mutually exclusive existences. Today was the perfect opportunity to settle this once and for all. Is the Lan family's young lord such an idiot? Bailey Hongshuang's expression was full of speechlessness. Did I not express myself clearly enough? In terms of aura, Bailey Hongshuang was not inferior to Lan Qingyan at all. As the young palace lord of the Lan family, Lan Qingyan was used to being bossy and domineering. Naturally, she created a kind of aura. However, this was only the young lord. Bailey Hongshuang was the real family lord. She was the person who led the entire Bailey family to glory. How could she lose her aura in front of Lan Qingyan? Of course, at this time, Bailey Hongshuang was also secretly thinking about what realm Lan Qingyan's strength had reached. Unfortunately, as the future family lord of the Lan family, Lan Qingyan had a lot of skills. As long as Lan Qingyan did not make a move, she would not be able to find out Lan Qingyan's true strength. However, with Bewitching's strength as the standard, there was still a certain gap between her and Lan Qingyan. After all, Lan Qingyan still had the Rainbow Pearl, a treasure that could speed up cultivation and increase strength. You're courting death. At this moment, Lan Qingyan could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Bailey Hongshuang did not say a single word, and it could arouse the anger in her heart. She was really abominable. She had never seen such an abominable woman. If she did not personally take Bailey Hongshuang's life today, she would not be Lan Qingyan. In the next moment, Lan Qingyan's figure moved and directly attacked Bailey Hongshuang. She wanted to pull out Bailey Hongshuang's tongue and make sure that Bailey Hongshuang would never say such words again. Whether it was Limitless Palace or Lan clan, none of them expected Lan Qingyan to suddenly launch an attack. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Bailey Hongshuang had been paying attention to Lan Qingyan's situation. Hence, when Lan Qingyan made her move, she immediately reacted. He instantly used fulgurating shadows and dodged Lan Qingyan's attack. Ta-ta-ta, Bailey Hongshuang tapped the ground with her feet and appeared 100 meters away. Bailey Hongshuang's ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a shocking murderous aura. Her gaze was as sharp as a knife as she stared at Lan Qingyan. It was one thing for Lan Qingyan to be arrogant and despotic, but who would have thought that she would use a sneak attack? At this moment, Bailey Hongshuang also felt a bit of contempt for Lan Qingyan. When Lan Qingyan saw that Bailey Hongshuang actually dodged her attack, her face turned ugly. She did not expect Bailey Hongshuang's reaction to be so fast. One must know that she had used this move to deal with other cultivators in the past, and it had always been 100% hit. It seemed that she still underestimated Bailey Hongshuang. According to her judgment, Bailey Hongshuang should be younger than her by a few years. It was impossible for her to be stronger than her. What Lan clan's young lord? She actually used such a despicable method like a sneak attack. It's really too shameless. After seeing Lan Qingyan's actions, Pei Yifan could not help but be dumbfounded. This was far from the demeanor of a young lord in his imagination. Originally, the disciples of Limitless Palace did not understand why their palace master would suddenly express her dislike for the Lan family. Now that they saw the actions of the Lan family's disciples, they completely understood. They also felt disgust towards such a family. Lan Qingyan's sneak attack failed and she already felt very humiliated. Now that she heard Li Yangbing's criticism, her face turned even uglier. She immediately waved her hand and ordered the disciples behind her. "What are you waiting for? Do it." She did not care about the thoughts of the Limitless Palace disciples because from today onwards, this group of people would disappear from the battlefield of the Battle of Shuolu. There was no one else in the vicinity. Once they killed them, no one would know who had killed them. Of course, to Lan Qingyan, it was not a big deal even if this news was known by others. The enmity between the Lan family and Limitless Palace had already been made clear. In this battle of vying for supremacy, it was normal for teams with enmity to fight each other. There were countless examples of teams being completely annihilated. She could only say that Limitless Palace's luck was not good. It was not easy to find a young palace master, but in her first battle of Shuolu, she would die in their hands. After hearing Lan Qingyan's call, the Lan family's disciples came forward one after another. Without saying anything, the energy in their body had already surged out. They held their weapons in their hands and were ready to fight. "Leave no one alive," Lan Qingyan said coldly. "Yes." After hearing Lan Qingyan's order, the faces of the Limitless Palace disciples turned gloomy to the extreme. Not only was the Lan family's young master arrogant, she was also vicious and merciless. Once she opened her mouth, she would either exterminate the entire sect or leave no one alive. She simply treated the Limitless Palace as a soft persimmon. Bailey Hongzhuang raised her right hand slightly and said coldly, "Since the Lan family's young master has already made the decision for us, then what are we waiting for?" The Limitless Palace disciples had long been unable to suppress the anger in their hearts. At this moment, after hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's order, they all clenched the weapons in their hands. Towards these bastards in front of them, they could only beat them until they were speechless. "Exterminate this group of bastards," Xiao He said angrily. Before meeting Lan Qingyan, the three beasts already had a lot of opinions about Lan Qingyan. Now, after meeting Lan Qingyan, their opinions were even greater. At first, he thought that Lan Qingyan was very young at that time and that it was Lan Jingquang and Yumanlan who stole the rainbow sacred pearl from his master. However, looking at Lan Qingyan now, he was afraid that she was even more annoying than her parents. "I really feel that the Lan family must be blind to have chosen such a thing to be their patriarch." Xiaobai was speechless. Even if Lan Qingyan's strength was very strong, with her arrogant and egotistical personality, who knew how many enemies she would provoke for the Lan family in the future? "You brought this upon yourself." Baisher's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. This Lan Qingyan was so rude. She snatched everything from master and still dared to be arrogant here. She was simply abominable. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Both sides had 10 people. Therefore, almost everyone met their opponent at the first moment. Bailey Hongzhuang naturally appeared in front of Lan Qingyan. She had tried her best to chase after Lan Qingyan for so many years. Only now did she appear in front of Lan Qingyan. She also wanted to know the gap between them. Boom, the origin energy in Lan Qingyan's body surged like a tidal wave. Bailey Hongzhuang's expression changed slightly and became more serious. Blue Realm Level 7, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately sensed Lan Qingyan's strength. Even though she already knew that Lan Qingyan was stronger than her, she did not expect her to be stronger by 4 levels. Fortunately, she had absorbed the icy cold fire. Otherwise, with her Blue Realm Level 1 strength, there was no way she could win against Lan Qingyan who was Blue Realm Level 7. This was the accumulation of aristocratic families' resources. However, this kind of difference in strength was no longer terrifying to Bailey Hongzhuang. She started cultivating later than Lan Qingyan by so many years, but now she was able to catch up. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that Lan Qingyan's talent was not comparable to hers. If she was given a little more time, Lan Qingyan would definitely not be her opponent. It seemed that it would not be long before she could openly appear in front of the Lan family. When Lan Qingyan showed her strength, Bailey Hongzhuang also showed her strength. Lan Qingyan had always been curious about Bailey Hongzhuang's strength. However, Bailey Hongzhuang and her both used some kind of method to hide their strength, so it was impossible to determine. However, the moment she understood Bailey Hongzhuang's strength, she suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering how powerful the young palace master of Wuji Palace was. It turns out that her strength is only Blue Realm Level 3, this kind of strength is not considered powerful in the entire Battle of Shuolu." She is indeed a small sect that was established not long ago. She came to the Battle of Shualu to make a fool of herself. There was a big gap between the strength of the disciples and the successor. Because the successor could obtain the resources of the forces, their strength was naturally much stronger than the ordinary cultivators. The Battle of Shualu was a competition between the various forces. The successors competed against each other. The cultivators could never be compared to the successors. Similarly, the successor's strength also represented the strength of the force. Lan Qingyan had been famous since young. Her strength was much more powerful than the successors of the ordinary forces. It could be said that she had been famous for a long time. After the cultivators of the Lan family knew about Bailey Hongshuang's strength, they all laughed out loud. "Young master, with your strength, I'm afraid you can finish her in less than 10 moves. She wants to be the young palace master with this little strength? What a fool's dream. Limitless Palace is a trash sect. It's normal to have such a young palace master. However, our young master is good. He's willing to help Limitless Palace get rid of such a useless trash." In the face of Lan Qingyan's ridicule, Bailey Hongshuang appeared very calm. She did not get angry because of this humiliation. In fact, she did not know how much humiliation she faced along the way, but this kind of humiliation also made her progress faster. "If I'm not wrong, your strength 3 years ago was probably not as good as mine, right?" Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved slightly. There was a 3-year gap between her and Lan Qingyan. 3 years later, Lan Qingyan was only at the 7th level of the Blue Realm. Thinking about it, Lan Qingyan probably just broke through to the Blue Realm 3 years ago, or even, not yet. Once these words came out, Lan Qingyan's expression changed a little. She could see that Bailey Hongshuang was younger than her, but she did not expect that Bailey Hongshuang was younger than her by 3 years. From the looks of it, if it was 3 years ago, she would only be in the Green Realm at that time. Then, could it be that her cultivation talent was not as good as Bailey Hongshuang? After thinking about this point, Lan Qingyan's gaze became even more ruthless. Since she knew that the opponent's talent was so strong, if she did not take advantage of this opportunity to strangle the opponent in the cradle, when Bailey Hongshuang grew up in the future, wouldn't it become a big trouble? "Bailey Hongshuang, so what if your talent is not weak? The current you is destined to not be my opponent. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not being born a few years earlier." When Lan Qingyan said this sentence, the veins on Bailey Hongshuang's temple suddenly burst. What Lan Qingyan said was something that she also regretted. If she was born a few years earlier, then she, Lan Qingyan, would have nothing to do with the Lan family now. At this moment, when Lan Qingyan said these words, it was really indescribably ironic. "If I was born a few years earlier, wouldn't you have died in my hands? You should thank the heavens for not treating you badly and letting you live a few more years." In terms of the ability to anger people to death, Bailey Hongshuang never admitted defeat. What a sharp tongue. But soon, you won't be able to speak anymore. As soon as Lan Qingyan finished speaking, the pressure of a level 7 Blue Realm instantly crushed towards Bailey Hongshuang. "I'll show you how big the gap is between the 7th level and the 3rd level of the Blue Realm." At the level of the Blue Realm, there was a significant gap between each level. The difference of 4 levels was enough to prevent his opponent from unleashing his full strength. Lan Qingyan wanted to use this method to let Bailey Hongshuang know that the current her was not someone Bailey Hongshuang could defeat. She absolutely would not allow a girl whose looks and talent did not lose to hers to continue growing. Bailey Hongshuang felt an earth-shattering pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on her body. Her movements slowed down, and even the flow of elemental energy in her body was suppressed. Bailey Hongshuang's entire body seemed to shrink in an instant, and her footsteps became especially heavy. Looking at Bailey Hongshuang's appearance, the curve of Lan Qingyan's lips gradually widened. She was not in a hurry to kill Bailey Hongshuang immediately. She wanted to humiliate Bailey Hongshuang before she died. However, in the next moment, before Lan Qingyan's smile could fully bloom, it had already frozen. Within the stiffness, there was a trace of ridicule. Boom! Kacha, a subtle sound rang out, and a crack appeared in the pressure space that Lan Qingyan spread out. Boom! As Bailey Hongshuang fully displayed the energy of the blood aura field, Lan Qingyan's pressure space was completely shattered. Blood aura field. Lan Qingyan recognized the method used by Bailey Hongshuang at a glance and couldn't help but exclaim. For ordinary people, they might not be familiar with the blood aura field, but for the heirs of powerful forces, they were extremely familiar with the use of the blood aura field. When Lan Qingyan's strength reached the Crimson Realm, the clan elders brought her to the blood aura field. With her talent and strength, everyone thought that she would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance of the blood aura field, but the final result disappointed everyone. At that time, she was also full of confidence. Since young, she had always walked smoothly and had never suffered any setbacks. She felt that she was born to be a genius in the limelight. No matter what difficulties she faced in cultivation, they were not a problem for her. However, her first setback was in the Blood Aura Tower. She worked hard for a long time but still couldn't obtain the inheritance of the Blood Aura Tower. At that time, she only remembered that there was a name written on the Blood Aura Tower's record board that was similar to her age, Bewitching. The elders told her that Bewitching was the young lord of Tiangang sect, which made her feel a little better. Thinking back, she stayed in the Blood Aura Tower for a long time until there was no longer any possibility of obtaining the Blood Aura field, then she left. Fortunately, she didn't hear any news of other people obtaining the Blood Aura field after that, which made her feel a little more at ease. After all, the inheritance of the Blood Aura field was extremely difficult to obtain. Otherwise, there wouldn't be only a few people who succeeded in the history of the Blood Aura Tower. However, she actually saw the Blood Aura field on a girl who was younger than her by 3 years. At this moment, Lan Qingyan's eyes turned red. The thing that she couldn't do was actually done by a person she ridiculed. This was simply a slap in the face. Very quickly, Lan Qingyan retracted her shocked expression. She would never let Bailey Hongzhuang know about this. Bailey Hongzhuang ignored Lan Qingyan. After displaying the Blood Aura field, she urged the energy of the Blood Aura field to suppress Lan Qingyan's strength. Fortunately, Lan Qingyan did not have any other tricks up her sleeves. In a short period of time, Lan Qingyan's strength was suppressed from Blue Realm level 7 to Blue Realm level 5. However, during this process, Bailey Hongzhuang also discovered that the pressure of the blood chi field on different cultivators was different. If the opponent's strength was solid enough, then the blood aura field would only be able to suppress 2 ranks at most. If the opponent's foundation was not solid enough, then the blood aura field could suppress even more. So far, Bailey Hongzhuang had discovered that among all her previous opponents, suppressing Lan Qingyan's strength was the most difficult. Moreover, it consumed a lot of elemental energy. Just from this point, it could be seen that Lan Qingyan's reputation was not undeserved. Her strength was real. Therefore, she had to end this competition quickly. Once the time dragged on, the possibility of their failure would be greater. For Lan Qingyan, the most aggrieved thing was not this. Instead, after witnessing the power of the blood aura field, she finally understood how powerful it was. Ignoring the presence of coercion and lowering the opponent's cultivation, this was simply a cheat in battle. Although she had heard the elder mention it before, she always felt that the elder was exaggerating. How could there be such a magical ability in this world? However, after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang use it, she finally understood that the elder was not exaggerating at all. Everything the elder said was true. Not only Lan Qingyan, but the cultivators of the Lan family also changed their expressions when they saw Bailey Hongzhuang use the blood aura field to suppress Lan Qingyan's cultivation to level 5 of the Blue Realm. This kind of ability was too unbelievable. They had never seen the young master suffer such a big loss in the first exchange of blows with the other party. It seemed that the young palace master of Wuji Palace was not a simple character. You think that suppressing my cultivation by 2 levels is enough to deal with me? Lan Qingyan's face was ferocious and full of hatred. What a fool's dream. Bailey Hongzhuang was too lazy to talk nonsense with Lan Qingyan. Every time the blood aura field was maintained, it would consume more of her energy. Therefore, she had to resolve it as soon as possible. Cut the crap. Let's fight. After saying that, Bailey Hongzhuang held the colored glass sword tightly and attacked Lan Qingyan directly. Lan Qingyan saw that Bailey Hongzhuang actually dared to take the initiative to attack her, and the sarcasm in her eyes intensified. She immediately pulled out her long sword to meet the attack. Ding ding ding, the 2 figures were like the wind, and their movements were as fast as lightning. Every move was swift and fierce. Wanting to kill the other party, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Lan Qingyan was a tough opponent the moment she fought with Lan Qingyan. The Lan family had been in Xianxia continent for so many years and had a lot of experience. Therefore, not only was Lan Qingyan's cultivation strong, her physical strength was also outstanding. In front of a cultivator of the same level, it was extremely difficult to fight someone of a higher level. This was because the opponent also had the ability to fight someone of a higher level. Under such circumstances, Bailey Hongzhuang was unsurprisingly at a disadvantage. Sword light overflowed in all directions and sparks flew everywhere. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan's attacks were thrilling and dangerous. If one was not careful, they would lose their lives. Ta. After a while, the two of them separated again like a whirlwind. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a gaze that was more disdainful than before. She didn't expect that this unknown Limitless Palace's young palace mistress who appeared out of nowhere would have some ability. It was reasonable to say that even if her cultivation was suppressed to the 5th level of the Blue Realm, with Bailey Hongzhuang's strength at the 3rd level of the Blue Realm, she would not be able to compete with her. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had managed to hold on despite the disparity in their powers. She had only suffered a minor injury. This was not the result she had wanted. She wanted to defeat Bailey Hongzhuang as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Bailey Hongzhuang's clothes were already torn and fresh blood was faintly seeping out. Even though she was extremely careful just now, the disparity of 2 levels still caused her to be injured. "Master, how are you?" The 3 beasties saw that Bailey Hongzhuang was injured and immediately became concerned. At the same time, they had a deeper understanding of her powers. Bailey Hongzhuang waved her hand, indicating that she was fine. Although she did suffer some injuries, they weren't serious and didn't affect her. Seeing this, the 3 beasties were relieved. However, they stood in front of Bailey Hongzhuang and glared at Lan Qingyan. When Lan Qingyan saw the 3 contracted beasts in front of Bailey Hongzhuang, she was surprised at first, then the mockery in her eyes intensified. If her judgment was correct, the white demonic beast in front of her should be Bailey Hongzhuang's contracted beast. The other 2 were probably raised by Bailey Hongzhuang for fun. In the cultivation world, there were some women who liked cute demonic beasts and raised them as pets since they were young. However, Bailey Hongzhuang actually brought this kind of demonic beast to the Battle of Zhuolu. Wouldn't it be roasted and eaten? Trash is trash. Even the ones raised are useless trash. Lan Qingyan sneered. When these words came out, the 3 beasties were all enraged. "You ugly freak, how dare you insult me?" Xiao Bai angrily shouted. This fellow had been unhappy for a long time. Now, she actually dared to call them trash? If you didn't steal someone else's rainbow pearl, would you have a position in the Lan family? You really think that you have an extraordinary destiny. Xiao Hei's words were even more thorough. She couldn't stand Lan Qingyan. Everything she had was stolen from her master. Now, she was acting as if she was born with a life of riches and honor. How laughable! After hearing Xiao Hei's words, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but stare blankly. Although many people knew about this matter, as she gradually grew up, there were fewer and fewer people who talked about this matter. Moreover, the Lan family had already sealed off the news. Other than a few well-informed forces, no one else knew about it. All these years, she had continuously displayed her abilities to tell everyone that her, Lan Qingyan, was definitely not inferior to that dead guy. Of course, she was also a little unhappy. After all, she didn't get the Rainbow God Pearl in a proper way. In the Lan family, as long as the Rainbow Pearl was mentioned, everyone couldn't help but think of the dead Lan Yunxia's family. However, Bailey Hongzhuang's demonic beasts actually said such words. This made her flabbergasted. Wait, these 2 demonic beasts that looked like they were only for ornamental purposes could actually speak? Lan Qingyan looked at Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai in shock. She only suspected that she had heard wrongly. How could this be possible? Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes were cold. Whether I'm a waste or not, it's not something a guy like you can say. At least, I don't have such a shameless father and mother. As soon as she opened her mouth, Bailey Hongzhuang's spearhead pointed directly at Lan Qingyan's parents. If it wasn't for what Lan Qingyan and her family had done, how could she have been a waste in the general's residence for so many years? Now, Lan Qingyan called her was a trash. Soon, she would definitely trample Lan Qingyan under her feet. Then, she would tell everyone who was the real trash. After all, what she stole wasn't hers. Even if she had enjoyed 20 years of glory, it was only a flash in the pan. Lan Qingyan's expression became extremely ugly. This was the first time someone dared to poke her in the back. However, what her parents did was indeed irrefutable. I don't need you to tell me what I'm like. At least I'm stronger than you now. Lan Qingyan said angrily. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't comment. The more arrogant Lan Qingyan was now, the worse Lan Qingyan would fall when she arrived at the Lan family. Master, we can't take it anymore. This brat dares to insult us. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were furious. With their looks, they were often looked down upon by their master, but they had never been insulted like this before. You dare to insult me? I'll let you see how powerful we are. Lan Qingyan found it funny when she saw Xiao He and Xiao Bai, two demonic beasts that looked like they could be killed with one slap, getting angry. Wait until I've dealt with your master, then I'll skewer you and barbecue you. Xiao He and Xiao Bai ignored Lan Qingyan and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang instead. Although they were extremely unhappy with this brat, they had to admit that Lan Qingyan's strength was indeed very strong. If they weren't careful when dealing with her, they might really be in trouble today. With the existence of the Chaos Ring, they could naturally keep their lives, but what about the other cultivators in the team? Therefore, they had no other choice. After noticing Xiao He and Xiao Bai's line of sight, Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the other side of the battle. Fortunately, the strength of the disciples of Limitless Palace and the disciples of the Lan family were not much different. At this moment, they were locked in a fierce battle and it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short time. In the next moment, Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. She understood that as the Lan family's patriarch, Lan Qingyan definitely didn't lack earth-rank martial skills. If she used an ordinary martial skill, Lan Qingyan's strength that was 2 levels higher than her would not be able to achieve any effect. Therefore, they had to use an extremely strong move from the beginning, otherwise, they would only be a burden to her. The origin energy in Bailey Hongzhuang's body surged rapidly, and a seal appeared between her hands. At the same time, Xiao He and Xiao Bai also began to move. Lan Qingyan was dumbfounded when she saw that Xiao He and Xiao Bai had reached Green Realm rank 9. These two seemingly harmless demonic beasts actually possessed such strength. It was simply too shocking. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang and her two contracted beasts' identical actions, Lan Qingyan understood that the martial skill they were about to display next was not simple. Immediately after, Lan Qingyan also displayed her martial skill. No matter what tricks Bailey Hongzhuang had up her sleeves, she would crush her ruthlessly. As Bailey Hongzhuang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai's hand seals merged together, a huge 8 trigrams formation suddenly appeared in midair. It spun continuously and emitted a mysterious power. An astonishing power spread out from this 8 trigrams formation, and the origin energy in the air was attracted and continuously integrated into it. Lan Qingyan's movements were also very fast. A dark blue sea appeared behind her. The waves were turbulent and the momentum was astonishing. With just a glance, Bailey Hongzhuang knew that Lan Qingyan was displaying an earth-rank martial skill. Moreover, it was an intermediate earth-rank martial skill. The background of the aristocratic families was evident. Lan Qingyan also felt the power of this 8 trigrams formation and her eyes narrowed. She did not expect that the martial skill displayed by Bailey Hongzhuang and her two contracted beasts would be so powerful. Boom, the two attacks collided with each other. Black, white, and blue rays of light intertwined with each other. The entire sky was left with only these two colors. The rays of the sun had been completely covered. The terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc, and the extremely ear-piercing sound of the explosion rapidly resounded. In almost an instant, the trees within a radius of a few hundred miles around Bailey Hongzhuang and the others had been razed to the ground. Lan Qingyan and Bailey Hongzhuang's figures had been covered by the raging energy. It was impossible to see their positions clearly. The cultivators of Limitless Palace and Lan family who were fighting could not help but stop when they saw the scene. They looked towards the place where the storm erupted. Everyone's figures flew away. Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan's strength was too terrifying. If they did not retreat quickly, their fate would not be much better than the trees. After leaving a certain distance, the cultivators of Lan family looked at the terrifying storm in the distance in shock. They could not withstand this kind of power at all. They did not expect that Bailey Hongshuang's strength was so much weaker than Lan Qingyin's, but she was still able to display such a powerful martial technique. It was really amazing. The disciples of Limitless Palace also looked at this scene in shock. It seemed that they had underestimated the strength of their young palace master. They originally thought that their young palace master was weaker than Lan Qingyan by 4 levels and that they would definitely lose this battle. But now, it seemed that there might be a chance to turn things around. After Xiao He and Xiao Bai finished their attacks, they quickly retreated together with Bailey Hongshuang. The power of their combined martial technique was enough to fight across levels. However, Lan Qingyan's strength was really not to be underestimated, so they had to be careful. However, when Bailey Hongshuang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai retreated, Baisher narrowed his eyes and searched for Lan Qingyan's figure in this raging energy. He did not know how to display the fusion martial technique, so he could not help his master. However, Lan Qingyan's insult to him and his master was something that he could not tolerate. It must make Lan Qingyan pay the price. When Bailey Hongshuang came out, she realized that Baisher did not come out with them. Her eyes immediately filled with worry. As White Lion's master, she couldn't be more familiar with White Lion's personality. It had always been very protective of its master. Presumably, Lan Qingyan's previous performance had already angered White Lion. However, the impact of these 2 waves of energy was so terrifying that if Baisher were to stay within them, it would be very dangerous. She could not let Baisher be in danger. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongshuang prepared to charge into the energy storm. Xiao He and Xiao Bai could not help but panic when they saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions. "Master, it's too dangerous to go in now. The White Lion is inside." Bailey Hongshuang ignored Xiao He and Xiao Bai's attempts to stop her. From the moment she formed a contract with the White Lion, she was the White Lion's sister and mother. For so many years, the White Lion had been by her side and treated her as his closest kin. She had long gotten used to it. If something were to happen to the White Lion, she would definitely not be able to accept it. Before Xiao He and Xiao Bai could hold Bailey Hongshuang back, Bailey Hongshuang had already charged into the storm. "Damn it!" Xiao He and Xiao Bai cursed and followed closely behind Bailey Hongshuang. If something were to happen to Bailey Hongshuang, then their existence would be meaningless. Ah! Lan Qingyan's shriek contained both anger and surprise. Caught off guard, everyone was taken aback. The Lan family's cultivators couldn't help but be stunned. Even if the power of Bailey Hongshuang's martial arts wasn't small, with their understanding of their young master, such an attack shouldn't be something that their young master couldn't resist at all. However, what was with the young master's sudden scream? Before Bailey Hongshuang could rush into the center of the storm, she saw a white figure rushing towards her. "Master!" Baisher was stunned for a moment when he saw Bailey Hongshuang. Then, he was touched and worried. Bailey Hongshuang immediately checked on Baisher's condition. There were only a few injuries on Baisher's body. Fortunately, they were not serious. "It's good that you're fine." Xiao He and Xiao Bai also heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Baisher. Even though the 3 of them often bickered and competed with each other, they were all important partners in their hearts. "Let's go." This was obviously not the time to talk. Bailey Hongshuang and the 3 beasts quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not in the center of the raging energy. As long as they surrounded themselves with Yuan Qi, they would be able to resist the effects to a certain extent. After retreating from the battle, Bailey Hongshuang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai's gazes fell on Baisher. "Baisher, what did you do just now? What you did was too dangerous." Bailey Hongshuang frowned, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Fortunately, nothing happened to Baisher. Otherwise, she would feel guilty for the rest of her life. Baisher naturally knew that his actions were a little impulsive and had worried his master. Instantly, he lowered his head in guilt. As a beast king, his eyesight was not comparable to that of ordinary beasts. Even in the raging energy, he was confident that he could find Lan Qingyan's figure and reduce the damage to himself. However, he did not expect his master to rush in because she was worried about him. It seemed that he could not do such a thing in the future. Fortunately, his master was fine. However, at this moment, Baisher's heart was filled with gratitude. Bailey Hongshuang could not bear to see how guilty Baisher was. She patted Baisher's head and said, "I know you're doing this for me, but it's too dangerous." Don't do it in the future. Baisher nodded. I won't let Master worry about me anymore. Bailey Hongshuang's clear eyes were filled with a touch of warmth. Ever since she had transmigrated, the three beasts had always been by her side. Their loyalty and devotion made her feel extremely touched. White Lion, what did you do just now? Xiao He and Xiao Bai looked at White Lion curiously. They knew White Lion's personality very well. For White Lion to suddenly do this, coupled with Lan Qingyan's screams, something must have happened. However, White Lion remained silent. The meaning behind his actions was obvious, you guys will see for yourselves later. Seeing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai were even more puzzled. It seemed that White Lion had done something extraordinary. Otherwise, why would he be so pleased with himself? As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Bailey Hongshuang and Lan Qingyan's figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Bailey Hongshuang had dodged quickly. Although she had suffered some injuries, they were not serious and did not affect her much. At this moment, Lan Qingyan was no longer as aloof as before. Her white clothes were now stained with smoke and dust, and there were a few faint bloodstains on her body. It was obviously caused by the previous battle with Bailey Hongshuang. However, the crowd did not pay attention to Lan Qingyan's injuries. Instead, they looked at Lan Qingyan's right hand. Lan Qingyan's shoulder was already dripping with blood. The huge wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. Many of the bones were broken. It was obvious that she was bitten by a demonic beast. Looking at the situation, Lan Qingyan's right hand was almost bitten off. At this moment, the crowd finally understood why Lan Qingyan cried out in alarm. Such a terrifying wound must be extremely painful. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Bailey Hongshuang's gaze fell on Baisher. So this was what Baisher went to do. Baisher proudly raised his chin. This Lan Qingyan is so hateful. If I don't teach her a lesson, I won't be happy. If it wasn't for the fact that the storm raged so quickly and Lan Qingyan's reaction speed wasn't slow, her hand would have been completely bitten off by me. As a beast king, Baisher's teeth were exceptionally sharp. If it wasn't for the little accident, Lan Qingyan's hand would have been eaten into his stomach. Hearing this, Xiao He and Xiao Bai couldn't help but give Baisher a thumbs up. Well done! Bailey Hongshuang also exclaimed in her heart. She did not expect Baisher to not have any reaction before, but with a single move, Lan Qingyan had turned into such a miserable state. Presumably, Lan Qingyan's heart was filled with anger. When the disciples of Limitless Palace saw that Lan Qingyan and the young palace master had turned into such a miserable state after just a short exchange of blows, their battle prowess was greatly reduced. At the same time, they were shocked, but at the same time, they were delighted. Who asked this Lan Qingyan to be so arrogant? Earlier, which made them extremely unhappy. She really deserved it. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Baisher was indeed powerful. He really amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Lan Qingyan's face was pale. Her anger had already reached the extreme. To her, dealing with Bailey Hongshuang was an easy task. Who would have thought that she would be seriously injured? The most hateful thing was that Bailey Hongshuang's contracted beast actually launched a sneak attack. Not to mention her, anyone else would have been hit in this situation. Who would have thought that the demonic beast would suddenly jump out when the energy was raging? Her reaction was considered fast. If she was a little slower, she wouldn't be able to keep her arm. That was something that she couldn't accept. She, Lan Qingyan, had never suffered such a big loss before. After witnessing this scene, the Lan family's cultivators no longer had the intention to continue fighting with the Limitless Palace's disciples. One by one, they stood behind Lan Qingyan. Right now, Lan Qingyan's right hand was obviously unable to move. If she were to encounter any danger at this time, they would have no face to return to the Lan family. The situation seemed to change in a short moment's notice. Naturally, the disciples of Limitless Palace quickly realized the change in the situation. Didn't they turn from a disadvantageous situation to an advantageous one? Bailey Hongshuang also realized that this was a good opportunity. Taking advantage of the platform of the battle for supremacy to make the Lan family lose face was something that she was happy to see. For the current her, the most important thing was to find a place to recover from her injuries. If she continued to be in a deadlock here, it would be extremely disadvantageous to her. Bailey Hongshuang's previous attack was quite powerful. In addition, she had a contract beast that could attack at any time. Even if she was in peak condition, she would still have to be careful, not to mention now that her injuries were so serious. In almost a split second, Lan Qingyan had already made the decision to retreat. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is not too late. After she recovered from her injuries, she would definitely take Bailey Hongshuang's life. Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan immediately made a gesture. The cultivators of the Lan family understood and planned to leave. Bailey Hongshuang and the others naturally noticed this situation. Now that the opportunity was in their hands, they would not let it go. Young Lord Lan, how powerful were you before? Now that you want to leave with your tail between your legs, I'm afraid you have to ask for my opinion? Bailey Hongshuang's lips curved into an enchanting and sarcastic smile. Her ink-black phoenix eyes flashed with a sharper gaze. No one is allowed to leave. Under Bailey Hongshuang's command, the disciples of Limitless Palace blocked Lan Qingyan and the others. This sentence corresponded to what Lan Qingyan had said earlier about not leaving a single one alive. However, the two sides had already switched places. Lan Qingyan's face was ashen. She looked at Bailey Hongshuang with a gaze that could not wait to take her life. Unfortunately, the current situation was not suitable for her to stay here for long. Even if she was humiliated, there was nothing she could do. The faces of the Lan family disciples were also extremely ugly. This was a sure-win situation. Now that they had failed, it was too depressing. Bailey Hongshuang, are you sure you want to be enemies with my Lan family? Lan Qingyan gritted her teeth. She had been arrogant for so many years, but today she was in such a predicament. She even had to show weakness to a cultivator who was weaker than her. Hearing Lan Qingyan's words, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but chuckle. Lan Qingyan, you seem to have already made these assertions before. Now you're asking me again. Do you think I'm stupid or are you too naive? A sentence filled with ridicule was like a ruthless slap on Lan Qingyan's face. Lan Qingyan's pale face flushed red, but in the current situation, she really couldn't think of any other way. Bailey Hongshuang would not give Lan Qingyan the time to continue feigning civility. Even though there were no other cultivator teams nearby, no one could guarantee that no one would appear in the next moment. Snatch the identity card. Bailey Hongshuang took the initiative to attack Lan Qingyan after saying that. Kill him while he's down. Bailey Hongshuang never thought of this as taking advantage of others. On the contrary, she was extremely happy to beat the dog when it was down. The moment he said that, the disciples of Limitless Palace no longer hesitated. They didn't even give the other party a chance to speak as they sent out their martial techniques. Ding ding ding, the battle broke out again at this moment. Bailey Hongshuang still faced Lan Qingyan. At this moment, Lan Qingyan's right hand was completely unable to move. With Bailey Hongshuang's medical skills, Lan Qingyan had already taken the elixir at the first moment. However, this injury was very serious. If she dared to move her arm now, her right hand would be completely broken. Bailey Hongshuang's every move was swift and fierce. In a short period of time, her sharp sword had already pierced several holes in Lan Qingyan's body. Fresh blood quickly dyed Lan Qingyan's clothes red. However, the pain on her body could not be compared to the anger in Lan Qingyan's heart. Originally, she used the sword with her right hand. Now that her right hand could no longer be used, she was not used to using the sword with her left hand. However, the strength of a 7th-level blue realm was not just for show. Therefore, she still had the power to resist. Bailey Hongshuang was not anxious. At this level of strength, if she wanted to kill someone, unless she had the strength to completely crush the opponent, it would not be an easy task. In the next moment, Bailey Hongshuang used the shadow-shifting technique. Her figure suddenly flashed, and before Lan Qingyan could react, Lan Qingyan's identity card had already fallen into her hands. Bailey Hongshuang weighed the identity card in her hand. Looking at the words Lan Family's Lan Qingyan written on it, the corners of her mouth slowly spread into a smile. According to the rules of the Battle of Zhuolu, everyone's identity card was hung on their waist. In this way, the opponent would be able to know if your identity card had been taken away. If it had been taken away, the opponent would naturally not have the intention to deal with you. After Lan Qingyan saw that her identity card was taken away by Bailey Hongshuang just like that, she was also anxious. With her reputation, if her identity card was taken away just like that, wouldn't it be a total loss of face? Bailey Hongshuang. I'm going to kill you. Lan Qingyan gave it her all. She attacked Bailey Hongzhuang with shame and indignation. She must not lose face. When Bailey Hongzhuang was snatching the identity card, the speed of the Limitless Palace disciples was also very fast. Originally, their strength was on par with the Lan family's cultivators. Once they started fighting, the outcome would not be decided in a short period of time. However, the Lan family's cultivators were thinking of how to escape with Lan Qingyan. Under the situation where one side's momentum was flourishing and the other side's state of mind was unstable, their chances of success naturally increased. In a short period of time, many of the Lan family's cultivators' identity tokens had fallen into the hands of the Limitless Palace's disciples. Looking at the infuriated look of the Lan family's cultivators, the Limitless Palace's disciples were delighted to the extreme. Previously, the Lan clan cultivators were so arrogant that they had nowhere to vent their anger. Now that they saw the other party stomping his feet in anger yet helpless, they only felt that all the resentment in their hearts had been vented. In the previous battle of vying for the throne, the Lan clan's strength had always been at the forefront. Who would have thought that this time they would be able to obtain the Lan family's identity token so smoothly? After the Battle of Zhuolu ended, this would be a great achievement for their Limitless Palace. All these years, the Lan family had often shown all kinds of disdain because the palace master had rejected their goodwill. Once the news of them seizing the Lan family's disciple identity token spread out, the Lan family would really be slapped in the face. At the very least, the Lan clan would no longer have the qualifications to look down on Limitless Palace. Xiao He and Xiao Bai naturally took advantage of this opportunity to shrink their bodies and help the Limitless Palace's disciples snatch the identity tokens. In the midst of this battle, they were already panicking. How would the Lan family's cultivators notice the existence of these two figures? By the time they noticed, it was already too late. Lan Qingyan was enraged when she saw that the Lan family's identity cards had all been taken away in a short period of time. You bunch of trash. Her identity card was taken away because she was seriously injured, but the others were also so negligent and stupid. She was furious. The Lan family's cultivators also had unspeakable bitterness. They tried their best to protect their identity cards during the battle, but for some reason, their identity cards fell to the ground by themselves. However, even they themselves couldn't believe it, let alone the young master. Xiao He and Xiao Bai came back after doing all this, as if nothing had happened. They could be said to be extremely proficient in such underhanded means. The Lan family's team also released their contracted beasts, so the battlefield was constantly expanding. The contracted beasts also formed a battle circle. Kacha! Bailey Hongzhuang's glass sword fell. Lan Qingyan's right arm was completely cut off by Bailey Hongzhuang. Ah! A scream came from Lan Qingyan's mouth. Her eyes were fixed on the arm on the ground. She didn't expect her right arm to be completely cut off like this. However, the next scene made Lan Qingyan collapse even more. That was because Baisher's speed was extremely fast. The moment Bailey Hongzhuang cut off Lan Qingyan's arm, Baisher had already rushed up. By the time Lan Qingyan reacted, her arm had already been eaten into Baisher's stomach. Seeing this, Lan Qingyan was also dumbfounded. This situation was completely beyond her expectations. It couldn't be worse. Before participating in the Battle of Zhuolu, she had already understood the situation of many forces. With her strength, there was basically no danger in this Battle of Zhuolu. However, the Battle of Zhuolu hadn't even started halfway and she had already lost an arm. Bailey Hongzhuang ignored Lan Qingyan's anger and stabbed out with her glass sword again. Compared to the sufferings that their family had endured in the past, Lan Qingyan had only lost a hand. What did that count as? Lan Qingyan quickly dodged, but she could only watch as the sharp blade got closer and closer to her. Her eyes couldn't help but reveal a touch of fear. If she were to die in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang, that would be something she would not be able to accept. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang's sword was about to pierce Lan Qingyan's heart, a metallic sound suddenly rang out. Ding! Bailey Hongzhuang's sword was hit by a huge force and deviated from its angle. After noticing this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but frown. On the ground, a flying sword was stuck in the ground. Bailey Hongzhuang turned around and looked in the direction where the flying dagger came from. She saw a group of people walking over. The man in the lead was dressed in a green robe. His hair was tied up in a high crown. His temperament was outstanding and he was handsome. He was playing with a throwing knife in his right hand. Clearly, she was the one who had attacked earlier. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the man in front of her. In her mind, she was trying to figure out which force he belonged to. Although she had some understanding of the forces participating in the Battle of Zhuelu, she had no understanding of the style of their successors. Ouyang family. Long Xianjing and the rest had already recognized the newcomers. Their expressions quietly turned ugly. This was something that everyone had known about a long time ago. After all, the Ouyang clan and Lan clan had a close relationship. The heirs of the two clans were of similar age. If they could tie the knot, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Therefore, both the Ouyang clan and Lan clan had such plans. However, Lan Qingyan was arrogant and somewhat dissatisfied. Therefore, she did not get married. No matter what, the Ouyang clan and Lan clan were allies. This could be seen from Ouyang Etienne's rescue of Lan Qingyan. "Qingyan, I saved you this time." Ouyang Etienne's face was full of smiles as he walked over gracefully. The other cultivators of the Ouyang clan also had smiles on their faces. Usually, the Lan clan's young master always had an arrogant look. Even towards their young master, he was somewhat disdainful. They did not expect that they would need their young master's rescue. This made them feel very happy. After seeing Ouyang Etienne, Lan Qingyan also heaved a sigh of relief. At least, her life was saved. When Ouyang Etienne saw Lan Qingyan's miserable state, his smiling face could not help but freeze. Regarding Lan Qingyan's strength, he could not be more familiar with it. Even if the heirs of various forces were to attack, it would be difficult to injure Lan Qingyan. But now, Lan Qingyan had become like this. Her right hand was gone. If he did not see wrongly, this team was Limitless Palace's team. Could it be that she was seriously injured by Limitless Palace's disciples? This was too inconceivable, right? Stop talking nonsense. Lan Qingyan was very unhappy that her sorry state was seen by others. Help me kill this woman. Lan Qingyan, who was originally very weak, became arrogant again at this moment. The Ouyang clan had always been her Lan clan's ally. Now that Ouyang Etienne was here, it would not be difficult for him to help her take Bailey Hongzhuang's life. Not only that, Limitless Palace's team would be completely destroyed today. Bailey Hongzhuang's face sank. She did not expect someone to come out of nowhere. The Ouyang clan's team was not weak. Once the Ouyang clan and Lan clan's cultivators joined forces, their situation would be dangerous. Moreover, from the way Lan Qingyan spoke to Ouyang Etienne, it could be seen that the two were very familiar with each other. Lan Qingyan, if I help you, how will you thank me? Ouyang Etienne was not in a hurry. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Normally, Lan Qingyan had always been arrogant and disdainful. Today, it was rare for Lan Qingyan to ask for his help. Naturally, he would take advantage of this opportunity to suppress Lan Qingyan's arrogance. However, he had always been very satisfied with a woman like Lan Qingyan who was strong and had a good background. In his eyes, Lan Qingyan would be his wife sooner or later. Lan Qingyan frowned coldly. She and Ouyang Etienne had known each other for so long, so she understood Ouyang Etienne's temperament very well. In fact, among all the young elites she had seen over the years, only Ouyang Etienne was the most outstanding. As long as you help me eliminate the people from Limitless Palace, I will consider marrying you. During this period of time, her family had been telling her about this matter, and she had gradually accepted it. Although she had opinions from time to time, in the eyes of ordinary people, Ouyang Etienne was already a rare and perfect husband. Although Lan Qingyan's arm was gone, Ouyang Etienne didn't care. With the Lan family's means and Lan Qingyan's status in the Lan family, this severed arm would definitely grow back. What's more, Lan Qingyan had been famous for a long time. Among the younger generation of women, there was probably no one who could compare to Lan Qingyan. In addition, Lan Qingyan was naturally beautiful. Because of this, he was so patient with Lan Qingyan. Listening to Lan Qingyan's words, Ouyang Etienne turned around and looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. When he saw Bailey Hongzhuang for the first time, even the experienced and knowledgeable Ouyang Etienne couldn't help but praise in his heart. What a peerless beauty! Previously, he only saw Bailey Hongzhuang's back and only thought of Bailey Hongzhuang as an ordinary disciple of Limitless Palace, so he didn't pay attention to her at all. But now, looking at the woman in front of him, whether it was her appearance or temperament, she was peerless and unique, making people's eyes light up. Lan Qingyan was already one of the top beauties, but the woman in front of him was clearly more beautiful than Lan Qingyan. Even though she had a cold face at the moment, her elegance and refinement carried a kind of coldness that repelled people thousands of miles away, making people want to get closer to her. How come he hadn't seen such a beauty before? Lan Qingyan was looking forward to Ouyang Yitian fiercely teaching Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson to avenge her. But when she saw Ouyang Yitian staring at Bailey Hongzhuang in a daze, she couldn't help but feel even more embarrassed. From the first time she saw Bailey Hongzhuang, she knew that this woman was a threat. She had always been very confident in her appearance, but after seeing Bailey Hongzhuang, she also felt a bit of jealousy. Just from this point alone, she could tell. The disciples of Limitless Palace were on guard. If they were to fight 1 against 2, it was almost impossible under such circumstances. So, the only thing they could do was to protect the young palace master with their lives. The life of the young palace master was much more important than their lives. No matter what, they couldn't let anything happen to the young palace master. However, after seeing Ouyang Yitian's reaction at this moment, they were both nervous and amused at the same time. Anyone who saw the young palace master's appearance would be stunned. Even if they had been training with the young palace master for so many days, they still couldn't help but take a few more glances at the young palace master. "Are you a disciple of Limitless Palace?" Ouyang Yitian asked. "Limitless Palace's young empress, Bailey Hongzhuang." Bailey Hongzhuang revealed her identity. She wanted the other party to understand that they were equals. As soon as this was said, Ouyang Yitian's reaction was the same as Lan Qingyan's earlier reaction. He also did not receive any news and did not know that Wuji Palace also had a young palace master. "I didn't know that Limitless Palace had a young palace master." Ouyang Yitian looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest. To be able to injure Lan Qingyan to such an extent, to have the countenance of a flower, and to be the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Logically speaking, Bailey Hongzhuang's name should have been known by everyone. Most importantly, he felt that this Bailey Hongzhuang's name was somewhat familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. "Our young palace master didn't come back until the Battle of Shuolu." "What's so strange about you not knowing?" Pei Yifan said. While Ouyang Yitian was sizing her up, Bailey Hongzhuang's mind was constantly thinking of a way to leave. In this situation, if they left directly, Lan Qingyan would definitely not let it go. Moreover, the Lan clan's cultivator identity card was still with them. However, no matter how much she thought, there was no way. The situation in front of them was a dead end. As long as Ouyang Yitian and Lan Qingyan cooperated, they would most likely fall into a situation where they would be completely wiped out. Even if they risked their lives to leave, the team was bound to suffer heavy losses. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but feel anxious. If she couldn't solve this situation, she could only take the risk and use the Chaos Ring. Once she used the Chaos Ring, the special power of the Chaos Ring would be exposed in front of everyone. In this way, she would fall into an even more dangerous situation in the future. However, under such a dangerous situation, she had no other way. She could only take one step at a time. After all, she couldn't watch the disciples and the team be completely wiped out like this. This was the first time she appeared in front of everyone as the young palace master of Limitless Palace. If she ended up like this, it would be terrible. What's more, Long Xianjing and the others were extremely outstanding disciples in the sect. In the future, they would most likely be the mainstay of the sect. She didn't want Limitless Palace to suffer such a big loss. Lan Qingyan saw that Ouyang Yitian had been looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with interest but didn't make a move. She couldn't help but feel angry in her heart. "Ouyang Yitian, why aren't you making a move?" Lan Qingyan said angrily. She knew that men would act the same way when they saw beautiful women. However, she, who had never been ignored before, was actually ignored now. This was simply unbearable for her. Listening to Lan Qingyan's words, Ouyang Yitian finally recovered from his thoughts. Such a beauty, he really couldn't bear to make a move. Although Limitless Palace was established for a short time, everyone knew that Limitless Palace's strength was absolutely not weak. Thinking about it, once the world knew that Bailey Hongzhuang was the young palace master of Limitless Palace, there would be more people chasing after Bailey Hongzhuang than Lan Qingyan. Because, no matter from which angle, Bailey Hongzhuang wasn't weaker than Lan Qingyan. It was because of this that he hesitated. However, this hesitation only lasted for a short time, and Ouyang Etienne had already determined the answer. The relationship between the Ouyang clan and the Lan clan had always been very good. The matter between him and Lan Qingyan had long been discussed. On the contrary, Limitless Palace and Lan family were two completely opposite clans. Therefore, no matter what kind of thoughts flashed through his mind at this moment, he would ultimately stand on Lan Qingyan's side. He could only sigh inwardly that it was a pity for such a great beauty. Qingyan, I will avenge you right now. Ouyang Etienne drew his weapon, and his eyes turned from pity to fierceness. At the same time, his men behind him also entered battle mode. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the change in Ouyang Etienne's eyes in a short period of time and sighed in her heart. Sure enough, he was worthy of being the successor of the Ouyang family. This change was really fast and decisive. After Bailey Hongzhuang and the others saw this scene, they immediately took out their weapons. Right now, they had no other way, they could only fight first and talk later. Master, what should we do? Xiao He and Xiao Bai couldn't help but ask after sizing up the situation in front of them. No matter which angle they looked at it from, they had no chance of winning this battle. With Lan Qingyan's viciousness, once they fell into her hands, they would die without a doubt. A cold and resolute light flashed across her deep and beautiful eyes. Later on, find a chance to escape into the chaos ring together. After hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Xiao He and Xiao Bai's faces became dignified. The chaos ring was a divine tool, this was a huge secret. Once it was exposed, it would be terrible if someone had bad intentions towards Bailey Hongzhuang. However, in the current situation, they really had no other choice, so they could only acquiesce. As the battle broke out, Bailey Hongzhuang found that Ouyang Etienne's strength was comparable to Lan Qingyan's. He was a very difficult person to deal with. When Ouyang Etienne saw that Bailey Hongzhuang's strength was only at the 3rd level of the Blue Realm, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt. Since Bailey Hongzhuang's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Blue Realm, how could Lan Qingyan fall into such a miserable state in the hands of Bailey Hongzhuang? This was too unbelievable. However, in front of Lan Qingyan, Ouyang Etienne wouldn't voice out the doubts in his heart. After Lan Qingyan saw Bailey Hongzhuang and Ouyang Etienne fighting, a proud smile appeared on her face. Later, when Bailey Hongzhuang fell into her hands, she would definitely break the limbs of Bailey Hongzhuang and that bastard and let them have a good taste of pain. Although Bailey Hongzhuang used the blood chi field to deal with Ouyang Etienne, there was a certain degree of difficulty, but it wasn't life-threatening in a short period of time. However, under the cooperation of the Lan family and Ouyang family's disciples, the situation of the Limitless Palace's disciples was extremely bad. In a short period of time, everyone had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. Bailey Hongzhuang continued to move closer to Long Xianjing and the others. She was about to enter the primordial chaos ring. However, at this moment, another familiar voice sounded. 2 against 1. I didn't know that the Lan family and Ouyang family had such a habit. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was fighting could not help but stop their attacks and look in the direction of the source of the voice. At this time, if another team appeared, the situation might change. Bailey Hongzhuang, who was planning to take everyone into the primordial chaos ring, also stopped and looked at the newcomer with a little surprise. The person wore a black embroidered robe, and his face was extremely handsome. His narrow eyes were deep, and the space between his handsome brows revealed a noble and fierce aura. Behind this man, there was a group of cultivators who were also wearing black robes. Obviously, this was another team. Seeing the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar team, the people from the 3 forces were all surprised. They didn't know whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, and what kind of thoughts did they have to intervene at this time. Ouyang Etienne's handsome eyebrows slightly twisted, and he looked at the other party in doubt. He had never dealt with the other party before. Could it be that the other party was here to help Limitless Palace? However, he had never heard of any dealings between the other party and Limitless Palace. Although his tone was questioning, Ouyang Etienne's expression was very certain. The Shirtian Pavilion had always been a very mysterious force in the Xianxia continent, but no one could underestimate this force. Usually, everyone seemed to have no interaction with the Shirtian Pavilion, but the Shirtian Pavilion might hold secrets that even they didn't know when they had been leaked. Therefore, almost by default, no one was willing to have any conflict with the Shirtian pavilion. The people of the Shirtian pavilion were always dressed in black at all times, just like the Shirtian pavilion's characteristics. It was too representative. However, the young master of the Shirtian pavilion had never appeared in front of the world until the young master appeared in the assessment. He still had a skeptical attitude towards this news. With the strength of the young master of the Shirtian pavilion, how could he go back to participate in the assessment? This was too strange. However, before the start of the Battle of Shualu, he had already heard from his family that Mo Yunjue would participate in the Battle of Shualu. He didn't expect to see the real person so soon. Yes. Mo Yunjue's attitude was cold. Even in the face of Ouyang Etienne's slightly flattering words, he was still unmoved. The moment Lan Qingyan saw Mo Yunjue, she was already stunned. Such a handsome man, whether it was his bearing or his aura, gave people a shocking feeling. In Lan Qingyan's memory, there was only one man with such an outstanding temperament that was unforgettable. That was the figure she had caught a glimpse of when she was in the Yu clan. Even if it was just a simple glance, she still couldn't forget it. During this period of time, that silhouette often appeared in her dreams, making her heart jump with joy. Unfortunately, until now, she still didn't know who that man was. She felt that from the temperament that man revealed at that time, he shouldn't be an ordinary person. However, she knew most of the young talents in the Xianxia continent, but she had never seen such a person. She had also thought of looking for this person, but the Xianxia continent was so big that looking for someone with an unknown name and identity was like looking for a needle in a haystack. What's more, with her identity as the young master of the Lan clan, this kind of thing wouldn't be good for her. However, the man in front of her was also so outstanding. She thought that Ouyang Etienne was already very good, but now standing next to Mo Yunjue, he was obviously weaker. When Lan Qingyan knew that Mo Yunjue was the young master of the Shirtian pavilion, her gaze changed again. The Shirtian pavilion was a force that few people dared to provoke. It had always been extremely mysterious. She didn't expect its young master to be this outstanding and handsome man in front of her. However, she didn't know the purpose of the Shirtian pavilion's team. The disciples of Limitless Palace also looked at the team from Shirtian Pavilion with apprehension. They had never interacted with Shirtian Pavilion before. On the contrary, Ouyang Etienne's team's young SSS. Originally, they were already in a desperate situation. Now, with the addition of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion, they were really powerless to reverse the situation. They were afraid that even if they risked their lives, they wouldn't be able to let the young palace master safely leave. Young Master Mo, it's an honor to meet you. Ouyang Etienne cupped his hands, and his gaze fell on Bailey Hongshuang and the others. Young Master Mo, today's matter is a personal grudge between us and Limitless Palace. I hope young Master Mo won't intervene. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely thank you in person. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze fell on Mo Yunjue. They didn't know what choice Mo Yunjue would make. Ouyang Etienne and Lan Qingyan didn't panic. In their opinion, Mo Yunjue only appeared at this time to leave a friendship. He wouldn't intervene at all. The expressions of the disciples of Limitless Palace also changed unpredictably. If possible, they really hoped that the cultivators of Shirtian Tower could help them. Unfortunately, this was simply impossible. However, among everyone, only Bailey Hongshuang and the cultivators of Shirtian Tower knew what was going on. The three beasties immediately breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Mo Yunjue appear. They originally thought that they had reached the end of the road. They didn't expect that Mo Yunjue would actually pass by here. With the friendship between Mo Yunjue and their master, it was needless to say what choice Mo Yunjue would make. The cultivators of Shirtian Tower naturally knew that the woman in front of them was the woman that their young master had been admiring for a long time. During this time, their young master had been looking for her. Although they were somewhat dissatisfied that Bailey Hongshuang chose Bewitching instead of their tower lord, the woman that their young master liked absolutely couldn't be bullied by others. Young Master Ouyang, I think you've made a mistake. Bailey Hongshuang's matter is my matter. Since you have a grudge with Bailey Hongshuang, then you naturally have a grudge with me. Mo Yunjue's voice was indifferent and cold. However, the ruthlessness and decisiveness in his words couldn't be clearer. If he dared to touch a hair on Bailey Hongshuang's head, he would be going against him. As soon as these words came out, Ouyang Etienne and Lan Qingyan, who were full of confidence, were dumbfounded. They looked at Mo Yunjue in astonishment, wondering if they had heard wrongly. They had never heard of Bailey Hongzhuang before, but the young master of Shirtian Pavilion actually said that Bailey Hongzhuang's matter was his matter. What kind of situation was this? Let alone the cultivators from Ouyang clan and Lan clan, even the cultivators from Limitless Palace were dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Every cloud has a silver lining. Previously, they did not know that their young palace master had a relationship with the young palace master of Slaughter Heaven Pavilion. When they were in the Limitless Palace, they had never heard the sect master or the elders say anything about the heaven-devouring tower. The young palace master really gave them a big surprise. For a moment, the disciples of Limitless Palace heaved a sigh of relief. Just a second ago, they were still in a life-and-death situation. At this moment, there was already a turning point. This was simply rising from hell to heaven. Mo Yunjue's gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang. Looking at Bailey Hongzhuang's face and the moving expression between her eyebrows, the worry in his heart was put down. These days, he had been looking for Bailey Hongzhuang. He was worried that Bailey Hongzhuang would be in danger. However, the scope of the Battle of Shualu was not large, but it was not small either. It was not easy to find a team. Thinking of this, Mo Yunjue felt a sense of excitement in his heart. Thinking back, if it wasn't for Bewitching knowing Bailey Hongzhuang earlier than him, then the current situation might have been different. Unfortunately, the difference of one step had become an insurmountable galaxy. Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne originally had some doubts about Mo Yunjue's words. At this moment, after seeing Mo Yunjue's gaze towards Bailey Hongzhuang, they understood. They clearly saw a kind of deep affection in his eyes. Obviously, Bailey Hongzhuang was his sweetheart. Lan Qingyan looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in shock. With her identity, she never knew who the young master of Shirtian Pavilion was. Bailey Hongzhuang actually captured Mo Yunjue's heart. For a moment, Lan Qingyan's heart was extremely unbalanced. If one were to compare the forces of Shirtian Pavilion and Ouyang clan, both of them were very strong. However, if one were to compare Mo Yunjue and Ouyang Etienne, it was obvious that Mo Yunjue was better. Not to mention other things, Ouyang Etienne's aura was weaker. Thinking that Bailey Hongzhuang's husband was actually better than her, she was about to die from anger. This Bailey Hongzhuang who suddenly appeared had the possibility of surpassing her in every aspect. This made her, who had always thought highly of herself, unable to accept it. Ouyang Etienne was not surprised by this scene. Bailey Hongzhuang was obviously a very outstanding woman. If it wasn't for the good relationship between Ouyang clan and Lan clan, he might have also chosen Bailey Hongzhuang. Food and lust were human nature. No matter how mysterious the young master of Shirtian Pavilion was, men were always the same on this point. However, the current situation was not good for them. Mo Yunjue walked to Bailey Hongzhuang's side and sized up the injuries on Bailey Hongzhuang's body. His handsome face was quickly filled with a touch of concern. Hongzhuang, how are your injuries? Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head slightly and said, I'm fine, they're all minor injuries. Mo Yunjue carefully sized up Bailey Hongzhuang. After determining that Bailey Hongzhuang's injuries were really not serious, he was relieved. He was very clear about the hatred between Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan. He didn't expect that Bailey Hongzhuang would meet Lan Qingyan so early. This was really fate. Since everyone is here, let's make it 2 against 2. Mo Yunjue's voice was cold and lazy, but everyone could feel the anger vaguely. Mo Yunjue was indeed angry. He saw the previous situation very clearly. The Lan family and Ouyang family had already forced Bailey Hongzhuang and the others into a desperate situation. If he didn't arrive in time, the group of people from Limitless Palace would probably have died. Since the Lan family and Ouyang family liked to take advantage of others, he didn't mind letting them have a good taste of it while Lan Qingyan was injured. After seeing that Mo Yunjue actually took the initiative to declare war, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne's expressions changed. Shirtian Pavilion had always been mysterious, but the strength of this cultivator was very powerful. This point could be seen in the previous Battle of Shualu. It was also because of this that the major forces never dared to underestimate Shirtian Pavilion. This time, Mo Yunjue personally led the team. This time, their strength would be stronger than the previous years. Lan Qingyan's right hand was broken, and her fighting strength was greatly reduced. If they continued to fight like this, it wouldn't be good for them. When the disciples of Limitless Palace saw that Mo Yunjue actually took the initiative to declare war, they secretly exclaimed in their hearts. In the past, they didn't know anything about the young master of Shirtian Pavilion and didn't feel anything. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, their favorable impression of the young master of Shirtian Pavilion soared rapidly. Previously, the Lan family and Ouyang family had forced them to such a state. Now, let's see if the Lan family and Ouyang family could continue to be proud. Bailey Hongzhuang also felt a burst of gratitude after seeing Mo Yunjue stand up for her. This not only helped Limitless Palace to regain their face, but also prevented the secret of the Chaos Ring from being exposed. This really made her feel relieved. Mo Yunjue really came at the right time. Look at Lan Qingyan's expression. She really thought that we didn't have any helpers. Ridiculous. Xiao He proudly raised her chin. She looked like a villain who had achieved success, but still revealed some cuteness. Our master's current foundation is not any worse than Lan Qingyan's. This stupid woman will soon be beaten into the dust. This is only the first blow. Xiao Bai's face was full of smiles. Now that their master had revealed the foundation behind this, it would definitely scare a lot of people. Bai sure didn't speak, but from his relaxed and squinted eyes, one could see that his current mood was very good. He could finally hold his head high. Young Master Mo, now we are 2 against 2. If we fight, it's very likely that both sides will suffer. Once other teams appear, it will be a fisherman who reaps the benefits. Why don't we fight another day? Ouyang Etian slowly said after weighing the pros and cons. Although it was a bit embarrassing, as the successor, what kind of storm hadn't he seen? The most important thing was to know when to yield and when to stand tall. There would still be opportunities in the future. After hearing Ouyang Etien's words, Lan Qingyan also breathed a sigh of relief. With her current situation, it was really not suitable for her to continue fighting. Now, she urgently needed to find a place to rest. The pain from her right arm was already unbearable. However, Mo Yunjue obviously didn't intend to give anyone a chance. Why not just pick a day? Coincidentally, I still lack an identity card. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became tense again. Mo Yunjue's attitude couldn't be more obvious. It was impossible to leave this place unscathed. When Mo Yunjue said this, the cultivators of Shirtian Pavilion had already taken out their weapons and were ready to fight. Seeing this, the Lan family and Ouyang family's faces turned ugly. Mo Yunjue really didn't give them any face. Bailey Hongzhuang couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue. Grandpa Mo Yunjue was looking at Bailey Hongzhuang with a face full of smiles. Right now, they weren't in a disadvantageous position. Naturally, there was no need to make the other party feel comfortable. Young Lord Ouyang, the battle between us is not over yet, so let's continue. Bailey Hongzhuang's beautiful face was cold and ruthless. Previously, the other party's pressure had also aroused the anger of Bailey Hongzhuang. Since the other party liked to bully others so much, now that her helpers were here, how could she let them have a chance to escape? At this moment, the cultivators of Limitless Palace were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if they couldn't feel the pain on their bodies. There was only a thick sense of excitement. Awesome. Ouyang Etian and Lan Qingyan looked at each other. Now that the situation had reached this stage, even if they didn't want to take action, it was impossible. Lan Qingyan felt helpless. Today's situation was really full of twists and turns, which was beyond their expectations. However, since things had already reached this stage, she had no other choice. The battle broke out in an instant. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest exchanged blows again. However, Ouyang Etian was now being dealt with by Mo Yunjue. Bailey Hongzhuang's opponent was still Lan Qingyan. Thinking of Lan Qingyan's smug look, Bailey Hongzhuang felt even more unhappy. This woman was so vicious. If she didn't teach her a lesson, how could she face her injured teammates? As soon as Lan Qingyan saw Bailey Hongzhuang's posture, she knew that the situation wasn't good. But she could only block the attack. Losing an arm would greatly affect a person's coordination. Bailey Hongzhuang didn't give Lan Qingyan the slightest chance and quickly met her attack. 40 people were quickly involved in the battle. In addition to the demonic beasts, the range and fluctuations of the battle could be said to be shocking. In a short period of time, everything around had turned into nothingness. One could only see the collision of energy. It could be said to be earth-shattering. Rumble, the ground constantly emitted sounds as if it would collapse at any time. The spiderweb-like cracks had already spread deeper and deeper on the ground. It looked extremely terrifying, as if a huge monster was ready to swallow everyone at any time. Bailey Hongshuang grabbed Lan Qingyan's neck with one hand and quickly stuffed a medicinal pill into Lan Qingyan's mouth. She wasn't in a hurry to kill Lan Qingyan immediately. Lan Qingyan's lowly life still had some use. After she openly went to the Lan family, she wanted to defeat Lan Qingyan in front of everyone and give Lan Jingquang and his family a resounding slap. She wanted to tell them that what they snatched didn't belong to them. If they couldn't be compared, they couldn't be compared. No matter how many underhanded methods they used, they still couldn't be compared. She wanted to do this in front of her parents and win back the glory for them in front of everyone in the Lan family. If he were to kill Lan Qingyan now, it would be too comfortable for her. She wanted Lan Qingyan to properly experience the torment they had endured all these years. That was a kind of unspeakable pain. If one did not personally experience it, one would never understand what kind of feeling it was. When Lan Qingyan saw Bailey Hongshuang's actions, she hastily tried to stop her. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult for her to do so with only one hand left. In addition, Bailey Hongshuang's actions were completely out of her expectations. By the time she reacted, the bullet had already entered her body. Cough, cough. Lan Qingyan quickly took a few steps back and wanted to swallow the pill. Unfortunately, the pill melted in her mouth and she couldn't spit it out. Instantly, her expression became extremely ugly. Bailey Hongshuang. What did you do to me? Lan Qingyan widened her eyes and stared at Bailey Hongshuang. She couldn't believe that Bailey Hongshuang would suddenly do such a thing. She had always been very familiar with the Yu family and understood her grandaunt's methods. Her grandaunt was the same. When dealing with people, she would feed them a pill and they would suffer incomparable pain. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Lan Qingyan indifferently. Her expression was indifferent and alienated. Won't you know what it is after you feel it? This was something she had specially prepared for Lan Qingyan. After witnessing the various poisons that had been planted in her parents' bodies, a strong hatred had taken root and sprouted in her heart. Therefore, she developed this poison so that Lan Qingyan and the others could also taste the same pain. However, she didn't expect everything to go so smoothly. Even if Lan Qingyan left the Battle of Zhuolu to find Yu Siqing, this poison wouldn't be so easy to cure. She had this confidence. Lan Qingyan's brows were tightly knitted and her face was as black as charcoal. The feeling of her life being controlled by someone else really made her unhappy to the extreme. She had always been the one controlling the lives of others. How could anyone control her? Unfortunately, she met this Bailey Hongshuang. She was originally in an advantageous position, but in the end, she fell into a disadvantageous position. If you dare to take my life, my Lan clan will definitely not let you off. Lan Qingyan said fiercely. Hearing this, Bailey Hongshuang couldn't help but chuckle. Lan Qingyan, you said this in the Battle of Zhuolu. Do you think it's a threat? In this Battle of Zhuolu, it's not like the death of a successor hasn't happened before. Death is death. Naturally, there's no value. Once these words came out, Lan Qingyan's face turned black again. She found that this Bailey Hongshuang was simply impervious to oil and salt. She couldn't be judged with common sense. While Bailey Hongshuang and Lan Qingyan were fighting, Mo Yunjue and Ouyang Etienne were also locked in battle. The more they fought, the more surprised Ouyang Etienne was. Sure enough, as he expected, the heaven-devouring tower's young master was very powerful. In the process of fighting, he faintly felt that he was no match for him. Ouyang Etienne was very clear about his own strength. It seemed that the heaven-devouring tower's strength was really not simple. Lan Qingyan taking the lead to start a fight with Limitless Palace didn't seem to be a good thing. Bang! Mo Yunjue punched Ouyang Etienne. Ouyang Etienne was hit by the punch carelessly. He groaned and retreated a few steps. His face was a little pale. Seeing this, Mo Yunjue once again dashed forward and attacked. After noticing Mo Yunjue's movements, Ouyang Etienne also quickly retreated to avoid Mo Yunjue's attack. If he was hit by a few more punches, his combat effectiveness would be affected. Just as everyone was fighting in full swing, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. It was as if an earthquake was happening, and it could collapse at any time. The sudden earthquake caused everyone to stop fighting. They carefully looked at the ground, afraid that something unexpected would happen. Could it be that the shockwaves from the battle were so great that the space around the Battle of Shuolu fluctuated? Xiaohei's eyes narrowed. With so many of them fighting at the same time, the shockwaves from the battle were undoubtedly extremely shocking. The battlefield of the Battle of Shuolu was a small world created by the various factions. If the energy that erupted from within was too great, it was not impossible for the small world to collapse. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, the three beasties nodded. Logically speaking, this was indeed the case. If it's not the collapse of the space, then what is the reason? Xiaohei was confused. The ground was cracking inch by inch and was undulating. There was no other explanation for this situation. Bailey Hongshuang glanced at Lan Qingyan and the others. She found that Lan Qingyan and the others were also confused, cautiously observing the surrounding terrain, not knowing what had happened. What's going on? Why did this happen all of a sudden? This is too terrifying. I've never seen such a situation before. If the space collapses, I'm afraid all of us will die here, right? At this moment, all the cultivators focused their attention on this matter, and even their original hatred was temporarily forgotten. Let's leave first. Ouyang Etienne's expression was solemn. He didn't know when the ground under his feet would collapse. It was too dangerous to continue staying here. It might be better to leave as far as possible. In the next moment, Ouyang Etienne directly came to Lan Qingyan's side and immediately prepared to leave with her. Bailey Hongshuang and Mo Yunjue glanced at each other. Apart from this method, they obviously didn't have any other suitable methods. However, just as everyone was about to leave, the ground suddenly collapsed, a formless energy enveloped everyone, and they fell into the ground without being able to resist at all. Suddenly, exclamations mixed with screams quickly resounded. Everyone was in a panic and didn't know what would happen next. Bailey Hongshuang's face also showed a hint of panic. The situation in front of them was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. What did this sudden collapse mean? Fortunately, everyone didn't fall for long. After a while, everyone's feet touched the ground again. After everyone stepped on the ground again, the exclamations dissipated. The three beasties followed Bailey Hongshuang closely. Bailey Hongshuang looked at everything in front of her in shock. This was clearly an underground passage. Looking up at the sky, they didn't know when it had started, but they couldn't see the sky anymore. It was as if they had always been in this underground tunnel. The passageway was made of hard stones, but it didn't feel wet at all even though it was 100 meters underground. Not only that, the air inside didn't feel suffocating either. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. If it weren't for the fact that they were absolutely certain of what they had come into contact with earlier, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Where is this place? A cultivator could not help but ask. Previously, they were only fighting. Why did they suddenly enter such a place? Bailey Hongshuang and the others couldn't help but look at each other. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a place in the Battle of Shuolu. Could it be that they had triggered something during the battle? Lan Qingyan's already charcoal black face was dyed with a layer of gloominess at this moment. Today's events were really one wave after another, giving her no chance to catch her breath. It was really depressing. Bailey Hongshuang was rather calm about all this. She had seen many things ever since she came to the Battle of Shuolu. She guessed that this was another test. There were many people who had the same thoughts as Bailey Hongshuang. This underground passage was obviously man-made. The major forces would never spend so much effort to create a useless underground passage for no reason. Therefore, there must be treasures here. One of the reasons why everyone participated in the Battle of Shuolu was that there were many treasures here. The more treasures they obtained, the more room for improvement they would have. In their line of sight, this underground passage was deep and long. It was obvious that it covered a large area. The road behind had been blocked. Everyone could only go forward to have a chance of getting out. Bailey Hongshuang and Mo Yunjue looked at each other and immediately walked towards the passage. Since they were here, they might as well take things as they came. They wanted to see what was here. The cultivators of Limitless Palace and Shirtian Pavilion followed closely behind. They believed that the Long clan and Ouyang clan would not dare to launch a sneak attack at this time. After seeing the actions of Bailey Hongzhuang and the others, Ouyang Etian also looked at Lan Qingyan beside him and said, "Qingyan, let's go too." Hearing this, Lan Qingyan nodded. There was no other way at the moment. Although, what she wanted the most now was to find a safe place to heal her injuries. Now that she had taken the elixir, her injuries had stopped. It was just that her appearance with a broken arm was too ugly. In addition to that miserable appearance, if others saw it, it would really be a stain on her, Lan Qingyan's, reputation. The four teams immediately moved forward together along the passage. Everyone's speed was not fast because no one knew if there were any traps here. Fortunately, everything was peaceful along the way. The length of this passage was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone just moved forward, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. "Master, this place is so strange. Moreover, we fell into this underground passage without any warning. Do you think the other teams will be like us?" After seeing the astonishing length of this passage, Xiaobai had a thought in her mind. Hearing Xiaobai's words, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes slightly changed. This is not impossible. If that's really the case, then this situation will be interesting. Little White's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that all of them were gathered together? Originally, they thought that they would have to go all the way to the center of the Battle of Shualu before they would meet. If everyone met under the guidance of this passageway, the situation would be even more exciting. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The rules of the Battle of Shualu were different from what they had imagined. However, they would take it one step at a time. Soon, they would know everything about the situation. "Hongzhuang, you are now the young palace master of Limitless Palace. This person's fate really makes one sigh." Mo Yunjua's lips curled into a faint smile. When he sensed Bailey Hongzhuang's improvement in power, his heart was filled with amazement. Back then, the gap between his cultivation and Bailey Hongzhuang's was not small. Who would have thought that the gap had shrunk to such an extent now? It seemed that during this period of time, Bailey Hongzhuang had a fortuitous encounter in her cultivation. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. "That's right. Do you still remember the remains that we entered during the assessment? That was left behind by my master." "Hongzhuang, your luck is indeed amazing." Mo Yunjua sighed. He knew that many people became the successor after a fortuitous encounter. However, Bailey Hongzhuang became the successor of Limitless Palace after entering the ruins during the assessment. This was extremely rare. There were many ruins during the assessment, but most of them were treasures left behind by experts to help cultivators increase their strength. This kind of successor selection could be said to be 1 in a million. To be able to encounter Bailey Hongzhuang, one could see how heaven-defying Bailey Hongzhuang's luck was. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. A lot of things are fated. She felt that the fate between her master and herself was predestined. It was because of the rainbow pearl. "Yunjua, thank you so much for today. If you didn't appear in time, we would be in danger this time. With our friendship, I would naturally help if I happened to arrive. I can only say that I came at the right time." His handsome and resolute face rippled with a faint and gentle smile. Only when he saw Bailey Hongzhuang, Mo Yunjua would not be stingy with his smile. "No matter what, you saved us, especially in front of Lan Qingyan. I will remember this kindness in my heart." Her clear black and white eyes flashed with sincerity. Every time she saw Mo Yunjua spare no effort to help her, Bailey Hongzhuang's heart was always filled with gratitude and guilt. She remembered all the kindness Mo Yunjua gave her. However, for a man like Mo Yunjua, what chance did she have to help him? She didn't know, but she felt that no matter what she did, she would not be able to repay him. Because Mo Yunjua gave her too much. Mo Yunjua looked at Bailey Hongzhuang's bright eyes and understood what she was thinking. He just wanted to do something for Bailey Hongzhuang and didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to feel burdened. To him, as long as he could still do something, it would be great. "Hongzhuang, haven't you seen Bewitching yet?" Mo Yunjue immediately changed the topic. He didn't want Bailey Hongzhuang to focus too much on this matter. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head with a helpless look on her face. She had originally wanted to meet up with Bewitching after the Battle of Shualu. That way, even if they met an allied team, they wouldn't be much of a threat. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. She didn't see any trace of Bewitching along the way. Instead, she met up with the Lan family team so quickly. However, all in all, teaching Lan Qingyan a lesson and taking away the Lan family cultivator's identity token was a good thing. The Battle of Zhuolu covers a large area and it's completely random. It's not easy to find a team. Mo Yunjue spoke slowly. However, we are following this underground tunnel towards the center of the Battle of Zhuolu. We might meet Tiangang Sek's team at any time. Hearing this, Bailey Hongzhuang's eyes lit up. Looks like we have the same idea. Mo Yunjue nodded. This underground tunnel is very long. It's obviously leading us to a place. That means we can only go deeper and not in the opposite direction. Thinking about it, the other teams might be in the same tunnel as us. Because of the relationship between Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan, the team was surprisingly quiet along the way. Even if everyone had some guesses in their hearts, they still lowered their voices, unwilling to let the enemy know. Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne kept a certain distance from Bailey Hongzhuang and Lan Qingyan. Ouyang Etienne, looking at this situation, is it possible that Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue are a couple? Lan Qingyan's gaze was locked on the two figures in front of her. In her heart, she was 1,000 times unwilling to see such a situation happen. Hearing this, Ouyang Etienne thought for a moment and said, "It's very possible." Looking at their appearance, they should have known each other for a long time. If they didn't know each other for a long time, Bailey Hongzhuang and Mo Yunjue wouldn't have such a tacit understanding. What's more, according to Lan Qingyan, Bailey Hongzhuang had just become the young palace master of Limitless Palace. He felt that it was very possible that they had already known each other before Bailey Hongzhuang became the young palace master of Limitless Palace. Although Limitless Palace hasn't been established for a long time, its strength isn't weak. The union between Mo Yunjue and Bailey Hongzhuang shouldn't be hindered. It was precisely because it hadn't been established for a long time that there was no conflict between Limitless Palace and Shirtian Pavilion. If the two were of the same mind, then it should be a happy thing for everyone to be together. In addition, whether it was Bailey Hongzhuang or Mo Yunjue, they were both extremely outstanding. There was nothing to nitpick about when the two were together. Listening to Ouyang Etienne's words, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but bite her lips. The dissatisfaction in her heart was about to drown her. She would rather be together with Mo Yunjue than let Bailey Hongzhuang win over her. However, when Mo Yunjue appeared previously, his gaze fell on Bailey Hongzhuang from beginning to end. He almost didn't even look at her. It really angered her to death. Even if Bailey Hongzhuang's appearance was more outstanding than hers, she, Lan Qingyan, was not someone who could be easily ignored, right? However, from the beginning until now, Mo Yunjue only had eyes for two people, Bailey Hongzhuang and Ouyang Etienne. She was completely ignored. Ouyang Etienne looked at Lan Qingyan's constantly changing expression and guessed the latter's thoughts. He and Lan Qingyan had known each other for so many years, and he had long understood Lan Qingyan's narrow-mindedness. Bailey Hongzhuang was always in the limelight, so Lan Qingyan must have been angry to death. However, he couldn't say anything in this situation. After all, they were enemies with Bailey Hongzhuang. As the group gradually moved forward, 4 tunnels suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They did not understand what was going on. 4 paths? Does this mean that our 4 teams will have to split up? A cultivator could not help but ask. 4 teams, 4 paths. It was as if they had been allocated beforehand. After Bailey Hongzhuang saw the 4 paths, her beautiful eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom. It seemed that they had come here long ago. Mo Yunjue took a few steps forward and saw that there was a small plaque hanging at the side of the path. On the plaque, there was a simple line of words. 1 path for each team. Simple and crude, it gave everyone the following directions. However, they couldn't predict what would happen after entering the path. He originally wanted to use this opportunity to spend more time with Bailey Hongzhuang. At least before Bewitching appeared, he could protect Bailey Hongzhuang. However, he didn't expect that this underground passage would have such a situation. Every team had to be separated. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled slightly. We will definitely meet again. Using this passage to separate us, there must be a test left for us. As long as we pass the test, I'm afraid everyone will gather in one place. After experiencing many adventures, Bailey Hongzhuang had a certain understanding of these situations and routines. She was almost certain that this was the final result. Hearing Bailey Hongzhuang's words, Mo Yunjua's smile widened. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you would have a certain understanding of this test. Bailey Hongzhuang was full of smiles. Although the test set by the Battle of Zhuolu had a certain degree of difficulty, it shouldn't be life-threatening. After all, every force wouldn't know if it would be their team that would encounter this danger in the end. Therefore, it should only be a matter of whether they would get it or not. At this moment, Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etienne had also walked to the front of the passage. After seeing the words written on the plaque, their expressions changed a little. Among them, Lan Qingyan's expression was the most unsightly. Now that she had fallen into such a situation, it wasn't easy for her to meet up with Ouyang Etienne. With Ouyang Etienne by her side to take care of her, she didn't have to worry about danger. However, now they were separated. Once they encountered other teams, wouldn't their Lan family's team be at a disadvantage? Thinking of this, Lan Qingyan couldn't help but glare hatefully at Bailey Hongzhuang. If it wasn't for Bailey Hongzhuang, how could she have fallen into such a situation? Bailey Hongzhuang naturally also noticed Lan Qingyan's hateful gaze, but she simply couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Her hatred for Lan Qingyan was much deeper than Lan Qingyan's hatred for her at this moment. Qingyan, it seems that we can only separate for the time being. Ouyang Etienne said slowly. In fact, he was also a little worried about Lan Qingyan. They didn't know what kind of test there was in this passage. No matter what, Lan Qingyan was still his future wife. He didn't want anything to happen to Lan Qingyan. Hearing this, even though Lan Qingyan was somewhat unwilling, there was nothing she could do. After all, this was the rule of the underground passage. Hongzhuang, which tunnel do you want to enter? Mo Yunjue asked Bailey Hongzhuang. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the 4 paths in front of her. She didn't care which path she chose. According to her judgment, these 4 paths should only be used to separate the 4 teams. The test should be the same. Therefore, Bailey Hongzhuang directly pointed to the second path and said, "Our limitless palace will take this path. Yunju, I'll see you after we get out of the tunnel." Mo Yunjue nodded. Alright, be careful. However, just as Bailey Hongzhuang made this choice, Lan Qingyan also stood in front of that path. Clearly, she was also interested in this passage. Lan Qingyan couldn't help but glare at Bailey Hongzhuang. She felt that this Bailey Hongzhuang was deliberately going against her. Bailey Hongzhuang coldly glanced at Lan Qingyan. "Get out of the way." Lan Qingyan stood blankly in the same place, watching Bailey Hongzhuang disappear in front of her. Her face could be said to be extremely ugly. Bailey Hongzhuang was too arrogant, however, when she reacted, Bailey Hongzhuang had already disappeared. She couldn't help but look at Mo Yunjue. However, Mo Yunjue ignored Lan Qingyan from beginning to end, as if he didn't see Lan Qingyan's ugly expression at all. He coldly led the team and left. Lan Qingyan could only look at Ouyang Etienne. All the humiliation she had suffered in her life was condensed to this day. "Ouyang Etienne, you must avenge me." Lan Qingyan stomped the ground with her feet. Where was her usual noble appearance? She only wanted someone to help her teach Bailey Hongzhuang a lesson. Otherwise, her heart would definitely not be balanced. Ouyang Etienne saw this and felt helpless. He immediately nodded and said, "Qingyan, don't worry. After leaving this passage, I will definitely avenge you." Following Ouyang Etienne's words, Lan Qingyan's eyes were suddenly filled with gratitude and resentment towards Bailey Hongzhuang. "Then I'll leave it to you." After Limitless Palace's disciples walked into the passage, they recalled the words Bailey Hongzhuang said to Lan Qingyan, "Get out of the way." They couldn't help but praise in their hearts. It seemed that young palace master was also not an ordinary domineering person. With Lan Qingyan's identity, perhaps no one could make her suffer like this. Thinking of this, everyone felt a burst of joy. Lan Qingyan's aura was still weak in front of their young palace master. "I don't know where this passage will lead to. This is really strange." Yan Aoshuang's face was filled with disbelief. From the time they inexplicably fell into the passage until now, they still felt that everything was like a dream. Now there is no other choice. We can only take one step at a time. Maybe it will be another test like what we experienced before. Long Xianjing was very calm. His thoughts were the same as the young palace master's. There was no point in worrying, so it was better to just calmly walk down this path. With all 4 teams here, it was unlikely that they would be completely wiped out. Young Palace Master, do you know the young master of the Heaven Slaughter Tower? When only Bailey Hongzhuang and her group were left, the curiosity in the hearts of the Limitless Palace's disciples emerged. The young master of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion was an extremely mysterious figure. If they had not had the opportunity to see him today, they would not have known the true appearance of the Heaven Slaughter Pavilion's young master. They had clearly seen Mo Yunjua's attitude towards the young palace master. It was obvious that he had feelings for the young palace master. If the young palace master could really be together with Mo Yunjua, they felt that it would be a good thing. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded. We've known each other for several years. Thinking back to when they first met, she was only a student of the Azure Water School. Now, she was already the young palace master of Limitless Palace. In these few years, she had experienced too many things. Yan Aoshuang sized up Bailey Hongzhuang, then asked tentatively, Young Palace Master, is he your sweetheart? As soon as these words came out, the team could not help but burst into laughter. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the gossipy hearts of the people in the team and felt a burst of helplessness in her heart. Sure enough, no matter when, everyone would inevitably be curious about this kind of thing. In order to avoid misunderstandings, Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head and said, No, this answer was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. Everyone felt that this was a definite answer, but they didn't expect the young palace master to deny it. However, the feelings that Mo Yunjua showed to the young palace master were clearly not fake. What's more, Mo Yunjua said that the young palace master's business was his business. If he didn't care about someone very much, how could Mo Yunjua say such a thing? Everyone looked at each other, but soon, everyone had already figured out the reason. It was likely that Mo Yunjua had feelings for the young palace master, but the young palace master had no feelings for Mo Yunjua. However, for an outstanding man like Mo Yunjua to not be moved by the young palace master, this was really amazing. Yan Aoshuang couldn't help but look at Bailey Hongzhuang. However, their young palace master was also an exceptionally outstanding existence. Lan Qingyan was an extremely famous figure among the younger generation of successors, but now she had suffered such a big loss in the hands of the young palace master. It seemed that the young palace master was a woman who could be compared with Lan Qingyan. Actually, I think that Ouyang Etienne is not as good as Mo Yunjua. Isn't that so? Ouyang Etienne was still very polite when talking to Mo Yunjua, but Mo Yunjua completely ignored him. This can be seen from this point. If the young palace master and Mo Yunjua can be together, it would be a perfect match made in heaven. Everyone whispered. The Shurtian Pavilion was already a very extraordinary existence in the Xianxia continent. Thinking about it, even in the entire Xianxia continent, there was probably no one more outstanding than Mo Yunjua. You don't have to worry about it. Our master already has a sweetheart. Xiaohei saw that everyone was concerned about this matter and couldn't help but speak up. Mo Yunjua was indeed a very outstanding man, but Bewitching was not worse than Mo Yunjua. In terms of feelings, there was no comparison at all. It felt that its master and Bewitching were a match made in heaven. At least, the tacit understanding between them was unparalleled. So many years of waiting and companionship was not something that ordinary people could do. Everyone was stunned when they heard Xiaohei's words. They looked at Xiaohei in astonishment. The young palace master already had a sweetheart of her heart. Who was the young master's sweetheart? Xianxia. However, Xiaohei didn't intend to continue after arousing everyone's curiosity. Anyway, it wouldn't take long for everyone to find out. Seeing that Xiaohei had already closed its mouth, although everyone was very curious, it was not good to continue asking. It would be too gossipy. Bailey Hongzhuang led everyone forward, but found that the passage seemed to be endless, and there were no signs of danger. It was really a little confusing. Master, it seems that this passage is really going to take us to the center of the Battle of Shuolu. Bailey Hongzhuang's delicate and perfect face was filled with thoughts. After a moment of silence, she slowly said, Don't be impatient, maybe the major forces arranged this tunnel to test our patience. To a cultivator, patience was an extremely important factor. In the process of cultivation, a cultivator had to be able to endure loneliness and also had to have enough patience. Neither of these were dispensable. The underground tunnel in front of them was deep and had no destination. It was exhausting everyone's patience bit by bit. Perhaps this was one of the great rewards they had gained from coming to the underground tunnel. After hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, the people who were originally slightly irritated gradually calmed down. Now that the initiative was not in their hands, they could only bide their time. It would be terrible if he was the one who panicked first. Finally, after 6 hours, 10 passageways suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, everyone could not help but be stunned for a moment. Are the 10 of us going to be separated? Everyone could not help but be dumbfounded. First, the 4 teams were separated. Now, the 10 of them were separated. What was the purpose of this? Isn't the Battle of Zhuelu supposed to be fought according to the teams? Why are we being separated now? Pei Yifun's face was full of confusion. This situation was simply illogical. If the whole team moved together, no matter what danger they encountered, they would still have some confidence in dealing with it. However, if all of them were to split up, the danger would greatly increase. Once they encountered other teams, they would be nothing more than sitting ducks. If they were not careful, they would be wiped out. Long Xianjing and Bailey Hongshuang looked at each other. Their faces were dyed with a solemn light. This situation was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. Currently, this is the only path in front of us. I'm afraid there is no other way but to continue down this path. Long Xianjing said in a deep voice. Now that they were on the chopping block, they simply did not have any other choice. Moreover, they were now hundreds of meters underground. If they wanted to return to the surface, even with their strength, it was impossible to do so. Everyone's heart sank. Everyone was a little nervous about the unknown that they would encounter next. Bailey Hongshuang's thoughts were also a little complicated. She couldn't make an accurate judgment at the moment. In my opinion, there's no danger in this passage. It's fine for us to stay here for a while. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to consume the pills first and increase our strength a little? The danger we will face later will also be reduced by a little. Bailey Hongshuang took out some pills from her primal chaos ring. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of Lan Qingyan and the rest, they would have already started absorbing the pills. Although the process was full of twists and turns, the medicinal pill was still in their hands. Hearing Bailey Hongshuang's words, everyone's complicated emotions calmed down a little. Since they couldn't figure it out, they would just ignore it for the time being. Bailey Hongshuang distributed the pills to everyone, although there are no other teams here, but to be on the safe side, 5 of us will take the pills at a time, and the other 5 will be responsible for guarding. Everyone nodded. Given the current situation, it was best to be careful. Thank you, young palace master. Everyone couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. If they hadn't followed the young palace master, it would have been impossible for them to obtain this pill with their own strength. Bailey Hongshuang's lips curled into a faint smile. This is the result of everyone's hard work. There's no need for thanks. To me, you are all my companions. Everything that we obtain in this battle of Zhuelu belongs to each and every one of us. I also hope that everyone has the same thoughts as me. Bailey Hongshuang didn't consider herself a bad person, but at the same time, she wasn't a good person either. She was only good to those who were good to her and bad to those who were bad to her. This was her view of right and wrong. She was never stingy towards her friends. It was a very good experience for her teammates to improve together. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt a warmth in their hearts. The young palace master really treated them as teammates, and not as chess pieces that would risk their lives for her. It was because of this difference that they were willing to do so many things for the young palace master. Bailey Hongshuang chose to wait for the other 5 disciples to take the pill before she took it. After all, the 10 of them would be separated. The more the weaker disciples could improve, the more chances they would have to survive. For Bailey Hongshuang, she had her own life-saving means, so there was no need to rush. While the disciples were absorbing the pill, Bailey Hongshuang also sized up the 10 tunnels in front of her. These 10 tunnels looked exactly the same as the one they had taken before. There was no difference at all. Moreover, every passage looked the same, and there was no way to differentiate between them. What? What is the meaning of these tunnels separating us? Bailey Hongzhuang's brows were filled with deep thoughts. This arrangement was a little different. Could it be that this test is targeted at individuals, so we have to be separated? I don't know if only our team has encountered such a situation or if the other teams are in the same situation as us. Bailey Hongzhuang pondered. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing the situation of the other teams. The three beasties followed beside Bailey Hongzhuang and were speechless at the situation before them. They really couldn't understand what was going on. Their master was undoubtedly the smartest of them all. If they couldn't even understand their master, then they most likely wouldn't be able to either. Therefore, they just stood there quietly, not knowing if their master would be able to figure it out. Long Xianjing, Yan Aoshuang, and the others were also observing this situation of the passageways. The last time they saw the 4 passageways, there was a hint on the signboard. However, the passageway in front of them did not give them any hints at all, which made them feel helpless. Young Palace Master, what would happen if all of us entered the same passage? Yan Aoshuang said slowly. She believed that if other teams were in the same situation as them, there would definitely be many teams that would make the same choice. Bailey Hongzhuang shook her head. I'm not sure, but I think the purpose of this passage is to separate them, because each team has 10 people. This setup was a little too obvious. If one of our cultivators is left alone, it will be much more dangerous. Long Xianjing also agreed with Yan Aoshuang's idea. Although he had heard that there were many tests in the Battle of Zhuolu, he had never heard of the idea of splitting up. It was a little too strange. Bailey Hongzhuang thought about what the two of them had said, then nodded and said, after everyone has absorbed the medicinal energy, we can give it a try. If the group could not be separated, that would be great. However, Bailey Hongzhuang had a premonition that they would be separated. Although there was no reason for this premonition, it had always been very accurate. Seeing that Bailey Hongzhuang had agreed, Long Xianjing and Yan Aoshuang were relieved. Only when everyone was together, this was the safest way. After Pei Yifan and the others had taken the pill, they felt a surge of energy spreading through their bodies. Then, it began to fill their cells, increasing their physical strength. This process was painful, but everyone had already mentally prepared themselves before taking the pill. This kind of pain was something that they could endure. In the previous battle, everyone had more or less injuries on their bodies. Some of them were even more serious. Although after taking the pill, these injuries were gradually recovering, but now that their bodies were filled with energy, they could feel that their injuries were quickly recovering. Long Xianjing and the others observed for a while and found that there were no clues left around the tunnel. After that, they sat down to heal their injuries. The black snake blood ginseng's energy was not small. Everyone was using the black snake blood ginseng's energy to increase their strength. Just as Bailey Hongzhuang had predicted, many cultivators had completed their breakthroughs after taking the pill. Although they were now in the underground tunnel, there was still a lot of yuan qi in the air, so they did not encounter any obstacles in the process of breaking through. Among them, Li Yangbing was the fastest to break through. Ever since he had come to the Battle of Zhuolu, Li Yangbing had been the one who had been injured frequently. He had used all his strength in battles, and his potential had been completely stimulated. Now, with the help of the pill, it could be said that he had broken through quickly. After Li Yangbing had broken through, another cultivator who had been waiting also began to take the pill. Young Palace Master, the effect of your pill is really amazing. I actually broke through directly. Li Yangbing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang in amazement. One could see the admiration he had for Bailey Hongzhuang in his black eyes. Bailey Hongzhuang smiled. The black snake blood ginseng is a treasure, and you're on the verge of a breakthrough. It's expected that you'll break through. Li Yangbing waved her hand, then I have to thank young Palace Master for helping me. If he didn't have the help of this pill, it would take a long time for him to improve just by relying on his cultivation. He could tell that their young palace lord was a kind-hearted person. On the one hand, he had spared no effort to help all of them. On the other hand, he was a little embarrassed to accept their gratitude. However, they remembered all of this in their hearts. Bailey Hongzhuang also took the elixir. After seeing Lan Qingyan and Ouyang Etien's strength, she also knew that there was still a big gap between her strength and theirs. By the time Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest had finished absorbing the medicinal effects, it was already 3 days later. Bailey Hongzhuang's physical strength had increased, but her cultivation had not broken through. Bailey Hongzhuang was not surprised by this. She had just broken through 2 levels. If she had broken through again, then the speed of her breakthrough would be too fast. However, her strength had still increased, but it had not reached the point of breakthrough. Young Palace Master, which passage should we take? Yan Aoshuang looked at Bailey Hongzhuang. Now, their entire team followed Bailey Hongzhuang's lead. No matter what Bailey Hongzhuang chose, they would not have any objections. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the identical passages in front of her and said, "Let's take the middle one." However, just as everyone was about to enter the same passage, something strange happened. Bailey Hongzhuang and the rest suddenly realized that under their feet, there were different colored halos, and in the opposite passage, there were also different colored halos. Seeing this scene, everyone could not help but be stunned. This situation was a little strange. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at the halos, and then looked at the color of the cave. She knew that her premonition was not wrong. Sure enough, this passage was to separate each and every one of them. It seems that the color of the halos under our feet will determine which passage we will enter. Bailey Hongzhuang said slowly. As the voice of Bailey Hongzhuang fell, everyone looked at it carefully and found that the situation was indeed the case. It was exactly the same. What exactly is this thing? Why must all of us be separated? Yan Aoshuang's face was filled with dissatisfaction. This feeling of not being in control of everything was really uncomfortable. This should have been set up from the beginning. I'm afraid that even if we resist, it will be useless. Lan Xuanjing's expression was a little helpless. The situation could not be more obvious. Let me see if it has to be like this. Yan Aoshuang's feet were yellow halos. She directly walked towards the passage shining with red light, wanting to see if she could enter. However, when Yan Aoshuang came to the front of the red passage, she found that there seemed to be a layer of invisible barrier, making it impossible for her to enter. Yan Aoshuang tried for a long time, but found that it was useless. She could only helplessly give up. As expected, there is no other way. Yan Aoshuang spread out her hands. At this moment, she had completely given up. Everyone's mood was also extremely complicated. Next, they would have to explore by themselves. Bailey Hongzhuang looked at everyone's complicated thoughts and said slowly, "Since the situation is like this now, we can only go in and check it out. I believe that it shouldn't be too dangerous. Everyone, be careful. Once we get out, we'll find a way to gather." Listening to Bailey Hongzhuang's words, everyone nodded. This was indeed the only way. "Young Palace Master, you must be careful." Long Xianjing looked at Bailey Hongzhuang with a dignified expression. As disciples of Limitless Palace, it was not a big deal if there was danger. However, Bailey Hongzhuang was the young Palace Master. If there was danger, they would not have the face to return to Limitless Palace. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded slightly, "Don't worry, I will be fine." Bailey Hongzhuang walked straight into the red circle of light that had lit up beneath her feet. The 3 beasts followed closely behind Bailey Hongzhuang. It was a good thing that the circle of light only restricted cultivators and did not restrict the entry of contracted beasts. After Bailey Hongzhuang walked into the tunnel, the circle of light beneath her feet dissipated. The tunnel in front of them was just like the tunnel that they had walked through previously. There were no changes at all. If Bailey Hongzhuang had not sensed the minute changes in the terrain, she would have thought that they had all remained in the same place and had not moved forward at all. After all, she had experienced the illusion of being frozen in place before. "Master, are we going to keep walking forward without knowing when we'll reach the end?" Xiao He was completely speechless at the fact that the environment had not changed at all. There shouldn't be any other tunnels after this. We're the only ones left. Was there something wrong with the fellow who had arranged for this tunnel? How could he have built this thing that we don't even know what it's for? Isn't it too confusing? Xiao Bai could not help but complain. It was too boring to just walk around like this. In comparison, Baisher had remained silent the entire time. It could not understand such a strange and brain-draining matter, so it might as well remain silent. Bailey Hongzhuang placed Xiao Hei on her hand and stroked Xiao Hei's head with one hand. That soft fur felt very comfortable to touch. Of course, Bailey Hongzhuang's main point was not to stroke Xiao Hei's fur. She was merely pondering over the true meaning of this tunnel in the process of stroking Xiao Hei's fur. As they walked, Bailey Hongzhuang's pitch-black phoenix eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light. It was as if she had suddenly understood something and stopped in her tracks. Xiao Hei had been enjoying Bailey Hongzhuang's stroking with narrowed eyes when she saw that Bailey Hongzhuang had suddenly stopped. A puzzled light flashed in her eyes. "Master, what's the matter?" "I've suddenly thought of a possibility." The gazes of the three beasties gathered on Bailey Hongzhuang and they asked in unison, "What possibility?" Bailey Hongzhuang continued to move forward, but her mind was full of thoughts. "Do you all remember that Master once said that the Battle of Zhuolu is not only a competition of team results, but also an individual's results?" The three beasts nodded. Yes. They were a little surprised when they heard this, but what was the problem? That's right. Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled into a confident smile. Previously, we had always been together as a team. Even when it came to snatching identity tokens, it was done as a team. If that was the case, how could they compete in individual strength? Now that we're all spread out, we can naturally compete. Previously, Bailey Hongzhuang was also wondering about this because if the entire team was together from the beginning to the end, many successors would hold the identity cards of the entire team in their hands when checking their individual strength. Since that was the case, what difference was there between this and a competition of team strength? Now, there was an explanation for all of this. Following Bailey Hongzhuang's explanation, the three beasties finally understood. Bailey Hongzhuang nodded her head. "If my judgment isn't wrong, that's very likely the case." The three beasties thought about it carefully. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Bailey Hongzhuang's words made sense. It was obvious that this passage was deliberately set up by someone. They spent so much effort to separate everyone. Other than this reason, there was no other reason. Thinking up to here, the three beasties couldn't help but give Bailey Hongzhuang a thumbs up. "Master, you're really too awesome. You can actually think of this point." Bailey Hongzhuang's lips curled up. Everything still depends on the outcome. After Bailey Hongzhuang continued to move forward for 2 hours, suddenly, her line of sight widened. A huge light screen appeared in front of her. Within the light screen, there was actually a martial arts stage. Looking at this scene, Bailey Hongzhuang was even more certain that her judgment wasn't wrong. The outcome was indeed as she had expected. On the opposite side of the martial arts stage, there was another light screen. It was obvious that her opponent should have appeared from that light screen. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly moved forward and prepared to walk into the light screen. However, she realized that there was an invisible barrier blocking her from entering the light screen. There was no way for her to enter it. Looking at this, Bailey Hongzhuang didn't continue to try. It seemed that the cultivator on the opposite side hadn't appeared yet. That was why she couldn't enter the light screen. Since that was the case, Bailey Hongzhuang directly found a place to cultivate at the side. Everyone's speed was different. If they needed to break through or treat their injuries midway, their time would naturally be delayed. However, as Bailey Hongzhuang cultivated here, she realized that the elemental energy here was extremely dense. It was very beneficial for a cultivator's cultivation. Previously, our colors were divided according to strength. I think my opponent should be the successor of another power. Bailey Hongzhuang slowly thought and said. Previously, when those light circles appeared, she had paid special attention to them. It was obviously related to strength. Thinking about it, Long Shanjing was the second strongest existence in Limitless Palace. The person he met should be the second strongest cultivator. If Yu Linfeng knew about Bailey Hongzhuang's guess, he would be surprised to find that Bailey Hongzhuang's guess was shockingly accurate. Thinking of this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately began to cultivate. If the other party was a guy like Ouyang Etian, it would be really difficult for her to deal with him with her strength. She had to work hard to raise her strength by another level. This way, she would have more confidence in battle. Fortunately, Lan Qingyan was not here. She could use the power of the Rainbow God Pearl. With her various tricks and the cooperation of the three beasts, it would not be a problem for her to fight someone of a higher level. Of course, this also depended on how much stronger the other party was compared to her. If he was too strong, she could only fight with her life on the line. After Bailey Hongzhuang's reminder, the three beasts also understood that the battle they were about to face was not simple. Immediately, they also worked hard to cultivate. The next day, Bailey Hongzhuang suddenly felt a wave coming from the light screen door. She saw that the light screen door that was originally shining with red light suddenly had ripples like water. Taking a closer look, the light screen door on the opposite side also had the same ripples. Seeing this, Bailey Hongzhuang immediately understood. It seemed that the opponent had arrived. End of chapter 24:11. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.